The Dark World. The burial ground was blanketed with billions of white bones, silent and eerie, sending chills down the spine. Lucen overlooked this desolate land from high above. It was a scene of utter desolation, devoid of any sign of life. In the far distance, the horizon was shrouded in heavy darkness, and the faint roars of wild beasts could be heard. "Where am I?" Lucen muttered as he looked around in confusion, his heart filled with bewilderment and fear. He was originally just an ordinary university graduate from the 21st century on Blue Star, heading to an interview. Suddenly, everything went dark, and when he woke up, he found himself in this strange world. At this moment, he felt as if he had become a bird soaring high in the sky or a ghostly spirit floating weightlessly, unable to locate his physical body, only able to gaze down at the endless field of bones. As he struggled with his confusion, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Welcome to the Dark World. The darkness has invaded, and Blue Star is on the brink of destruction. The Heavenly Tao has summoned 10 billion chosen ones from Blue Star to traverse this realm and eradicate the dark creatures. Please take note of the following instructions. First, each person is granted a Lord Core. Placing it on the ground will designate you as a Lord and allow you to summon exclusive troops. Second, the Dark World is vast and boundless, filled with countless bloodthirsty dark creatures. These creatures instinctively despise the Lord Core. You must eliminate them upon encounter to protect your core. Third, in 3 years, the Dark World will merge with Blue Star. You must use this time to strengthen your powers and develop your territory. Fourth, every 7 days, a minor dark tide will occur, unleashing billions of dark creatures. Once a month, a major tide will erupt, with trillions of dark creatures swarming forth. These creatures will relentlessly attack any non-dark lifeforms. Survival means defeating your enemies. Fifth, it is recommended to choose a defensible and secure location to place your Lord Core, minimizing encounters with dark creatures. Sixth, the Dark World is fraught with peril and opportunity, but areas rich in resources are often guarded by powerful dark creatures. Seventh, death is the end. There are no second chances. Avoid recklessness and consider allying with other chosen ones to face common threats. Eighth, you have 1 hour to adapt to the environment and awaken your Lord abilities. After 1 hour, dark creatures will begin to appear around you. The voice gradually faded, and a flood of information about the Dark World surged into Lucen's mind. Slowly, he pieced together the truth: he was not alone. Billions of others had also been transported to this realm simultaneously. Each person would draw their Lord identity at the start, summon their exclusive troops, and fight against the dark creatures. A glimmer of hope ignited in Lucen's heart. As an ordinary, nameless corporate worker on Blue Star, his life had been uneventful and dull. Now, this sudden crossing had shattered the monotony of his fate, and he had to seize this chance. However, when he heard the words billions of dark creatures, his excitement quickly dissipated. Billions? He gazed at the massive piles of bones around him. The smallest dark creature skeleton was twice the size of an adult. If such monsters appeared in such numbers, he couldn't even begin to imagine how he would die. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the virtual screen visible only to himself. Honored Chosen One, would you like to draw your Lord identity? Note, Lord ranks range from apprentice, novice, elite. The higher the rank, the stronger the power. Different lords summon different types of troops. Draw. The screen flickered, colors shifting as if a roulette wheel were spinning slowly. After half a minute, the colors dimmed. Congratulations, Chosen One Lucen, on becoming an Abyss Lord. Abyss Lord, master of billions of abyssal creatures. Capable of summoning skeletons, zombies, banshees, raven messengers, venom witches, trolls, and ancient abyssal demons. Unique Lord identity. In the next second, his perspective dropped sharply. Like a glitching television, the scene suddenly shifted, and Lucen found himself standing on the ground. He stood atop a heap of bones, the air thick with dust and death. Scattered around him were all manner of bones, some intact, some shattered, resembling a massive, chaotic burial ground. Honored Abyss Lord, please choose your territory and place your Lord Core to officially assume the role of Lord. Lucen looked out at the endless burial ground inside. The burial ground was a flat plain, surrounded on all sides by darkness. Minor tides and dark creatures would frequently attack, making it far from an ideal location. But he had observed from high up earlier, if he left the burial ground and ventured outward, it would take at least 10 days. Within that time, there would be a dark tide every 7 days, and he would be unable to fend them off. He might not even survive 7 days. Adding to that, dark creatures would appear in just 1 hour. Lucen had no confidence in fighting them with his bare hands. Reluctantly, he chose an open area and constructed an altar made of countless skulls. The altar symbolized the cycle of life and death. In its center floated the Lord Core, a crystal that radiated a mysterious brilliance. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the core, piercing the skies. Lucin was enveloped in the light and slowly rose to the height of the altar. Then, his body began to undergo a transformation. His skin turned as cold and dark as abyssal obsidian, his eyes became phosphorescent flames that glowed in the darkness. His muscles coiled like serpents, brimming with strength. His body was encased in armor as hard as scales, impervious to ordinary weapons. So this is extraordinary power? Lucen's eyes glimmered with joy as he felt himself growing stronger, his fists seeming capable of felling beasts with a single blow. Moments later, he descended back to the ground. Before he could fully acclimate, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for successfully establishing your territory. Please name your territory. Gazing at the desolation before him, Lucen pondered for a long time before finally saying, "Let's call it Abyss. Since I am the Abyss Lord, my territory shall be named Abyss." Name confirmed. Beginning the draw for Lord Talents. Talent grades range from G to SSS. The higher the grade, the greater the potential and growth ceiling. A roulette will appear on the screen, its pointer spinning rapidly with a rhythmic clicking sound. Lucen stared intently at the pointer, understanding that talents would significantly affect both his early and late-stage development. He didn't want to die immediately after crossing into this world. A strong talent could help him survive longer. Ding! Congratulations, Abyss Lord, on acquiring a Super God talent. Tenfold SSS Talent Draw. Tenfold SSS Talent Draw grants you 10 SSS grade talents. Unique Talent. SSS Talent 1, Billionfold Experience, gain 1,000,000,000 times the base experience for killing dark creatures. Example, when a lord kills a regular dark creature that grants 1 point of experience, you will gain 1,000,000,000 points instead. Unique Talent. SSS Talents 2 and 3 remain locked. Unlock additional talents by leveling up. Billionfold Experience? Lucen swallowed hard, recalling that in the games of his past life, the best he'd ever seen was a double experience card. Now, he had gained a billionfold experience, and it was permanent. Killing one creature would be equivalent to killing 1,000,000,000 for others, leveling up at a rocket's pace. And he didn't just have one overpowered talent, he had 10. Though the remaining talents were still question marks due to his insufficient level, with the first already so powerful, he was confident the rest wouldn't disappoint. Lucen suppressed his excitement and braced himself for the challenges of the dark world. Focusing his thoughts, he approached the altar and reached out to touch the Lord Core. The core was bound to him, he could control it with a single thought. It functioned as the intelligent brain of his entire territory. If the core were destroyed, the entire territory would collapse. As the Lord, he had to protect the Lord Core at all costs, otherwise, he would be reduced to a wandering soul in the dark world, either slain by dark creatures or seized by other lords, becoming their subordinate. A virtual screen appeared before him, displaying 6 buttons: Personal Info, Summon Troops, Territory Info, Ally Chat, Race Chat, and Marketplace. Lucen tentatively clicked 1, Open Personal Info. Instantly, his personal details unfolded before him. Abyssal Lord, Lucen. Level, Apprentice Lord LV1. Troop Type, Abyssal. Territory Size, 100 square meters. Troop Count, none. First summon allows 10 skeletons for free. Lord Talents, SSS Level 10-fold Summon, God Tier, SSS Level Billionfold Experience, next talent locked, unlockable at Novice Lord level. He remembered that Lord levels began at Apprentice. The higher the level, the greater the potential. Apprentice ranged from levels 1 to 10, Novice from 10 to 100, and Elite from 100 to 1000. Once he reached level 10, he could unlock a second SSS tier talent. With the Billionfold Experience buff, killing a single monster would yield the equivalent of killing 1,000,000,000, allowing him to level up at a mind-boggling speed. He was thrilled. This overpowered buff is simply exhilarating. Next, let's summon troops. He focused on the troops section in his personal info and learned that he could initially summon 10 skeletons for free. Future summons, however, would require offerings made through the Lord Core on the altar. As an Abyssal Lord, the troops he could summon were limited to abyssal creatures, skeletons, ghost witches, crow emissaries, dread dragons, venomous sorceresses, trolls, ancient abyssal demons, and the like. Drawing from his memories of this world, he knew there were several types of lords: beast lords, plant lords, and special lords. Beast lords could only summon specific beasts, such as fire dragons or demon wolves. Plant lords summon entities like tree spirits, flower fairies, or wood sprites. Special lords were the rarest, with the most famous being fire elemental lords, who could conjure flame-based troops using exotic fire, capable of devastating destruction with a mere wave of their hand. As an Abyssal Lord, he too belonged to the special category, making him extremely rare. Clicking the Summon Troops button, the interface changed. Displayed on the screen were territory details and troop information. Tier 1, Skeleton Warriors, first summon free for 10 units, 1 black crystal each. Black crystals are condensed from dark energy and can be obtained by slaying dark creatures or mining veins. Each troop tier determined its potential. Tier 1 troops could only reach level 10, Tier 2 troops could go up to level 100, and so on. For example, Tier 1 skeletons maxed out at level 10, while Tier 2 zombies could reach level 100. He felt fortunate to be an Abyssal Lord, as his troop summons were unrestricted. Beast Lords, on the other hand, faced far greater limitations. They could only summon one type of troop in their lifetime, and their growth potential was capped by their troop's level limit, a truly tragic scenario. Without hesitation, he used the free summon to call forth 10 skeleton warriors. In an instant, the Lord Core emitted a strange energy that rippled outward. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a low rumble echoed as fissures split open across the ground. From these cracks emerged 10 oddly shaped, clattering skeleton warriors, their bones rattling as if they might collapse at any moment. These skeletons were frail, unable to bear their own weight, and struggled to stand upright. Among them was a colossal skeleton resembling a rhinoceros from Blue Star, standing at the forefront with a blue flaming crystal embedded atop its head. That flame symbolized life. If it were extinguished, the rhino would perish. The crystal, about the size of a fist, was less than a meter away from Lucen, emitting a chilling aura. Another skeleton, shaped like a small, emaciated hound, fell apart entirely upon hitting the ground. It scrambled to reassemble its scattered bones, using its claws to piece itself back together. Watching these skeletal figures, Lucen felt they resembled old soldiers leaning on canes or scarred veterans. With no other choice, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He picked up a relatively intact skeleton from the ground and, using his previous life's model assembling experience, replaced the hound's fractured bones with a nearly complete tiger skeleton. After attaching a flaming crystal to it, the creature appeared far more whole. Though it lacked life flames, its overall form was much more complete. The hound skeleton seemed to resist, but lacking vocal cords, it could only gape its mouth in silent protest. The other 9 skeletons were similarly modified, each becoming slightly more imposing under Lucen's adjustments. Each skeleton was armed with bone swords or bone spikes, exuding a sharp, murderous aura. Some used massive bones as shields to protect vital areas. The hound's skull was repurposed as a helmet to provide better balance. Lucen's adjustments weren't for amusement. The bones were incredibly sturdy, requiring a tremendous effort from his extraordinary strength to shape them into suitable weapons and armor. After a flurry of activity, he gazed at his newly assembled skeleton army with satisfaction. Just then, a chime sounded from the Lord Core's chat interface. He focused his thoughts and opened the race chat channel, which instantly flooded with millions of messages, nearly making his jaw drop. Billions of people were online simultaneously. It felt as though the entire world was talking at once. I thought I was the only one who transmigrated. Turns out there are so many of us. At first, I thought it was a prank. I didn't believe it until I gained supernatural powers. What's your troop type? Mine's Mighty Pig. Still feels like I'm raising pigs back on Blue Star. I'm a Zerg Lord. My troops are insects, small for now, but they multiply fast. I awakened an F-tier Lord talent, Hardening. My defense is insane. I've got an A-tier talent, Frostheart. Boosts attack and resistance. I'm in the icy plains, surrounded by billions of dark creatures. The pressure is immense. I'm in the glimmering forest, using my C-tier talent, Territory Healing, to form alliances for defense. Anyone got a girlfriend? Let me find a girl to keep me company. Wait, we transmigrated, forget about flirting. Lucen read through the messages and felt a slight sense of relief. These people were in the same situation as him, and most of their talents hadn't yet reached the stage of unlocking their full potential. Many talents seemed rather ordinary. He understood that obtaining god-tier talents like his was nothing short of miraculous. Just as he was lost in thought, a mechanical voice suddenly interrupted. You have 5 minutes remaining to prepare. After 5 minutes, the protection will be lifted, and danger will escalate. Immediately on alert, Lucen muttered, the dark creatures are coming. At the very moment the announcement ended, he stood atop the altar and saw a dense black mist surging from the direction of the burial grounds, creeping rapidly toward his territory. Roar! Roar! The sound came from millions of miles away, faint yet discernible, resembling the roar of a wild beast, but louder and more deafening than any creature on Blue Star. Rolling black mist gathered like a colossal dragon of darkness, writhing and surging, enveloping an ominous and eerie power that struck fear deep into the heart. Lucen frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with vigilance. He understood that this black mist was no ordinary phenomenon. The black mist grew denser and denser, the howling of the beast increasingly clear. A chilling cold spread, and the surrounding temperature plummeted by dozens of degrees. Lucen glanced back at the 10 skeletal warriors of various shapes and sizes behind him, his heart tense as he speculated whether he could repel the dark creature that might emerge from the black mist. Watching the speed of the dark tide surging forward, he estimated it would reach his territory in 5 minutes. Lucen opened the information panel for the skeletal warriors. Skeleton warrior. Grade, Tier 1. Level, LV1. Health, 100. Attack power, 59, bonus plus 9. Defense power, 63, bonus plus 13. Skills, charge, claw. Affiliation, abyss. The extra attack and defense stats must be from the exoskeletal enhancements I installed on them, he thought to himself. All 10 skeletons were in the same state, their hollow eye sockets burning with fierce life flames, as if silently roaring their vow to defend to the death. Time flew by as the black mist rapidly crept toward the altar. Time's up, lords. A voice from the system echoed in his mind. The dark world is merging with Blue Star, and the time flow is now synchronized. Reminder, expanding your territory's strength will attract stronger dark creatures. Do not recklessly level up your lord rank if your level is insufficient. Darkness surged like a tidal wave, engulfing everything. The Lord core atop the altar emitted a faint glow, illuminating a radius of 100 meters, appearing exceptionally precious. However, despite the core's radiant light, it was but a speck within the vast darkness, flickering weakly. Suddenly, a monstrous roar pierced the stillness. Roar! From within the darkness, a mighty boar emerged, shrouded in thick black mist. Its hulking, muscular body was like solid rock, its blood-red eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and it exuded an oppressive and irresistible aura. The appearance of this dark mighty boar caused the tension in the air to escalate instantly. A data panel appeared. Mighty boar. Grade, Tier 1. Level, LV2. Health, 175. Black mist protection plus 25. Attack power, 70. Defense power, 103. Skills, charge, reckless rush. Affiliation, dark world. Lucen's heart skipped a beat. Normally, an upgraded creature's health increases by 50 points, but with the black mist's enhancement, it gained an additional 25 points, making its overall combat power slightly stronger than other creatures of the same tier. To kill it, he would need either a greater number of troops or a higher level force. Fortunately, though his 10 skeleton warriors were only Tier 1, their modified bodies made them exceptionally powerful, not easily crushed. Attack! Lucen bellowed the command. Led by the rhino-like skeleton, the 10 skeletal warriors charged toward the mighty boar, engaging in fierce combat. On the battlefield, the skeleton's bone weapons clashed against the mighty boar's sturdy body, causing the ground to quake and countless fragments of bone to scatter. The skeletal warriors varied in form. Some were as robust as a rhino, armored with bone spikes, while others were as agile as hounds, armed with sharp claws. The mighty boar, however, was no weakling. Its charges made the ground tremble, causing some skeletons to lose their footing. 2 skeletal warriors had their bone frames shattered by the reckless rush skill, their life flames extinguished. Suddenly, the mighty boar unleashed its charge skill, colliding head-on with one of the hound-like skeletons, which simultaneously launched an attack. The hound skeleton's sharp bone spikes pierced the mighty boar's eyes, causing black blood to gush out as the boar roared in agony. Seizing the moment, the rhino skeleton used its momentum to thrust its spear-like bone weapon, piercing straight through the mighty boar's skull. In less than half a minute, the mighty boar fell dead. The ground, once soaked in blood, was now clear as the black mist dissipated into smoke. Lucen had lost 3 skeletal warriors, but to him, the cost was acceptable. The system's notification sounded. Congratulations to Abyssal Lord Lucen for killing a level 2 mighty boar. You have successfully defeated a stronger foe. Your units gain 32 experience points. Ding! Billionfold experience triggered. You gain 32 billion experience points. Ding! All units level up to level 10. Excess experience wasted. Note, unit level is capped at tier limits. Tier-breaking talents required for further upgrades. The 7 remaining skeletons instantly leaped to level 10. Their bones became denser and tougher, their forms grew larger, and their life flames burned brighter, radiating endless vitality. Despite the level cap, Lucen felt no disappointment. Thanks to the massive experience boost, his lord level also skyrocketed to level 10. Golden light shimmered across his skin, making him resemble a resplendent star. His aura became ancient and majestic, the black gold scales on his body gleaming brilliantly. His power now far surpassed its previous state. He gazed confidently at the darkness as it gradually receded. The mighty boar's corpse dissolved into black smoke, merging with the edges of the darkness. Suddenly, a small box emitting white light dropped onto the ground. Lu Sen's gaze fixed on the box. Curious about the loot, he commanded one of the hound-like skeleton warriors to fetch it with its jaws. The box was small, no bigger than a fist, and it shimmered with white light. Detected, Lord has obtained a Grade G treasure box from killing the mighty boar. Would you like to open it? Grade G treasure box? In the dark world, treasure boxes are graded from F, E, D, C, up to SSS. The higher the grade, the better the rewards inside. Treasure boxes can be obtained by killing dark creatures or exploring special areas. Intrigued, Lu Sen decided to open it. Open. At his command, the box automatically unlocked and vanished. As the white light dissipated, 4 items fell into his hands. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained Tier 1 Mighty Boar Unit Card *30, Crafting Table *1, Leather *1, Black Crystal *5. A Tier 1 Mighty Boar Unit Card allows the summoning of a mighty boar by its respective lord or related lords. Crafting Table allows the creation of various weapons and buildings using materials and blueprints. Higher grade tables allow higher level crafting. Black crystal and leather are crafting materials. Lu Sen carefully examined the crafting table. It was a half-meter wide, 1-meter tall wooden box, engraved with ancient runes and floating with a magical array of hammers and nails. He opened the information panel and saw. Crafting Table, Grade G, allows the creation of items if materials and blueprints are available. Item level is capped at Crafting Table grade. Upgrade requirements, 3 Grade G crafting tables, 10 black crystals, 10 iron ores. He was surprised, he could now craft items himself, though the level was limited to the crafting table's grade. However, the table could be upgraded, and higher quality tables would allow for crafting more powerful items. Open crafting list. Displayed options included. Leather helmet, plus 10% head defense. Materials, 1 leather plus 3 black crystals. Leather armor, plus 20 torso defense. Materials, 2 leather plus 5 black crystals. Leather boots, plus 10% movement speed. Materials, 2 leather plus 5 black crystals. Leather chest, stores up to 100 units. Materials, 10 leather plus 10 black crystals. These items required a significant amount of black crystals and leather, but at the moment, he had only slain 1 dark treasure beast, yielding 5 black crystals and a single piece of leather. To craft a full set of leather equipment, he would need to kill at least 2 to 3 more dark creatures, assuming every kill dropped a treasure chest. However, Lu Sen discovered that the leather treasure chest could store up to 100 units of items, functioning much like the storage rings described in novels, compact yet capable of holding a substantial amount, which delighted him. In the future, if he could craft a leather treasure chest, he wouldn't have to struggle with transporting items anymore, making battles far more manageable. Roar! 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 Suddenly, an angry beastly roar echoed out from the darkness. Looking up, he saw a massive horde of dark creatures emerging from the shadows. Their menacing presence was overwhelming, and an ordinary person would either faint or wet themselves if they got too close. Moreover, he could see their levels. The mighty boars had reached level 5, 3 levels higher than when he first encountered them. But to him, a level 10 skeleton warrior, these mighty boars were clearly no match. Squelch! Squelch! As soon as the mighty boars appeared, 7 level 10 skeleton warriors dashed forward like lightning. Towering in stature, they drove their long bone spikes fiercely into the heads of the boars. The mighty boars struggled to charge forward, but the bone spikes pierced deep into their skulls, which exploded instantly, sending brain matter splattering everywhere. A single level 5 mighty boar was instantly killed in a gruesome fashion. A blood-red damage number floated up, -375. The boar's body dissolved into smoke, merging with the surrounding darkness and thickening the dark mist. The other dark creatures charged in madly, fearless and consumed with bloodlust. However, the level gap was too great. It didn't take long for them to be slaughtered one by one, as damage numbers continuously appeared. -400, -350, -375. Their health bars depleted, the mighty boars collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lu Sen quickly ran over to inspect the scene, but no treasure chests had dropped. Feeling slightly disappointed, he only found a few pieces of leather and black crystals, just enough to craft the leather treasure chest. Using the crafting station, he selected the leather treasure chest option. A notification appeared, materials sufficient. Begin crafting? Start. The sound of hammering echoed, and 2 minutes later, a flash of white light revealed a fist-sized leather treasure chest in front of him. The chest resembled a waist pouch that could be used to store items. He placed the newly obtained Mighty Boar unit card into the chest, and the card instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging inside. Opening the chest, he found it organized into a 10 by 10 grid, with the unit card lying quietly in one of the slots. A wave of joy surged within him. Though it could only store up to 100 units of items, he was already quite satisfied. In future battles, crafting more of these treasure chests would make things much more convenient. However, he also understood that acquiring the materials for these would require killing a large number of dark creatures. Next, I need to use the black crystals to summon more units, drawing in waves of dark creatures to attack. That way, I can earn more black crystals. Lucen glanced at the unit card in his hand and opened the trading zone. The trading zone was a marketplace for lords, automatically displaying various items and enabling cross-lord transfers and transactions. He had initially thought the selection would be sparse, but to his surprise, over 10,000 items instantly popped up, ranging from the mundane to the bizarre. Magic tree branch times 10, 1 black crystal. System appraisal, ordinary tree branches, useful for starting fires. Invincible underwear times 1, 10 black crystals. System appraisal, unwashed for 10 years, reeks to high heaven, a pervert's treasure. Soil containing life energy times 1. System appraisal, dirt soaked in urine, exudes a strong ammonia smell. Black stockings times 1, 1 black crystal. System appraisal, a private stash belonging to some old man. Lucen's face darkened as he scrolled. What kind of junk is being listed here? The trading zone was riddled with scammers and oddballs, with plenty of people trying to make a quick buck. Fortunately, the system automatically evaluated items, greatly reducing the chances of being tricked. After browsing carefully, he did find a few practical items, such as premium iron blocks times 10, 1 black crystal, which could be used for crafting weapons and building structures. However, Lucen didn't make any purchases, as he lacked a forge and tools to process the iron. Continuing his search, he came across Flame Wolf unit card times 30, priced at 28 black crystals, labeled as Flame Wolf Lord's exclusive Tier 1 unit. He speculated that other lords who had been teleported near mines or rivers could trade resources for these unit cards, whereas he was stuck selling at a lower price. With 30 Mighty Boar unit cards in hand, he decided to list them for 28 black crystals per bundle. To his surprise, they sold almost instantly, leaving Lucen a bit astonished. For someone with his billionfold experience multiplier, killing dark creatures to earn 30 black crystals wasn't particularly easy. How had others managed to amass so much so quickly? After thinking it over, he realized that the dark world was populated by billions of people, each with their own unique opportunities. Some might have been teleported directly to black crystal mines, mining resources to sell in the trading zone. Lucen felt a pang of envy. His location was nothing but a pile of bones, devoid of any black crystal mines or value. He thought back to the mechanical voices' mention of special regions, which were likely to contain black crystal mines and treasure chests. The dark creatures appearing near his territory were swiftly dispatched by his skeletons, yet the drop rate for treasure chests remained frustratingly low. He couldn't keep waiting for dark creatures to attack his territory, it was too slow and inefficient. He needed to take the initiative, venturing into the darkness to hunt enemies, level up, and gather resources to grow stronger more quickly. If other lords knew of his plan, they'd likely be outraged. While they were still struggling to fend off attacks, he was already planning an offensive. Without hesitation, he converted all the black crystals he had into skeleton warriors. Dozens of skeletons slowly crawled out of bone piles, forming a line and awaiting orders. Most enemies were around level 5, but thanks to his billionfold experience buff, even level 1 skeletons quickly leveled up to 10, making them more than capable of handling the threat. As the number of black crystals in his possession grew, he used them all to summon more skeletons. After half a day, his territory boasted nearly 100 skeleton warriors. The only limitation was that their level cap was 10, and advancing them further would require other means. I'll have to upgrade my territory level, aiming to become a novice tier lord and unlock more talents. Lucen touched the core of his territory, bringing up a notification. Detected, Abyss Lord Lucen, level 10. Beginning advancement. Task, kill 100 dark creatures, completed. Task, survive and explore in darkness for 100 minutes, incomplete. Task, reach 100 units, completed. With only one task left, Lucen decided to venture into the dark world. Leaving half of his skeletons to guard the territory, he led the other 50, forming an impenetrable wall around him as they marched into the darkness. The path ahead was treacherous, littered with traps and deep pits. A single misstep could mean being impaled by bone spikes and meeting a swift end. The darkness extended only about 100 meters from the territory's core, where an invisible barrier stood, preventing the darkness from spreading further. At the edge of the encroaching darkness, he saw that the blackness had congealed like a gelatinous substance, flowing and shifting in form, entirely incomprehensible. He first sent a skeleton in to explore. The lead skeleton returned in less than 10 minutes, unharmed. Reassured, Lucen stepped into the darkness himself. Instantly, he felt a sense of oppression, as though an invisible gas was pushing against him. Just as he entered the darkness, he felt his body as though swimming through water, encountering a faint resistance. When fully immersed, he discovered the surroundings were pitch black, his visibility restricted to less than 10 meters. A whoa, roar, roar, roar. The wails of dark creatures echoed from all directions, followed by a piercingly cold wind. Even with his level 10 robust physique, Lucen could not resist the chill. He stationed 10 level 10 skeleton warriors as his personal guards while leading the remaining skeleton warriors forward to fend off any prey that might suddenly emerge from the darkness. The skeleton warriors had a clear field of vision spanning 100 meters in the dark, while Lucen could only see within 10 meters. The first to take action was a rhino-like skeleton, its hind legs suddenly propelling it forward with a fierce charge. Accompanied by the anguished cry of a beast, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for killing a level 7 mighty boar. Your units have gained 1 point of experience. Ding! The Billionfold experience multiplier has been triggered, awarding 1 billion points of experience. Ding! All your units have now reached level 10. Excess experience has been wasted. Lucen was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the rhino-like skeleton, despite its bulk, to be astonishingly swift. Level 10 units indeed displayed extraordinary power. He strode over to the spot where the skeleton had killed the mighty boar, finding a familiar white light there, a second G-rank treasure chest. With a thought, the chest opened automatically, revealing its contents. 30 level 1 mighty boar unit cards, 10 units of leather, and 5 black crystals. This time, there was no crafting table, but the amount of leather was 9 units more than before. Lucen happily stored the items in the leather-bound chest hanging from his waist. Without lingering, Lucen continued to delve deeper into the darkness. His territory was circular, spanning about 100 square meters, and he proceeded methodically along its edge, pushing outward step by step. The dark world was inhabited by numerous creatures, all bloodthirsty monsters corrupted by the dark energy from various planets, akin to a zombie plague. They lurked in the shadows, killing any living presence they detected. Fortunately, as a level 1 lord, the creatures surrounding Lucen's territory were of a comparable level. Moreover, with 50 skeleton warriors standing guard, he had little to fear. He pressed on, and before he knew it, half an hour had passed. He was now a third of the way through the 100-minute dark exploration task. At this point, Lucen began to truly realize the strength of his 50 level 10 skeleton warriors. About 10 minutes earlier, he had encountered a roaring horde of mighty boars from the darkness, their numbers exceeding 200. Protected by his skeletons, Lucen engaged in a fierce battle against the overwhelming enemy for 10 minutes. The relentless cacophony of breaking bones and beasts' roars reverberated through the darkness. Although the mighty boars outnumbered the skeletons 4-1, the skeletons' level advantage allowed them to ultimately defeat the horde at the cost of only 5 units. The slaughter of over 200 boars yielded 4 G-rank treasure chests, bringing the total number of level 1 mighty boar unit cards to over 150. The number of black crystals had also increased to 50, and the leather count had reached 60 units. Subsequent encounters were with smaller groups of enemies, but mighty boars continued to appear in significant numbers. Lucen couldn't help but wonder why the land of bones was overrun with mighty boars. Could they be his natural predators? He had no idea where these mighty boars came from, only that killing them yielded unit cards that could only be sold in the trading zone and couldn't be directly summoned. Currently, his black crystals were of no immediate use either, unless he returned to his territory to convert them into skeleton units. Nevertheless, Lucen wasn't without gains. Less than 200 meters from the core of his territory, he discovered a small black crystal mine with reserves estimated between 10,000 and 30,000 units. Lacking advanced equipment and tools, Lucen had no choice but to send skeleton warriors to mine the crystals manually. Though the process was slow and resulted in losing half the black crystals, it was an unavoidable compromise for now. He stationed skeletons to guard the mine, ensuring it wouldn't be seized by others. Just as he was fortifying the perimeter of the mine, an earth-shaking roar shattered the air. A massive creature, 3 times the size of an ordinary mighty boar, emerged from the darkness, its body emanating a thick black mist. Its overwhelming aura was suffocating. Steam billowed from its nostrils, and its eyes glowed with a mystical light as it fixated on Lucen. Swallowing hard, Lucen identified this as an enhanced version of the mighty boar, but being outside his territory, he couldn't read its stats. Suddenly, the colossal creature let out a deafening roar, its sound waves rolling outward. Around the black crystal mine, 50 level 10 skeleton warriors exuded a chilling, deathly aura, forming a tight formation around the enormous mighty boar that dwarfed them 4 or 5 times over. Among the skeletons were rhino-like ones, their bone horns glinting coldly, and dog-like ones, their sinister skeletal faces radiating an endless killing intent. They stood ready for battle. As the Lord, Lucen lacked combat prowess himself and could only hide behind the black crystal mine, directing his skeletons to fight the mighty boar. Just as he was about to engage, a cacophony of hissing sounds erupted behind him, like a tidal wave surging closer. Judging by the sheer volume, there were at least 600 or 700 creatures, and among them, there seemed to be more enhanced mighty boars like the one before. At least one colossal beast was concealed within the advancing horde. This situation left Lucen deeply concerned. He knew that with 2 such formidable dark mighty boars present, their combat power was terrifying. His current forces were woefully insufficient to handle them. Deciding swiftly to retreat, he led his 50 skeletons in a rapid withdrawal, navigating through the darkness and carefully avoiding the giant mighty boars. They could not be allowed to reach his territory, otherwise, even with more troops, he would struggle to repel their ferocious onslaught, which could threaten the very core of his domain. Lucen sighed inwardly, if only I had a territory vision feature, it would make navigating this endless darkness so much easier. He pushed his fears aside and ran as fast as he could. The roaring beast horde pursued relentlessly, shaking the ground with their stampede. The dark creatures behind him tore through the silence, determined to leave nothing but carnage in their wake. After sprinting nearly 400 meters, Lucen found himself being gradually overtaken by the gigantic mighty boar. Its relentless roars grew louder and closer, and his eyes narrowed as his heart tightened. If surrounded, he would be doomed. Far from the core of his territory and unable to summon reinforcements, he could only rely on the remaining 45 skeleton warriors to fight to the death. Time was running out. He had been exploring the darkness for nearly an hour and a half, with only 10 minutes left to complete the 100-minute task. Anxiety gnawed at him as he desperately hoped for a powerful talent to turn the tide, or he feared he wouldn't survive. A sudden thought struck him, and Lucen issued an order: 10 skeleton warriors, contain the giant mighty boar. The rest, eliminate the dark creatures that keep pouring in. Based on the roaring sounds and the tremors of approaching footsteps, he deduced that the number of enemies pursuing him had significantly decreased compared to before, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. Swish, swish. The skeletal warriors, like sharp blades, cut down the lower-level dark creatures, leaving scattered materials on the ground. Lucen had no time to pick them up. His focus was entirely on the massive, powerfully built boar that was tightly surrounded by 10 skeletons. The skeletons avoided direct confrontation with it. Instead, under Lucen's command, they lured the boar away from their position to prevent it from harming him. However, the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. A second massive boar burst through the shadows and charged straight at Lucen. Lucen immediately issued a recall order, quickly directing the skeletons to block the new assailant. At the same time, 30 other skeletons formed a tight protective circle around him, the tension in the air reaching its peak. His heart pounded, and he dared not let his guard down for even a second. This beast's level must exceed 10, Lucen muttered as he observed the boar. Although he couldn't access detailed information, his instincts told him it carried an immense and oppressive presence. The sense of inadequacy gnawed at him. Though his skeleton warriors were all maxed at level 10, the ceiling on their troop class prevented further enhancement. Against higher-level dark creatures, they were like defenseless prey, doomed to be slaughtered. At this moment, escape was no longer an option. All his skeletons were engaged here. If he fled blindly into the darkness, he would only encounter an even larger army of dark creatures and meet certain death. His only choice now was to buy time. Crack, crack, the battlefield echoed with the brutal sound of bones snapping. The 2 massive boars had slaughtered all 20 skeleton warriors surrounding them. Lucen felt a pang of anguish. These skeletons were a crucial part of his forces. Combined with earlier casualties against ordinary dark creatures, his skeleton army was now halved, leaving him with only 20 warriors. Yet, the 2 massive boars showed no sign of stopping and charged directly toward Lucen. Just when Lucen thought he was doomed, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to Lord Lucen for completing Task 2, survive and explore in the darkness for 100 minutes. 3 advancement tasks have been detected. Conditions met. Advancement will now commence. A brilliant white light enveloped Lucen from all directions, lifting him into the air as if by an invisible force. Time around him seemed to come to a standstill. The approaching dark creatures froze in place, and the hollow eyes of the skeletal warriors stared silently at their floating lord. A warm stream of energy coursed through Lu Sen's body, like a hot spring embracing every inch of his skin. The system's voice spoke softly. Congratulations to Lord Lu Sen for advancing to Novice Lord. The Abyssal Lord's territory has been upgraded to Tier 2, expanding to 1,000 square meters. Tier 2 units can now be summoned. Please refer to the Lord's Core for details. Second SSS grade talent unlocked, unlimited leveling. This talent allows units to level up without class or grade restrictions, achieving unlimited level progression. However, attribute growth depends on the unit's quality. Unique talent unlocked. Suspended in mid-air, Lu Sen felt ecstatic. This was the divine opportunity he desperately needed. Although his newly upgraded territory now spanned over 1,000 square meters, it was still some distance away from his current position. Moreover, his remaining forces consisted of only 20 skeletons. Relying on his new talent, he decided to test whether his skeletons could now level up by attacking dark creatures. One skeleton charged at a low-level enemy. The dark creature, defenseless, was quickly slain. A clear kill notification rang in Lu Sen's mind. The skeleton's strength was visibly increasing thanks to his new talent. As Lu Sen himself slew one of the massive boars, the system announced, "Congratulations to Abyssal Lord for slaying a massive boar. Gained 1 experience point. Billionfold experience multiplier triggered. Congratulations, you've gained 1 billion experience points. As the notification faded, Lu Sen and the 20 remaining skeleton warriors glowed with golden light, their levels rapidly increasing. The system declared, "Congratulations! Your level has risen to 32. Although killing lower-level dark creatures only granted a minimal base experience of 1 point per skeleton, the billionfold experience multiplier led to a massive accumulation of points. However, since experience had to be shared with his skeletons, Lu Sen's own level progress wasn't as overwhelming as he had imagined. Still, the level increase brought a palpable surge in power, his body felt tougher, and his scales grew harder. At that moment, the skeletal warriors let out thunderous roars, their forms swelling to 10 meters in height, rivaling the massive boars in size, perhaps even surpassing them. The 20 enhanced skeleton warriors charged at the 2 remaining giant boars with newfound strength. Before the enemies could retaliate, a bone spike pierced through one of the boar's skulls, causing its brain matter to splatter. The system announced, "Congratulations to Lord Lu Sen for slaying a boar king. Gained 1 experience point. Billionfold experience multiplier triggered. Lu Sen has advanced directly to level 52. Though the leveling process was no longer as rapid as before, the continuous accumulation of experience kept Lu Sen's progress skyrocketing. To his astonishment, he discovered that the so-called Boar King was the leader of its kind, capable of commanding numerous ordinary dark boars. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lu Sen quickly moved toward a nearby level 6 boar. With a single punch from his scale-clad fist, he smashed its skull, killing it instantly. The kill yielded a glowing G-grade treasure chest. Overjoyed, Lu Sen recognized this as the first treasure chest he had obtained since arriving in the Dark World, a promising omen. As Lu Sen joined the fray, his skeleton warriors coordinated with him, drastically reducing the number of dark creatures in the vicinity. Within minutes, only 1 or 2 dark creatures appeared sporadically, allowing them to finally secure control over a small dark crystal mine. Lu Sen was now filled with anticipation for the Tier 2 units he could summon. During his time as a trainee lord, he could only summon Tier 1 skeleton warriors. He wondered what unprecedented power Tier 2 units would bring. He ordered 10 skeletons to guard the mine while the remaining 10 escorted him back to his territory. Along the way, the risks they encountered were significantly reduced, and they easily dispatched another massive boar. Half an hour later, Lu Sen's speed was twice as fast as before, thanks to his enhanced physical capabilities and the expanded territory. As he reached the edge of his territory, he saw dozens of massive boars emerging from the darkness, several times the number he had faced earlier. Yet, with the billionfold experience multiplier and the unlimited leveling talent, these skeleton warriors had essentially become walking experience banks. Hurrying to the Lord's Core, Lu Sen noticed its light shining more brilliantly than before, dispelling the darkness within a radius of 1 kilometer. Placing his hand on the core, the mechanical voice spoke once more. Congratulations to Abyssal Lord Lu Sen for becoming the #1 Novice Lord. This announcement echoed throughout the Dark World's Lord network, propelling Lu Sen to the top of the rankings and causing an uproar among the other lords. The chat channel exploded with activity. Many lords expressed envy and amazement at Lu Sen's meteoric rise. Some lamented that even with their S-grade talents granting tenfold experience boosts, they couldn't hope to catch up. Others begged to add him as a friend, seeking protection. A few skeptics questioned if his success was purely due to luck. Far to the north, in the frozen wastelands, a frost dragon circled ominously in the sky. Dressed in magnificent blue armor, as flawless as jade, Beimusheng stood tall. A wealthy second-generation heir from the Blue Star, he possessed a potent SS-level talent known as Frost Scar, which enhanced the attack power of Ice-type units by 300% and generated a protective shield for 10 seconds every minute, absorbing 60% of incoming damage. At the very beginning, he could exchange for 10 Tier 7 Frost Dragons, and he had envisioned himself becoming the first to advance as a novice lord. However, he was surpassed by Lucen, which ignited a burning fury within him. Beimusheng was a gloomy and cunning individual, extremely averse to anyone surpassing him. He swore to eliminate Senior. Damn Lucen, where did this nobody crawl out from? If you cross my path, I'll kill you without hesitation. On Blue Star, it's not like I haven't killed before. In Beimusheng's eyes, this global opportunity to rise to fame was supposed to be his. Yet, unexpectedly, it had been snatched away by Lucen. Lucen, on the other hand, became the target of such hostility for no apparent reason. In the Abyss territory, Lucen stood beside the altar, sensing the announcement of the Dark Lord echoing in his mind. The moment the news spread, all lords knew that he had become a novice lord. Simultaneously, he heard notifications of his exclusive rewards and promotion benefits. Reward details: 100 exclusive Tier 1 Abyss Lord unit cards, 10 G-grade treasure chests, and 1 Lord's Mansion. Promotion rewards: a greater number of unit cards, including 1000 Tier 1 cards, 100 Tier 2 cards, 10 additional G-grade treasure chests, 1 Tier 1 treasure chest, and blueprints for a skeleton warrior set. Looking at the rewards, Lucen was filled with excitement. With a total of 1,100 Tier 1 unit cards, 100 Tier 2 cards, 20 treasure chests, a customized Lord's Mansion, and a skeleton warrior, his strength had taken a massive leap forward. The skeleton warrior could only be summoned using the exclusive cards of the Abyss Lord. Instantly, over 1,000 skeleton warriors appeared on the ground, amplifying his combat power by more than tenfold. Additionally, there were 100 Tier 2 units. Eager to see what the Tier 2 units entailed, Lucen hurriedly opened the summoning interface. The list displayed: Tier 1, Skeleton Warrior, 1 Black Crystal. Tier 2, Skeleton Archer, 10 Black Crystals. Tier 2, Poison Witch, 10 Black Crystals. Skeleton Archers were naturally skilled in archery, with their attack range and power increasing with level. Poison Witches, on the other hand, specialized in using potions to create toxic mists, serving both offensive and supportive roles. Lucen decided to use half of his Tier 2 unit cards to summon Skeleton Archers and the other half for Poison Witches. As the summoning began, the ground of the burial grounds trembled, and dozens of skeleton archers emerged. Their bodies consisted of translucent green bones, glowing eerily with strange light. Ancient symbols were engraved on their foreheads. One hand wielded a giant bow with runes glowing on its string, capable of firing powerful energy arrows, and the other hand bore razor-sharp claws. These skeleton archers knelt neatly before him. Seeing them, Lucen felt a surge of satisfaction. Tier 2 skeleton archers are vastly superior to Tier 1s, he thought to himself. He checked their attributes. Level, LV1. Health, 200. Attack, 152. Defense, 121. Skills, Gravity Arrow, Rapid Fire. Range, 100 meters, increases with level. Skill descriptions: Gravity Arrow charges for 1 second before firing arrows capable of knocking back and slowing enemies. Rapid Fire allows for 2 arrows to be shot per second, with an increased attack range. Within 100 meters, the arrows are guaranteed to hit. Beyond that, it depends on luck. The attributes were impressive, far surpassing that of Tier 1 units. The skeleton archer's ability to stack slow and knockback effects made them incredibly dangerous. Lucen decided not to upgrade the skeleton archers immediately, as he was more curious about the poison witches. Slowly, these units began appearing at the core of the territory, emerging at a slower pace than the skeleton archers. The poison witches were peculiar old women, short in stature, with hooked noses and clad in tattered blue aprons, exuding an eccentric aura. Their skin was loose and covered in wrinkles and spots, their deep black eyes brimming with cunning, as if scheming plots. Their thin, icy fingers clutched green potions. 50 poison witches floated before Lucen, each appearing identical to the other. Seeing them, Lucen felt as though he were facing countless clones. He immediately checked their attributes. Level, LV1. Health, 200. Attack, 120. Defense, 132. Skills, Free Switch, Green Potion. Range, 80 meters. Background description: these potion-loving old women once used their concoctions to save lives. However, out of jealousy, they were falsely accused of being assassins and died in solitude. Their souls fell into the abyss. Those they saved built statues to honor them annually, and eventually, poison witches identical to their likeness began to emerge. Lucen was slightly surprised by the rich backstory. While he didn't fully believe it, he found it somewhat poignant. Just as he was reflecting, a voice echoed in his mind, "Congratulations to Phoenix Lord Li Qingru for becoming the second novice lord in the world." 3 consecutive announcements caused the world to erupt in excitement once again. In the southern infernal plains, a blazing phoenix spread its wings, illuminating its surroundings in fiery splendor. Li Qingru emerged from the roaring flames, her long hair aflame like a burning inferno, radiating heat and intensity. Her face was cold as frost, her deep eyes indifferent, as though everything was under her control. Draped in a fiery red gown adorned with golden phoenix patterns, she resembled a fire phoenix incarnate. With the ability to summon various bird-type beasts, she exuded elegance, aloofness, and the commanding presence of a fiery monarch, earning awe and respect. Abyss Lord Lucen? Just how monstrous are you? Even my SSS level talent can't surpass you. Li Qingru furrowed her brows as she rode her phoenix mount, surrounded by searing flames, an embodiment of a living firestorm. The phoenix's fiery feathers shimmered like starlight, its agile form blazing, its wings burning brightly under the sunlight, as if igniting the entire sky. After her territory's elevation, dark creatures surged in an overwhelming tide, with skeleton warriors charging from all directions, aiming for the core. The phoenix spewed fire, forming fiery tornadoes that incinerated the enemies corrupted by darkness. Witnessing this, Li Qingru finally eased her tense expression. The growth potential of phoenixes is limited, but their ability to be reborn from flames grants them limitless possibilities in the future. When the next novice lord ascends to apprentice rank, I will surpass you. As Li Qingru claimed the title of the second novice lord, the third and fourth soon followed. Within less than a minute, over 100 novice lords emerged worldwide. However, only a select few were deemed significant enough for global announcements. The rest merely received silver notifications in the chat channels. Far away in the icy northern Arctic of the Dark World, Bei Musheng stood clad in his ornate blue armor, his expression dark. He hadn't expected to rank 38th, he had thought being second wouldn't be too far off, but the reality stung deeply. Bang! He shattered an ice crystal with a forceful smash. The shards sparkled like diamonds, scattering in the air, their glinting edges sharp and cold. The sound reverberated, piercing like ice arrows, embodying his fury and icy aura. After half an hour, he managed to calm himself down. Right, I acquired a regional map. The burial grounds are less than 200,000 meters south of me. If I can't claim first place, then I'll make the 37 before me suffer. He stared at the golden regional map in his hand, dotted with 100 red markers representing the closest lords. Each red marker bore a name, including that of the Lord of Abyss. Bei Musheng, exuding murderous intent, said coldly, "Then I'll take them down one by one." In the Abyss territory, Lucen stood near the core and suddenly sneezed several times. Who's speaking ill of me behind my back? He wondered inwardly. Despite being a newly ascended extraordinary lord, immune to illness, he still sneezed. He dismissed the thought and continued inspecting his rewards. He opened 20 grade G treasure chests, and beams of white light flashed one after another. A line of text appeared, "Congratulations, Lord Lucen, for obtaining Abyss exclusive Tier 1 unit times 100, iron ingots times 60, grade G automatic mining robots times 20, black crystals times 200. Automatic mining robots." His heart leaped with joy. This was exactly what he was lacking. Treasure chests dropped from killing mighty boars only contained unit cards for mighty boars, leather, and black crystals. However, the reward chests for territory upgrades were distributed based on the Lord's exclusive items. The 20 robots were just enough to meet his needs. The description was simple: each mining robot could extract 100 black crystals daily, with the cost of 1 black crystal per unit of energy. The robots had a black cylindrical design, equipped with numerous sensors and tools, and could perform mining tasks autonomously. Thinking about how he could clear out the mineral deposits within 10 days, Lucen felt a surge of excitement. He ordered the skeleton soldiers to guard the area and headed to the mines himself. Then, he turned to look at the Lord's manor. The territory felt empty and lacked grandeur. Although extraordinary beings didn't require rest, the Lord's manor symbolized authority and couldn't be absent. Boom! With a thought, a castle like Lord's manor materialized. The walls were constructed from piled bones, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. The towering walls, tens of meters high, were equipped with arrow towers and watchtowers, intimidating all who approached. The massive iron gate was adorned with a grimacing visage, and it took several people to push the heavy doors open. Above the gates hung a blood-red plaque inscribed with the word Abyss. Once the manor was completed, its eerie silhouette and deathly aura loomed over the land. Lucen felt a mix of emotions, but ultimately, it was a symbol of power, an essential presence. He pressed onto his seat, and a throne forged from obsidian emerged. It was engraved with ancient runes and statues of the dead, radiating a chilling coldness. Lucen paid it no mind. With another thought, the final critical item appeared in his hand. Skeleton warrior armor set blueprint, he murmured. He already had a crafting station capable of producing simple leather armor, but now this new blueprint for skeleton warrior armor intrigued him. Curious, he inspected the blueprint. It was grade G, and the description indicated that the skeleton warrior armor was part of the Nightfall set, comprising a helmet, armor, boots, and a weapon. Equipping this set would increase a skeleton warrior's attack power by 90%, defense by 130%, and critical strike rate by 30%. However, a special note clarified that only skeleton warriors could wear the set. Lucen's eyes lit up instantly. A critical strike rate of 30%. This meant that roughly every 3 or 4 strikes could trigger a critical hit. Critical hits dealt extra damage during attacks, and with a high critical strike rate, units had a greater chance of maximizing their damage output on each attack. Damn, this 30% critical rate is going to make a huge difference. Lucen muttered to himself as he examined the blueprint. He approached the crafting station and inserted the blueprint. A bright light flashed, and the blueprint vanished. A message appeared on the crafting station: the skeleton warrior armor set blueprint has been absorbed. You can now craft Nightfall armor. The set comprises a helmet, armor, boots, and a weapon. To craft the Nightfall skeleton helmet, you'll need 10 black crystals, 3 units of leather, and 1 unit of iron ingot. The Nightfall skeleton armor requires 20 black crystals, 4 units of leather, and 5 units of iron. The boots share the same materials as the helmet, while the weapon requires 10 black crystals and 3 units of iron ingot. Seeing the material requirements, Lucen felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected it to be so resource-intensive, and the worst part was that each set could only be used by a single unit. His territory had over 1,000 Tier 1 skeleton warriors. Equipping each one with a set would require 50 black crystals, 10 units of leather, and 10 units of iron ingot per warrior. For 1,000 units, the total would amount to nearly 50,000 black crystals, 10,000 units of leather, and 10,000 units of iron ingots. It was only then that Lucen realized he was still dirt poor. Looks like I'll have to venture deeper into the darkness for resources. Without it, I can't even outfit my troops, Lucen said, resolving to test out a single set first to see its effectiveness. After about 10 minutes, the clanging from the crafting station ceased, and a brand new armor set appeared before him. The Nightfall skeleton warrior armor was as black as the shadows of the night. The entire set was covered in dark armor, emanating a chilling aura of death. The helmet was sleek yet durable, with edges as sharp as blades. The armor and boots extended down to the knees, appearing exceptionally sturdy. The weapon was a massive bone spike, glinting with a cold light that struck fear into the hearts of anyone who saw it. The armor wasn't just highly defensive, it also radiated an intimidating presence, making it clear this was no ordinary foe. What excited Lucen even more was that the armor could automatically adjust to the wearer's body size. Lucen observed his skeleton warriors, who were busy slaying dark creatures. However, as their numbers grew, the experience points were distributed among them, and the highest level warrior had only reached level 89, still far from level 100. He selected a rhino-shaped skeleton warrior and called it over to equip the newly forged armor. Once equipped, the skeleton warrior underwent a dramatic transformation. Its once skinny frame now looked imposing and formidable beneath the armor. The black armor seamlessly melded with its skeletal frame, making it resemble a demon emerging from the abyss. With a rhino's head and a humanoid body, it exuded a commanding presence. The sharp edges of the helmet added an air of authority, while the armored boots provided enhanced combat capabilities. Wielding the massive bone spike, it looked capable of tearing enemies apart with ease. This skeleton warrior no longer resembled an ordinary unit, it had become a deadly assassin of the night. As Lucen marveled at the transformation, a massive, ferocious mighty boar emerged from the darkness. Lucen quickly ordered the other skeleton warriors to stand down, eager to see how the armored warrior would fare against the beast. And so, the armored skeleton warrior squared off against the 10-meter-tall, muscle-bound mighty boar in the dark battlefield. The skeleton warrior was incredibly nimble, dodging left and right to evade the giant boar's ferocious attacks. Seizing an opportunity, it suddenly counterattacked, its battle axe flashing with a chilling light as it struck the giant boar with brutal force. Minus 13,565. A blood-red number floated above the giant boar's head. It was a critical hit, instantly killing the creature. To think, this giant boar only had a health bar between 1,000 and 2,000, with a level range of 20 to 40. Who would have imagined that a Tier 1 skeleton warrior could annihilate it with just this set of equipment? Lucen observed this and nodded in satisfaction. The critical hit effect of this equipment is insane. Looks like I need to gather more resources quickly to craft more of these and boost my troops' attack power. Gritting his teeth, he used up all his remaining resources to forge Dark Knight Skeleton Warrior armor sets. In the blink of an eye, 10 sets of armor appeared before him. Without hesitation, he distributed the 10 sets among his other skeleton warriors. But now, his resources were completely exhausted. If he wanted to forge more, he would first have to gather additional materials. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Lucen's mind. Detected, 1 billion lords have advanced to the novice lord rank. Instance missions are now unlocked. Why are fire-based creatures corrupted by darkness appearing in the icy plains? Why are water-based creatures of darkness emerging in the desert region? Venture into the darkness to uncover the reason behind their teleportation and eliminate them. Each lord has an instance nearby. The sooner you complete the instance, the more resources you will earn. Be aware, however, that your instance may also overlap with others. If that happens, whoever clears it first will occupy the instance and claim its rewards. Each instance reward is granted only once. Instance? Lucen, who had just finished forging the Dark Knight armor, was caught off guard by the sudden voice in his head. Curious, he opened the chat tab. Sure enough, the other lords were fervently discussing the instances. The screen was flooded with messages about the topic. What? An instance? And there's a reward for completing it first? No way. I may not have been the first to reach novice lord rank, but I'll definitely be the first to clear an instance. You? Clear an instance first? Do you even know where it is? Didn't the mechanical voice say it's near our territory? I'll bring my troops to search for it. I'm sure I'll find it. Even if you find it, that doesn't mean you can clear it. From the beginning until now, how many lords are still alive? Out of the 10 billion people who transmigrated to this world, only 5 billion are left. Many lords either had their core destroyed or were killed by dark creatures. Defending against the darkness is hard enough. Do you really think the creatures inside an instance will be any easier to handle? I'll just stay put and focus on defending my territory. No point in being overly ambitious. Lucen read the messages on the screen, fully aware of how brutal this world was. In this dark realm, lords had to fight tooth and nail for opportunities. Otherwise, as the number of dark creatures increased, survival would become impossible. As he continued scrolling, he noticed a post from a lord named Dark Knight about the Land of Bones. Anyone near the Land of Bones? Let's team up to tackle the instance and split the resources evenly. My troops are Tier 3 skeleton knights and can act as the vanguard. The moment this message was posted, replies flooded in. I'm near the Land of Bones. My troops are Tier 1 banshees with charm skills. Please, carry me. I'm also in the area. My troops are Tier 1 giant boars. Seeing lords from the Land of Bones seeking cooperation, Lucen chose not to join in. Firstly, the Land of Bones was vast, and with the obstruction of darkness, finding another lord would be too difficult. Secondly, with his 2 SSS grade talents, he believed he could clear the instance efficiently on his own. After making his preparations, Lucen stepped out of the lord's manor. In this dark world, there was no distinction between day and night, so he had no idea what time it was. Determined to find the instance before other lords, he sacrificed rest and led his newly summoned skeleton archers, poison witch doctors, and nearly 500 skeleton warriors out of his territory. The remaining skeleton warriors stayed behind to defend against the dark creatures' attacks. As soon as he entered the familiar darkness, Lucen ordered the skeleton warriors to take the lead. Most of these warriors were around level 89, with the highest levels exceeding 93. Even if they encountered a giant boar, they could kill it in one strike. Boom, boom, boom. The large army marched forward in an imposing procession. The skeleton archers moved with speed and precision. Every arrow they loosed was accompanied by the death throes of a dark creature. Their arrows poured out like torrential rain, drawing arcs of light in the darkness, resembling deadly torches of life-snatching fire. 356, 239, 463, 2560. Crimson numbers flashed continually in the darkness. The skeleton archers' range, which was originally 100 meters, had increased to 1,000 meters as their levels rose. They could now ignore the effects of darkness, killing dark creatures before Lucen even had a chance to detect their presence. Skeleton Archer LV-10 LV-32. Skeleton Archer LV-32 LV-56. Golden light shimmered on the skeleton archers as their levels soared rapidly. As they leveled up, their bones became sturdier, their vision sharper, and their bows and arrows more powerful. Their arrows now carried terrifying energy, boasting incredible penetration and destructive force. Meanwhile, the floating poison witch doctors were far from idle. Dozens of them darted back and forth in the darkness, tossing green bottles into clusters of dark creatures. The moment these bottles hit the ground or struck an enemy, they shattered, releasing green smoke that enveloped an 800-meter radius. The bottles left eerie streaks of light in the darkness and emitted a sharp, nauseating stench. 111. 236. 523. The poisonous fog spread, causing the dark creatures to writhe in agony as their health plummeted. Their bodies twisted grotesquely in the green light before collapsing one by one. The poison witch doctors moved with uncanny agility, their every bottle toss accompanied by the anguished cries of dark creatures. The poisonous fog poured down like a rainstorm, spreading throughout the darkness like a ghostly presence, harvesting lives. Their forms flickered in and out of the shadows, resembling demons from the abyss, reaping lives with their deadly green mist. Under the shroud of poison, the darkness became eerily silent and terrifying, with only the witch doctor's sinister, twisted laughter echoing in the void. Even Lucen, as their lord, felt chills run down his spine and his skin crawl at the sound. He hadn't expected his Tier 2 abyssal units to be so powerful and so unsettling. Any dark creature that touched the green mist perished within 3 seconds, while his own units absorbed the poison, causing their health to continuously regenerate. Poison Witch Doctor LV-32 LV-46. Poison Witch Doctor LV-46 LV-76. As their levels increased, the Poison Witch Doctor's forms grew even more distorted, their gazes colder, and the poison clouds they unleashed more potent, covering even larger areas. The more dark creatures Lucen and his companions killed, the more experience he, as the Lord, gained. His vision in the darkness had also improved dramatically from 5 meters to over 50 meters. With skeleton archers and venomous witch healers handling long-range eliminations, no shadow of dark creatures could be seen nearby. And with skeleton warriors protecting the surroundings, Lucen didn't have to worry about being ambushed. This greatly accelerated his pace of exploration in the darkness. As Lucen explored, less than 2 kilometers away in a burial ground, a group of diverse soldier units was patrolling back and forth, occasionally taking out surrounding dark creatures. These soldier units radiated a blazing light, dispersing the surrounding darkness. At the center of the soldiers, several lords were gathered together. Among them, a number of novice lords, both male and female, sat encircled by the troops. Behind them was a mighty boar nest, marking this burial ground as the location of the mighty boar dungeon. The mighty boar nest exuded a sense of wildness and primitiveness. The entrance was sturdily built with large stones and rough wooden beams. On either side of the entrance stood 2 ferocious wild boar stone statues, their sheer presence enough to make anyone gasp in awe. Peeking through the entrance, one could see several makeshift shelters constructed from wooden planks and animal hides, emitting a pungent odor that was nauseating. At the center of the nest stood a large stone altar, covered with sacrificial items and the corpses of slaughtered animals. Beside the altar stood a massive mighty boar king, its terrifying aura emanating from its enormous frame, enough to make anyone tremble with fear. At that moment, the entrance to the mighty boar nest experienced a violent spatial distortion, and a young man stepped out. His face was pale, his gaze filled with despair and exhaustion. His clothes were tattered, stained with blood and dirt, and behind him followed a few battered soldier units. The lords sitting outside the nest noticed his disheveled state and quickly gathered around, asking with concern, "Brother Liang, how's it inside? Did Brother Shang clear the dungeon?" Wang Liang shook his head in frustration. "There are too many mighty boars in the dungeon. After you all left, several gigantic mighty boars, each over 10 meters tall, suddenly appeared and crushed us. If not for Brother Shang's skeleton knights holding the line, I wouldn't have made it out alive." Hearing this, one of the lords looked dejected and asked, "How many lords are still alive in there?" "The 2 lords who were with me are dead. Only Brother Shang is left. But the gigantic mighty boars are almost all killed. As long as he reaches the central crystal by the altar, we can clear the dungeon." The surrounding lords exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with excitement. "That's great. We found this dungeon together, so it's faster than searching alone. If we keep working together, we can definitely surpass the other lords." "Exactly. Brother Shang's skeleton knights are formidable, and his level is one of the highest among us lords. With his strength, clearing the dungeon shouldn't be an issue. When we secure first place in clearing this novice dungeon, even if we don't get the best loot, we'll at least get a share of the rewards. Right, Brother Shang not only has tier 3 units, but his Lord talent is S rank. That so-called first-ranked novice Lord, Lucen, and even the second and third-rank Lords, have to bow before Brother Shang. By sticking with him early on, we're bound to outshine the rest. Exactly. If Brother Shang rises to power, we'll benefit from it too, and we'll definitely be stronger than others. Brother Liang, take good care of yourself. We've already driven away quite a few other lords. Who knows, more might show up and discover this dungeon. We'll need to deal with them too. The lords chatted spiritedly. Wang Liang said, I didn't expect so many lords to show up in this burial ground. Don't drive them all away. We could recruit some to help us. Most of the lords showing up are only tier 1, and their units are weak. There's no point in recruiting them. They might even hold us back. Just drive them off. You wouldn't believe how arrogant those lords were when they first arrived. After we teamed up and beat them, they begged for mercy faster than anyone else. Ha ha ha. The person they were discussing, Chen Shang, was the 59th lord to become a novice. His units were Dark Knights, now upgraded to tier 3 Skeleton Knights. Once he advanced to an elite-level lord, he would also gain the ability to summon additional units, showcasing immense potential. These lords had noticed Chen Shang's recruitment message in the chat channels and privately messaged him, sharing their territory coordinates. To their surprise, Chen Shang's S-rank talent turned out to be territory teleportation. After receiving their coordinates, Chen Shang used his talent to teleport their territories near his own. Together, they searched for dungeons and, in less than half an hour, a lord had discovered this one. They then formed a team and entered the dungeon, working together to eliminate the dark creatures inside. When someone's units were on the verge of death, that lord would leave the dungeon early, allowing others to continue. The process was incredibly efficient. In just over an hour, the dungeon's clearance progress had already reached 85%, and they estimated they'd clear it within another half hour. As they chatted idly, a young girl suddenly noticed a green mist about 10 meters ahead. Look over there. Could that be a dark creature? She pointed. The other lords dismissed her concerns. What dark creature wouldn't you find in this dark world? My territory isn't surrounded by mighty boars, but by grotesque zombies crawling with maggots. Just looking at them is nauseating. With all our units here, any dark creature that shows up would be dealt with in less than a minute. These dark creatures scale to the level of our territory units. They're never much stronger than us, so they're easy to handle. The girl initially didn't think much of it either. After all, so many lords were present. Meanwhile, about 1,000 meters away, Lucen received a message from his venomous witch healer, reporting the presence of a group of humans ahead. Lucen was surprised. He had only transmigrated to this dark world a few days ago, yet there were already people forming alliances. Could they have already found a dungeon? Better go take a look. Lucen decided not to have his venomous witch healer attack them. After all, they were fellow humans. While he could ruthlessly kill grotesque dark creatures, he found it hard to turn his blade on humans. Besides, it was unclear whether these people were friend or foe. Observation would be wiser. With that, Lucen led his abyssal army forward. In less than 5 minutes, he spotted a light ahead. A few shirtless young men were teasing female lords nearby, and the women seemed to be enjoying the banter rather than rejecting it. Witnessing this scene, Lucen's face darkened. It seemed every world had its share of brash youths and their female companions. At this moment, a green-haired lord in the crowd noticed Lucen. Hey, kid. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll dig your eyes out. The green-haired youth's shout drew everyone's attention to Senator Wang Liang, and the green-haired youth walked up to him, glaring arrogantly. Kid, this mighty boar dungeon is ours. If you're smart, go find another one. Claimed it? Lucen frowned upon hearing this tone. Where did these people find the nerve? Lucen glanced at the opposing soldiers' levels. At best, they were only level 32. His gaze instantly turned cold. This dungeon doesn't belong to anyone. Only clearing it counts as claiming it. The fact that the dungeon is still open means no one has cleared it yet. So how can you claim it as yours? Lucen responded icily. Hearing Lucen's rebuttal, the green-haired man became displeased and shouted loudly, Hey! You little punk, don't act so clueless. If we can claim this dungeon, we obviously have our reasons. And who the hell do you think you are, daring to boss us around? Believe it or not, I'll cut you down right now. The crowd, noticing Lucen was alone, assumed he would be easy to bully. They immediately ordered their troops to surround him, expecting him to tremble in fear. But instead, Lucen stood there indifferently, unmoving. On Blue Star, it's a society ruled by law, where reason prevails. But here, in this dark world, it's survival of the fittest. I'm giving you two choices. 1. Step aside immediately and stop blocking my path, or 2. Die, and stop buzzing in my ear like flies, Lucen said coldly. Hearing his words, the group burst into laughter as if they just heard a child making empty threats. Where did this idiot come from, thinking he can give us two choices? I'm feeling generous, so I'll give you 3, the green-haired man sneered. 1. Crawl under my crotch like a dog. 2. Call me daddy and wag your tail. 3. Drop dead right now. Ha, has this guy lost his mind in the dark world? We've got over a dozen people here. Even if we lost a lot of troops clearing the dungeon, we still have hundreds left combined. And he's just one guy, how many soldiers could he possibly have? Someone go piss on him and wake him up, another mocked, full of disdain for Lucen. Lucen, seeing their arrogance, stopped wasting words. He raised his hand, shaped his fingers like a gun, and pointed at the green-haired man's head. If they refused to reason, he would let his fists, or rather, his troops, do the talking. The crowd, seeing Lucen's gesture, laughed even harder. Kill them! Lucen's voice dropped as soon as he gave the command. Suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed. A sickening thud followed as the green-haired man's laughing head was pierced by the arrow. His skull erupted, brain matter splattered everywhere, and blood and bone fragments sprayed across the faces of the young men and women nearby. Instantly, the mocking laughter ceased. The swiftest among them, Wang Liang, immediately ducked behind a young woman and yelled, "Hurry, fight back! Kill him! Ah! All units, stand in front! Take him down!" In an instant, the entire camp was filled with fear, curses, and cries of anger. The youths, who had assumed their numbers would make it easy to bully Lucen, suddenly realized how wrong they were. Lucen's troops had been hiding in the shadows all along, their numbers unknown. When skeletal warriors, skeletal archers, and venomous witch doctors emerged, unleashing a storm of arrows and green toxic fumes, the group finally understood just how deadly Lucen was. Wang Liang, still hiding behind the young woman, was just about to counterattack when a warm liquid splashed onto his face. Reaching up to touch it, he realized it was blood. The girl's head had erupted right in front of him. Before he could scream, his vision went black. His mind went blank, and he died on the spot, never even realizing how it happened. The entire battle ended in less than a minute. Lucen surveyed the carnage, severed limbs and broken bodies littering the ground, with a calmness that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Without hesitation, he led his troops toward the mighty boar's lair. His venomous witch doctors and skeletal archers had long since locked onto these people. At his command, their fate was sealed. Lucen had originally intended to show mercy, but these fools had squandered their chance to live. Meanwhile, inside the mighty boar's lair, Qin Shang was leading his skeletal knights in battle against the massive boars. The skeletal knights were slender, draped in tattered black cloaks, wielding weathered long swords. Their pale bones emitted a faint glow, and their eye sockets burned with deep red light. Their reins were woven from shattered bones, and they rode pale skeletal horses into battle. The skeletal knights clashed fiercely with the giant boars. The knights, mounted on their skeletal steeds, skillfully dodged the boars' attacks. The enormous boars relied on brute strength, launching powerful charges with their massive bodies. The skeletal knights, however, deftly lured the boars into attacking before countering with swift, precise sword strikes. Though their sword energy was razor-sharp, the boars' tough hides seemed impervious to weapons. Under Qin Shang's command, the skeletal knights continuously shifted positions, searching for the boars' weak points. While the boars' physical strength was formidable, they had vulnerabilities. A single mistake on their part would lead to their demise at the hands of the skeletal knights. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Shang said, "The dungeon progress is already at 90%. Just 10% more, and we'll clear it." As he envisioned the global announcement of his success, a series of alerts sounded in his mind. Your teammate Wang Liang has been killed by the Abyss Lord. He is now dead and has been automatically removed from the party. Your teammate Zhao Jinlin has been killed by the Abyss Lord. He is now dead and has been automatically removed from the party. What the hell? Didn't Wang Liang leave the dungeon? How did he die? Wait, no. Everyone left outside is dead. Before entering the dungeon, Qin Shang had partied with the others, so he received updates whenever a teammate died. In mere moments, all 10+ members of his group were dead. The entire massacre had lasted less than a minute. So it was Lucen, the Abyss Lord, the first person to enter the novice tier realm. Damn it, Wang Liang and those useless fools, so many of them, and they couldn't even hold off one lord. Well, whatever. They're dead now, which means I don't have to split the rewards with them. The progress is already at 90%. As long as I clear this dungeon first, all the rewards will be mine. Once I'm stronger, I'll make sure to kill Lucen myself. A cold glint flashed in Qin Shang's eyes. Elsewhere, Lucen had just entered the dungeon when a voice echoed in his mind. The dark world envelopes the entire starfield. Mighty boars originally lived in a place called the Kambara Forest. They enjoyed digging deep burrows to use as homes. These burrows were often deep, spacious, and comfortable, accommodating multiple mighty boars at once. However, the corruption of dark energy turned this forest into a perilous region. Under the influence of dark energy, the mighty boars became violent and ferocious. No longer docile and friendly, they began attacking humans and other creatures. As the dark energy continued to grow stronger, they became increasingly powerful and malevolent, gradually becoming tools of the dark power. Dungeon mission: eliminate all mighty boars corrupted by dark energy within the dungeon and obtain the mighty boar's exclusive core crystal. Great Lord, do you choose to enter the dungeon? Enter. Dungeon information: this is an F-rank mighty boar dungeon. Dark creatures within the dungeon include Tier 1 mighty boars times 100,000. Mighty boar kings times 350. Dark mighty boar king times 1. Note, this dungeon is a non-death dungeon. If you find yourself unable to defeat the dark creatures, you may exit early. Failure to exit in time will result in severe consequences. Challenge begins. This Great Force Pig Nest dungeon is divided into a solo dungeon and a multiplayer dungeon. The number of dark creatures in both modes is the same, but the rewards differ. The solo dungeon's rewards are 10 times greater than those of the multiplayer mode. To rush through the dungeon and earn the title of the first to clear it, Chen Shang chose the multiplayer dungeon, while Lucen opted for the solo dungeon. As a result, the two did not encounter each other inside. As soon as Lucen entered the Great Force Pig Nest, he was engulfed by a suffocating aura of darkness. The nest was vast, seemingly endless, with countless holes on the ground and walls. Each hole connected to a dark tunnel. Deep within the nest, blurry silhouettes began to emerge, gradually becoming clearer. They were Great Force pigs, one after another. These pigs were massive, twice as large as those outside, exuding an aura of darkness. Their tusks and skin radiated ferocity. They gathered together, letting out deafening roars as if to intimidate Lucen. The roars echoed around, full of anger and wildness. At the moment they appeared, they charged straight at Lucen and his forces. At the same time as the Great Force pigs appeared, a group of skeletal warriors, skeletal archers, and venomous witch doctors of varying forms immediately sprang into action. The skeletal warriors resembled various beasts, some like rhinos, others like bulldogs, lions, or leopards, all clad in bone spikes. With their higher levels, they charged at the Great Force pigs like wild beasts. Under their attacks, the pigs fell one by one, black blood spilling out. The skeletal archers relied on their sharp eyesight and precise archery to launch long-range assaults on the dark creatures. Meanwhile, the venomous witch doctors unleashed green toxic fogs, poisoning large numbers of the Great Force pigs. The synergy among these abyssal creatures was seamless, leaving the Great Force pigs with no way to defend themselves. In no time, the brief battle ended, and all 100,000 Great Force pigs were slain. Skeletal Warrior, LV94 LV109. Skeletal Archer, LV89 LV105. Venomous Witch Doctor, LV88 LV104. To Lucen, 100,000 Great Force pigs were nothing more than a minor challenge. While killing a single pig would yield just 1 unit of base experience for others, Lucen earned 1 billion experience points per pig. With 100,000 of them, that was a total of 100 trillion experience points. All 1,000 plus of his subordinates leveled up to over level 100. With the first wave of battle concluded, the ground was littered with the corpses of Great Force pigs. In less than 5 minutes, Lucen's dungeon progress had reached 95%, with only 350 giant Great Force Pig Kings and 1 dark Great Force Pig King remaining in the entire dungeon. Deep within the nest, as the 100,000 Great Force pigs were slaughtered, the ferocious figures of giant Great Force Pig Kings began to emerge. These Pig Kings were towering and burly, exuding a powerful aura of darkness, as if they were embodiments of darkness itself. Their skin was rough and tough, dark brown as if scorched by flames, etched with black flame patterns. Each Pig King bore a massive bone spike on its head, sharp as a sword and intimidating to behold. Their noses were long and sensitive, like radars in the darkness, capable of detecting any living being. Rows of sharp blades extended from their sides like daggers in the shadows, capable of slicing through enemies with ease. On their backs was a colossal bone whip, resembling a dark spear, able to pierce through any foe effortlessly. Seeing the appearance of these giant Pig Kings, Lucen couldn't help but marvel. The Pig Kings in the dungeon were twice the size of those outside and 10 levels higher. However, for his abyssal army, which was already over level 100, they posed no real threat. In less than 3 seconds, all 350 Pig Kings were annihilated. Skeletal Warrior, LV-109 LV-115. Skeletal Archer, LV-105 LV-112. Venomous Witch Doctor, LV-104 LV-111. For Lucen, the experience gained from killing a single Great Force Pig was the same as killing a Pig King, so the rate of leveling up had slowed significantly. At this point, the dungeon progress had reached 98%, leaving only the final Dark Great Force Pig King. Warning! 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 Dungeon boss, the Dark Great Force Pig King, has sensed the slaughter of its kin and is enraged. It is about to appear. Lords, prepare yourselves. The Dark Great Force Pig King had towering shoulders like two small mountains, covered with a thick layer of hardened skin resembling an indestructible shield capable of withstanding attacks. Its eyes, like two black pearls, gleamed with cunning and profound light. Its gaze was wild and fearless, yet also exuded an air of intelligence that made it difficult to meet directly. Its large ears stood upright like two black blades. Hearing its voice was as intimidating as facing a beast in the darkness. Its wide mouth was filled with sharp tusks, resembling blades of darkness capable of tearing through anything. When the Dark Great Force Pig King appeared, a massive health bar materialized above its head, showing a total of 35,680 HP. Since Lucen was outside his territory, he couldn't view the detailed level information of this Pig King. However, with over 100 level 100 abyssal creatures under his command, it was more than enough to take it down. 10 skeletal warriors donned in knight skeleton armor held their ground against the boss's attacks, while other skeletal warriors harassed it continuously. Meanwhile, hundreds of skeletal archers launched relentless volleys of arrows, complemented by the Venomous Witch Doctor's support attacks. The Dark Great Force Pig King's health bar visibly plummeted at a rapid pace. 325. 256. 826. In less than a minute, the dungeon's most formidable boss collapsed with a thunderous crash. Immediately after, a voice echoed in the ears of all lords. Announcement: congratulations to the Abyss Lord. Announcement: congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for clearing the F-level dungeon Great Force Pig Nest, becoming the first novice-level lord in the Dark World to clear a dungeon. As the global announcement rang out, Chen Shang, who was commanding his skeletal knights to battle Pig Kings in the multiplayer dungeon, froze in disbelief. A momentary lapse almost allowed a pig to attack him directly, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. What the hell? I was the first to enter this dungeon, and with so many people helping me, my progress is only at 95%. How did someone who entered after me clear the dungeon in less than 10 minutes? He must have cheated. Chen Shang was so furious he could spit blood, his mood utterly shattered. From the time he received the death notifications for Wang Liang and the others to now, only 10 minutes had passed. Since he hadn't encountered Lucen in the multiplayer dungeon, Lucen must have entered the solo dungeon. At that time, Chen Shang's progress was nearing 90%, yet Lucen had cleared the entire dungeon in just 10 minutes while he himself had only reached 95%. The disparity was absurd. It wasn't just overtaking, it was like speeding on a racetrack. He was already nearing the finish line when Lucen had just started, yet Lucen had somehow leaped straight to the end. Meanwhile, he was still struggling to kill dark creatures, only to gain nothing in the end. In Dark World dungeons, killing dark creatures doesn't drop items, all rewards are distributed upon clearing the dungeon. Chen Shang had not only wasted an enormous amount of time killing monsters but had also lost several troops, ultimately gaining nothing. Anyone in his position would be livid. He was absolutely fuming. After Lucen conquered the F-level Great Force Pig Nest, the dungeon now belonged to him. Still in the dungeon, Chen Shang's figure vanished as he was teleported outside. Gazing at the entrance of the Great Force Pig Nest, now inscribed with the blood-red words Abyss, he felt his fury surge even further. Fine. Lucen, I'll remember you. If I ever run into you, I swear I'll kill you. Chen Shang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, though his rationality kept him restrained. To have killed Wang Liang and the others, Lucen's forces must have numbered at least 300, if not more. Even at his peak, with over 400 skeletal knights, Chen Shang wasn't confident he could best Lucen. To clear the level quickly, Lucen's troop count had to exceed 1,000. Engaging him head-on would be akin to seeking death. In the southern Nether Flame Plains, within an area shrouded in ice, Li Qingru wore an elegant flame-colored dress embroidered with a golden phoenix. She was commanding her phoenix to attack a 10-meter-tall Ice Plains wolf with fire. Just as she was about to clear the level, she heard the announcement of Lucen's first completion of the dungeon. She stumbled, nearly falling off the back of her phoenix. Is this guy even human? The Ice Plains wolf dungeon was less than 100 meters from the edge of her territory. The moment she received the dungeon quest, she had located it swiftly. Moreover, fire attributes counter ice, and the Fire Phoenix was like a walking bomber in the dungeon, burning large groups of Ice Plains wolves with a single flame. Yet even with such speed, she still hadn't caught up to Lucen, leaving Li Qingru deeply frustrated. As a fireball descended, the Ice Plains wolf boss fell to the ground, and Li Qingru once again became the eternal second place. In the extreme cold lands of northern Mumming, Bei Muxing's gaze darkened. He possessed a golden map and had immediately locked onto the dungeon's location based on his territory's position. He had thought that with the map, he could quickly find the dungeon and then rely on his powerful troops to swiftly eliminate the dark creatures. But just as he approached the boss, full of confidence, the news of Lucen's first dungeon completion reached him, leaving him thoroughly vexed. This is driving me mad. Becoming the first rookie lord was bad enough, but now he's stolen the title of first dungeon clear as well. Looks like I'll have to unite with other lords to take down Lu Senior. Seeing a message from a lord named Dark Knight, Chen Shang, in the chat group, he smirked. Before entering the dungeon, Bei Muxing had used the golden map to check the information of other lords near Lucen's vicinity. He applied to add them as friends in the chat zone and sent alliance requests to each of them. Chen Sheng initially had no intention of forming an alliance with him, but after Lucen cleared the dungeon first, the man suddenly reached out, expressing willingness to join the alliance to deal with Lu Senator. The plan was to split the resources obtained from killing Lucen. Bei Muxing sneered to himself, with just third-tier skeleton knights, you think you can split resources with me? Dream on. You're all just cannon fodder for attacking Lu Senior. He turned his attention to the chat channel, where his allies were in active discussion. There were dozens of members from the Beimu family present. Back on Blue Star, they all belonged to the Beimu family, and after crossing into the Dark World, they had naturally gathered together, spreading across the extreme cold lands and the bone burial grounds. The Beimu family now had nearly 20 members. With other family members recruiting more people, the number of lords under Bei Muxing's command would soon surpass 50, perhaps even more. This was the source of his confidence. The chat channel was buzzing with activity. I haven't even found the dungeon yet, and Lucen has already cleared it? Damn, there are over 100,000 dark creatures in my dungeon, and I've only managed to clear 1,000 of them. How is Lucen so insanely fast? What kind of troops does Lucen have to clear a dungeon so quickly? Unbelievable. Lord Lucen, do you need a subordinate? I'm barely managing to protect my territory core from dark creatures, let alone exploring the dark world or tackling dungeons. The longer this goes on, the bigger the gap will get. Catching up to the main forces quickly will require exceptional luck, otherwise, it'll be impossible to keep up. Lucen must have cheated or entered a multiplayer dungeon and got others to help him. There's no way he cleared it this fast. Lucen must have a walkthrough for the dungeon, otherwise, this speed is impossible. You idiots, do you think the dungeons in the Dark World are like online games on Blue Star with guides? This is all about strength. The stronger you are, the faster you clear. Inside the mighty boar nest, Lucen stood on the altar and reached out to touch the territory core. Instantly, a searing brilliance surged through his body, followed by a mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Congratulations to Lord Lucen for clearing the mighty boar nest dungeon, becoming the first rookie lord to clear a dungeon in the Dark World. The first clear rewards are as follows. Tier 1 Abyss Lord Exclusive Troop Cards * 10,000. Tier 2 Abyss Lord Exclusive Troop Cards * 1,000. Skeleton Warrior Troop Altar * 1. Abyss Mighty Boar King Hero Altar * 1. Grade G Treasure Chests * 200. Grade F Treasure Chests * 100. Grade D Treasure Chest * 1. Dark Crystals * 10,000. Lucen stared at the pile of rewards in astonishment, not expecting the first clear rewards to be so generous. Just the 10,000 Tier 1 Abyss Lord exclusive troop cards were equivalent to 10,000 skeleton warriors. Lucen immediately chose to use these troop cards. As soon as he activated the cards, the ground cracked open, revealing the eerie bone burial grounds beneath. Countless skeleton warriors emerged from the fissures, their white bones gleaming under the firelight as if they had just awakened from death. The moment these ancient warriors appeared, the atmosphere in the dungeon grew heavy and chilling. They marched toward Lucen with slow but resolute steps. When they were less than 10 meters away, they all knelt in unison, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Their low growls reverberated in the air, instilling fear in anyone who heard it. Lucen looked at the 10,000 skeleton warriors, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Summoning these 10,000 skeleton warriors at his territory core would have cost him 10,000 dark crystals. Equipping them with knight skeleton warrior gear to enhance their attributes would cost an additional 500,000 dark crystals. Shaking his head, Lucen decided to set that thought aside for now and continued inspecting the rest of his rewards. The 1000 Tier 2 Abyss Lord exclusive troop card saved Lucen another 10,000 dark crystals. Following his usual strategy, he converted half into skeleton archers and the other half into poison witch doctors. A rumbling sound echoed as the ground shook, and 1000 Tier 2 Abyss troops appeared in the mighty boar nest. What thrilled Lucen even more was the inclusion of 2 altars in the rewards. Skeleton Warrior Troop Altar. Grade, F. Function, summons 1000 skeleton warriors every 24 hours. Note, the altar can be upgraded. Materials required for the next level. O Iron Blocks * 1000. O Wood * 1000. O Soul Flame Stones * 1000. O Dark Crystals * 1000. Of a grade, each level upgrade increases the summoned troops by tenfold every 24 hours. Upon seeing the information about the Skeleton Warrior Troop Altar, Lucen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the Dark World to have such a miraculous item. An altar capable of adding 1000 skeleton warriors to his territory each day, with the potential for upgrades to summon even more. By the time it reached E grade, it could summon 10,000 troops daily. Lucen stored the Skeleton Warrior Troop Altar in his leather pouch and proceeded to examine the Abyss Mighty Boar King Hero Altar. In the Dark World, the structure of every territory comprised lords, heroes, and troops. Heroes function like ancient generals, capable of leading troops into battle. Heroes in this world possessed attributes that enhanced the stats of their subordinates and intelligence akin to humans. Lucen eagerly studied the altar, wondering what kind of hero the Abyss Mighty Boar King would be. The Abyss Mighty Boar King altar was a massive structure, located at the center of the mighty boar nest. After Lucen annihilated all the dark creatures, the altar reverted to its original form. At the altar's entrance stood a giant pig-shaped stone sculpture. Its head was raised skyward as if gazing into the heavens, its body crouched with powerful, muscular limbs exuding an aura of dominance. At the center of the altar was a cylindrical abyss, bottomless and radiating a potent energy aura. At the top of the altar stood a mighty boar totem, a lifelike golden pig radiating light and exuding immense power. The totem's eyes shimmered with a spark of wisdom, as if scrutinizing its surroundings. On its chest rested a massive moon-shaped emblem, symbolizing the lunar strength of the abyssal mighty boar king. The entire altar exuded an air of mystery and solemnity, deterring anyone from approaching lightly. Lucen carefully ascended the stone steps toward the center of the altar, where a groove identical in shape to the core crystal exclusive to the mighty boar waited. Gently, he retrieved the crystal and slowly placed it into the groove. Instantly, the entire altar began to tremble as a surge of powerful energy emanated from within. As the energy spread, a golden beam of light shot out of the groove, engulfing the entire altar. The air grew thick with an oppressive presence, as if the heavens and earth themselves were about to be torn apart by the force. A golden silhouette gradually solidified, and within less than a minute, the abyssal mighty boar king had appeared. The moment it emerged, the atmosphere around the altar became suffused with an overwhelming aura, as though an invisible energy field was spreading outward. The abyssal mighty boar king was a colossal creature with the head of a golden boar and the body of a humanoid. Its entire form shimmered with a fusion of molten lava and metal, radiating an indomitable presence. The beast sported 2 razor-sharp tusks, and its deep black eyes seemed to pierce into the soul. Its muscular frame and robust limbs exuded raw power, while its iron-hard skin appeared impenetrable, capable of withstanding any attack. On its back were massive wings resembling those of a bat, which unfolded during movement, showcasing both might and speed. Its tail was equally unique, a long, serpentine appendage ending in a sharp spike, clearly usable as a weapon. The abyssal mighty boar king approached Lucen and knelt, its voice steady yet reverent. Abyssal mighty boar king, Judy Den, at your service, great abyssal lord. Lucen observed Judy Den closely, noting the stark contrast between this majestic figure and the dark, corrupted version of the boar king he had encountered before. Now, Judy Den appeared far more commanding and awe-inspiring. Eagerly, Lucen examined Judy Den's stats. Abyssal mighty boar king, Judy Den. Grade, Tier 5. Level, LV1. Health, 500. Attack power, 156. Defense power, 253. Hero skills. O Abyssal Roar, unleashes a roar that deals massive physical damage to all enemies within range, inflicting a fear effect that prevents them from attacking, casting skills, and reduces their speed. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. O Bloodthirsty Butcher, activates a berserk state for a set duration, increasing attack power by 99% and movement speed by 50%. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. Hero attribute, Iron Fortress. Faction, Abyss. Description: Judy Den was once the mighty boar king of the Kanbala forest, commanding an army of over 1 million mighty boars. During the Dark Invasion, it sealed itself within the altar, awaiting a destined individual to return it to its homeland. As Lucen analyzed Judeden's stats, his eyes lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected Judiden to be a Tier 5 hero, an enormous advantage in terms of combat strength compared to other lords. Moreover, with its abyssal roar and bloodthirsty butcher skills, Judiden was practically a walking tank. Lucen then turned his attention to the hero attribute. Hero attributes acted as buffs for troops, enhancing their overall stats. Iron Fortress increases troop health by 300%, physical defense by 50%, elemental defense by 40%, and grants a 20% damage reflection effect. The effects of this attribute grow exponentially with each tier upgrade, multiplying tenfold with every advancement up to Tier 5. Judeden's hero attribute was essentially like equipping every troop with reflective armor. Not only did it boost defense and health, but it also inflicted counter damage. Upon reading the final description, Lucen's excitement surged. With each level gained, the attribute's effects would multiply by 10. From level 1 to level 10, troops would gain a 3000% health boost, 500% physical defense, and 400% elemental defense. Most astonishingly, they would reflect 200% of incoming damage. At equal levels, his troops could simply stand still and let enemies attack themselves to death. At level 100, reaching elite status, the reflection effect would skyrocket to 2000%, a truly terrifying growth rate. This encounter had opened Lucen's eyes to the potential of heroes, and he was ecstatic. This was the reward for clearing the dungeon for the first time. Looking at the imposing Judiden, Lucen felt deeply satisfied. Skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and poison witches could only follow orders mechanically, lacking any independent thought. But heroes were different. For example, if Lucen instructed skeleton warriors to mine, they would robotically dig without collecting resources. Judiden, however, could actively command troops to mine, gather, transport, and store resources. If the troops encountered dark creatures, Judiden could also lead them in battle. Additionally, Judiden's loyalty to Lucen was unwavering at 100%. Meaning it had free will but would never betray him. Judiden, how many troops can you currently lead to receive your hero attribute bonuses? Lucen inquired. Hero attributes only applied to troops directly commanded by the hero and did not affect other units in the territory. Lucen was curious about how many troops could benefit from Judiden's extraordinary buff. Lord, at my current level 1, I can command up to 10 troops. With each level I gain, I can lead 10 additional troops, Judiden responded respectfully. Lucen nodded in admiration. Impressive. At level 10, you'll be able to lead 100 troops, and at level 100, 1000 troops. The higher your level, the stronger the forces you can command. He was quite pleased. Judiden, LV1 LV12. Judiden, LV12 LV20. Judiden, LV20 LV30. As soon as Judiden appeared, its level began to skyrocket. This was due to the experience accumulated by Lucen's troops from slaying dark creatures. Since Lucen commanded a large number of units, the experience each unit received was divided, limiting the rate of Judiden's growth. Still, the influx of experience was continuous, and Judiden's levels visibly increased. The golden, boar-headed humanoid Judiden stood in astonishment, glowing brightly. Despite not having slain a single dark creature, experience flowed endlessly toward it. Seeing the occasional golden light of level-ups flash across the skeleton warriors nearby, Judiden realized this was the capability of the Great Lord before it. Its reverence for Lucen deepened. Judiden's loyalty remained unwavering at 100%, and its admiration only continued to grow. Take a few hundred skeleton warriors and search the mighty boar nest for any resources. Begin mining immediately, Lucen commanded. Yes, Lord. Watching Judiden lead a massive group of skeleton warriors into the maze-like nest to gather resources, Lucen sat atop the now empty hero altar. Unlike the troop altar, which could continually summon units, the hero altar served no purpose after summoning a hero. Would you like to open all treasure chests? Yes. Lucen had no patience to open them one by one and opted to open them all at once. 200 G-grade treasure chests were instantly unlocked, and waves of white light flashed as items materialized before Lucen's eyes. At the same time, a notification echoed in Lucen's mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for opening 200 G-grade treasure chests. The rewards are as follows: 1632 Tier 1 Abyss Lord exclusive unit cards, 132 Tier 2 Abyss Lord exclusive unit cards, 10,000 units of wood, 30,000 units of iron blocks, 200 automatic mining robots, and 6,000 black crystals. Lucen looked at the generous rewards and clicked his tongue in amazement. These treasure chests were just like opening blind boxes, completely unpredictable rewards. Though generally, low-grade treasure chests didn't yield anything particularly dazzling, this time he had struck gold, a haul of 10,000 units of wood. Finding wood in a place like the Bone Burial Grounds was nearly impossible. He wouldn't even be able to scavenge a single unit of it. Wood was primarily used as a building material, and Lucen needed it to upgrade his unit altar. Without examining the rewards too closely, he stashed everything into his leather chests. He carried 8 or 9 leather chests on him, and the skeleton warriors at his side were also carrying over a dozen each, more than enough storage for all the loot. Congratulations to Lord Lucen for opening 100 F-grade treasure chests. The rewards are as follows: 2,000 Tier 1 Abyss Lord exclusive unit cards, 200 Tier 2 Abyss Lord exclusive unit cards, and 1,000 black crystals. Seeing the rewards from the F-grade treasure chests, Lucen shook his head. They weren't as rewarding as the G-grade chests, surprisingly. Still, he used all the unit cards immediately to summon troops, and stashed the black crystals into his leather chests. Lucen then turned his attention to the sole unopened D-grade treasure chest. He silently prayed for a pleasant surprise this time. After a moment of anticipation, he opened it. With a click, a series of items glowing with white light appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for opening a D-grade treasure chest. The rewards are as follows. Second Instance Challenge Card X1. 1000 Tier 1 Abyss Lord exclusive unit cards. 10 Tier 2 Abyss Lord exclusive unit cards. 3000 black crystals. This time, he had obtained something new, the Second Instance Challenge card. Lucen picked up the black glowing card and inspected its details. Second Instance Challenge card. Grade D. Function: each instance dungeon can only be cleared once. However, this card grants a second opportunity to challenge the same instance. Remaining uses: 1. Upon seeing this, Lucen was ecstatic. This was practically a holy artifact for farming experience. After clearing out the dark creatures in an instance, he could use this card to go through it all over again, effectively doubling the experience gain. Each instance dungeon housed tens of thousands of dark creatures, with their levels fixed. Killing a low-level one alone would grant him 1 billion experience points. For example, the Mighty Boar Nest instance had 100,000 Mighty Boars, which amounted to 100 trillion experience points. With the card, it would be 200 trillion. But Lucen wasn't planning to use this card in the Mighty Boar Nest instance. F-grade instances capped out at 100,000 units of creatures, whereas D-grade instances had 1 million or more, and the numbers only increased with higher-level instances, sometimes even reaching billions. Lucen wasn't about to waste this experience card on a low-level dungeon. Half an hour later, Juditan returned with his skeleton warrior subordinates, all carrying a large amount of resources on their backs. Lucen tallied everything and found that the Mighty Boar Nest was indeed rich in resources. Scattered wood, iron blocks, and black crystals were plentiful, and they had even discovered 3 mines, a small iron mine, a stone mine, and a black crystal mine, each containing between 10,000 and 20,000 units of resources. Lucen immediately dispatched the automatic mining robots he had just obtained to begin mining, while Juditan commanded his subordinates to transport and gather resources. With so many skeleton warriors hard at work, efficiency was greatly improved. Lucen sat atop the altar, watching Juditan work, and asked curiously, "Your Mighty Boar clan, what brought you to a place like the Bone Burial Grounds, where there's nothing but skeletons and death?" Juditan froze for a moment, not expecting Lucen to ask such a question. After some thought, he replied, "When darkness descended, I led my clan to resist the dark creatures. Those things had no consciousness. No matter how many we killed, they just kept coming endlessly. Later, I encountered a human who told me to seal myself within this altar and wait for someone fated to rescue the Mighty Boar clan. At first, I didn't believe him, but when I saw him kill nearly 1 billion dark creatures with a single slap, I realized how terrifyingly powerful he was. I had no choice but to agree. After that, I sealed myself and fell into a deep sleep within the altar. I don't know what happened after that." Juditan shuddered involuntarily as he recalled the overwhelming power behind that slap. A single slap killed 1 billion dark creatures, and it was a human. Lucen was thoroughly shocked. He had thought he was doing well to be able to kill a single dark creature of the same level with one strike. To imagine someone capable of obliterating 1 billion with one move, it was beyond comprehension. The size of that hand and the strength behind it must have been unimaginable. Lucen's curiosity deepened. Could it be that someone had already entered this dark world before the mass transmigration? And why did he ask the Mighty Boars to seal themselves in the altar? Lucen's casual question had unexpectedly unearthed such shocking information. Yes, that slap was like a god descending upon the world. Even though it's been almost 50 years, I remember it vividly. Judyton said, recalling the scene once more. At that time, he had been the mighty boar king of his tribe, with a level exceeding 90. Despite fighting desperately every day, the most he could manage was to kill a few thousand dark creatures in a single day. Then one day, a golden-robed Taoist appeared in the forest, radiating a divine glow. He wore an ornate golden cassock embedded with precious gems, each emanating a mysterious light that made it almost impossible to look at directly. The fabric was embroidered with intricate, otherworldly patterns, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. Though the Taoist appeared kind and amiable, when he raised his hand and pointed, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. It was like a radiant star streaking across the sky, brimming with unparalleled power. The golden light spread out in the air, transforming into a massive hand that blotted out the sun. The hand was majestic and divine, as if it contained the power of the universe itself, making it impossible to gaze upon directly. The hand descended slowly but with overwhelming momentum. Its palm radiated a scorching brilliance, akin to sunlight bathing the earth. As the hand came down, countless dark creatures were incinerated in the radiant light, leaving a deep, indelible impression on the young Judyton. Lucen listened intently, captivated by the tale. What level could that human have reached to possess such incredible power? After a long pause, he snapped back to reality and thought to himself, I don't know whether that human is an ally or an enemy. For now, the most important thing is to strengthen myself as quickly as possible. That way, even if they turn out to be hostile, I'll at least have the strength to defend myself. A strong desire to grow more powerful surged in Lucen's heart. Half a day passed, and the black crystal mine, iron mine, and stone mine were already half excavated. Lucen left 1,000 skeleton warriors and a portion of skeleton archers and poison necromancers behind, taking the rest of his army out of the instance. Since he had already cleared the dungeon, all its resources naturally belonged to him. As soon as he stepped out of the instance, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for completing the Mighty Boar instance. Rewards are as follows. Tier 1 Mighty Boar Unit Card X 1000. Leather X 1000. Crafting Tables X 6. Iron Ore X 2560. G-Grade Treasure Chest X 236. F-Grade Treasure Chest X 100. Black Crystals X 1000. Lucen was momentarily stunned, but soon realized what was going on. His earlier reward was from being the first in the Dark World to clear an instance. This reward, however, was specific to the Mighty Boar instance. He didn't hesitate and directly opened all the treasure chests, obtaining a large amount of resources. Seeing that there were no rare items inside, he stored everything into the leather chest. With 6 crafting stations now in his possession, Lucen could upgrade their quality. Once the crafting stations were upgraded, the level of items he crafted in the future would also improve. But the most exciting surprise came next, as a voice echoed in his mind, host level detected to be over 100. Please complete the advancement task to increase your rank and unlock the 3rd SSS level talent. Only then did Lucen realize that, unknowingly, his level had already reached 136. This was because he had been leveling up continuously, turning off the golden glow that accompanied level-ups, so he hadn't noticed when he surpassed level 100. Other lords would hit a bottleneck at level 100 due to rank restrictions and could only level up further by completing advancement tasks. However, Lucen was different. With his 2nd SSS level talent, Unlimited Leveling, he wasn't bound by rank restrictions. Nevertheless, without completing the advancement task, he wouldn't be able to unlock his 3rd talent. Now that Lucen was over level 100, in terms of rank, he was already considered an elite tier lord. But in reality, his strength was weaker compared to other elite tier lords of the same level. Take the Skeleton Warrior, for example. Its rank was tier 1, and with each level up, its health would only increase by 50 points. Even with Lucen's unlimited leveling talent, once the Skeleton Warrior surpassed level 10, its health would still only increase by 50 points per level. In contrast, the Tier 2 Skeleton Archer's health increased by around 100 points per level, even after surpassing level 10. This meant that at the same level, the Skeleton Archer's health was significantly higher than that of the Skeleton Warrior. This realization made Lucen understand the necessity of completing the advancement task. The advancement task to progress from novice to elite tier lord was as follows. Task 1, kill 100,000 dark creatures, completed. Task 2, clear 5 dungeons, incomplete. Task 3, collect 5 black crystal mines, incomplete. Task 4, reach a troop count of 5,000 in the territory, completed. Task 5, accumulate 10,000 black crystals, completed. Task 6, survive 1 dark tide, incomplete. Lucen reviewed the tasks. He had completed 3, but 3 remained unfinished. Both the black crystal mines and dungeons could only be found in the land of burial, so completing them would take time. Furthermore, the dark tide wouldn't begin until the 7th day of the global crossing. In this dark world, where there was no sun or moon, only endless darkness, time was difficult to measure and had to be estimated. Lucen calculated that he had been in this world for about 3 days, meaning there were approximately 3 more days until the dark tide began. He didn't dare rest and knew he had to improve his territory's defenses before the dark tide arrived. Currently, his territory was just an empty Lord's Manor. If dark creatures breached it, the Lord's core would be left unprotected. During a small-scale dark tide, the number of dark creatures could reach into the billions. No matter how many troops he had, it would be impossible to defend against such a horde, and there was always a chance that some creatures might slip through the defenses. Thinking quickly, Lucen ordered Judy Den to take the majority of his troops and search various areas of the land of burial for black crystal mines and dungeons, hoping they could find them before the dark tide began. He himself took the remaining troops back to his territory. This recent dungeon raid had yielded abundant resources, and he needed to organize them properly. As soon as he returned to the territory, he saw a group of dark creatures breaking through the darkness and charging in. With Lucen's level now significantly higher, these dark creatures were generally around level 60 or 70. However, against the combined attacks of his over level 100 skeleton archers, skeleton warriors, and poison witch doctors, the wave of dark creatures was wiped out in less than 10 minutes. Lucen and his troops gained a large amount of experience from the battle. Having brought back many troops, the number of units in Lucen's territory had increased significantly. The speed at which they could kill dark creatures also improved, from taking 10 minutes per wave initially to just 3 minutes now. At times, the number of troops even exceeded that of the attacking dark creatures. Yet, Lucen, looking at his troops, still shook his head in dissatisfaction. Although he now had nearly 100,000 troops, this was still far from enough to face billions of dark creatures. He needed to expedite troop production and increase his territory's troop count. Looking at his empty territory, Lucen immediately placed the skeleton warrior troop altar beside the Lord's Manor. Boom! The moment the altar was placed, the ground shook, and an abyssal aura emanated from the altar. Lucen checked the altar's information. Skeleton Warrior Troop Altar. Rank, F. Function, the altar will summon 1,000 skeleton warriors every 24 hours. Note, the altar can be upgraded. Materials required for the next rank are as follows. Iron ore, 1,000. Wood, 1,000. Soul flame stones, 1,000. Black crystals, 1,000. Upgrade path, FA rank. With each rank increase, the number of troops summoned every 24 hours will multiply by 10. After reviewing the materials required to upgrade the altar, Lucen realized he had enough iron ore, wood, and black crystals, but he lacked soul flame stones. Since he didn't have any on hand, he searched the trading area for the keyword to see if there were any available. To his delight, there were. Item, soul flame stone. Rank, F. Function, contains a trace of soul power, used to repair the souls of undead creatures or as a special building material. Information, a specialty of the southern Netherfire Plains. To local lords, this is just a useless rock, but for those in need, it's invaluable. Price, 1 soul flame stone equals 1 black crystal. Stock, 20,000. After reading the item's description, Lucen's expression darkened slightly. This stone was common in the southern Netherfire Plains but extremely rare in the land of burial. The Dark World was vast, and it was impossible for Lucen to travel to the southern Netherfire Plains when he hadn't even fully explored the land of burial. Fortunately, he now had an abundance of black crystals, so he directly spent 1,000 black crystals to purchase 1,000 soul flame stones. Lucen held the fist-sized soul flame stone in his hand, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding environment. The stone seemed almost alive, shifting between scorching heat and icy cold depending on the light and atmosphere. Without hesitation, Lucen poured all the materials into the altar. The altar glowed with a deep blue light, instantly absorbing all the materials. As soon as the materials touched the altar, it emitted a powerful energy field that swept through the surroundings like a fierce wind, causing everything nearby to shake and tremble. At the center of the energy field, the altar began to transform. Its color shifted from dull gray to radiant gold, as if it had been imbued with new life. The carvings on the altar became more vivid and lifelike, resembling actual skeleton warriors locked in battle. As the energy intensified, the altar's glow grew brighter and brighter, to the point where it was almost blinding. Through the light, one could faintly see the altar absorbing more energy, continuously upgrading itself. As time passed, all the materials were consumed by the radiant golden altar. 30 minutes later, the altar's brilliance began to dim, and a mechanical voice echoed in Lucen's mind. Skeleton Warrior Troop Altar level successfully upgraded. Skeleton Warrior Troop Altar. Grade, E. Function, summons 10,000 skeleton warriors every 24 hours. Note, the Skeleton Warrior Troop Altar can be further upgraded. Materials required for the next level. Iron ore X10000. Wood X10000. Soulflame Stone X10000. Black Crystals X10000. Upgrade Progression. FEDCBA, with each grade increase, the number of skeleton warriors summoned every 24 hours will increase tenfold. With the altar's successful upgrade, it could now summon 10,000 skeleton warriors daily. The altar's size had doubled, radiating an even denser aura of abyssal energy. Deep blue light surged from the altar into the sky, tearing through the heavens and revealing cracks of the abyss. From these fissures emerged skeleton warriors, their aura formidable. In less than 10 minutes, the surroundings were swarming with skeleton warriors. Lucen observed the growing army of skeleton warriors and nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at his remaining resources and realized he had enough to upgrade the Skeleton Warrior Troop Altar again. However, he decided not to invest everything. He wanted to craft a large batch of Nightfall sets to enhance the troop's attributes. Before making the Nightfall sets, I need to upgrade the crafting tables. That way, the quality of the Nightfall sets will improve as well, Lucen thought. He had obtained 6 crafting tables from a dungeon, adding to the one he originally owned, making a total of 7 crafting tables, all at grade G. He checked their details. Item, crafting table. Grade, G. Function, allows the creation of items as long as sufficient materials and blueprints are available. The quality of the crafted items matches the grade of the crafting table. Materials required for the next grade. 3 grade G crafting tables. 10 black crystals. Iron ore X10. Lucen looked at the materials needed to upgrade from grade G to grade F and didn't hesitate. He immediately selected to upgrade. With a flash of light, 3 grade G crafting tables, 10 black crystals, and 10 units of iron ore were absorbed into 1 grade G crafting table. In less than 5 minutes, the system notification sounded. Crafting table successfully upgraded. Grade, GF. Materials required for the next grade. 3 grade F crafting tables. 100 black crystals. Iron ore X100. Seeing that upgrading to the next level required 3 grade F crafting tables, Lucen headed to the trading zone to see if any were available for sale. The trading zone handled billions of transactions daily, offering nearly everything imaginable. After searching, he indeed found some. A single grade G crafting table cost 100 black crystals, while a grade F crafting table cost 1,000 black crystals. Lucen used his 3 remaining grade G crafting tables and purchased 1 more grade G crafting table, combining them into a grade F crafting table. Then, he spent 2,000 black crystals to buy 2 more grade F crafting tables. Finally, Lucen had 4 grade F crafting tables, just enough to combine into 1 grade E crafting table. Crafting table successfully upgraded. Materials required for the next grade. 3 grade E crafting tables. 1000 black crystals. Iron ore X1000. Initially, Lucen wanted to continue upgrading the crafting table from grade E to grade D, but there wasn't a single grade E crafting table listed in the trading zone. Clearly, no one had managed to reach that level yet. He decided to stop upgrading for now and began crafting the Nightfall sets. The skeleton sets consisted of helmet, armor, boots, weapon. Nightfall skeleton helmet, 10 black crystals, 3 leather units, 1 iron unit. Nightfall skeleton armor, 20 black crystals, for leather units, 5 iron units. Nightfall skeleton boots, 10 black crystals, 3 leather units, 1 iron unit. Nightfall skeleton weapon, 10 black crystals, 3 iron units. Lucen began crafting the Nightfall sets one by one. With the upgraded crafting table, he could create a full set in just 30 seconds. Looking at the completed Nightfall sets, Lucen was extremely satisfied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Moreover, with the upgraded crafting table, the quality of the sets had also risen to grade E, and their appearance had undergone noticeable changes. The Nightfall Skeleton Warrior sets exuded an aura of mystery and malevolence. The entire set was pitch black, radiating a deep abyssal energy. The chest plate was adorned with a white skeletal design, instilling fear in those who saw it. The belt was crafted from black iron chains, which swayed enigmatically with the wearer's movements. The boots were high black leather, engraved with yellow runes that seemed to harbor immense power. The weapon was a sharp battle blade, its blade glinting with a cold light, deterring any who dared to gaze at it. Check set attributes, Lucen commanded. Nightfall Set. Grade, E. Nightfall Skeleton Warrior Set consists of helmet, armor, boots, and weapon. Set bonuses. Plus 150% attack power. Plus 190% defense power. Plus 60% critical hit rate. Note, this set is exclusive to Skeleton Warriors. With the Great Upgrade, the Nightfall Set's attack power, defense power, and critical hit rate had all risen significantly. Attack power had increased from 90% to 150%, defense power from 150% to 190%, and most impressively, the critical hit rate had jumped from 30% to 60%, meaning 6 out of 10 strikes could potentially land critical hits. Lucen nodded in satisfaction. The set's attributes increased with its grade, yet the material costs remained the same, much to his delight. After nearly an entire day, the only sounds across the territory were the clashing of weapons against dark creatures and the rhythmic hammering of crafting tables. Fortunately, with Lucen's level rising, his mental energy had also greatly increased. Even after a full day of crafting Nightfall sets, he had barely used much of his energy and still felt invigorated. Seeing 3,000 to 4,000 dark creatures in his territory now clad in the Nightfall sets he had crafted, Lucen was overjoyed. The sight was truly awe-inspiring, rows upon rows of skeleton warriors wearing black chest plates that gleamed with a cold sheen under the core light of the territory, their white skeletal emblems standing out prominently. Just then, a message from Judden came through the territory core to Lucen. Receiving the message, Lucen's spirits lifted immediately. Upon examining the details, he learned that Judden had discovered 3 black crystal mines and 2 iron mines in a single day. This news thrilled Lucen. But that wasn't all. Judden had also found a nest belonging to a creature known as the Witch Hag. Lucen felt a twinge of unease. This was the first time since arriving in the Dark World that he had encountered a second type of dark creature. He had no idea how powerful the Witch Hag might be. Since only lords could determine dungeon levels, Judden had refrained from acting rashly. Instead, he marked the location, stationed his subordinates at the dungeon entrance, and relayed the information to Lucen. Lucen checked the coordinates and found that the nest was located 10,000 meters directly north of the territory core. He immediately instructed Judden to continue guarding the dungeon entrance to prevent others from claiming it first. Looking at his dwindling stock of black crystals, Lucen made up his mind. He decided to lead a large force to the location Judden had marked. A dungeon could yield abundant rewards, provide resources, and help complete advancement tasks. He had to give it a try. A distance of 10,000 meters wasn't far for Lucen, who was at level 100. He estimated it would take him half an hour to reach the destination, even factoring in encounters with dark creatures along the way and avoiding dangerous areas. As soon as he stepped into the darkness, the skeletal archer beside him launched an attack toward the left shadows. Instantly, the anguished howl of a dark boar echoed from the darkness. Judging by the sound, Lucen estimated the boar was at least a kilometer away. He didn't want to waste time, so he didn't bother checking whether it had dropped anything. The dark tide was drawing closer, and the temperature of the entire dark world was plummeting to near freezing. Cold winds howled through the air. Lucen couldn't shake a sense of impending danger. Recently, he had noticed something strange. Since clearing the dark boar nest dungeon, the number of dark boars invading his territory had noticeably decreased. He suspected that some, if not all, of these dark boars were escaping from the dungeon itself. If the dark tide arrived and the dark creatures within the dungeon poured out in full force, he wasn't sure if he could hold them off. Following the coordinates, Lucen continued forward. Before he realized it, nearly half an hour had passed. Ahead, the poison witch issued a warning: dark creatures had appeared. Shortly after, a piercing screech rang out from the darkness. The sound was so sharp it felt like fabric being violently torn apart, sending chills down one's spine. It also carried an eerie quality, like a cold wind howling through hollow bones, filled with an ancient sorrow and agony, as if lamenting 1,000 years of solitude and pain. The sound lingered in the night, echoing endlessly. The darkness obscured his vision, but from the cacophony of cries, Lucen sensed that these dark creatures were not dark boars but a new kind of enemy. Cuckoo! The spine-chilling wails grew closer. Lucen didn't order his subordinates to attack immediately. He wanted to see what these creatures looked like. Out of the darkness emerged a humanoid figure that sent shivers down his spine. She wore a green dress, moving like a ghost prowling under the cover of night. Her hair was gray-white, disheveled, and draped messily over her shoulders, evoking disgust at first sight. The most terrifying part was her lack of eyeballs. Her empty sockets were filled only with darkness and desolation. One of her hands clutched a beating heart, the blood-red organ pulsating in her grip, radiating an eerie aura. Her skin was deathly pale, as if she hadn't seen sunlight in ages, giving her a sickly and sinister appearance. This must be the witch that Judi Denn mentioned, Lucen thought to himself. Meanwhile, the witches' figures flickered as they leapt and climbed across the skeletal plane, charging toward him. They advanced while emitting shrill wails that made one's scalp tingle. The hearts in their hands, still pulsating, exuded a nauseating stench. Lucen hadn't expected the witches to be so fast, moving freely in the darkness. They easily dodged the skeletal archers' attacks. Fortunately, the poison witches released large clouds of green poisonous mist. The mist seeped into the witches' skin, and damage notifications began appearing above their heads. 325. 564. 690. Lucen frowned. If these were dark boars, the skeletal archers could pierce them with a single arrow. But these strange and agile witches required 2 or 3 arrows to take down. It wasn't that they had more health than the dark boars, but their speed was so quick that many of the skeletal archers' attacks missed, significantly lowering the hit rate. Soon, the witches were almost entirely wiped out by Lucen's forces. He counted roughly 200 of them. Thankfully, Lucen had brought over 10,000 troops. Under their blanket attacks, the witches had nowhere to hide and were overwhelmed by a barrage of arrows. Most of the witches were killed by the poison witch's green mist. Afterward, a few scattered witches continued to appear, but they were swiftly dealt with by the skeletal archers. About 10 minutes later, Lucen noticed that the number of witches was increasing. Less than 100 meters ahead, the sounds of fierce combat and explosions lit up the darkness. Upon approaching, he realized it was Judi Denn leading his troops in a battle against the witches. Fortunately, Judi Denn's hero attributes provided significant bonuses, turning his soldiers into virtual tanks with reflective damage. No matter how fast the witches were, as long as they attacked the skeletal warriors, they suffered percentage-based reflective damage. These witches, acting like assassins in the night, deadly but fragile, were now meeting their demise against defensive, high-health enemies with reflective armor. Before long, several witches were killed by reflective damage, their hearts shattering in their hands. They let out shrill, thunderous wails, and even the skeletal warriors nearby displayed bleeding damage notifications above their heads. The witches let out one final screech before their bodies exploded and they died. Lucen hadn't expected the witches to retaliate even in death, indicating their level was significantly higher than the ones encountered earlier. "Kill them all," Lucen commanded. At his order, tens of thousands of abyssal troops surged forward. In the Dark World's bone burial ground, 10,000 meters from Lucen's territory core, a fierce battle was unfolding. Tens of thousands of skeletal archers, skeletal warriors, and poison witches fought against the witches in a brutal clash. The skeletal archers held their bows, unleashing volleys of arrows that glowed ghostly blue in the darkness. The skeletal warriors, clad in night-dark armor, roared as they charged forward, weapons gleaming. The poison witches continuously released clouds of green mist, which infiltrated the witches' bodies, causing their wounds to fester and their damage to compound over time. Despite their incredible speed, the witches were no match for an enemy that outnumbered them so vastly. They were slowly but surely eradicated. After the battle ended and all the witches were cleared out, the hero Judi Denn approached Lucen, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully reported, "Lord, this is the entrance to the witch dungeon. I've discovered that the witches inside the dungeon will come out to attack us, with hundreds or even thousands appearing every hour. They're incredibly fast. I can kill them easily, but the soldiers can't keep up with their speed. Fortunately, I added reflective armor properties to the troops, and their high health allowed us to kill many of the witches." After speaking, Judi Denn took out a pale purple crystal and handed it to Lucen, explaining that it had dropped after killing the witches. He wasn't sure what it was, so he entrusted it to Lucen for examination. Lucen reached out to touch the crystal, which emitted a faint purple glow. He felt a subtle warmth and coolness in his hand. Examining its properties, he read, "Congratulations to Abyssal Lord Lucen for obtaining a rare item, Amethyst Stone. Grade, D. Function, can be used to construct walls or various buildings. Once used, it not only increases durability and defense but also adds special effects to the structure. Description, originates from a creature called the Witch within the Abyss. Occasionally, the hearts they hold produce these amethyst stones. These stones possess memory and regenerative properties, allowing any structure they're used in to repair itself based on its original form, no matter how much damage it sustains. Note, the abyssal creatures known as the ghost witches have been tainted by an inexplicable dark force. If you can locate the purifying springs to cleanse and restore them, the dark aura surrounding them can be removed. These ghost witches will then serve you, and you will also obtain a large amount of amethyst crystals." Lucen stared at the information regarding the amethyst crystals, surprised at how much he had learned. From the details, he understood that the ghost witches were creatures from the abyss. As the Abyssal Lord, he theoretically had the authority to command them. Though his abyssal army had easily subdued the ghost witches, he knew that if their numbers had been greater or his own army's level had not surpassed 100, defeating the ghost witches would have been no easy feat. It was not something an ordinary lord could accomplish. Lucen thought to himself, purifying springs? This is the first I've heard of them. I have no idea where to find such a thing. He turned to Judy Den, the native creature beside him, thinking that this local might know something about the purifying springs. Do you know about the purifying springs? Lucen asked, hoping to get an answer from Judy Den. Hearing the term purifying springs, Judy Den fell into deep thought for a moment before replying. The purifying springs are a miraculous liquid said to remove negative effects and heal wounds. However, I seem to have some gaps in my memory. I do recall there being multiple ways to obtain it. I remember that the hero altar had plenty of purifying springs. The altar where I was sealed also had a lot of it, but I used it all up to resist the dark aura. By the time you summoned me, Lord, it was completely depleted. If we can find another hero altar, there might still be some purifying springs left there. Memory loss? Are you saying you've lost part of your previous memories? Lucen asked in surprise. Judy Den, who had been sealed within the hero altar, had apparently lost parts of his memory, something Lucen hadn't expected. I was also heavily invaded by dark aura at the time. Fortunately, the purifying springs cleansed the dark aura from my body. Later, when the spring water ran out, I had no choice but to rely on my physical body and mental strength to resist the darkness. This not only lowered my level but also damaged my body and mind, leading to the loss of some memories. Had you summoned me any later, Lord, I might have already turned into a dark creature, Judy Den explained. Is there any way to repair your mind and recover your lost memories? Lucen inquired. Restoring Judy Den's memory was important to him. Judy Den was highly knowledgeable about the dark world and a capable subordinate. If his memory, body, and mind could be fully restored, his rank might even increase. Judy Den was already a powerful 5th-tier hero. Once restored, his stats and abilities would undoubtedly become even more impressive. Hearing Lucen's concern, Judy Den was so moved that he almost burst into tears, nearly kneeling in gratitude. Thank you, Lord. There's so much I've forgotten, my origins, my friends, and family. They're all mighty boar kings like me. But I've forgotten where they are. If you can help me recover my memory, I'll find my brothers and sisters and have them join the abyssal realm under your command. Your friends and family? Lucen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Judy Den to bring such potential benefits. Truly, asking questions often revealed surprising opportunities. Do you know any way to repair your body and mind? Lucen asked again. Judy Den thought for a moment before answering. Other than drinking purifying springs water, some sacred treasures with holy light attributes could work, as well as skills imbued with purification or holy light to help heal my body and mind. Lucen nodded. In the dark world, both troops and heroes could possess skills, and so could lords. However, such skills weren't innate, they had to be obtained through special means, such as earning skill stones as rewards for completing dungeons. Unfortunately, skill stones were exceedingly rare and difficult to acquire. At present, Lucen had no skills, relying solely on his physical strength and mental resilience to confront his enemies. He desired skill stones, but they were hard to come by. For now, it seemed the best option was to use the purifying springs to restore Judy Den's body and mind. Lucen turned his gaze to the ghost witch dungeon before him, unsure whether it would bring him surprises or shocks. From the outside, he could faintly glimpse the mysterious interior of the dungeon. It was a place where space and time seemed distorted. Inside the dungeon, countless trees burned with green flames, standing tall amidst endless darkness and casting an eerie light around them. The flickering flames seemed to whisper of chaos and unrest. Beside these burning trees lay a vast expanse of blue ice and snow, stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. The frozen landscape was desolate and lifeless, with the cold wind carrying away all sound. As Lucen stepped into the dungeon's entrance, a wave of spatial distortion engulfed him. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. In the distant past, the abyss was a place brimming with mystery and power. But one day, a powerful dark aura invaded, shattering the balance of the abyss. The Ghost Witch clan, in their struggle for survival, left the abyss in search of lands untouched by the dark aura, embarking on a long journey. They traversed the darkness of the abyss, enduring countless hardships. Along the way, their bodies underwent transformations, their skin turned pale, their eyes grew deep-set, and their fingers became elongated, gradually taking on the appearance of what people now know as ghost witches. However, these changes also brought advantages. Empowered by the dark aura, they gained new abilities, such as manipulating dark elements and communicating with spirits. Over time, the Ghost Witch clan diversified due to variations in their environments. Those dwelling in the oceans evolved into dark sea witches, capable of controlling tides and summoning waves in the deep seas. Those in demon dens became dark demon witches, adept at maneuvering among demonic beasts and summoning dark forces to convert foes into allies. The ghost witches in storm-filled regions transformed into storm witches, capable of summoning storms and altering the very skies. Yet, with their newfound powers came total corruption by darkness, turning them into true dark creatures. Detection complete. The challenger is an Abyssal Lord. Activating Hidden Dungeon Quest. O great Abyssal Lord, your people, the Ghost Witch clan, have been invaded by darkness and lost their sanity. To save your people, you must open the purifying springs scattered throughout the dungeon to cleanse their corruption. Dungeon Quest 1. Travel to the Ghost Mist Forest and open the purifying spring deep within to save the regular Ghost Witch clan. Quest difficulty, F rank. Dungeon Quest 2. Venture to the Glacier Ocean and unlock the purifying spring at its seabed to save the Sea Witch clan. Quest difficulty, E rank. Dungeon Quest 3. Head to the Flame Forest and activate the purifying spring within the lava chasm to save the Flame Witch clan. Quest difficulty, E rank. Dungeon Quest 4. Travel to the Frozen Wastelands and unlock the purifying sacred spring at the Eye of the Storm. Dungeon Quest 5. Travel to the Abyss and unlock. Dungeon Quest 6. Travel to the Blood Valley. Dungeon Quest 7. Travel to the House of Shadows. Dungeon Quest 8. Travel to the Convergence of the Seven Lands, unlock the Trispring Nexus, and rescue the chieftain of the Hag clan trapped within the dungeon. This is an A-rank Hag dungeon. Dark creatures within the dungeon. Common Hag * 1 billion. Sea Hag * 35 million. Demon Hag * 35 million. Storm Hag * 10 million. Winter Hag * 10 million. Blood Hag * 10 million. Night Hag * 10 million. Ravens of Darkness * 10 billion. Night Howler Hounds * 10 billion. Note, this dungeon is categorized as a death dungeon. Once entered, you must complete at least one of the listed quests to exit. If none of the quests are completed within 7 days, it will result in death. O mighty Lord, do you choose to enter the dungeon? Lucen stared at the dungeon description, astonished. He hadn't anticipated encountering an A-rank dungeon. In F-rank dungeons, there were about 100,000 dark creatures. With each rank increase, the number multiplied tenfold. A-rank dungeons had 1 million, and D-rank dungeons had 10 million. Following this progression, A-rank dungeons boasted a staggering number of 10 billion dark creatures. Fortunately, hags were abyssal beings. As an Abyss Lord, Lucen had unlocked a hidden dungeon mechanic, splitting the A-rank dungeon into 8 distinct zones, effectively creating 8 smaller sub-dungeons. Lucen examined the listed quests, each marked with its difficulty level. For example, Quest 1 had an F-rank difficulty, akin to a small F-rank dungeon containing 100,000 dark creatures. Having gained experience from the Mighty Boar Nest dungeon, Lucen didn't think it would be too challenging. However, as the difficulty increased with subsequent quests, the number of dark creatures surged exponentially. With his current troops, achieving a perfect clearance seemed unlikely. I'll start with Quest 1. No reason to waste this trip. Enter. You have entered the Hag dungeon. You have activated a hidden quest. Please select the quest you wish to complete. Note, dying within the quest results in true death. Choose according to your strength. Select Quest 1. Quest 1 selected successfully. Quest 1, travel to the Ghost Mist Forest and unlock the purifying Sacred Springs water source deep within the forest to rescue the Common Hag clan. Quest difficulty, F rank. Dark creatures in the dungeon. Common Hag * 100,000. Ravens of Darkness * 100,000. Night Howler Hounds * 10,000 inch. With a thought, Lucen's figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Ghost Mist Forest. It was an eerie and terrifying place, shrouded in perpetual darkness that obscured vision. Towering black trees stood densely, their claw-like branches jet black and covered in thick moss. Puffs of black fog occasionally emerged, as though guarding the forest and deterring intruders. The forest floor was blanketed in thick, soft moss that emitted faint rustling sounds with each step. The moss was gray-black, as if charred by smoke, exuding an aura of death. The ground was riddled with numerous uneven pits, where darkness churned, seemingly ready to devour anything that approached. The forest was teeming with ravens of darkness darting through the trees. These sinister birds had black feathers and cold, glinting eyes. Their sharp beaks and claws were stained with crimson blood. They let out hoarse cries, which echoed through the forest in an unsettling cacophony. In addition to the ravens of darkness, the forest was home to numerous hags. The hags here were even more malevolent and grotesque than those in the outside world. They often rode black mounts resembling a mix between dogs and wolves, hairless and exuding a vile aura as they roamed the forest. These mounts had cold, piercing eyes, sharp teeth, and their guttural growls reverberated through the forest, leaving an ominous sense of unease. Through the thick fog, the flickering silhouettes of hags could be seen, seemingly casting wicked spells. Their eerie chanting echoed throughout the forest, chilling to the bone. Lucen gazed at the ghost mist forest and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. According to the quest prompt, the spring's water source lay deep within the forest. However, the forest was vast and boundless, making the task of finding the spring daunting. Additionally, the myriad dark creatures lurking within posed a constant threat, ready to ambush any intruder. One misstep could spell disaster. Lucen knew he had to proceed with utmost caution. As he stepped onto the forest's edge, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only faint rays of light filtering through the gaps in the canopy. Suddenly, a low, ominous cry echoed from above. It was the warning call of the Ravens of Darkness. Lucen instinctively looked up to see a swarm of Ravens of Darkness emerging from the depths of the forest. Their cries grew louder, and the tense atmosphere thickened. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to erupt into chaos. Trees swayed violently, their leaves rustling as if some mysterious force was running rampant. A chill surged through Lucen's body, and he realized the Ravens of Darkness were initiating their attack. The sky was soon blotted out by the overwhelming swarm of Ravens of Darkness. They descended like harbingers of doom, radiating an aura of terror and death. The sheer number of them was staggering, their piercing cries resounding through the air. With massive black wings spread wide, they dove sharply from above, moving with the speed and precision of swords, all converging on Lucen's position. Nearby, hunched poison witch hags floated in midair, immediately launching their assault. They hurled green vials at the Ravens of Darkness. Upon contact, the vials exploded, releasing clouds of toxic green mist. Anything that came into contact with the mist met instant death. 3560, 2530, 1235. As the Ravens of Darkness collided with the toxic mist, their health bars instantly vanished. Lucen's mind filled with the constant sound of kill notifications. Poison Witch Hag, LV-145 LV-180. Poison Witch Hag, LV-180 LV-201. Poison Witch Hag, LV-201 LV-223. The Ravens of Darkness in the Ghost Mist Forest were relatively low level, each kill granting a single unit of mandatory experience. With the multiplier effect of a billionfold experience boost, each Raven of Darkness represented 1 billion experience points. However, the sheer volume of dark creatures here was far greater than in the mighty Boar Nest dungeon. The toxic green mist spread through the Ravens of Darkness, triggering a chain reaction deep within the forest. Blood-curdling howls echoed from the depths, signaling the awakening of other creatures. Thousands of skeletal archers gathered, unleashing volleys of arrows at the descending swarm. Their bones shimmered with a pale glow, and their skeletal fingers, gripping their bows, trembled with deadly precision. The skeletal archers focused their aim on specific targets, their arrows striking true even in the darkness. The impact of the arrows unleashed bursts of energy, and any Raven of Darkness struck by them disintegrated into black smoke, vanishing into the void. The skeleton archer, at nearly level 200, could fire 10 arrows per second. Under the dense rain of arrows, the dark ravens were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As long as the skeleton archer launched an attack, it was certain to claim the life of a dark raven. At this moment, pairs of blood-red eyes pierced through the dense mist deep within Ghost Fog Forest, locking onto Lucen and his group. Wraith-like figures exuding dark energy emerged from the murk. Each had clutched a heart in her hands, her form flickering in and out of sight, eerie and ghostly. They darted through the thick forest, leading a pack of night howl hounds, and charged out of the fog to launch an assault on Lucen. The hero Juddington shone with golden light, resembling a war god descended from the heavens. Leading a group of skeletal warriors, he faced the oncoming hags with no trace of fear, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Moving swiftly, he dodged attacks while counterattacking with overwhelming force. The battle erupted instantly. The hags' dark energy radiated outward from the hearts they held, but Juddington spread his wings and brandished his weapon, engaging them in a fierce confrontation. Leaping into the air, he relied on his formidable physique, ignoring the hags' strikes as he relentlessly targeted the hearts in their hands. Boom! 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 The battle grew increasingly intense, and countless hags exploded into pieces on the spot. Juddington, LV-156 LV-187. Juddington, LV-187 LV-201. Juddington, LV-201 LV-232. With each dark creature slain, the experience bar of Lucen's Abyss army surged rapidly. After the grueling battle, both Lucen and his Abyss army surpassed level 200. However, Lucen did not stop to continue hunting dark creatures. his goal was to locate the purification spring hidden within Ghostfog Forest. With Juddington and the Abyss Army clearing the way ahead, they moved like harbingers of death through the dense forest. Their figures flickered rapidly, radiating a profound, ominous glow, as if demons emerging from the depths of hell. Lu Xun was protected by a group of skeletal warriors clad in nightfall armor. These warriors were as tough as steel, their weapons gleaming with a chilling light. Their eyes were cold and brimming with murderous intent, unyielding even in the face of darkness and death. In the black fog, Nightowl hounds and hags would occasionally launch ambushes. The hags, with their twisted faces and blood-red glowing eyes, clutched hearts in their hands, moving with eerie agility like specters dancing in the shadows. The Nightowl hounds were massive, their sharp fangs glinting as their ghostly green eyes locked onto the Abyss Army before charging at incredible speed. Yet, each ambush was swiftly neutralized by the Abyss Army. At the forefront of the group stood Juddington, his towering figure like a mountain. Every swing of his weapon carried an unstoppable force. Through countless battles, Lu Xun had come to witness the formidable power of the skeletal warriors clad in nightfall armor. Just 10 minutes earlier, a group of Nightowl hounds had launched a sudden attack. The skeletal warriors, protected by the nightfall armor, had withstood the assault, leaving only faint scratches on their armor, entirely unharmed. This made Lu Xun inwardly grateful. Without this equipment, the Nightowl hounds could have killed the skeletal warriors protecting him, putting his own life in jeopardy. Even if he had survived, he would have been gravely wounded. At that moment, ghostly figures began to appear in the depths of Ghostfog Forest. Amid the thick mist, indistinct forms drifted about. These figures moved through the shadows of the trees, bringing with them an eerie silence, followed by the howling of the wind. The ghostly fog swirled, and the pitch-black trees rustled ominously. The figures lacked definite shapes, appearing as indistinct shadows, as though formed from the mist itself. Lu Xun observed the ghost-like figures and immediately deduced that these were spirits. This was not mere intuition, but a conclusion drawn from the descriptions of the hags and the dark creatures of Ghostfog Forest provided when entering the dungeon. In Ghostfog Forest, aside from the hags, dark ravens, and Nightowl hounds, there were no other dark creatures. However, the powerful hags possessed the ability to communicate with spirits and could command them. Typically, spirits had translucent, ethereal bodies, pale and sinister faces, and often warriory, unsettling smiles. Just then, the spirits launched their attack. "Prepare for battle!" Juddington shouted as he saw the spirits charging forward, immediately issuing the order. Countless skeletal warriors rushed toward the spirits, brandishing their swords and roaring as their bones shone with a cold, bleak light in the darkness. However, despite their overwhelming strength, the skeletal warriors' attacks seemed futile against the spirits. Their blows passed through the spirits as if striking air, leaving no impact. The skeleton archers fired long arrows from afar, but the arrows, as though swallowed by darkness, also passed through the spirits' bodies and vanished without a trace. Poison witch hags floating in midair hurled green poison mists onto the ground, but the spirits passed through the toxic clouds unharmed. Instead, the spirits seemed agitated by some unknown force, frantically lunging at the nearest soldiers of the Abyss Army. One spirit's translucent form merged with a nearby skeletal warrior. The spirit and the warrior appeared to fuse, their forms overlapping. The skeletal warrior's life flame within its skull burned violently, the green and blue flames intertwining. The skeletal warrior's body became shrouded in a layer of the spirit's ethereal form, making it appear as though the two had become one. The affected skeletal warrior's movements grew sluggish, as if time itself had slowed. Its weapon swung wildly and uncontrollably, injuring the skeletal warriors around it. 123. 156. The possessed skeletal warrior began attacking its own allies, wounding both skeletal warriors and archers. Soon, other nearby skeletal warriors and archers were also affected, their movements becoming distorted and erratic. They flailed about as if dancing, their attacks chaotic and uncontrolled, harming their own comrades. Under the spirit's influence, the undead seemed to lose their self-awareness, behaving like drunken men, attacking indiscriminately and causing significant damage to their own ranks. Meanwhile, some spirits fused with the floating poison witch hags. The hags' green poison mist, which typically healed allied units, created a bizarre scene. Skeletal archers and warriors on the ground were attacking each other, while the hovering poison witch hags frantically healed them. Though it seemed like an eternity, only 10 seconds had passed since the attack began. The first skeletal warrior possessed by a spirit burned intensely with life flame until the spirit was forced out, separating from the flames. Obviously, the ghost had failed in its struggle for control against the skeletal warrior. However, the possessed skeletal warrior could not attack the ghost's spiritual form and could only allow the ghost to possess it, continuously vying for control over the body. Fortunately, the skeletal warrior had reached level 200, and these ghosts could only temporarily possess abyssal creatures without fully controlling them. Lucen watched the tens of thousands of abyssal troops attacking each other, sweat forming on his brow as he sank into contemplation, trying to devise a solution. Since he was not in his territory, he could not access detailed information about these ghosts and had to rely on his current resources to resolve the problem. Based on the dungeon's difficulty rating of F, which was a comprehensive evaluation considering Lucen's personal strength, troop numbers, and level, it meant that Lucen should theoretically be able to clear this dungeon on his own strength. Staring at the ethereal forms of the ghosts, Lucen's expression grew grim. Physical attacks were almost ineffective against these ghosts, leaving only two possible methods to deal with them. One was to locate the ghost which controlling them, killing the ghost which would sever the connection to the ghosts, causing them to disperse. However, the ghost mist forest was vast and boundless, and the dark world was already pitch black. Adding to this, the forest's natural mist severely limited visibility. For an ordinary person, it was as though they were blindfolded in this place. Even with Lucen's level of 256 and the significant enhancements to his physical attributes, which slightly increased his vision range, he could still only see up to 50 meters in this dense forest. Searching for a ghost which with such limited visibility was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The second method was to use some special means, such as finding a way to counter the ghosts. Just then, a skeletal warrior controlled by a ghost suddenly launched an attack at Lucen. Snapped out of his thoughts by the approaching danger, Lucen reacted instinctively. As the Abyss Lord, his skin shimmered with an obsidian-like black sheen, his eyes ignited with phosphorescent flames, and blue fire spread across his body, exuding an aura of terror. At the very moment the skeletal warrior's weapon was about to strike, Lucen, in a moment of desperation, unleashed a powerful punch directly at the skeleton. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the skeletal warrior's weapon shattered instantly. The skeletal warrior, clad in its Dark Knight armor, was sent flying dozens of meters by the immense force of the impact, its equipment fracturing visibly. Lucen looked at his flame-enshrouded fists in astonishment, as though they contained boundless power. He hadn't anticipated that he could unleash such tremendous potential in a moment of crisis. In the past, he had devoted all his time to enhancing his troop strength, neglecting the potential within himself. Before Lucen could calm down, it was as if the ghosts had realized he was the leader of the abyssal creatures, and they surged toward him in waves. One skeletal warrior suddenly charged at him with an attack. Witnessing this, Judaiden, who was less than 50 meters away, grew anxious. In desperation, he unleashed his skill Abyssal Roar. With a thunderous bellow, the entire space trembled, and the surrounding air distorted under the pressure of the powerful sound waves. Nearby skeletal warriors staggered, some collapsing outright. The one about to strike Lucen froze in place, stunned by the sound wave's force. The ghost inhabiting that skeletal warrior was also violently expelled, flung out into the air. It writhed, attempting to re-enter the body, but as the sound waves intensified, its form grew increasingly faint until it finally dissipated into the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the dozens of ghosts clinging to Judaiden also burst apart instantly. Once the ghosts dissipated, the skeletal warriors regained their autonomy, and the once chaotic abyssal army returned to order. Lucen felt a throbbing pain in his head. Although Judaiden's attack was not directed at him, the roar was so loud that it left his eardrums ringing painfully. It took him a while to recover and realize that Judaiden's abyssal roar skill not only instilled fear in enemies but also inflicted damage on spiritual entities like ghosts. Countless attacks pale in comparison to Judaiden's single roar. Hero skill, Abyssal Roar. Abyssal Roar affects all enemies within range, dealing massive physical damage. Targets within range are inflicted with fear, rendering them unable to attack or cast skills, and their movement speed is reduced. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Since the skill had a cooldown, Lucen had to wait 10 minutes before Judaiden could unleash it again. To prevent the abyssal army from being possessed by ghosts once more, Lucen cautiously advanced deeper into the ghost mist forest, only moving forward every 10 minutes. Along the way, they encountered many ghosts, but under Judaiden's abyssal roar, spiritual forms were repeatedly shattered. An hour later, after dispersing the sixth wave of ghosts, a sharp, ear-piercing wail emanated from the depths of the ghost mist forest, as though tearing through the very fabric of the atmosphere. Though Lucen could not see what lay ahead, he relied on the sound to determine its approximate direction. The cry was like a beacon in the dark. Following the sound, Lucen noticed that the closer they got, the more dark creatures and ghosts they encountered, confirming that they were heading in the right direction. It was possible that the purification spring's source was located there. Boom! 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 The battles raged on, the sound of attacks roaring like thunder. Countless dark creatures were slain, their forms disintegrating into black mist that merged with the darkness. The ground trembled from the intensity of the battles, and shattered trees littered the ground. After unlocking his potential and enhancing his physical capabilities, Lucen realized that the Abyss Lord was not just a summoner of troops. There was immense untapped potential for strengthening himself as well. He began experimenting with controlling his power to slay dark creatures, though the surge of strength brought on by his initial adrenaline-fueled reaction had since faded. Now, he sought ways to improve through combat. Another half-hour passed. As Lucen led the Abyssal army forward, the sharp wail returned. This time, it was accompanied by the eerie chanting of the Ghost Witch, a haunting, ancient nursery rhyme filled with a sinister power that sent chills down the spine. As the chanting continued, the forest's atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The corpses of dark creatures previously slain by Lucen began to reappear. Their souls were summoned forth, turning into black smoke, forming ghostly figures that flickered in and out of sight. Their eyes burned with malice and rage, and the forest became even more foreboding and terrifying. With each verse the Ghost Witch chanted, more ghosts gathered, swarming toward the Abyssal army like a tidal wave. At the critical moment, Ju-Diden unleashed another abyssal roar. The number of ghosts decreased significantly, and the Ghost Witch's chanting was interrupted, followed by a furious scream. Lucen seized the opportunity to lead his forces deeper into the forest. After 5 hours, Lucen deduced that the Ghost Witch could only chant once per hour, and the more dark creatures that had recently died in the vicinity, the greater the number of ghosts summoned. However, each time the Ghost Witch began to chant, Ju-Diden would roar, disrupting the summoning and forcing the Ghost Witch to vent her frustration through enraged howls. Another hour later, Lucen finally caught sight of a faint purple glow in the distance. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for entering the depths of the Ghost Mist Forest. You have located the source of the purification spring, located beneath the altar. Please eliminate the altar's guardian, the Ghost Witch, and activate the purification spring to cleanse the entire Ghost Mist Forest, restoring it to its original state. The sound disappeared. Lucen walked forward and discovered a place that seemed like an entirely different world. Deep within the Ghost Mist Forest stood an altar crafted from amethyst crystal, emanating a mysterious purple glow. A ghostly old woman stood there, her white hair shimmering with a purple hue. In her right hand, she held a fresh, beating heart, while her left gripped a staff embedded with strange gemstones, radiating magical power. The ghost woman chanted, and purple magical circles appeared around the altar, making the eerie forest even more terrifying. Her voice was low as she hummed a nursery rhyme. Ghosts in the vicinity were drawn to the purple light, inching closer to the altar. Lucen glanced at Ju-Diden and signaled him to roar again. Ju-Diden understood immediately. Roar! Roar! The ghost woman, engrossed in summoning the spirits, was startled by the sudden sound. With a furious roar from Ju-Diden, the numerous ghostly apparitions disintegrated instantly. The ghost woman on the altar froze in shock from the unexpected roar, as the fear effect of abyssal roar took hold. Seizing the moment of the ghost woman's stupor, Lucen quickly commanded the ranged units like the Poison Witch and Skeleton Archers to attack her simultaneously. -236. -250. -369. A barrage of attacks struck the ghost woman relentlessly, and her health bar began to plummet rapidly. While the ranged units unleashed their attacks, Ju-Diden led a group of skeleton warriors charging toward the ghost woman. 3 seconds later, just as the ghost woman recovered from her fear, a towering Ju-Diden, 3 times her height, appeared in front of her. Ju-Diden swung his massive fist directly into her face, eliciting a pain wail that echoed throughout the Ghost Mist Forest. What was expected to be a fierce battle turned out to be surprisingly one-sided. The Abyssal army was so powerful that within a minute, the ghost woman, the forest's boss, was defeated. This ghost woman, having a physical form, was far easier to kill compared to the incorporeal ghosts, which could only be eliminated using Ju-Diden's abyssal roar skill. Lucen considered himself lucky. When the ghost woman was chanting her spell to summon ghosts, he had Ju-Diden use abyssal roar, causing her chant to fail and the summoned spirits to dissipate. If any other lord without a means to counter the ghosts was in Lucen's place, they would have faced countless ghosts overwhelming the altar, obliterating all their units. Detection: Abyssal Lord Lucen has slain the Ghost Mist Forest boss, the Ghost Woman. Please destroy the sealing monolith on the altar to unlock the purified spring beneath it, allowing the holy water to cleanse the dark creatures of the Ghost Mist Forest. As the voice faded, the glowing purple altar began to dim. Lucen stepped onto the altar and saw a monolith at its center, shimmering with purple light and inscribed with ancient symbols that appeared to be some form of ancient script. Above the monolith was a black health bar, clearly indicating that this was the seal blocking the holy spring's waters. Attack! Lu Xun commanded, and countless skeleton warriors and skeleton archers launched an assault on the ceiling monolith. -526. -269. -754. A dense rain of arrows and relentless strikes from the skeleton warriors caused the monolith's health bar to drop steadily. As the attacks continued, the symbols on the monolith flickered with purple light in an attempt to resist. However, against the onslaught of tens of thousands of dark creatures, no amount of defense could hold. As the health bar dwindled to less than a third, a mechanical voice sounded in Lu Xun's mind. Alert, guardians from nearby sealed areas have sensed the destruction of the Ghost Mist Forest's ceiling monolith. They will arrive in 30 minutes. Please unlock the spring before their arrival. Lu Xun was momentarily stunned. The guardians of the sealed areas, weren't they the bosses of each dungeon? If not for his method to counter the Ghost Mist Forest boss, defeating her wouldn't have been so easy. For other lords, defeating the Ghost Mist Forest boss would already be a daunting task. Facing even stronger bosses from other areas? Lu Xun wasn't confident he'd survive such a scenario. He urged his forces to destroy the ceiling monolith as quickly as possible within the 30-minute window. Time ticked away, and just as 30 minutes approached, the monolith shattered into dust, scattering into the air. Congratulations, Abyssal Lord, for destroying the ceiling monolith and unlocking the purified spring. The monolith disintegrated into countless fragments, and a torrent of water surged forth. The water was crystal clear, its flow thunderous, resonating like rolling thunder and causing a ringing in one's ears. By destroying the monolith, Lu Xun had essentially opened a gate, unleashing the spring waters like a ferocious beast. The waters poured outward, flooding the surroundings. The purified spring's power was immense. Everywhere it reached, the black mist was driven away, and the dark elements within the forest were cleansed. The water cascaded down like a massive curtain, enveloping the Ghost Mist Forest in a veil of mist. The mist exuded a fresh and invigorating scent, starkly contrasting the previous oppressive darkness, as if a mysterious force of nature's purification was being unleashed. Under the onslaught of the spring water, the Ghost Mist Forest trembled. Trees swayed wildly, as if writhing in agony. The creatures shrouded in darkness gradually shed their dark aura under the spring's influence, awakening with confused expressions as they surveyed their surroundings, as if glimpsing hope for the first time. As the spring water surged forth, the edges of the Ghost Mist Forest became clearer, and the previously obscured landscape began to reveal its true form. Zhu Daiden, enveloped by the spring water, began to emit a faint black mist. Lu Xun was surprised. He hadn't expected traces of dark energy to still linger on Zhu Daiden. In the forest steppes, the purified spring water swirled around the abyssal boar king Zhu Daiden. The water seemed imbued with a mystical power capable of cleansing all filth and darkness. As the water touched Zhu Daiden's body, a radiant light ignited within him, expelling the remnants of dark energy. Under the influence of this power, Zhu Daiden's body became translucent, as if sculpted from jade. His previously golden radiance shone even brighter, like a sun illuminating the entire Ghost Mist Forest. Abyssal Boar King Zhu Daiden has been purified by the holy spring water, restoring his damaged spirit and enhancing his physical strength. Abyssal Boar King Zhu Daiden. Rank, Tier 7. Level, LV 256. Health, 32,500. Attack power, 1,436. Defense, 1,789. Hero skills. Abyssal Roar. The Abyssal Roar attacks all enemies within range, dealing massive physical damage. Enemies in the area are afflicted by fear, unable to attack or cast skills, and their speed is reduced. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Bloodthirsty Butcher enters a berserk state for a duration, increasing attack power by 90% and movement speed by 50%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Invincible Immunity grants temporary immunity to both magical and physical damage while increasing attack power by 30% and movement speed by 20%. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Unyielding Resilience increases magic resistance by 60% and armor by 20%. Additionally, reduces the enemy's movement speed by 10% upon being attacked. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Hero Attribute, Iron Wall. Faction, Abyss. Upon seeing the purified Zhu Daiden, Lu Xun noted that his rank had jumped from Tier 5 to Tier 7, and he had gained 2 new skills, Invincible Immunity and Unyielding Resilience. The Invincibility Immunity skill granted Zhu Daiden 30 seconds of invincibility, rendering her impervious to any attacks. The Unyielding Resolve skill, a defensive ability with a short cooldown, could even slow down enemies. Lu Xun nodded in satisfaction. Zhu Daiden had been reborn, her face relaxed and filled with gratitude as she looked at Lu Senator. Her body seemed lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. Kneeling before him, Judy Den said, "Thank you, Lord, for granting me a new life. My rank and memories have been restored. Among the bone burial grounds, there are 10 tribes of our mighty boars, scattered across different locations. I can lead the Abyss army to find them and persuade them to join the Abyss territory." Lucen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the bone burial grounds to house 10 tribes of mighty boars, which meant there were 10 dungeons in total. Judy Den was just one of them, 9 more remained. If Judy Den could secure the other 9 lairs, Lucen's dungeon tasks would be complete. As he was pondering this, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lucen's mind. It turned out he had completed the task of opening the Purification Sacred Spring in the Ghost Mist Forest and rescuing the ordinary Ghost Hag clan. The rewards were abundant. New units were added to his summoning roster, including 3rd-tier ordinary Ghost Hags and 1st-tier Witch Ravens. Additionally, 10,000 Abyss Ghost Hags and 10,000 Witch Ravens from the Ghost Mist Forest pledged their allegiance. Lucen also acquired the Lord Skill Stone Detection, which could scan for information on creatures and items within 100 meters. Furthermore, he received blueprints for constructing an Amethyst City wall and watchtower, along with 10,000 amethysts, 1,200 grade G treasure chests, 600 grade F treasure chests, 300 grade E treasure chests, 200 grade D treasure chests, and 20,000 black crystals. Without batting an eye, Lucen stashed everything into his leather treasure chest. With just seconds left before the 30-minute mark, Lucen silently uttered the command to leave and swiftly exited the dungeon. The moment he stepped out, a fireball struck his previous position, reducing the amethyst altar to rubble. A chill ran down his spine. Had he been a few seconds late, he wasn't sure if he could have withstood the blast. Once outside, Lucen realized that while a day had passed inside the dungeon, the outside world had undergone a drastic transformation. The temperature had plummeted from near freezing to around -30 degrees Celsius. The howling winds were bone-chilling, and the air felt frozen solid. The bones scattered across the bone burial grounds were now coated in thick ice, making the landscape even more eerie and terrifying. Lucen had a foreboding sense that the dark tide was approaching and knew he had to act quickly. He had 9 mighty boar dungeons and 1 grade A Ghost Hag dungeon within his reach. When the dark tide arrived, a massive number of dark creatures would surge forth. While the mighty boar dungeons were grade F and relatively manageable, the Ghost Hag dungeon was grade A, housing tens of billions of dark creatures. Even if only a fraction emerged during a minor tide, an invasion of over 1 billion dark creatures would be enough to overwhelm most lords. Lucen hurriedly instructed Judy Den, take 10,000 Abyss troops and locate as many mighty boar lair dungeons as possible within a day. You must return to the territory before the dark tide arrives. Lucen then turned his attention to the new additions to the Abyss army, the Ghost Hags and Witch Ravens. While the Ghost Hags had returned to normal, they still carried pulsating hearts in their hands, which made Lucen feel somewhat uneasy. Why were his units always so grim? He inspected the Ghost Hag's stats, 3rd tier, level 1, with 300 health points, 132 attack power, and 30 defense. Their skill, Spectral Summoning, allowed them to summon vengeful spirits from nearby corpses to fight. The more recently deceased the corpses, the more spirits they could summon. Initially, they could summon spirits within a 10 square meter area, with the range increasing as their level rose. The skill had a cooldown of 1 hour. Additionally, they had a teleportation skill with a 1-minute cooldown. Lucen was quite pleased. After defeating dark creatures, the Ghost Hags could summon spirits, which lasted for an hour. During that time, the spirits could kill even more creatures, creating a snowball effect that increased their numbers. Since the Ghost Hags had low defense, they would be better suited to staying in the background, controlling the spirits from afar. Lucen then turned his gaze to the Witch Ravens in the sky. Originally dark ravens, they had reverted to their true forms, standing about 5 feet tall and shrouded in a mist of darkness that could thicken or thin at will, allowing them to blend seamlessly into the shadows. They had no visible wings, only limbs resembling talons wrapped in black mist that gleamed coldly. When gathered in a flock, they resembled a cloud of dark fog from afar. Lucen inspected their stats, 1st tier, level 1, with 100 health points, 50 attack power, and 20 defense. Their skill, Surveillance, allowed them to share their vision with the Lord, initially providing a 200-meter bird's-eye view of the surroundings. They also had a skill called Feather Arrows. Feathers could be shot as projectiles, with a 30% chance of slowing enemies. Each raven could shoot 2 feather arrows per second, and as their level increased, the number of arrows would also rise. Moreover, the more ravens gathered, the stronger their feather arrow attacks became. 10 ravens together increased attack power by 10%, 100 by 15%, and 1,000 by 20%. Examining the Witch Raven's attributes, Lucen nodded in approval and beckoned with his hand. One raven let out a sharp caw, and landed on his palm. To others, its call might sound ominous and terrifying, but to Lucien, it was oddly pleasing. The raven, blending into the surrounding darkness, perched quietly in his hand. In this dark world, Lucien desperately needed a way to see. With the witch ravens, he could share their 200-meter vision radius. If he had 10,000 of them, his vision could expand to a 2 million-meter radius. In normal environments, most people could barely see 10,000 meters clearly. In this dark world, even seeing 5 meters would be considered exceptional. But Lucien, regardless of the conditions, could now observe everything within a 2 million-meter radius. With a thought, Lucien sent the raven on his hand soaring skyward. Its dark mist melded with the surrounding shadows as it activated its surveillance skill. Sharing its vision with Lucien, he felt his perspective shift to that of the raven, as if he now had a god's eye view, piercing through the darkness to see the landscape below. To his surprise, from a height of 100 meters, the raven could clearly discern every moving creature in the bone burial grounds, down to the finest details of Lucien's own hair as he stood on the ground, a resolution far superior to any surveillance camera on Blue Star. Soon, one raven after another connected with Lucien, and when all 10,000 ravens were linked, he finally had a complete view of the 2 million-meter expanse of the bone burial grounds. He directed the raven flock to explore further afield, observing skeleton archers battling dark creatures in his territory and Judiden leading the Abyss army across the bone burial grounds. Lucien thought to himself, the witch ravens may not excel in attack or defense, but they can act as my eyes, ensuring I'm not blind in this dark world. The ravens melded seamlessly with the shadows and were difficult to detect unless they actively made noise. Furthermore, Lucien possessed an infinite leveling talent, meaning the ravens would become even more concealed as they leveled up. Their small size also allowed them to collect items dropped by slain dark creatures on the battlefield, saving Lucien considerable time. Using the shared vision from the witch ravens, Lucien could anticipate obstacles ahead and avoid them in advance. In less than half an hour, he returned to his territory. Back in the Lord's Manor, he finally felt a bit warmer. Seated at the head of the hall, he began to review his spoils beyond the new units. Among them was a Lord Skill Stone Detection, a grade D skill that allowed him to scan for all creatures and items within 100 meters. Overjoyed, Lucien marveled at his fortune. Skill stones were rare treasures, obtaining one was a stroke of immense luck. Previously within his territory, he could see the information of dark creatures that intruded, but in the dark, it was impossible, he could only rely on their aura to judge their strength. With this new skill, he could clearly view the information of dark creatures, learn their abilities, and identify their weaknesses to counter them. Lucien directly crushed the skill stone, which turned into a stream of light and fused into his brow. The system notified him that he had learned the skill detection technique. Lucien checked his personal status: Abyss Lord Lucien, Novice Level Lord LV297, Skill, Detection Technique, D-Level, Troop Type, Abyssal, Territory Area, 1,000 square meters. Territory buildings included the Lord's Mansion and the Skeleton Warrior Troop Altar. He had occupied one dungeon, the Mighty Boar Nest Dungeon, F-Level. His hero was the Abyssal Mighty Boar King, Juden. Troop numbers included 30,963 skeleton warriors, 9,360 skeleton archers, 9,380 poison witch doctors, 10,000 ghost witches, and 10,000 crow witches. His lord talents included a one-click SSS level talent, Transcendent, Billionfold experience, SSS level, Unlimited level up, SSS level, and an undisclosed talent, requiring promotion to elite level lord. Lucien then looked at the remaining rewards, which included 2 building blueprints, the Amethyst Watchtower and the Amethyst City Wall. The Amethyst Watchtower was rated D level and could reveal a 500-meter radius of dark areas outside the territory. Building 1 required 500 units of amethyst, 1,000 units of black crystal, 10,000 units of stone, and 10,000 units of wood. Lucien shook his head. He already had crows to share vision, making the watchtower less useful. However, for other lords, it could expand their field of vision and help them detect the dangers of the dark ahead of time, making it quite valuable. Lucien calculated that the Ghost Witch race could produce 1 unit of amethyst for every 10 witches daily. With 10,000 witches, he could produce 1,000 units, enough to build 2 watchtowers. He considered selling the watchtower to other lords to gain more benefits but decided to check out the Amethyst City Wall first before making a trade. Lucien reviewed the information on the Amethyst City Wall, also rated D level. Its features included expanding the territory's vision by 100 meters, providing strong defense, and being able to withstand 10 full power attacks from elite-level dark creatures in the same spot before sustaining damage. It also had self-repair and memory capabilities. Unless the entire wall was critically damaged, it could repair itself over time. Building one unit of the wall required 10 units of amethyst, 100 units of black crystal, 100 units of iron, 150 units of stone, and 100 units of wood. After reading this, Lucen nodded. Although he didn't have enough amethyst to surround the entire territory with walls, he could deploy them strategically based on the territory's layout to slow down the advance of dark creatures. Using the vision shared by his crows, he sketched out the territory and its surroundings, planning to build strategically based on the terrain. Lucen carefully mapped out the terrain and marked key areas. His sharp mind devised a unique strategy, and he finally decided to implement a pocket formation tactic. The pocket formation was designed to lure enemies into an ambush zone, allowing multiple forces to encircle and annihilate them. Lucen planned to create a small opening at the front of the territory to draw in dark creatures, only to have his troops encircle and eliminate them swiftly. Additionally, with the dark creatures gathering in one place, their deaths would allow the ghost witches to summon more ghosts. After organizing these plans, Lucen opened the dungeon treasure chest. Congratulations, Abyss Lord, for opening all treasure chests. You have received the following rewards. 100,000 Tier 3 Ghost Witches. 100,000 Tier 1 Crow Witches. 25,100 Amethyst. 30,000 Tier 1 Abyss Lord Exclusive Troop Cards. 100,000 Tier 2 Abyss Lord Exclusive Troop Cards. 3 6G Level Crafting Stations. 3 F Level Crafting Stations. 20,000 Black Crystal. Lucen used all the troop cards immediately and combined the E-level crafting stations with the new ones to upgrade them to D-level. Crafting Station, E-level D-level. A new function has been unlocked due to the upgrade, Batch Production. Batch production allows for the production of multiple items simultaneously as long as sufficient materials are provided, without requiring supervision. This new feature was a game changer. Lucen no longer needed to monitor the crafting stations, freeing his hands for other tasks. He immediately used the batch production function to construct the Amethyst City wall, aiming to gather all the materials needed before the dark tide arrived. With the upgraded crafting station, production speed was significantly faster. Each unit of the wall could be built in under a minute. The completed city wall stood 20 meters tall, made of shimmering amethyst, and under the core light of the territory, it gleamed with a mesmerizing brilliance. Lucen used the territory core to control the placement of the walls in their designated positions. Boom! Bang! The walls landed with explosive sounds, sending dust and shattered bones flying. In the darkness, the amethyst walls emitted a faint purple glow, dispelling the surrounding darkness for 100 meters, appearing especially majestic. Lucen didn't stop and continued positioning the walls. For an entire day, the abyss territory echoed with rumbling sounds. Lucen deliberately left narrow entrances in each direction of the outer city walls, forming a figure-8 shape. Behind these, he constructed an inner city wall, leaving a gap between the inner and outer walls. When dark creatures entered, the soldiers from both walls could attack simultaneously, annihilating the enemies in one swift motion. After finishing everything, Lucen found his resources nearly depleted. He organized his belongings to prepare for the dark tide. Resources remaining: black crystal, 3,620. Amethyst, 32. Wood, 2,600. Stone, 3,652. Leather, 36,201. Mighty Boar Troop Challenge Cards, 1,000. Automated Mining Robots, 220. Secondary Dungeon Challenge Cards, 1. Fortunately, Lucen had black crystal mines and stone quarries, which produced resources steadily every day. While these resources weren't as abundant as those gained from clearing dungeons, they were still useful. Lucen observed the dark currents surging, and the number of dark creatures near his territory increased significantly. He knew the dark tide was approaching. Over the past few days, he had learned from the chat channels that the other lords in the Bone Burial Grounds had fled with their troops to join other regional forces, abandoning this plane. Lucen was the only one preparing to resist the dark tide head-on. With the other lords gone, all the dark creatures now converged on Lucen's territory, making the number he faced dozens of times higher than what others had encountered. However, if Lucen could hold his ground, the rewards would be extraordinarily generous. As he contemplated this, a mechanical voice echoed in Lucen's mind. 4 hours remain until the 7-day minor dark tide. Sword Immortal Lord Li Qinglian from the second layer of the Dark World has sent a message to all lords on the first layer. Honorable Abyss Lord Lucen, do you accept the message from Sword Immortal Lord Li Qinglian? Lucen was momentarily stunned. The second layer of the Dark World? Sword Immortal Lord Li Qinglian? Though puzzled, he chose to accept the message. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him. On the screen was an ethereal celestial realm, shrouded in clouds and mist, dreamlike in its beauty. At the center of the celestial realm stood a stunning sword immortal, Li Qinglian. She wore flowing white robes, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. Her hair danced in the breeze, and she held a sword radiating sharp brilliance, as if it were an extension of her being. Li Qinglian cupped her hands in salute toward the screen and spoke softly. You are the 9th batch of humans transported to the Dark World. You are currently on the first layer. Once your Lord rank reaches Master level, you will ascend to the 2nd layer. The dark creatures in the 2nd layer are of immensely high levels. Do not ascend recklessly without sufficient strength. Furthermore, the dark tide is not as fearsome as it seems. If a single Lord manages to kill 1 billion dark creatures, the tide will cease. The Heavenly Tao will grant rewards based on the Lord's performance. The first floor is the novice trial grounds, with abundant rewards. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the rewards diminish, and one can only rely on slaying dark creatures to earn them. Furthermore, I welcome lords who ascend to the 2nd floor to join my sword immortal territory. As the person spoke these words, the video began to experience interference, with the visuals and audio breaking up intermittently. Once the video disappeared, Lucen fell into deep thought. He remembered that Judy Ten had been sealed in front of an altar and had encountered a human clad in a monk's robe. That was the first time Lucen had heard that there were other humans in the Dark World. And now, a sword immortal named Li Qinglian had suddenly emerged. Though the authenticity of the video was uncertain, the Heavenly Tao would never deceive. Lucen opened the chat channel. The screen was flooded with over 10 billion messages. Scanning through them, he found that everyone was discussing the self-proclaimed 2nd floor resident of the Dark World, Li Qinglian. This woman is as beautiful as the legendary fairies. I'm the Lord of the Flame Rooster territory. My body is nearly evolving into a flame rooster itself. The higher my level gets, the more I feel I have the potential to become as strong as Brother Kuan in the future. But to think the sword immortal still looks human and is this stunningly beautiful. Do you think what she said is true? We are the 9th batch of humans transported to the Dark World, with this batch alone numbering in the billions. Including the previous 8 batches, how many people have crossed over altogether? If what sword immortal Lord Li Qinglian said is true, that the Dark World is divided into multiple floors and we are on the 1st floor, how many floors does this world have? Our batch of people already has such extraordinary powers shortly after arriving in the Dark World. How powerful must the first batch of survivors be after all this time? It's a pity that Li Qinglian only sent out a video message, making it impossible to communicate with her. I really want to know if her group of people and ours come from the same era. Did you notice? Li Qinglian looks a bit like a certain movie star from 2006. Wow, now that you mention it, she really does. Back then, that Li Qinglian suddenly disappeared from the entertainment industry. I thought she was taken in by a rich tycoon. Turns out, she crossed over to the Dark World. Damn, so that's why my girlfriend suddenly disappeared. Turns out she got transported to the Dark World too. Hey, bro upstairs, have you considered the possibility that your girlfriend ran off with someone else, and you're just obliviously wearing a green hat? There have been plenty of mysterious disappearances throughout history. I suspect many of them were transported to the Dark World. While it may not have been billions at once like our 9th batch, given the global population, the number transported must still be significant. I'm curious about this sword immortal Lord Li Qinglian's strength. She can actually fly on a sword. Did you see the male and female immortals behind her? They could fly on swords too. I can't wait to reach the 2nd floor. Stop dreaming about it. First, survive the first dark tide before thinking about anything else. Don't forget, Li Qinglian also said that the dark tide is both a crisis and a test. Killing dark creatures during the tide would lead to rewards from the Heavenly Tao based on performance. And if anyone manages to kill 1 billion dark creatures, all the weaker lords like us would survive. Bro, do you even know what killing 1 billion dark creatures entails? And you dare say someone could actually do it? Ha, I'm currently under the great Ice King of the extreme frostlands, Bei Mu Shang. Many lords have joined us. We have over 50,000 units, and they're all above level 50. Killing dark creatures is a piece of cake. What? Someone's units have already reached level 50? Are you kidding me? My units are only at level 32, and that's after grinding day and night killing dark creatures. Ha, anyone interested is welcome to join Bei Mu Shang's Extreme Frostlands territory. Extreme Frostlands? Bah! Have you heard of our Wood Emperor territory? Our lord, Mu Yao, was the 4th to become a novice lord and the 4th to clear a dungeon. Tremendous potential. All lords are welcome to join our Wood Emperor territory. What's so great about 4th place? Welcome to my Fire Demon territory. We have a mighty Fire Demon army. I was the 3rd Novice Lord and the 5th to clear a dungeon. My top fire demon unit is already level 69, with extremely high future growth potential. Lucen scanned the world chat channel. At first, everyone was discussing Li Qinglian, but then the conversation devolved into powerful lords recruiting and petty arguments. Shaking his head, he closed the chat channel. No one knew Li Qinglian's true identity, most of it was speculation. From the chatter, Lucen learned that aside from himself, the strongest lord's units only reached level 69. In contrast, his own units, relentlessly slaying dark creatures, were nearing level 300. On the first floor of the dark world, he was undoubtedly the strongest. However, what intrigued Lucen more was the idea that ending the dark tide by being the first to kill 1 billion dark creatures would not only halt the tide but also earn a reward from the heavenly Tao. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to seize this opportunity. The dark world was fraught with dangers, and Li Qinglian's video message had only deepened his curiosity about this enigmatic realm. As Lucen patrolled his territory, a string of messages about Judy 10 clearing dungeons echoed in his mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen, your hero Judy 10 has led the Abyss army to clear an F-rank Mighty Boar Nest dungeon. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen, your hero Judy 10 has led the Abyss army to clear a G-rank Mighty Boar Nest dungeon. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen, your hero Judy 10 has led the Abyss army to clear an F-rank Mighty Boar Nest dungeon. 7 consecutive notifications chimed in, all about the Mighty Boar Nest dungeon. Through a crow's vision, Lucen saw Judy 10 leading the Abyss army back to the territory. After about 3 hours, Judy 10 finally returned. Behind him trailed a group of figures that bore striking resemblances to him. This is our Abyss Lord Lucen, incredibly powerful. I've only been in the Abyss territory for a few days, and my level's already nearing 300. If you join, your levels will skyrocket too, Judy 10 said. Behind him, 7 Abyss Mighty Boar Kings respectfully bowed to Lucen and declared, Great Lord, I, the Abyss Mighty Boar King, Zhu Dijiang, humbly request to join the Abyss territory. Please accept us. Abyss Mighty Boar King Zhu Dijiang humbly requests to join the Abyss territory. Please accept us. Lucen turned to look at Judy 10, who nodded and recounted the events within the dungeon. Judy 10 had located 9 Mighty Boar Nest dungeons based on his memory. After completing the tasks, he managed to summon his former companions. However, as Judy 10 was not a lord, the Abyss Mighty Boar Kings could not join Lucen's territory without his consent. In fact, out of the 9 dungeons Judy 10 found, 2 of the Mighty Boar Kings had completely succumbed to corruption and had to be killed. The remaining 7 were able to survive thanks to the purification spring, their condition mirroring Juditan's when he was summoned on the brink of turning into dark creatures. Lucen nodded and accepted the 7 Mighty Boar Kings into his territory. Very soon, news of their joining the territory as heroes echoed in his mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen, Abyss Mighty Boar King Judy Shang has become the 2nd hero of your territory. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen, Abyss Mighty Boar King Judy Chang has become the 3rd hero of your territory. All 7 Mighty Boar Kings had come under Lucen's command. Lucen reviewed their individual attributes, curious to see if they bore the same heroic attributes as Judy Deng. Abyss Mighty Boar King Judy Shang. Rank, Tier 3. Level, LV1. Health, 300. Attack power, 126. Defense, 197. Hero skills, Steel Skin. Upon activation, the user's skin becomes as tough as steel, increasing defense by 45% and granting 20% magic resistance. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Tenacity. Upon activation, attack power increases by 20%, while speed decreases by 5%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Hero attribute, Defense Aura, increases the defense rate of subordinates by 5%, with each level gained, defense increases by an additional 0.1%. Affiliation, Abyss. After analyzing Judy Shang's hero attributes, Lucen's expression darkened. He suspected contamination by dark forces had weakened their attributes, similar to how Judy Deng had been demoted from Tier 7 to Tier 5 after being corrupted. He checked the other Mighty Boar Kings and found they were all Tier 3, with hero attributes merely boosting defense, armor, or minor counter-damage effects. Lucen felt somewhat disappointed. These Mighty Boar Kings were only marginally stronger than regular troops. Judy Deng, these were your relatives and friends. They'll be under your command, Lucen instructed. Originally, he had intended for them to lead the Abyss army, but after seeing their attributes, he dismissed the idea. It would be better to wait until Judy Deng advanced in level and could command more troops. Judy Deng's hero attributes were currently the strongest, which satisfied Lucen. Additionally, assigning the Mighty Boar Kings under Judy Deng meant their hero attributes could stack for the troops he led, providing a slight boost in troop attributes. Although the Mighty Boar Kings didn't bring significant benefits to Lucen, Judy Dang's consecutive clearing of 9 dungeons yielded substantial rewards. These dungeons ranged from F rank to G rank, with items varying in quality. Lucen opened all the treasure chests, organizing the rewards as follows. Wood, 100,000 units. Stone, 90,000 units. Black crystals, 45,000 pieces. G rank crafting tables x12. F rank crafting table x1. Tier 1 Mighty Boar Troop cards x36000. Small black crystal mines x9. Small iron mines x6. Small stone mines x12. Lucen nodded in satisfaction. The Dark Tide would arrive in less than a day. The iron, stone, and black crystal mines discovered in the dungeons would have to wait until after the tide to be mined. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Dark Tide approached, cold winds howling with an air of menace. The darkness grew deeper, like a harbinger of the apocalypse. Beastly roars echoed from afar, chilling one's soul. The eerie rustling in the nighttime air resembled ghostly whispers. The entire world seemed shrouded in a sinister and terrifying atmosphere, prompting people to stay hidden. The overwhelming sense of danger quickened heartbeats, as if a formidable enemy was imminent. Stress and fear pressed upon everyone, as though trapped in a nightmare, with only the hope of dawn offering solace. Time ticked on slowly, and everyone awaited the moment the Dark Tide would arrive, each harboring their own thoughts. South Nether Fire Plains. Li Qingru sat astride a phoenix bird, gazing at the familiar figure before her, her eyes brimming with longing. Sis, when you suddenly disappeared all those years ago, the whole family thought you were dead. I never expected to see you here, Li Qingru said, tears welling in her eyes. She dropped her icy facade in front of Li Qinglian, revealing the vulnerable side of a little girl. On the screen, Li Qinglian's expression was devoid of emotion as she mechanically relayed her message. Qingru, I know you've crossed into the dark world. This video was prepared before your arrival. Right now, I can't speak directly, so I'll explain the important things. The Dark Tide is the Dark World's self-repair mechanism, designed to expel us outsiders. But it's also an opportunity. Remember, the first 7-day Dark Tide is crucial. If you're the first to kill 100 million dark creatures, you'll receive a rare reward. In our 8th wave of Traversers, one lord achieved this feat and was rewarded with a Tier 10 hero, an immensely powerful asset. Back then, a lord alliance of over 1,000 lords united to take him down, but his Tier 10 hero annihilated them in a single strike. The strength of a Tier 10 hero is unimaginable. While the rest of us were still struggling on the 2nd layer of the Dark World, he had already ascended to the 3rd layer. Qingru, if you can become the top killer during the Dark Tide, you'll also gain a powerful hero. Should you reach the Dark World's 2nd layer, remember to come find me at the Immortal Sword territory. With that, the video ended. Li Qingru wiped her tears, her expression filled with astonishment. A Tier 10 hero, she whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Clenching her fists, her eyes shone with determination. She resolved to become the first lord to kill 100 million dark creatures. In the extreme frostland, thick snow blanketed the structures, creating a striking contrast with the ancient stone, evoking an atmosphere both mysterious and austere. In the skies above, frost dragons soared, their majestic forms and icy scales amplifying the heavy, enigmatic ambience. Within the Lord's Hall, Bei Mushing sat upon a throne, with the room filled to capacity. Half the attendees were members of the Beimu family, while the other half consisted of lords from the extreme frost and bone burial lands, whom he had recruited under his banner. This upcoming Dark Tide is a major opportunity for our territory, Bei Mushing declared, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Whoever kills 100 million dark creatures first will claim the ultimate reward. I don't know exactly what the prize is, but it's bound to surpass the rewards for becoming a novice-level lord or clearing dungeons. After the Dark Tide, we'll attack other territories, starting with the top-ranked Abyss Lord Lucen and Phoenix Lord Li Qingru. The two of them hold the 1st and 2nd rankings, so their resources must be plentiful. Once we defeat them and seize their resources, the 1st layer of the Dark World will be ours. Hearing Bei Mushing's words, the Lord's presence showed visible anticipation. When the time comes, I'll make a few female lords my concubines. This chaotic Dark World has no laws to restrain us. If I want a few women, it'll be easy. Did you see Li Qinglian from the Dark World's 2nd layer? Now that's a true celestial beauty. Staying on the 1st layer is so dull. Having a beautiful, powerful woman as a bed warmer would be amazing. What are you even thinking? Li Qinglian is already reserved by Lord Bei Mushing. She'll be our sister-in-law. How could you say such things? My mistake. I'll punish myself. The Lord's lewd laughter echoed throughout the hall. As Bei Musheng fantasized about his grand plans, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Through a secret method, Bei Morong from the Dark World's second layer has transmitted a video message to you. Do you wish to receive it? Bai Musheng's face was filled with astonishment. Bai Morong was his cousin, ranked third among their generation of the family, who had mysteriously disappeared over a decade ago. The family had assumed he was assassinated by a rival family. Since they could not afford to provoke the rival family, the matter was left unresolved in the end. Seeing his cousin, who had been missing for years, Bai Musheng felt little joy. Memories of his childhood came flooding back. He was often bullied by his cousin and other family members, which left him psychologically twisted, with strong jealousy and a fragile ego. The period following his cousin's disappearance had been his most triumphant time, and he never expected to hear this name again here, in this context. At the mention of Bai Morong, a wave of fear surged in his heart, and the memories of being dominated came rushing back. His eyes were filled with a mixture of anger and terror, but looking at his subordinates and the powerful frost dragon by his side, he suppressed his fury, controlled his emotions, and accepted the video message. He was curious about what his long-lost cousin had to say after all these years. The video was sent exclusively to Bai Musheng, and the other lords present could not see it. In the video, a Gothic-style cluster of buildings appeared before Bai Musheng, towering like a sinister giant, exuding an ancient and boundless power. The structures were devoid of light, shrouded in blackness, as though relegated to a forgotten corner of existence, emanating a foreboding and eerie aura. A peculiar breeze swept through, and Bai Musheng saw a humanoid figure, its entire body encased in black wings, radiating an intense, blood-red aura, as if it had emerged from some ill omen. Beneath its feet were pools of horrifying blood, so dark red they seemed almost black, resembling the roar of an abyss. Swarms of bats gathered together, forming a terrifying cloud, seemingly serving as a mode of transport for the creature. Bai Musheng leaned closer to the screen and scrutinized the being's face. Its pale complexion and blood-red lips bore a striking resemblance to the vampires depicted in Earth's films. After observing for a moment, a sense of familiarity arose in his heart. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this figure was none other than the long-missing Bai Morong. Bai Morong flashed a nauseating smile and spoke to the camera. "Ha, filthy maggot, long time no see. Key kick. I'm contacting you this time on behalf of the Baimu family patriarch. I'm about to enter the third layer of the Dark World. The Baimu family has left behind significant assets on the second layer, and they must be inherited by family members with direct bloodlines. There are 32 direct bloodline members of the Baimu family who have been transported to this world. The family elders have decided that the one who performs the best in the Dark Tide will inherit these assets. Whoever kills the most dark creatures and ranks the highest will become the future manager of the Baimu family's holdings on the second layer of the Dark World." He sneered with contempt before continuing. "Pitiful maggot, I was planning to stay on the second layer a bit longer and give you a thorough beating when you arrived. Unfortunately, I've reached king level, and staying on the second layer any longer will result in rejection by the world itself. It seems we won't meet again in this lifetime, assuming you even survive long enough to reach the second layer. If it weren't for the fact that I can't yet overpower the old geezers in the family, I wouldn't have bothered going to such lengths to send you this message. By the way, in the 8th wave of people sent to this world who experienced their first Dark Tide, the first place reward was a Tier 10 hero. That person was from the Qin family, one of our Baimu family's rival factions. Back in the day, our ancestor allied with the other 8 great families and over 100 high-quality talent lords, leading all their troops to attack the Qin family's prodigy. In the end, they were all annihilated by a single Tier 10 hero. Over 1 million units of troops were wiped out. That battle was a catastrophic loss for the 9 great families, and the Qin family rose to become the #1 family in the Dark World. If you ever encounter members of the Qin family, kill them all if you can. Don't let them cultivate a new generation of seeds in the Dark World." Bai Morong finished with an eerie smile, his tone dripping with murderous intent. After listening to Bai Morong's words, a look of joy flickered in Bai Musheng's eyes as he murmured to himself, "I never imagined the reward for coming in first during the Dark Tide would be a Tier 10 hero. The higher a hero's grade, the stronger their combat power." Bai Musheng was overjoyed, confident that, given his meticulous operations on the first layer of the Dark World, he had a real chance at becoming the first lord to kill 1 billion dark creatures, thus obtaining a Tier 10 hero and rapidly increasing his strength to catch up to Bai Morong's level. By then, even if Bai Morong had crossed over earlier, he would have to kneel before him upon their next meeting. Beyond the extreme cold lands, the various great families on the first layer of the Dark World had all disclosed information to their respective family members, outlining their operations in the Dark World and the tasks they needed to complete. On the surface, the ninth wave of 10 billion people appeared to be starting from the same point, but in reality, some of the great families had been laying the groundwork in the dark world for centuries. Meanwhile, Lucen gathered all his abyssal troops, deploying them along the Amethyst Wall and other key areas. Every possible defensive position was manned, and even in the darkness, a large force of abyssal troops was stationed to intercept the dark creatures. Time passed swiftly, and as the 24-hour mark approached, the entire world became shrouded in a dense black mist. Lucen felt the temperature around him plummet to below -60 degrees. The black mist in the air shifted constantly, and the light from the territory core, which originally illuminated a radius of nearly a kilometer, shrank dramatically, barely reaching the vicinity of the Lord's Hall. At that moment, the amethyst wall emitted a faint purple glow, dispersing the surrounding darkness within a 100-meter radius, bringing light to the territory shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, he had constructed the amethyst wall in advance, which could repel the darkness within 100 meters and once again bathe the territory in purple light. Simultaneously, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air, and the world fell into an eerie silence, filled with a chilling, ominous, and oppressive atmosphere. The surrounding darkness had grown several times denser than before, pressing heavily on the senses. Less than 20,000 meters from Lucen's territory, a vast expanse of impenetrable darkness loomed. Suddenly, an unsettling tremor echoed from the distance, growing closer and more intense, as though an overwhelming force was about to erupt. Standing atop the walls of his territory, Lucen's expression was grim as he observed the scene through the perspective of his raven. What he saw made his heart race with fear. Countless dark creatures were gathering in a massive tide, surging forward like a black wave. The sound of their charging, their roars, and the sheer volume of their numbers were enough to strike terror into anyone's heart. These creatures were entirely black, like incarnations of the night itself, devoid of any light. Their eyes glowed a deep crimson, resembling the pupils of wild beasts, radiating a bloodthirsty gleam. They were devoid of reason, driven purely by instinct, fixated on their target. Among them, most were night-howling hounds, agile and ferocious, with hideous appearances. There were also skeletal creatures that had crawled up from the depths of the earth. Though they lacked flesh, their bones were still menacing. Skeletal warriors? Lucen was taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter skeletal dark creatures in this burial ground. This was the third type of dark creature he had come across. In the darkness, countless skeletal figures raced across the ground, producing a cacophony of bone-clattering sounds, like brittle branches swaying in a winter wind. Their bones were pale and rigid, each step causing the earth to tremble slightly. This skeletal army resembled an endless, surging sea of bones, devoid of flesh, sensation, or life, driven only by a cold and unyielding will, their vacant eyes deep and hollow. Amid the sea of bones, large packs of night-howling hounds were interspersed. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Lucen's mind. The dark tide has officially begun. All lords, prepare yourselves. You will face 15 waves of dark creature attacks, each wave consisting of 10 million dark creatures. Once the first lord manages to kill 10 million dark creatures, the remaining dark creatures in other territories will disappear. A new wave of dark creatures will begin every 3 hours. For each wave of dark creatures killed, the top 10,000 lords will be directly granted unique opportunities. Additionally, if a single lord manages to kill a total of 1 billion dark creatures, the dark tide will automatically end. Finally, rewards will be distributed based on each lord's overall performance during the dark tide. Note, if the territories surrounding a lord are breached by dark creatures, or if a territory migrates elsewhere, the dark creatures originally meant to attack those areas will lose their target and instead move toward the nearest neighboring territory. As the mechanical voice faded, Lucen stared at the dense army of dark creatures before him, feeling a surge of frustration. The lords in the territories around him had all relocated, leaving behind large empty spaces. The dark creatures that were supposed to attack those territories now had no targets and were all converging on Lucen instead. For other lords, each wave only meant facing 10 million dark creatures, but for Lucen, each wave brought nearly 100 million, leaving him helpless and bitter. The sight of the dark creatures clustering together resembled countless ants from a distance, sending chills down anyone's spine. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, the skeleton archers stationed on the city walls began firing madly at the approaching dark creatures. Each skeleton warrior was now at an average level of 300, with an original attack range of 5 kilometers. However, with the onset of the dark tide, their attributes had been compressed, reducing their range to about 4 kilometers. Tens of thousands of skeleton archers pulled their bows simultaneously, arrows glinting with cold light. With a battle cry, a rain of arrows shot forth, cutting through the dark night like streaks of lightning. The arrows danced with an aura of death, their momentum overwhelming and chilling. The air was filled with the sound of whistling arrows, a noise that struck fear into the heart. When the arrows landed, the battlefield turned into a scene of bloody carnage. Minus 2,600. Minus 2,986. Minus 3,690. Damage values densely popped up above the heads of the dark creatures being attacked. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of dark creatures were slaughtered. With the skeleton archers at level 300, each could shoot 15 arrows per second. This meant that tens of thousands of them could unleash hundreds of thousands of arrows per second, bringing trillions of experience points to Lucien's abyssal territory. Seeing this, Lucien finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, cracking open into a massive chasm. Within the darkened world, black mist billowed, and an oppressive atmosphere surged. Abruptly, the earth quaked intensely, trembling as if in fear. Not far away, the ground split wide, and countless skeletons fell into the abyss. A powerful aura surged from the fissure as a massive skeleton, towering 20 meters high, slowly emerged. The colossal skeleton climbed out of the crack. With every step it took, the ground trembled as though an earthquake had struck. It advanced rapidly toward the territory, crushing any dark creatures, whether skeleton warriors or nightowl hounds, that stood in its path with ruthless stomps. Its enormous frame seemed capable of shattering the amethyst city walls with just a couple of punches. All skeleton archers, focus fire on that giant skeleton. Lucien made a swift decision and issued the command. Tens of thousands of skeleton archers immediately turned their aim toward the massive skeleton. Minus 325. Minus 256. Minus 328. The giant skeleton's enormous frame made it an easy, moving target for the skeleton archers. Nearly every arrow hit its mark. As the barrage continued, dense damage values appeared above the giant skeleton's head, and the life flame within its body dimmed noticeably. In less than a minute, the giant skeleton had advanced to within 200 meters of the city wall. Lucien used his probing skill to examine its stats. Dark Hero, Dark Skeleton King. Rank, Tier 3. Level, LV 396. HP, 105,000. Attack, 3,200. Defense, 5,600. Active skills. Dark Shield. The Dark Skeleton King condenses dark energy to form a powerful shield, capable of absorbing massive amounts of damage. Dark Spear. The Dark Skeleton King gathers dark power to create a massive dark spear, which it hurls forward, dealing immense damage to enemies. Passive skill. Sea of Skeletons. The more skeletons present around it, the higher its maximum HP. When the number of surrounding skeletons exceeds 100, its HP increases tenfold. When the number exceeds 1000, its HP increases 100-fold. Affiliation, Dark World. Background. The Dark Skeleton King has a mysterious and ancient origin. Once a great warrior in ancient times, he sought unparalleled power and made a pact with a demon. However, the power of darkness gradually corrupted his mind, stripping him of reason and humanity, ultimately enslaving him to the dark forces. The Dark Skeleton King became the leader of the Undead Legion, commanding countless skeletons, ghosts, and demons as they launched assaults on the human world. His power is unmatched, rendering all lifeforms before him insignificant and fragile. Reading the Dark Skeleton King's stats, Lucien was taken aback. It had an astounding HP of 100,000. Even though this was over 30 times the HP of his own units, the focused fire from tens of thousands of skeleton archers overwhelmed it, and the massive creature fell in less than a minute. With a thunderous crash, the Dark Skeleton King collapsed to the ground. The dark energy surrounding it gradually dissipated, dispersing into black smoke and vanishing into the air. Gained 32 billion experience points. Within the same minute the Dark Skeleton King was defeated, the countless dark creatures behind it had already advanced by 2,000 meters. After taking down the Dark Skeleton King, the skeleton archers began targeting and eliminating other dark creatures in scattered formations. Gained 1 billion experience points. Gained 1 billion experience points. The relentless rain of arrows slowed the advance of the dark creatures significantly. Immediately after, Lucien commanded a poison witch to fly into the air and unleash attacks on the dark army. Green poisonous mist rose around the territory, followed by a series of experience notifications. Gained 1 billion experience points. Gained 1 billion experience points. Skeleton Archers, LV302 LV312. Skeleton Warriors, LV322 LV330. Poison Witch, LV300 LV310. Wraith Witch, LV256 LV296. Raven, LV254 LV292. Judy then. As the endless slaughter of dark creatures continued, the abyssal army rapidly leveled up. The dark creatures, which had previously advanced to within 2,000 meters of the city walls, now began to retreat, increasing the distance between them and the amethyst walls. Standing on the amethyst walls, Lucen felt a surge of dominion over the battlefield. Raven, go check what the dark creatures dropped after being killed. The nimble raven blended into the shadows, weaving through the battlefield as it collected the scattered loot. Congratulations to Abyssal Lord Lucen for obtaining a black crystal. Congratulations to Abyssal Lord Lucen for obtaining an iron block. Congratulations to Abyssal Lord Lucen for obtaining a D-grade treasure chest. As the crows scavenged, a series of information prompts appeared before Lucen's eyes. He scanned the dazzling array of items. Most were basic resources, with only a handful of equipment among them. Skeleton armor. Grade, G level. Defense, +10. Lucen glanced at the stats of this piece of equipment. Compared to the knight armor, it was utterly useless. Even if he took it to the trading area to sell, no lord would want it. Shaking his head, he directly equipped one of his unequipped skeleton warriors with the armor. Currently, the skeleton warrior troop altar could summon 10,000 skeleton warriors daily. Lucen had originally planned to equip each skeleton warrior with a full knight set, but one set cost 50 black crystals. To equip 10,000 warriors daily would require 500,000 black crystals. For other lords, spending 50 black crystals on equipping a first-tier troop wasn't worthwhile, since first-tier troops had a level cap of only 10. However, for Lucen, skeleton warriors could level up infinitely, so equipping them with the set was perfectly logical. Unfortunately, he didn't have nearly enough money at the moment and could only afford to equip a portion of his skeleton warriors each day. Lucen continued checking the relatively rare items dropped by other dark creatures. Tier 3 Skeleton King Hero card, usable by undead lords, abyssal lords, skeletal lords, and similar leaders. The Tier 3 Skeleton King Hero card was a drop from defeating the Dark Skeleton King. If it had been a Tier 3 unit card, Lucen would have used it immediately, but this was a hero card. Ever since obtaining Judy Den, a hero with powerful attributes, Lucen had lost interest in heroes with lower levels than Judy Den. However, for most lords at this stage, possessing a Tier 3 hero was already considered incredibly fortunate. Lucen didn't hesitate and stored the hero card in a leather treasure chest, planning to trade it after the dark tide ended. Blueprint for an automated mining robot. An automated mining robot blueprint? Lucen's eyes lit up in surprise as he stared at the second item. He currently only had 220 automated mining robots, all of which had been obtained from treasure chests. These robots were far from sufficient to meet his current mining demands. Now that he had the blueprint, he could input it into the crafting platform and, as long as materials were sufficient, mass-produce automated mining robots in the future. The thought of increased mining efficiency filled Lucen with joy. About an hour later, as a dark creature succumbed to the poisonous mist, millions of dark creatures on the battlefield abruptly vanished in a strange manner. A mechanical voice echoed in Lucen's mind. Congratulations to the Abyssal Lord for being the first to slay 1 million dark creatures. The first wave of the dark tide has ended. The announcement reverberated throughout the entire first layer of the dark world. In the southern nether flame plains, flames roared endlessly across the boundless darkness, and countless fire phoenixes soared amidst the blaze. The phoenixes radiated intense golden light, spewing fireballs from their beaks to scorch the surrounding darkness. Their power was like the dawn's first light, tearing through the shroud of night. As the phoenixes flapped their wings, they stirred up waves of heat with each flight, sometimes ascending high into the air, sometimes diving downward in graceful, rhythmic movements, as though performing a passionate dance. The fireballs, like countless stars, illuminated the dark world, revealing faint outlines of the terrain. However, strange creatures continuously emerged from the darkness, ferociously attacking the fire phoenixes. The phoenixes, unperturbed, evaded the attacks with agility and retaliated with fireballs. Whenever a fireball struck a dark creature, the target would instantly evaporate, leaving behind only a wisp of black mist. Li Qingru sat atop a fire phoenix, surrounded by pitch-black darkness, illuminated only by the flames of the phoenix beneath her. She tirelessly issued commands to eliminate the dark creatures. These creatures' levels were roughly equivalent to the average level of her domain's troops, with the highest being around level 70 or 80. Against the high-tier fire phoenixes, they were utterly insignificant. Boom! 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 Li Qingru pressed on relentlessly, single-mindedly directing her troops to slay the creatures. I haven't rested for days just to kill 1 billion dark creatures as quickly as possible to level up my troops. I have to take first place, she muttered to herself, Lucen's name flashing through her mind. She didn't know what Lucen looked like, what talents or troops he had, and only knew from the rankings that he was an abyssal lord with abyssal creatures. but she had no clear concept of what those creatures were. Just like how she, as the Phoenix Lord, could summon myriad birds as her troops, Lu Sen's troop range seemed overly vast. No matter what troops or talents you have, I'm definitely going to surpass you this time. Li Qingru gazed at her fire phoenix, which had just undergone a rebirth through flames, with both its bloodline quality and level significantly enhanced. Confidence brimmed within her. Yet, as beautiful as her imagination was, reality was just as harsh. When the announcement of Lu Sen's victory echoed, Li Qingru nearly lost her breath. Hearing the news, she froze completely, sitting atop her phoenix with her chest heaving violently, her mind in chaos. Her face turned pale, her eyes were filled with disbelief, and her hand instinctively clutched her phoenix's feathers. Her body stiffened and trembled as if unable to believe her ears. Her eyes widened, her mouth forming an O shape, and her body weakened to the point where she almost fell off the phoenix. It took everything she had to steady herself. In the frozen wastelands, Bei Mushing commanded frost dragons and various other troops, relentlessly attacking dark creatures. Due to the surrounding darkness, he instructed his troops to attack in different directions to avoid friendly fire. Watching the frost dragons slaughter dark creatures as easily as swatting flies, Bei Mushing felt a bit more at ease. However, the levels of his domain's troops varied greatly, and many of his forces were of lower levels, which dragged down the average troop level. As a result, the invading dark creatures were also of lower levels. Initially, the dark creatures attacking his domain weren't too numerous, but after several nearby domains were breached, some of the creatures began targeting his domain. Fortunately, they were still manageable. At the moment, Bei Musheng was relatively relaxed and turned to look at Chen Shang, a dark knight mounted on a skeletal horse beside him. This Chen Shang was the very one whose dungeon had been snatched by Lu Senator when he first joined Bei Musheng. He wasn't given much importance. However, after showcasing his domain teleportation talent, he had gradually earned recognition and now held a high position within the domain. Chen Shang, once the dark tide ends, kill Lu Sen, the one who stole your dungeon, and I'll give you the entire burial grounds, Bei Musheng said calmly. He was well aware of the grudge between Chen Shang and Lu Sen and planned to exploit this hatred to keep Chen Shang under his control. To Bei Musheng, everyone was a chess piece. Only by mastering the pieces could he win the game. Thank you, my lord. That Lu Sen stole my fortune, and I must kill him to vent my anger. Chen Shang gritted his teeth. If not for Lu Sen, he wouldn't have fallen to the point of serving someone else. He could have rapidly developed his forces and made a name for himself in the dark world. Now, however, it was truly a fall from heaven to hell. Who could bear such a thing? However, things did not go as planned. The once endless wave of dark creatures attacking the territory suddenly turned into black mist and dissipated, leaving the land of extreme cold in an eerie silence. Shortly after, news arrived that Lu Sen had slain 10 million dark creatures, marking the end of the first wave. Within Bei Musheng's territory, everyone was shocked. What? How is this even possible? We have dozens of people and tens of thousands of troops, and we still couldn't kill 10 million that quickly. How did someone manage it? Lu Sen. It's Lu Sen again. Damn it, I swear I'll kill him. Ugh, this is infuriating. If it weren't for the second wave coming in 3 hours, I'd go settle the score with him right now. What kind of troops does this Lu Sen have? Could he have 3 heads and 6 arms to kill monsters so fast? The crowd cursed and speculated. Their once unwavering confidence felt like it had been doused with cold water. At this moment, Bei Musheng recalled something Bei Mu had said. No, I can't go back to being dominated by fear. This is just the first wave, there's still a chance in the next one. Bei Musheng shook his head. The dark tide had only just begun, it was far from over. But the thought of that particular method sent chills through him. In the Muhai forest. The forest outskirts were shrouded in darkness. The trees were withered, blackened as if scorched, with dead branches and decaying leaves tangled together. Not a single ray of light penetrated this area, making it feel utterly isolated from the world. The air was thick with the smell of dampness and rot. But deep within the forest, the environment was completely different, like entering another world. It was vibrant with life. Towering trees and dense vegetation thrived under the fragmented light piercing through the canopy of the territory's core. The interplay of light and shadow painted a scene brimming with vitality. Trees stood lush and verdant, shrubs varied in height, their branches adorned with tempting crimson fruits. Flowers and plants, bathed in the radiance of the territory's core, blossomed in vibrant colors and filled the air with their intoxicating fragrance. The dark tide had arrived. Although the territory core's light radius had shrunk, the plants, flowers, and vines within its reach had developed a unique ecosystem. This was the domain of Mu Shi, the Wood Sovereign Lord. She had the power to summon all plant-based troops in existence. Bathed in the core's light, she resembled a green sprite, draped in a flowing green dress, as though she were wearing spring itself. Her dress was embroidered with floral patterns that matched the hairpin in her hair. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, and her eyes clear and bright, exuding innocence and kindness. Mushi sat in a morning glory-crafted chair, using a trumpet flower to amplify her voice as she commanded her plant-based troops. At this moment, dark creatures surged through the blackened forest like a tide, their faces twisted and emitting an aura of fear and malevolence. But Mushi remained unshaken. Her gaze was resolute as she led her plant army in a fierce counterattack. Under her command, the plants fought like machines of war, their attacks fueled by the rage of life itself. Some plants launched spiked fruits, others unleashed thorny vines, and some sprayed toxic plant venom, devastating the dark creatures. This intense battle unfolded throughout the forest. Wave after wave of dark creatures attacked, only to be repelled repeatedly by Mushi and her plant army. In this forest, Mushi and her troops were an unbreachable fortress, leaving no room for the dark creatures to advance. Xiaohua, with your lord talent, the plants have developed so well. Do you think this battle might finally get me out of my endless fourth-place rank? Mushi turned to the human girl beside her, Xiaohua. Xiaohua's lord talent was relatively weak, mainly supportive and not suited for territorial combat, so she had joined Mushi's territory. Hearing Mushi's question, Xiaohua blushed slightly. Her lord talent, nature growth, could accelerate the growth of plants and animals. Plants typically grew slowly, but with her talent, their potential was immense, though the resources required to nurture them in the early stages were several times that of other lords. This limitation had previously kept Mushi, despite her high talent, stuck in fourth place. After Xiaohua joined, however, her talent paired perfectly with Mushi's, leading to an explosive growth in their plant troops, multiplying their numbers several times over. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xiaohua stammered, I think so, maybe. Xiaohua, be more confident. This time, I'm definitely going for first place, surpassing the Abyss Lord Lucen. Mushi stuck out her tongue playfully and took a sip of dew handed to her by a rose maid. I've been commanding the troops for so long, my throat's dry. Xiaohua covered her mouth and giggled, knowing Mushi loved to boast about her contributions. In truth, even without her commands, the plant troops could attack autonomously. But Xiaohua, being shy, didn't bring it up and simply sat quietly beside her. Mushi took another sip of dew, but just then, the news of Lucen killing 10 million dark creatures in the first wave reached her ears. She immediately spat out her drink. What? How is that possible? My troops are already killing as fast as they can, and they've only managed half that number. How did he do it so quickly? Mushi's big eyes darted around in disbelief. Many powerful lords were complaining about how fast Lucen killed, leaving them with fewer dark creatures to farm for loot. But they were the minority. In the chat channels, the majority of the lords were expressing gratitude to Lucen, thankful for surviving the dark tide. Wow, Lucen managed to kill 10 million dark creatures so fast. If it weren't for him, my territory would have been wiped out. Thank you, Lucen. When I saw those 10 million dark creatures coming, I was completely stunned. My territory only has around 3,000 troops, and there were a million times more dark creatures. If I hadn't relied on the terrain and held out until Lucen finished them off, I'd be done for. Thank you, Lucen. My territory sheltered over 10 lords, but after the first wave of the dark tide, only 3 of us are still alive. Lucen, do you need an accessory? Let me cling to your thigh. My territory's almost destroyed. I got lucky this time, but if there's another wave, I'm doomed. Any strong lords nearby willing to offer protection? Same here. My territory core is half destroyed, and all my troops are dead, only I'm left. Just hoping Lucen can finish off the next wave of dark creatures quickly. In the land of buried bones, within the Abyss territory, the surrounding darkness had dissipated, and the territory was once again illuminated by the light of its core. Congratulations to Lucen for breaking the historical record for first wave dark creature kills. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1, all basic resources in the territory increased tenfold. Reward 2, territory area expanded tenfold, from 1,000 square meters to 10,000 square meters. Reward 3, 100,000 Tier 1 Abyss Lord exclusive troop cards and 10,000 Tier 2 Abyss Lord exclusive troop cards. Reward 4, territory building, Heavenly Abyss. Reward 5, Lord level up card, plus 3 levels, usable up to level 100. Reward 6, activation of the Divine Merchant Girl's descent to this location. When Lucen saw the first reward, he was momentarily stunned. Basic resources increased tenfold? What exactly does that include? He checked through the territory core, where the basic knowledge was explained. Basic resources: water, wood, stone, iron, black crystals. Goodness gracious, tens of thousands of basic resources, even common items like water and sand were included. For plants or aquatic creatures that depended on water to survive, water was crucial. However, for Lu Sen's underworld-like troops, and given his extraordinary powers, ordinary water was of no use to him. This basic resource system was quite broad. For lords transported to desert regions, sand became a basic resource, usable as crafting material and construction supplies. For Lu Sen, transported to the land of the bones, the endless skeleton remains littering the ground were considered basic resources. They could be used to craft bone armor, bone swords, and even ground into powder for sculptures or bone walls. Initially, Lu Sen struggled to acquire basic resources, going through a lot of effort. But now, unless it was for specific items or automated mining robots capable of absorbing bones to craft items, he couldn't be bothered to manually gather resources. He would rather spend that time searching for mineral resources or tackling dungeons, which were far more rewarding. After some comparisons, Lu Sen discovered that his current resources included not only the ubiquitous bones but also wood, black crystals, stone blocks, iron chunks, amethysts, and more. Unfortunately, once rewards were distributed, they were automatically consumed. He had originally planned to exploit a bug by waiting until he had accumulated more basic resources before using them. Similar to the second challenge dungeon cards, he had hoped to use them after clearing high-grade dungeons, doubling his experience and resources. Basic resources successfully increased. As the notification vanished, piles of basic resources suddenly appeared across the Abyss domain. Coupled with the massive resources he had just gained from defeating dark creatures, Lu Sen's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected a single wave of the dark tide to yield so much. Check personal resources. Wood, 2 million units. Stone blocks, 1,030,000 units. Black crystals, 560,000 pieces. G-grade crafting stations, 103. F-grade crafting stations, 56. E-grade crafting stations, 35. D-grade crafting stations, 8. Treasure chests, G-grade, 36,980, F-grade, 6,350. Tier 1 Mighty Boar unit cards, 46,000. Tier 1 Skeleton Warrior unit cards, 256. Tier 3 Witch unit cards, 1,256. Tier 3 Night Howler Hound unit cards, 25,690. Skeleton King Hero card, 1. Small Black Crystal Mines, 9. Small Iron Mines, 6. Small Stone Mines, 12-inch. Staring at this haul, Lu Sen could hardly believe it. It took him a while to regain his senses. From being resource-starved to gaining so much from just the first wave of the Dark Tide, he couldn't help but wonder, would the subsequent waves of the Dark Tide yield just as much? At this moment, the reward that expanded his domain area to 10 times its original size also took effect. As the Dark Tide receded, the territory's core began to glow once more. Its area expanded from 1,000 square meters to 10,000 square meters. With the territory's expansion, the amethyst walls were now insufficient. Fortunately, with a 3-hour preparation period, Lu Sen immediately poured a large amount of resources into crafting amethyst walls. During the first wave of the Dark Tide, he had acquired many crafting stations and directly upgraded his original D-grade crafting station to S-grade. Although there were no new functionalities, the crafting speed increased significantly. It could now produce 1 unit of amethyst wall per second. Within 3 hours, the walls could be completed. Moreover, with the crafting station upgraded to S-grade, Lu Sen speculated that the resulting amethyst walls might possess unique attributes. Resources were no longer an issue for him, so the cost of building the walls was trivial. While the crafting stations were busy churning out walls, Lu Sen turned his attention to the remaining rewards. The third reward consisted of 100,000 Tier 1 Abyss Lord exclusive unit cards and 10,000 Tier 2 Abyss Lord exclusive unit cards. Lu Sen immediately used them to exchange for 50,000 Skeleton Warriors and 50,000 Abyssal Crows. Abyssal Crows could share vision, boost attack power, and collect items on the battlefield, significantly improving efficiency. This was why he chose to exchange for 50,000 of them. As for the Tier 2 unit cards, he didn't hesitate to pick Poison Witches and Skeleton Archers. These two units had performed impressively during the first wave of the Dark Tide, dealing with most of the dark creatures. The Tier 3 Witches, on the other hand, hadn't showcased their strength yet due to their long-range capabilities. However, Lu Sen believed that as his domain expanded, the Witches would surely demonstrate their power. Next, Lu Sen examined the fourth reward, a territorial structure called the Abyssal Trench. Curious about its purpose, he quickly checked its information. Abyssal Trench. Grade S grade, unsealed, requires the killing of 10 billion dark creatures, allowing their souls to enter the trench and become part of it, to fully unlock its potential. Function, currently limited to F-grade functionality due to being partially sealed. Encircles the territory, causing a 90% slowdown effect and a 60% poison effect on any invading dark creatures or enemies within its range. Effects last for 24 hours. As the structure gradually unlocks, negative effects on enemies will be enhanced. Background: the Abyssal Trench, as its name suggests, is vast, mysterious, and ominous like a bottomless abyss. It bears the tragic legacy of the ancient war between light and darkness. In those chaotic times, gods and demons of light and darkness waged countless battles for dominion over the world. The blood spilled in these battles stained the earth red, filling the air with the faint breath of life and the wails of tormented souls. The waters of the Abyssal Trench are said to originate from the blood of light and dark deities, each droplet brimming with power and spirit. Over time, the trench became a confluence of hatred, anguish, and rage, imbuing it with a chaotic and violent energy. As the battle between gods and demons faded into history, the Abyssal Trench became a legend of its own. Many now regard it as a forbidden zone, a place of taboo. Yet, it stands as a guardian of that forgotten chapter of history, an eternal source of mystery in the world. S grade. Lucen exclaimed as he read the description, astonished to learn that such an item was S grade. And the background story, it detailed an unknown ancient war between light and dark gods and demons. He couldn't help but wonder if the ancient dark faction was the predecessor of the current dark forces in this world. Lucen didn't know who had ultimately won the ancient war, but judging from the current state of the world, it seemed likely that the dark faction had triumphed. Otherwise, why would only Blue Planet remain in the entire world? Shaking his head, Lucen realized how little he actually knew about the dark world. His understanding barely scratched the surface. To learn more, he would have to keep climbing higher, leveling up to gain a clearer picture of this world. For now, his priority was to grow stronger within the rules of the game. Looking at the crafting stations busy making the amethyst walls, Lucen felt a sense of anticipation. He had set the production target at 10,000 units and was curious to see how the S-grade amethyst walls would differ from the original ones. However, the walls wouldn't appear until the entire production was complete. The upgraded crafting stations didn't change much in functionality, but the improvements were still significant. Previously, items were produced one by one and immediately available. Now, after setting a target quantity, the items would be stored in a specific space upon completion, ready for retrieval when needed, a sort of temporary storage. Lucen speculated that if the crafting stations were upgraded further, they might even be able to automatically use the crafted items. For instance, if they crafted a Dark Knight set, it could automatically equip skeleton warriors, or if they made amethyst walls, the walls might be automatically placed according to preset configurations. However, this was merely his speculation, and the exact details remained unclear. Glancing at the countdown on the crafting station, which still had over 20 minutes left, Lucen decided to leave it be and continued studying the territorial structure. Abyssal Rift. Activate, he commanded. At his words, the Abyssal Rift descended from the sky like an ink-black dragon, resembling a crack in the heavens, majestic and mysterious. Its massive form enveloped the surrounding territory, and even the darkness of the night could not conceal its imposing grandeur. Crash! The Abyssal Rift descended, encircling the territory, and it would evolve as the territory leveled up. It formed a vast, unfathomable moat. Its waters were as black as ink, with no visible bottom, resembling an endless abyss. Mist and vapor rose from the water's surface, shrouding it in an eerie fog. From within the river came countless wailing souls, their mournful cries haunting and sorrowful, as if trapped and unable to find an escape. The Abyssal Rift devoured nearby dark creatures, an invisible hand snatching their souls and wearing them down in the darkness. Each wave that crashed against the shores echoed with the lament of souls, reverberating through the territory and unsettling all who heard it. Lucen clearly saw the skeletal archers on the city walls firing at scattered dark creatures emerging from the shadows. Once the dark creatures were slain, their souls were drawn into the Abyssal Rift. Lucen noticed a +1 notification appear above the rift, indicating that a soul had been absorbed. Fortunately, the Abyssal Rift had a limited range for soul absorption, unlike the method used by the witch hag to summon souls. The rift relied on its own soul power to draw in the souls of deceased dark creatures. Since it was a low-tier structure and not yet fully unlocked, it could only affect the souls of the dead, with a mere negative effect on the living. If its level were to increase, perhaps even the souls of living dark creatures could be drawn in. Lucen pondered for a moment. It wouldn't be wise to let the Abyssal Rift overly consume the souls of dead dark creatures. After all, the witch hag could still summon these souls to fight for her. Perhaps he could wait until the souls were about to dissipate before allowing them to merge with the rift. Since it wasn't the period of the dark tides and only a few scattered dark creatures appeared, Lucen wasn't too concerned about whether the abyssal rift absorbed them or not. However, once the dark tides arrived, he would need to restrain the rift, preventing it from recklessly devouring souls and affecting the witch hag's summoning capabilities. After setting up the abyssal rift, Lucen turned his attention to the rewards. Among them, Reward 5 included a card that could upgrade a lord's level by 3, specifically for lords under level 100. To Lucen, this card wasn't particularly useful. "I wonder if this card would be of value to other lords," Lucen murmured, hesitating slightly. His own level progression was effortless, leading him to mistakenly assume that other lords found it easy as well. In truth, many other lords toiled day and night, leading troops to slay dark creatures and grind for experience. Lucen stashed the card in a leather chest, planning to review the last reward before sorting through his spoils and listing any unwanted items in the trading zone for others to use. As he contemplated this, the territory, which had remained dimly lit only by the territory core and the amethyst crystal, suddenly erupted with dazzling light, as if the sun itself were shining directly upon the abyssal territory. Startled, Lucen looked up and faintly saw a golden vortex spinning in the sky, dispelling much of the surrounding darkness. Could this be the final reward activating the arrival of the divine merchantess? The golden vortex radiated a warm yet intense aura, stirring the air and producing a deep, resonant hum. Soon, the center of the vortex became clearer, revealing a figure clad in a golden garment. Her figure was striking, exuding both elegance and power, reminiscent of a goddess of war. Behind her floated 3 treasure chests, glowing with golden light that resonated with the vortex, emanating an ancient, mysterious energy. The goddess-like figure gazed ahead, her eyes resolute and profound, her expression embodying determination and fearless courage. The golden garment shimmered under the radiance, while the 3 treasure chests seemed to symbolize her weapons and responsibilities, their glow illuminating the dark world. The war goddess-like figure descended slowly from the sky, landing directly in front of Lucen. The abyssal army on the city walls and within the territory, noticing the sudden appearance of an outsider, immediately unleashed volleys of arrows and clouds of poisonous mist toward the war goddess. Lucen wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. Unexpectedly, golden light radiated from the war goddess body, forming a protective barrier around her. All attacks that landed on the barrier failed to harm her in the slightest. Her eyes remained indifferent, as though these attacks were beneath her notice. Lucen swallowed nervously, utterly shocked. Most of his troops were around level 300, and even against dark creatures at level 400, his army of over 100,000 could hold out without being completely annihilated. Yet, the war goddess had effortlessly deflected all attacks, not losing a single drop of blood, using what appeared to be a skill or some innate ability. The war goddess showed no anger as her cold gaze locked onto Lucen, as though she were looking at an ant. Lucen had an ominous feeling that if she chose to act, his entire territory could be obliterated. He hurriedly commanded his troops to cease their suicidal actions. Lucen accessed the territory core to check the merchantess information. Commerce domain, war goddess Kara. Rank, divine. Level? Skills? Hero attributes? Background information? Seeing an information panel filled entirely with question marks, Lucen froze for a moment. This was the first time he had used the territory core to investigate a being, only to fail to retrieve any concrete details. He then attempted a probing skill, but the result was still a string of question marks. He realized that the probing skill could only analyze beings or items of the same or lower level, and Kara's level was far beyond his, making it impossible to discern anything about her. Kara seemed to sense Lucen's probing skill, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her exquisitely beautiful face. In the presence of such a powerful being, Lucen immediately became compliant. Great Abyssal Lord Lucen, congratulations on showcasing extraordinary strength during the first wave of the Dark Tides, catching the attention of our commerce domain. The divine merchantess Kara is here to serve you. Here are our goods, please make your selection. Kara's tone was cold and distant. Lucen found her words a bit odd, as if she were coercing him into a purchase. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, using a skill to probe someone else's information was impolite, and his abyssal army had even attacked her. Her displeasure was understandable. At this moment, the 3 treasure chests that had been floating behind Kara drifted in front of Lucen and opened, revealing items that glowed with different hues. Great Lord, these are 3 extremely rare items. Please choose the one you need the most, Kara said, her tone resembling that of a saleswoman reciting a script, as she began introducing the items. Great Abyssal Lord Lucen, this is the first item, the Phoenix Queen's Jade Hairpin. When carried, this item increases the attack power of all fire-type troops in your territory by 900%. Additionally, if you are attacked, a King-tier Phoenix Spirit will protect you. In truth, Lucen didn't need Kara's introduction, as he had already used his probing skill to examine the hairpin's details. Phoenix Queen's Jade Hairpin. Rank, S. Function, when carried by the Lord, increases the attack power of all fire-type troops in the Lord's territory by 900%. Additionally, it can block the most lethal attack of any King tier or lower creature. Item background: the Phoenix Empress, the matriarch of the Phoenix clan, embodies endless wisdom and boundless compassion. Witnessing her kin suffering under the corruption of dark forces, she was overcome with sorrow and resolved to sacrifice all her strength to protect her people. To safeguard her children, the Phoenix Empress decided to extract her heart's blood and infused it into an exquisitely crafted hairpin. This hairpin, both magnificent and mysterious, is adorned with intricate carvings of phoenixes. When her heart's blood merged with it, the hairpin instantly radiated dazzling golden light and exuded immense power. Note: consumable item. Price: 50,000 dark crystals. Lucen reviewed the information about the Phoenix Empress hairpin, nodding and shaking his head simultaneously. This item provided a significant boost to fire element troops, and its greatest feature was its passive ability to negate fatal damage from creatures below King and Lord levels, a life-saving artifact. Without hesitation, Lucen purchased it, intending to list it in the trading zone. In the first layer of the Dark World, the items sold by the Divine Merchantess were all rare materials. For others, these items were priceless treasures, and trading them could yield a massive profit. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for spending 50,000 dark crystals to purchase the S-grade treasure, the Phoenix Empress hairpin. It has been stored in your leather chest. Lucen shifted his gaze to the second item, which was a set of equipment. Radiant Oath. Grade, SS grade. Function: Radiant Blessing. Within a 1,000-meter radius of the wearer, health regenerates at 5% per second, while attack power, defense, and movement speed increase by 300%. Additionally, the wearer gains auxiliary abilities such as flight, groundbreaking teleportation, and more. Currently sealed: to unseal, slay 100 billion dark creatures and let their blood soak the armor. At present, functionality is limited to A-grade effects. Background: during the ancient war between gods of light and darkness, a warrior of light fought against countless dark demon gods. Ultimately, he fell in battle, and the blood spilled upon his armor caused it to emit an even more radiant brilliance. This set of armor was eventually named the Radiant Oath. Note: this equipment is classified as hero exclusive. Lords and troops cannot equip it. An SS-grade hero equipment. Lucen's eyes lit up when he saw the second item. Although sealed, the SS-grade hero equipment still had a healing radius of 1,000 meters, a 300% boost to all attributes, and functions like flight and enhanced speed. Lucen was extremely tempted. Unfortunately, it was hero exclusive, so he couldn't wear it himself. Otherwise, he would have loved to experience the sensation of flying. This gear would be an incredible help to him. Without any hesitation, Lucen spent 100,000 dark crystals to acquire it. While most lords had gained a considerable amount of resources after the first wave of the Dark Tide, few could afford to spend 100,000 dark crystals. Normally, Lucen would feel reluctant to spend such a large amount on something unnecessary, but this equipment was too valuable to pass up. Although the purchase stung a little, the sight of the equipment's appearance instantly dispelled his hesitation. The Radiant Oath was a dazzling golden armor embedded with glowing, mysterious runes. The runes seemed to flow with light, emanating an aura of infinite power and mystery. The armor's material was indestructible, radiating a strong and brilliant glow like molten sunlight. Every flicker of light exuded an imposing majesty. The chest plate bore a larger rune shaped like a sun, blazing and radiant. Additionally, there was an intricately designed golden helmet, with flames of gold seemingly burning in the eye sockets. Lucen was extremely satisfied and immediately instructed Judy Den to wear it. Judy Den, staring at the Radiant Oath, was stunned and incredulous. "Lord, is this really for me to wear?" he asked. Lucen nodded and urged him on, eager to see the effect. Judy Den took to the skies, looking like a war god. However, his massive size made him resemble a glittering, oversized pig compared to the female war god Carla. Fortunately, Judy Den himself was pleased, so Lucen let it slide and turned his attention toward the final item. Abyssal Ancient Demon Troop Altar. Grade, A grade. Function: every 24 hours, the altar will summon 10,000 5th-tier ancient demons. Note: this troop altar can be upgraded. The materials required for the next level are as follows. 1 million units of iron ore, 1 million units of wood, 1 million units of stone, 1 million units of obsidian, 1 million soulflame stones, 1 million dark crystals. A grade SSS grade, with each level increase, the number of troops summoned every 24 hours will increase tenfold. Price, 200,000 dark crystals. Upon seeing this new abyssal troop altar, Lu Sen's eyes sparkled. The 5th tier troops were far more powerful than his current ones. His 2nd tier skeleton archers and poison witch doctors had already proven formidable during the Dark Tide, so 5th tier ancient demons were bound to be even more promising. Buy it! Lu Sen decided without hesitation. He was grateful for being the first to slay 10 million dark creatures during the first wave of the Dark Tide, which had boosted his basic resource output tenfold, earning him 560,000 dark crystals. Between the 3 items he had purchased from Carla, he had spent nearly 350,000 dark crystals. Coupled with the cost of constructing the Amethyst City walls, he now had less than 10,000 dark crystals left. For the first time, Lu Sen truly understood the difficulty of making money and the ease of spending it. He finally empathized with the struggles of the Moonlight Clan and Sunlight Clan. After Lu Sen completed his purchases, the 3 treasure chests in front of Carla disappeared. "Great Abyss Lord, until we meet again," Carla said. Wings of light appeared behind her, and she flew into a golden vortex. Lu Sen intended to bid her farewell, but Carla left without a glance. He didn't mind, though. Perhaps they would meet again next time. Lu Sen selected an empty space near the skeleton warrior troop altar and placed the newly acquired ancient demon troop altar there. A dense aura of malevolence filled the air as the altar stood tall within his territory, ancient and mysterious. It radiated a chilling darkness, as if narrating a bloody history. The altar's structure was covered with various carvings of demonic figures, some resembling flames, others like eagle demons, exuding violence and terror that made it hard to look directly at. In the center of the altar was a stone platform adorned with mysterious runes and magical artifacts. At Lu Sen's command, the platform slowly rose, and the altar began to glow. When the light faded, the interior of the altar revealed a massive statue of an ancient demon, lifelike and seemingly ready to break free from the stone at any moment. The altar began its operations, and 10,000 ancient demons emerged in an instant. These creatures radiated a dark aura that made the atmosphere oppressive and tense. Lu Sen observed the skeletal forms of the ancient demons, which bore similarities to his skeleton warriors. They were grotesque and horrifying, their bodies twisted and covered in monstrous organs and limbs. Their skin was rough, with hardened shells and tumors, and their eyes gleamed with an evil light, like flames of dark fire. Their bodies dripped foul-smelling slime, teeming with parasitic insects that gnawed at their flesh. Although the ancient demons' appearance was terrifying, their power was undeniable, as they wielded dark magic. Since they were now part of his forces, Lu Sen quickly grew accustomed to them. Ancient Demon. Grade, 5th tier. Level, LV1. Health, 500. Attack power, 296. Defense, 257. Skill, Sticky Phlegm Attack. After activating the skill, shoot a sticky mucus attack at the enemy, slowing them down while inflicting a venomous corrosive effect. Cooldown time, 1 second. Fossil to Sludge. The body possesses a strong corrosive property. Once an enemy touches the body, they are corroded into mush. Reproduction. Possesses an extraordinary reproductive ability. One ancient demon can reproduce 1 to 10 small ancient demons every hour. Note, small ancient demons cannot directly engage in combat, they require 1 to 5 days of growth before becoming combat units. Upon reading the description of the ancient demon, Lu Sen was utterly astonished. He hadn't expected their reproductive speed to be this rapid. It wasn't just reproduction, it was practically splitting. With the ability to reproduce about 1 to 10 offspring per hour, that averaged out to 5 or 6. In just 1 hour, these ancient demons could produce nearly 50,000 small ancient demons, and in a single day, their numbers would be unimaginable. Moreover, as new ancient demons were born, their numbers would only multiply further. Lu Sen didn't dare to think further about the implications. Even without a troop altar, these ancient demons could multiply to a terrifying scale in no time. Staring at his territory, which had just expanded to 10,000 square meters, Lu Sen couldn't help but think that at this rate of reproduction, the ancient demons might overrun his land in less than a day. Guji. Guji. At that moment, countless small black, slime-like ancient demons burst out from the tumors protruding from the ancient demons' bodies, clinging onto their larger counterparts. Soon, the entire territory became lively, filled with the sound of Guji Guji. Lu Sen wasn't sure whether to feel glad or troubled. Watching these sticky, constantly dripping small ancient demons, he couldn't help but wonder how such slimy, seemingly unintelligent creatures could grow into full-fledged ancient demons within 5 days. Ancient Demon, LV1 LV32. After sharing experience, the ancient demon's levels rose rapidly. Their massive bodies became covered in more tumors, and the ever-present mucus made Lucen feel nauseated. He commanded the ancient demons to take the yet-to-mature small ones and hunt dark creatures near the abyss. Receiving the order, the ancient demons dragged their slimy bodies toward the outskirts of the territory, leaving long trails of corrosive mucus on the ground. The corrosive properties were so potent that any nearby bones disintegrated into powder upon contact. Fortunately, the mucus would disappear on its own in less than a minute. Watching over 10,000 sluggishly moving ancient demons, Lucen shook his head. He wasn't sure just how powerful or capable these creatures could become, or if they could even meet the standards of a 5th-tier unit. At this moment, Lucen noticed that the amethyst crystal wall he had been crafting was now fully completed and stored in the designated space of the crafting platform. I wonder what special attributes this S-rank amethyst crystal wall has, Lucen murmured to himself. As soon as the S-rank amethyst crystal wall appeared, the surrounding environment immediately brightened. The radiant purple-gold light illuminated the area within 5,000 meters of the territory, driving away the darkness. A magnificent wall stood tall before him, encrusted with countless amethyst crystals that sparkled like a sea of stars under the radiant glow. Each crystal seemed to harbor immense power, emitting a deep purple luster intertwined with golden light, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The wall stood nearly 30 meters tall, towering and majestic. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the night like a vast purple sheet of glass. Various watchtowers and arrow platforms adorned the structure, blending classical elegance with modern strength. The watchtowers were tall, offering clear visibility even in the dark, while the arrow platforms were cleverly hidden in the corners, raining arrows to protect every inch of the wall. From its appearance alone, the wall gave off an impression of towering grandeur and overwhelming might. Lucen inspected the attributes of the amethyst crystal wall. Amethyst crystal wall. Grade, S rank. Functions: 1. Extends the territory's external visibility by 5,000 meters. 2. Boasts formidable defense. It would take 100 strikes from an elite-level dark creature's strongest attack on the same spot to cause damage. 3. Possesses self-repair and memory capabilities. As long as the wall isn't critically damaged, it will repair itself. 4. Automatically adjusts its position per the Lord's preset instructions as the territory expands. 5. Unified strength. The more sections of the amethyst crystal wall assembled, the greater its defensive power. 6. Watchtower, provides a 10,000 square meter view radius, 5,000 meters from the wall itself and an additional enhancement of 5,000 meters. 7. Arrow platform, increases the range of archer units by 200%. 8. Cannon platform, enhances the range of throwing and projectile units by 300%. 9. Beacon tower, igniting the beacon dispels surrounding darkness, boosting troops' attack and defense attributes. The closer a unit is to the beacon, the higher the attribute boost. Note: attribute boosts stack with each other. Seeing the information about the S-rank amethyst crystal wall, Lucen realized his territory's visibility had expanded from 100 meters to 5,000 meters, a 50-fold increase, and the wall's self-defense and repair capabilities had been enhanced nearly tenfold. Additionally, new features like watchtowers, arrow platforms, cannon platforms, and beacon towers had been introduced. However, rather than serving as a means of communication, the beacon towers provided auxiliary support. Lucen began placing the amethyst crystal wall along the pre-planned paths. Boom! Through the core of the territory, he controlled the placement of the wall sections along the outskirts. It took nearly 2 hours to position over 10,000 units of the amethyst crystal wall. Compared to the initial D-rank wall, this S-rank wall was like a towering giant, completely overshadowing the 10-meter-tall D-rank wall. Standing atop the amethyst crystal watchtower, Lucen's view now spanned 10,000 meters, allowing him to clearly see the dark creatures on the outskirts of his territory. It seemed that after Judy Den had cleared the nearby mighty boar dungeon, a stronger dungeon had been activated. The dark creatures appearing now consisted of skeletons, hags, dune crows, and nighthounds. As soon as these dark creatures appeared, they were promptly shot down by the skeleton archers stationed on the wall, dropping a few black crystals, which were quickly snatched up by the crows circling above. Meanwhile, the souls of the fallen creatures were absorbed by the abyss moat, a defensive trench dozens of meters wide outside the wall. Lucen scanned his territory, his gaze landing on the tens of thousands of ancient demons slowly moving beyond the walls. To prevent their overpopulation from affecting the development of his territory, he had them operate outside the territory, venturing into the darkness to hunt dark creatures. He wasn't worried about them being wiped out, as their reproductive abilities were so extreme that even if just one survived, a few days later, a new swarm would emerge. Woo! Woo! Suddenly, from the darkness, a massive skeleton nearly 5 meters tall appeared. Its colossal frame was 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary skeletal warrior. Holding a bone sword, the giant skeleton emerged from the shadows, its eyes filled with bloodlust and an unyielding hunger for destruction. The group of ancient demons sensed the looming crisis. The one on the outermost edge, its entire body coated in viscous mucus, emitted a chilling, putrid stench. Slowly, this ancient demon extended its long tongue and, facing a skeleton that had suddenly emerged from the darkness, spat out a glob of mucus in an instant. The action resembled the act of expelling a glob of phlegm aged since 1982. The mucus, blended with thick phlegm, sprayed forth and immediately covered the skeleton's skull, making the scene all the more grotesque. The skeleton, struck by the mucus, emitted a clattering sound of bone against bone, clearly immobilized by the adhesive phlegm. Not only was the skeleton rendered incapable of movement, but it also appeared utterly humiliated. Then, something unexpected happened. From the body of the ancient demon, a swarm of tiny, underdeveloped ancient demons began to detach themselves. They hopped and bounded toward the skeleton trapped in the mucus. These fledgling ancient demons, like lively fleas, leapt onto the skeleton, adhering to it in a parasite-like manner and began to absorb the energy from its form. The life flame within the skeleton's skull flickered like a candle in the wind, dimming and glowing unpredictably, as though it could extinguish at any moment. This fragile state drastically diminished the once terrifying image of the skeleton. In this scene, the ancient demon demonstrated absolute dominance. It subdued the skeleton effortlessly, turning it into an energy source for the growth of the fledgling demons. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the life flame within the dark skeleton's skull shattered. The fledgling ancient demons, which had been absorbing the energy of the skeleton's life flame, grew from the size of a fist to nearly the size of a basketball. Though they had not yet fully matured into true ancient demons, their strength had already surpassed that of a Tier 1 skeleton warrior. Standing on the watchtower, Lucen observed the scene and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the ancient demons. The dark skeleton just now was approximately level 200, while these ancient demons, freshly summoned from the altar, were only around level 100. Yet, despite the skeleton's superior level, the ancient demons had subdued it in one strike, turning it into nourishment for the fledgling demons. If not for the sheer number of fledgling demons parasitizing the dark skeleton, Lucen speculated that fewer of them might have absorbed enough energy from the skeleton's life flame to instantly evolve into a fully formed ancient demon. From what Lucen understood, these ancient demons typically took 5 days to fully mature. This process wasn't natural growth but rather involved absorbing energy from the mother body to gradually take shape. However, they could also rapidly mature by absorbing the energy of other creatures. In such cases, the fledgling demons faced no restrictions and could absorb endlessly until they drained their target completely. The newly enlarged fledgling demons, now the size of basketballs, hopped back onto the mother body, clinging to it like grotesque tumors. From a distance, they resembled fleshy growths on the mother demon's form. Lucen clicked his tongue in amazement, finding the growth method of the ancient demons incredibly peculiar. He also noticed that these demons didn't just absorb the energy of dark creatures, they sometimes even consumed their soul power. Essentially, any life form with energy could become their nourishment for growth. Watching the ancient demons gradually move northward, Lucen felt a lingering sense of unease. Thankfully, these ancient demons were part of his own army. If they belonged to someone else, dealing with them would have been a monumental challenge. This made him reflect on the boundless mysteries of the dark world, wondering if even more powerful beings existed. A sense of urgency began to creep into his heart. Glancing at the time, Lucen saw that less than half an hour remained before the arrival of the second wave of the dark tide. He opened the trading zone and listed all his unused items for sale. He put Tier 1 Boar Troop cards up for sale at 70% of the market price, with each card selling for 0.7 black crystals. Next, he listed various D rank and lower equipment and some other useless items obtained during the dark tide. Lucen's primary goal in listing these items was to clear out his inventory. If someone bought them, he could make a bit of extra profit. If no one purchased them, he could treat the trading zone as a dumping ground, saving space in his leather chest. What Lucen didn't expect was a flood of notification messages almost immediately after listing the items. The Tier 1 Boar Troop cards you listed have been purchased in full by Lord Linley of the Pig King territory. Lucen was momentarily stunned by the notification. It had already been 7 days since the Dark Tide began, and the surviving lords had leveled up to the novice stage. At this point, Tier 1 troops should have been obsolete, with Tier 2 troops becoming the mainstream choice. Yet someone had actually bought his Tier 1 troop cards. It didn't take long for Lucen to figure it out. The level of dark creatures appearing during the Dark Tide was determined by the average level of a territory's troops. This lord, who had frantically purchased Tier 1 boar troops, was clearly aiming to lower the average level of their troops so that the dark creatures spawned would be weaker. Additionally, these Tier 1 troops could serve as cannon fodder, using their sheer numbers to slow down the invasion of dark creatures. Lucen nodded in understanding. Any lord who had survived up to this point was no fool. Unfortunately, his D rank and lower equipment didn't attract as much attention. After all, anyone purchasing Tier 1 troops only saw them as tools. Equipping them would be a waste. Without his unlimited upgrade talent, Lucen wouldn't have been able to afford the extravagance of equipping his troops with the Dark Knight set. The trading zone offered 2 modes, direct sales and auctions. Direct sales were straightforward. Items had fixed prices, and lords could purchase them immediately if they were satisfied with the price. Auctions, on the other hand, allowed sellers to set a starting price, and the item would go to the highest bidder. Lucen had considered selling the Phoenix Empress hairpin, but with the second wave of the Dark Tide so close and his late timing in listing it, most lords had already spent their black crystals in the frenzy of trading after the first wave. For a treasure of the Phoenix Empress hairpin caliber, fetching a high price would require waiting until lords had replenished their black crystals after the next wave. However, Lucen did have a hero card in his possession. If he waited until after the second wave of the Dark Tide, when others had acquired stronger heroes or troops, the value of his hero card would drop significantly. Seizing the moment during the first wave, he listed the Tier 3 Skeleton King hero card with a starting bid of 1,000 black crystals, requiring a minimum increment of 100 per bid. At this stage of the first Dark Tide, very few lords possessed heroes. As soon as Lucen listed the card, a flood of lords rushed to bid. Holy crap, it's a hero card, and it's Tier 3. I'll bid 3,000 black crystals right away. You think you can get a hero card for 3,000 black crystals? Dream on. Most lords only have Tier 2 troops right now, and even Tier 3 troops cost 1,000 black crystals at the core of a territory, let alone one with hero attributes. This is worth so much more. It's a pity that this Tier 3 Skeleton King hero card can only be used by heroes like the Skeleton Lord, Abyss Overlord, or King Lingling. As a plant-type lord, I can't use it. I really envy those lords who have heroes. I remember that Lucen is also an Abyss Overlord, right? Why didn't he use the hero card himself but chose to sell it instead? Could it be that he already has an even better hero? What the heck, even Tier 3 hero cards don't catch Lucen's eye? Does he have a Tier 4 or even higher grade hero? Comparing myself to others is just infuriating. While we're still worrying about not having a single hero, he's already dismissing Tier 3 heroes. I'd be thrilled just to have a Tier 2 hero. Currently, lords with Tier 3 heroes are extremely rare, so Lucen's hero card price skyrocketed, climbing from the initial 1,000 black crystals to 66,000 black crystals. In the end, it was purchased by a lord named Skeleton Overlord Mohan. Lucen nodded in satisfaction. He thought to himself that if he were to sell this Tier 3 hero card later, the price would likely drop significantly. Selling it now for nearly 70,000 black crystals far exceeded his expectations. Just then, a mechanical voice rang out in the minds of all the lords across the dark world. The second wave of the Dark Tide is about to arrive. All lords, prepare yourselves. Now announcing the number of dark creatures killed by the lords during the previous wave. First place, Abyss Overlord Lucen, killed 10 million dark creatures. Second place, Phoenix Overlord Li Qingru, killed 8.93 million dark creatures. Third place, Dragon Emperor Overlord Qin Shaoxian, killed 8.72 million dark creatures. Fourth place, Wood Emperor Overlord Mushi, killed 7.99 million dark creatures. Fifth place, Fire Emperor Overlord Huayan, killed 7.88 million dark creatures. Sixth place. 10th place, Ice King Overlord Bei Mushing, killed 5.93 million dark creatures. As soon as the voice fell silent, a ranking list appeared before every lord's eyes. Instantly, the entire dark world erupted in excitement. From the first place all the way to the 1 millionth, every capable lord could find their own spot on the list. At this moment, in the southern Flaming Plains, Phoenix Overlord Li Qingru sat atop a majestic phoenix bird, her expression solemn as she stared at the leaderboard visible only to her. Despite having killed nearly 9 million dark creatures, she was still over a million behind the first place Abyss Overlord Lucen, a considerable gap. This time, I managed to obtain an A-grade flame crystal from the SSS grade merchant girl. It can boost the attack power of my fire-type troops by 500% and their defense by 100%. I also acquired an S-grade Phoenix Feather armor set, further enhancing my strength. Li Qingru glanced at the female hero standing beside her, clad in the Phoenix Feather armor. The hero exuded an aura of fiery majesty, as if a phoenix had descended to the mortal realm. The armor's design resembled outspread phoenix wings, with every feather shimmering in golden light, accentuating her elegant silhouette. The lifelike phoenix emblem on her chest symbolized resilience, while the faint shadow of phoenix wings behind her appeared to be wrapped in blazing flames. Her flowing hair and determined gaze radiated unparalleled charm. Looking at this Tier 6 hero with immense potential, whom she had obtained as a reward, Li Qingru's eyes were filled with confidence. This time, I will definitely surpass you. Meanwhile, on the eastern shore of the Dark World stood the Dragon's Nest, a vast and mysterious stronghold surrounded by darkness yet exuding an aura of power, like a luminous pearl in the Dark World. The interior of the Dragon's Nest was a massive domain brimming with draconic energy. Golden dragons, crimson dragons, and fire dragons thrived here, showcasing their might and glory. The golden dragons' shimmering bodies radiated wisdom, the crimson dragons burned like living flames, and the fire dragons were enveloped in blazing fire. These dragons circled above the Lord's mansion, resonating with its energy to generate a powerful airflow that dispelled the surrounding chaos and darkness. Inside the Lord's mansion sat a tall, robust man, Qin Shaoxian, draped in a magnificent yellow robe adorned with a five-clawed golden dragon. His presence was imposing, his gaze resolute yet profound. Just a few days ago, my dragon troops were still hatchlings, with low levels and weak combat power. I couldn't even break into the top 3 during the first 2 waves, hovering around the 10th place instead. But now, my dragons have grown rapidly, their levels soaring. From here on, I, Qin Shaoxian, will make my name known across the first layer of the Dark World. Unlike other lords, Qin Shaoxian hailed from one of the 10 great families, the Qin clan, with a formidable background. Before the Dark Tide arrived, a lord with a Tier 10 hero personally mentored him in troop strategy, enabling him to gain significant insights. One of his strategies involved recruiting high-potential lords to serve under him, providing him with resources. He ignored any lower potential lords who sought to join him, instead focusing on warmly inviting talented lords with exceptional troop potential. In his eyes, only such individuals were worthy of being on the same path as him. Abyss Overlord Lucen and Phoenix Overlord Li Qingru have consistently held the top 2 spots and have immense potential. They're excellent recruits. Once I reveal my true strength, I must make them join my domain and bow to me. In the icy wastelands, Ice King Overlord Bei Mushang felt a surge of excitement upon seeing his rank rise. However, the moment he glanced at Lucen, who remained firmly in first place, his enthusiasm was immediately dampened. He quickly ordered his subordinates to prepare for battle, determined to kill even more dark creatures in the upcoming second wave of the Dark Tide. During the first wave, not only did Bei Mushang acquire numerous rewards, but the lords under his command also reaped substantial gains, significantly increasing their troop numbers. This gave him great confidence for the subsequent waves, especially since he possessed Qin Shang's territorial teleportation talent, with over 60 allied lords by his side. Each of these lords had received rewards, and the combined total of his gains far exceeded those of the other top-ranked lords. At this rate, the number of dark creatures he killed would only continue to grow. Meanwhile, Emperor Overlord Mushi was feeling frustrated. She had hoped to at least secure 3rd place if not 1st or 2nd, but once again ended up in 4th, much to her chagrin. "Little flower, this time we must aim for 1st, no, just 3rd place will do," Mushi said, her eyes darting around as she spoke with determination. Initially, she had been intent on claiming the top spot, but after seeing the vast gap between her and Lucen, she adjusted her ambitions to avoid embarrassing herself in front of Little Flower. Her new goal for the second wave of the Dark Tide was to surpass the 3rd place rank and shed her reputation as the perpetual 4th. At this moment, the World Chat channel was in an uproar. No way, the gap between 2nd and 1st place is over 1 million? Lucen is a monster. A true powerhouse. He's taken 1st place 3 times in a row now. I wonder what resources Lucen obtained this time. I'm curious too. I'm ranked over 30,000, and even I got some decent resources. I even activated a C-grade merchant girl and got quite a few good items from her. I'm ranked in the 1000s and activated an A-grade merchant girl. She's absolutely stunning, could rival Li Qinglian from the 2nd layer of the Dark World. Word of advice, don't get any funny ideas about merchant girls. I'm ranked in the 900s and also activated an A-grade merchant girl. I tried using my troops to force her to do something, and with just a thought, she wiped out half my troops and almost killed me. I didn't even get to see her inventory before she disappeared. I regret it so much. Are Are you nuts? Do you think you can mess with a merchant girl? If she's daring to enter your domain alone, she either has powerful survival skills or is incredibly strong herself. She's there to sell, not to be bullied. I envy those big shots who can activate A-grade merchant girls. I only managed to activate an F-grade one, and the items she offers are so lousy. Honestly, the rewards I get from killing dark creatures are much better. Did you see the third-ranked leader? It's Dragon Emperor Lord. Could it be that he summoned dragon-type creatures? Dragons are incredibly powerful in the eastern world of Blue Planet. I recall that Dragon Emperor Lord hovered around the 10th rank in the last two rankings, but with the arrival of the Dark Tide, he shot straight to 3rd place. Take a look at the 4th rank, it's the perennial 4th place with Emperor Lord. Everyone else is climbing forward, but she's still stuck at 4th. Well, this lady is happy being 4th. If you have what it takes, why don't you try getting 4th? No way, Would Emperor Lord is actually a woman? Add me as a friend, please, let me latch onto your success. Would Emperor Lord, I'm strong, sturdy, and handsome. I'd love to live off of you. Ugh, I can't stand braggarts. Go to Antarctica, will you? Would Emperor Lord? Do you guys know where the merchant girls come from? They show emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. I used to think they were NPCs, but now it feels like they belong to some kind of organization. My Lord talent is aura detection. It's pretty useless, it just lets me see the strength and type of a creature's aura and identify its race. When I looked at a merchant girl, I noticed two types of auras on her. One was an extremely holy light aura, and the other was a very dark, shadowy aura. These two auras clashed inside her, so the moment she entered my territory, my troops attacked her. To them, she carried a dark aura and was seen as a dark creature. What? I thought my troops attacked a merchant girl because they mistook her for some foreign entity when she entered my territory. Turns out it's because she naturally has a dark aura. So that's the reason. Can any big shot explain why someone would have two opposing auras? The dark tide is coming soon. Once it passes, let's ask the merchant girls. No sooner had they spoken than the retreating dark tide surged back again. Countless dark creatures emerged from the shadows, attacking the nearest territories. Lucen saw that his territory was surrounded by a dense swarm of dark creatures, and this time, their levels were significantly higher than before. Through the shared vision of his Raven Scouts, he clearly saw a group of towering skeletons, their levels nearing 400. Among the skeletal army, there was one colossal dark skeleton king for every 100,000 dark creatures. Seeing this, Lucen immediately put his plan into action. He sent his ravens to provoke the dark skeleton kings, luring them to the inner city and outer city boundary. Flocks of ravens flew overhead, shooting feathered arrows at the dark skeleton kings. The rain of arrows struck the massive skeletons' bodies like thin needles, barely noticeable without a magnifying glass. Clang! A black arrow, formed from a feather, struck the dark skeleton king's body and was deflected by its hardened bones. Soon after, a torrential downpour of feathered arrows followed, enraging the dark skeleton king. Originally maintaining their formation, the dark skeleton kings now furiously chased the ravens into the skies. Roar! The dark skeleton king bellowed in fury, trampling countless dark creatures underfoot as it charged. Elsewhere, the ravens repeated the same tactic, specifically targeting the dark skeleton kings and driving them into a frenzy to chase after the ravens. The ravens swooped over the walls and flew into the territory, leading the dark skeleton kings to plunge straight into the abyssal moat. There, they were afflicted by negative effects and ambushed by waiting skeleton warriors. Judy Den, already immensely powerful, became even more formidable after donning the Radiant Oath armor set. He flew above like a giant of light, wielding a radiant sword, and slashed mercilessly at the struggling dark skeleton kings in the moat. These dark skeleton kings were like lambs to the slaughter, and within moments, nearly 100 were eliminated by Judy Den. Judiden LV 386 LV 396. Judiden LV 396 LV 402. Judiden LV 402 LV 410. With the massive slaying of dark creatures, the abyssal army gained significant experience, and Judiden's level broke past 400. Some dark skeleton kings managed to cross the moat and charge into the narrow outer gates, only to be immediately met with a barrage of concentrated arrow fire and surrounded by skeleton warriors, falling within a minute. Meanwhile, the witches stationed by the moat began chanting spells, summoning the souls of the recently slain dark skeleton kings. These souls, akin to new beings, were powerful spirit entities that could possess the struggling or battling dark skeleton kings, forcing them to attack their own kind. At the same time, the dense arrow fire and toxic mists held the dark creatures of the dark tide at bay, keeping them more than 3 kilometers from the walls and isolating them from the dark skeleton kings. Without the dark skeleton kings drawing attention, these dark creatures were steadily dwindling in numbers under the relentless barrage of arrows and poison. Through the shared vision of his ravens, Lucen noticed something peculiar. The east, west, and south were teeming with dark creatures, but the north was eerily quiet. Unlike the chaotic scenes in the other three directions, the abyssal territory's northern side was unnervingly calm. Lucen quickly directed his airborne ravens to investigate, sharing their vision to observe the situation, and a strange expression crossed his face. To the north, where the ancient demons had once gathered, their bodies had melted into pools of sludge, resembling a swamp. Any dark creature that touched the sludge was corroded into rotten mud, which was then absorbed by the little ancient demons. These little ancient demons rapidly absorbed the energy of the dark creatures, growing at an astonishing speed. Before long, the little ancient demons transformed into fully fledged ancient demons. Through shared experience, they quickly leveled up from level 1 to over 50. Like other ancient demons, their bodies eventually dissolved into sludge, which, while not highly offensive, significantly slowed the movement of dark creatures. However, through shared experience, their levels quickly rose to 100, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. As they absorbed the energy of dark creatures, their bodies continually spawned new little ancient demons. With the birth of new demons, the pools of sludge connected, forming a nearly kilometer-wide swamp that continued to expand. Even when faced with powerful dark skeleton kings, these ancient demons showed no fear, spewing vintage 1982 phlegm attacks that slowed the dark creatures and inflicted corrosive poison, eating away at their bodies. More little ancient demons parasitized the dark creatures to drain their energy. Little Ancient Demon, LV1 LV59. Little Ancient Demon, LV59 LV89. Witnessing this scene, Lucen commanded the witches to begin chanting, summoning nearby souls to join the battle. Meanwhile, he continued to use shared vision to investigate the source of the dark creatures. His first thought was the witches' dungeon, suspecting that most of the dark creatures originated from there. Curious about how the witches emerged, he directed his ravens toward the dungeon. Unexpectedly, the area outside the witches' dungeon was packed with numerous witches, with 3 uniquely shaped witch bosses standing at the center. From the raven's perspective, the hunched crone in the center had skin like the withered bark of a tree, her hair a dark gray mist resembling tangled grass after a lightning strike. Her tattered, filthy robe seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding night. To her right stood a crone engulfed entirely in flames, while to her left was one cloaked in frost and surrounded by drifting snowflakes. The 3 witches stood motionless at the heart of the dark creatures, evidently commanding the assault. At that moment, they seemed to sense the raven's probing gaze and simultaneously looked skyward. The fiery crone extended a finger, and a ball of fire shot toward the raven with alarming speed. Lucen felt a chill run down his spine. Normally, dark creatures would struggle to detect a raven in the sky, yet within less than a second of him controlling the raven, they had discovered and attacked it with precision, proof of the witch's overwhelming power. This puzzled Lucen. Weren't the dark creatures attacking territories supposed to match the average level of the defending troops? These 3 witches were clearly above level 500, perhaps even higher. Otherwise, they couldn't have detected the raven so quickly and launched such an exact attack, leaving no room for reaction. Lucen's back grew cold. If dark creatures of this caliber attacked, his territory might not withstand them. Even if it did, the cost would be staggering. Lucen continued maneuvering the raven to observe the witches, discovering that they remained in place. Even when the ravens harassed them, the witches merely retaliated, killing the ravens before returning to their fixed stare at the direction of his territory. This unnerved Lucen. If the witches launched an attack, he could respond. But the real threat lay in not knowing when they might strike. If they acted during a moment of inattention, the core of his territory could be destroyed. His nerves instantly tightened. Deep within the southern Netherfire plains, Li Qingru sat atop a phoenix, gazing into the distance at a female hero clad in a phoenix-feathered outfit. Amidst the chaos of the darkness, the hero resembled a rising sun, illuminating the world as though a phoenix had descended upon the earth. Her armor was dazzling, each feather meticulously polished and gleaming with golden light. She soared through the darkness, her long tail feathers dancing in the air. Each movement carried immense power, and the dark creatures fell helplessly before her. She was like the sword of the Grim Reaper, each strike reaping countless dark creatures. Witnessing this, a rare hint of delight appeared on Li Qingru's otherwise icy face. At first, the territory was besieged by ice wolves, creatures akin to those found in beginner dungeons. Fire countered ice, making them easy to kill, as though drawn in by some mysterious force. However, after clearing several ice wolf dungeons, local fire element dark creatures began to appear. These creatures had high fire resistance, making them harder to kill. Fortunately, with the aid of her powerful hero and the Phoenix armor, Li Qingru managed to deal with the dark creatures effectively. She remained vigilant, quickly commanding several phoenixes to attack from the air. However, her vision was limited, and she couldn't discern the movements of the dark creatures hidden in the shadows. She had to rely on her troops to report back before responding. Though this delayed her actions, under her command, the dark creatures were held at bay roughly a kilometer outside her territory. Gained 128 experience points. Gained 231 experience points. Gained 158 experience points. Looking at the steady influx of experience, Li Qingru felt slightly relieved. I wonder how many dark creatures Lucen has killed by now, she thought to herself. Just then, an icy, mechanical voice resounded in her mind, causing her expression to freeze. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for killing 10 million dark creatures. The second wave of the dark tide has ended. Hearing the announcement, Lucen let out a long breath. The dark creatures around him gradually dissipated, and through the Raven's perspective, he saw the trio of witch bosses in the dungeon. From the moment they were discovered until the second wave of the dark tide ended, the three witches hadn't moved an inch, their eyes fixed intently on his abyss territory. This sent chills down Lucen's spine, though he was relieved they hadn't acted during the second wave. Could it be that the three witches are under some kind of restriction, unable to move? Lucen speculated, though this theory would require further observation in the upcoming waves of the dark tide. Looking at the items dropped by the dark creatures beneath the city walls, Lucen ordered the ravens and other abyssal creatures to collect them. Before long, a familiar reward notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Lucen, for breaking the all-time second-wave dark creature kill record. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1, all base resources in your territory increased tenfold. Reward 2, 100,000 Tier 1 Abyss Lord exclusive unit cards, 10,000 Tier 2 Abyss Lord exclusive unit cards. Reward 3, troop capacity of your territory increased tenfold. Reward 4, level up card, raises Lord level by 3, limited to Lords below level 100. Reward 5, activation of Divine level Merchant Girl, who will descend upon this location. Though the second wave rewards lacked territory expansion and building bonuses, the tenfold increase in troop capacity was a significant boost. At the thought of this, Lucen felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. Standing on the city wall, Lucen gazed toward the north. After just one wave of the dark tide, the number of ancient demons had skyrocketed, and an odd gleam flickered in his eyes. Buzz, buzz. The rewards were automatically distributed, and his base resources skyrocketed tenfold in an instant. His territory was now overflowing with resources, to the point that his leather storage chests couldn't contain them. He had no choice but to use the crafting table to create S-grade leather chests. Within a second, a golden, ring-sized chest materialized before him. The leather chest was exquisitely crafted, no larger than a large ring. Its exterior was a luxurious purple gold, exuding an aura of mystery and elegance. Every corner of the chest was adorned with intricate golden patterns, which gleamed brilliantly under the light. A faint purple mist swirled around the chest, as if it were its soul, radiating an enigmatic depth. Lucen examined the leather chest's details. Leather chest. Grade, S. Function, contains 100 cubic meters of space and can store various non-living items. Additionally, it can be worn as an accessory to increase defense by 10% and attack by 5%. Bonus effects of the same item do not stack. As the chest's grade increased, its internal space had expanded by hundreds of times, allowing it to store tens of thousands of units of items while its size had shrunk considerably. Carrying the chest also provided a 10% defense boost and a 5% attack boost, effectively making it a piece of equipment. However, Lucen wasn't particularly interested in these bonus stats, as they were minimal and non-stackable. Lucen began storing his loot in the leather chest, checking the attributes of useful items and materials while tossing basic resources like black crystals directly into it. Equipment he couldn't use or items he deemed unnecessary were immediately listed in the trading market. Lucen checked his total gains this time, and the sight nearly gave him a scare. Check personal resources. Wood, 23.06 million units. Stone, 13.6 million units. Amethyst, 1.32 million. Black crystals, 1.03 million pieces. S-grade crafting table *1. G-grade crafting table *203. F-grade crafting table *36. E-grade crafting table *36. D-grade crafting table *8. Treasure chests, G-grade *86 980, F-grade *6 350. Small black crystal mines *9. Small iron mines *6. Small stone mines *12. Lucen took a deep breath. The number of black crystals had already reached the million mark, and the basic resources like wood and iron blocks had exceeded tens of millions. At this point, Lucen no longer lacked basic resources. What he needed were heroes like Juditon, intelligent, high-ranking individuals who could personally lead large armies from the abyss to kill dark creatures. Such heroes, with their own thoughts and strategies, were of immense help to him. As the basic resources increased, the number of territorial troops also grew accordingly. Lucen looked toward the core of the Lord's Manor. The core of the territory emitted a dazzling light, and countless abyssal troops emerged from within. Skeleton archers, skeleton warriors, venomous witches, ghost hags, cursed crows, and others kept pouring out, making the entire territory incredibly lively. Originally, Lucen thought his territory was large enough, but with the appearance of these abyssal troops, the territory instantly felt overcrowded. He had no choice but to order some of the troops to leave the territory and explore the Dark World. Lucen commanded Juditon to lead more than half of the troops into the Dark World. Taking advantage of the gap during the Dark Tide, they were to clear out those wandering dark creatures that had not yet disappeared. This would not only yield more resources but also allow him to scout the surrounding areas of the Bone Burial Ground for basic mineral deposits or dungeons. Ever since encountering those 3 ghost hag bosses with levels exceeding 500 and even 600, Lucen felt a lingering sense of unease. He had no idea when these ghost hag bosses might show up. He couldn't just sit idly by, he had to quickly strengthen his power to prepare for any eventuality. In fact, once his level increased, he even planned to take the initiative to attack the ghost hags to see if he could gain some unexpected rewards. After Juditon took a massive army from the abyss, a large area of the territory was cleared out. As for the ancient demons, Lucen did not let them remain within the territory. Instead, he ordered them to go out and actively absorb the energy from dark creatures, rapidly reproducing and becoming his vanguard in the Dark World. At that moment, a familiar scene appeared in the sky once again. From within a golden vortex, a familiar figure emerged in front of Lucenitor. However, this time, what surprised Lucen was that the merchant woman, Kara, no longer had just 3 boxes in front of her but 5 treasure chests, each radiating a different colored glow, 2 more than last time. Kara, the merchant, seemed a bit surprised to see Lucen as well. She hadn't expected that it was once again Lucen who had killed 10 million dark creatures. Great Abyss Lord Lucen, the divine merchant Kara is pleased to serve you. Allow me to introduce 5 types of goods to you, Kara said, her tone slightly gentler than last time. Lucen didn't bother listening to Kara's introduction. Instead, he directly used his detection skill to inspect the 5 glowing treasures. The treasure chests opened, and the items floated mid-air. Lucen immediately spotted a familiar item. Upon a closer look, it was a Lord-level upgrade card, priced at 30,000 black crystals, roughly equivalent to 10,000 black crystals per level. Without hesitation, Lucen purchased it. This was the kind of item that would be in high demand but short supply. Later, he could put it up in the trading zone for 60,000 black crystals, and someone would surely buy it. Buy! After purchasing it, Lucen turned his attention to the remaining 4 items. Among them was a blueprint for a set of equipment, and to his surprise, it turned out to be for skeleton archers. This reminded him that after upgrading his crafting table to S grade, he had yet to craft any Nightfall sets for his skeleton warriors. He wondered how the Nightfall set would turn out at S grade. Now, with the addition of a skeleton archer set, Lucen checked the information. Exclusive skeleton archer set, flaming skeleton set. Grade, S. Features, when equipped, grants fire attributes. Every 3 arrows, one becomes a flaming arrow that slows the enemy by 80% and inflicts 200% burn damage for 120 seconds. Sharpshooter, accuracy increases by 100% when hitting enemies. Attack speed increases by 200%. Attack range increases by 900%. Critical hit rate increases by 99.999%. Movement speed increases by 200%. Defense increases by 100%. Materials required for synthesis: leather, iron blocks, soul flame stones, black crystals. Price, 500,000. Damn! An S-grade set costs 500,000 black crystals. Lucen nearly choked on his own breath when he saw the price, staring at Kara in disbelief. The first transaction comes with a discount. This is the second transaction, no new customer discounts. All items are at their original price, Kara said expressionlessly. Looking at the item's attributes, Lucen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A 200% burn effect lasting 2 minutes, along with a 99.99% accuracy rate, practically ensured every shot hit its target. Additionally, critical hits, range, attack speed, defense, and movement speed were all significantly boosted. This flaming skeleton set greatly enhanced the overall capabilities of the skeleton archers. Buy. The million black crystals Lucen had just acquired hadn't even warmed his hands before 500,000 were gone. He felt a pang of heartache. Nonetheless, looking at the S-grade blueprint, he still let it integrate with the crafting table. Spending a massive amount of materials, he finally crafted a set of flaming skeleton equipment. This set included a helmet, chest armor, bracers, leg guards, and boots. The flaming helmet glowed with a deep red fire, resembling a burning soul flame. The chest armor, made from dragon scales and soul flame stones, was engraved with ancient runes, radiating intense heat when approached. The bracers and leg guards, crafted from the same material, bore intricate flame patterns that seemed like solidified fire. The soles of the boots featured flame totems, and every step created the illusion of flames dancing. When the skeleton archer donned the flaming skeleton set, their entire body was engulfed in flames. The flame patterns flickered faintly, and the sheer heat emanating from the equipment was overwhelming. Most terrifying of all were the arrows. When the archer drew their bow, the arrows ignited in flames. When fired, the arrows exploded into fiery blasts upon hitting dark creatures, resembling blazing fireballs. Seeing the skeleton archer's significantly increased attack power after equipping the flaming skeleton set, a sharp glint flashed in Lucen's eyes. A single skeleton archer's power had increased substantially compared to before. If all the skeleton archers were to equip this set, the overall strength of his forces would skyrocket, making it possible to deal with dark creatures 30 to 40 levels higher. However, the materials for the flaming set included soul flame stones, which were also a crucial resource for upgrading the skeleton warrior altar. Lucen decided to purchase more from the trading zone to stockpile. For now, Lucen had no plans to mass-produce the flaming skeleton sets. The materials required were nearly 100 times that of the Nightfall sets. He was already struggling to keep up with producing the Nightfall sets, let alone the flaming sets. Turning his attention to the remaining 3 items, a blue stone caught his eye. Lord Skill Upgrade Stone. Grade, S. Effect, regardless of the current Lord Skill, this stone can upgrade it to S-grade. Price, 300,000 black crystals. Reading the description of the treasure, Lucen's eyes lit up. He had a detection skill that allowed him to scan creatures and treasures within a 200-meter radius. If upgraded to S-grade, the detection range would undoubtedly become much larger. Buy. Once again, he felt a pang of pain as another 300,000 black crystals were spent. Lucen checked the details of his skill. Detection skill. Grade, S. Function, allows the user to investigate detailed information about any creatures and objects within a 20,000-meter radius. Provides a basic understanding of creatures' thoughts and behaviors. As Lucen reviewed the information about his detection skill, his eyes lit up. The skill's capabilities had greatly enhanced after its grade upgrade. His eyes gleamed, as if he had lit a lamp in the darkness, illuminating everything around him. In his field of vision, all dark creatures within a 20,000-meter radius were vividly visible. He was able to perceive every detail, movement, and even the fluctuations of their thoughts. He could sense the characteristics, behavioral patterns, and mental waves of these creatures, gaining a deeper understanding of their actions and motivations. Lucen was very pleased. Although he could now grasp the mental fluctuations of the creatures, it only allowed him to roughly predict their next moves. It wasn't mind reading, so he couldn't completely control or know their thoughts. After purchasing the skill enhancement stone, Lucen turned his attention to the remaining 2 items, hoping they might bring him a pleasant surprise. He examined the last 2 items. One was a Tier 4 ethereal bird troop altar, and the other was a Tier 3 fire lion troop altar. He decided to check the details of the ethereal bird troop altar. Tier 4 ethereal bird troop altar, usable by ethereal bird lords and related bird-type lords. Grade, A. Function, summons 3,000 ethereal birds daily. The number of troops summoned increases as the altar's grade improves. Price, 200,000 black crystals. After reading the details, Lucen shook his head. He couldn't use this troop altar himself. However, the price made him hesitate slightly. He wondered how much it might sell for if he decided to trade it. After contemplating for a moment, Lucen ultimately decided to buy it. After all, the other item was just a Tier 3 troop altar and clearly less valuable than this Tier 4 one. Spending 200,000 black crystals, Lucen purchased the Tier 4 ethereal bird troop altar. As for the last item, Lucen chose not to buy it. Merchant Carla, seeing that Lucen had finished shopping, said, "Thank you for your patronage. I hope to see you again next time." Great Abyss Lord Lu Sr. After speaking, Carla's figure disappeared into the golden vortex in the sky. Lucen noticed that Carla's tone was much gentler this time compared to their last interaction. Before Carla vanished, he greeted her, not expecting her to respond. After watching Carla leave, Lucen immediately opened the trading section. Last time, during the dark tide, he had listed his items for sale too late, resulting in prices that weren't as high as they could have been. Now that the dark tide had just ended, everyone had money in their hands, making it the perfect opportunity for him to make a profit. Entering the auction section of the trading area, Lucen took out the Phoenix Queen's jade hairpin he had obtained during the previous dark tide. "I wonder if anyone will buy this Phoenix Queen's jade hairpin," he muttered. After some hesitation, he set the starting bid at 100,000 black crystals. Lucen thought to himself, if no one buys it, he wouldn't sell it. After all, the hairpin was a life-saving item. While it didn't significantly enhance true power, it could still save his life in a pinch. That was why he set the starting price so high. As soon as Lucen listed the S-grade Phoenix Queen's jade hairpin, the trading and chat areas automatically broadcasted the news, as S-grade items were extremely rare. Announcement: S-grade Phoenix Queen's jade hairpin is now up for auction in the trading area. Starting bid, 100,000 black crystals. If no bids are made within 1 hour, the auction will end. The moment this announcement appeared, all lords were stunned and flooded into the trading area to check the item's details. After seeing its properties, everyone gasped in shock. What? An S-grade item? And it's useful for every lord. Even though I don't have fire-type troops, this item is a life-saving tool. I'm definitely joining the auction. Damn, the starting bid is 100,000. I barely earned 100,000 black crystals after fighting through an entire dark tide. Guess I can only watch the big shots bid. This auction is clearly for the top 1,000 lords. Let's just spectate. Wow, this is from Lucen himself. How powerful is he to casually sell an S-grade item like this? The chat channel quickly erupted. Over 1 billion lords were furiously spamming the chat, discussing the item. S-grade items were exceedingly rare. Most lords would celebrate for days if they obtained just an A-grade item. Some hadn't even seen an A-grade item, let alone an S-grade one. What's more, the starting bid of 100,000 black crystals was daunting for many. Some felt it would be wiser to use that amount to bolster their troop numbers for the next dark tide. After all, without strong troops, even a life-saving item could only protect them once, and they would still face eventual defeat. Moreover, if a powerful lord obtained this S-grade item, it would only make them stronger, which wasn't something other lords wanted to see. As a result, while the item sparked heated discussion, no one immediately placed a bid. At that moment, a message appeared before everyone. Dragon Emperor Lord Qin Shaoxian, I'll take this item. I bid 200,000 black crystals for it. I also hope to earn a friendship slot with Lu Senior. Qin Shaoxian had been wanting to befriend Lucen for some time. Seeing no one else bidding, he seized this chance to show his sincerity by offering the first bid. His price shocked all the observing lords, who collectively gasped. Damn, the Dragon Emperor Lord is so bold. He raised the price by 100,000 right away, spending 200,000 on an S-grade item. That's insane wealth, not something we low-tier lords can compare to. Is this guy crazy? Spending 200,000 on an S-grade item? Sure, it's rare, but wouldn't it be better to invest that money in troops? At least that way he could fend off the dark tide and avoid getting killed. Ha! The one above must be new here. If he can afford 200,000 black crystals, he must already have strong troops. Are you blind? This is the Dragon Emperor Lord we're talking about. He ranked 3rd in the first wave for killing dark creatures. Ugh, I'm so jealous. Even if I had 200,000, I wouldn't dare spend it like this. Ha, which is why you'll never have 200,000. Qin Shaoxian's bid left many lords feeling sour. Most couldn't even dream of such sums. But before anyone could digest this shocking bid, another unexpected message appeared. Phoenix Empress Lord Li Qingru, I'll raise the bid by another 100,000. I offer 300,000 black crystals for this S-grade item. I'd also like to request a friendship slot with Lu Senior. Li Qingru's bid silenced the onlookers. They were utterly stunned. In their view, having 100,000 black crystals would already be pretty good, but someone just raised the bid by another 100,000 without hesitation. What extravagance! Whoa, that's the second-ranked Phoenix Sovereign Lord, Li Qingru. First time seeing such a big shot speak. Ah, is this the world of the elites? So extravagant. At the southern Abyss Flame Plains, Li Qingru, seated on the back of her phoenix, was breathing heavily as she stared at the S-tier item with a glint in her eye. To her, this S-tier item was of immense importance. If she managed to secure it, her strength would increase significantly. After all, she already possessed a Phoenix Queen core, and combining the two items would yield massive potential. She had thought her bid of 300,000 was already a high price, but unexpectedly, someone else raised the bid again. Would Sovereign Lord Mushi, brother Lucengejai, I'll bid 500,000 black crystals for this S-tier item and request a friend slot as a favor. Mushi directly threw out a sky-high bid of 500,000, stunning all the other lords into silence. Seeing this unfold, Lu Sen's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected these lords to be so wealthy. In the woodsy forest, Mushi propped up her smooth, fair legs, her eyes darting mischievously as she grinned slyly at the trading interface. Beside her was a shy girl named Xiaohua, who was also a lord. Naturally, she noticed Mushi's comment in the trading zone and instantly became nervous. Sister Mushi, 500,000 black crystals is no small amount. That kind of money could buy plenty of useful items. Why are you so insistent on buying this thing? Xiaohua asked with a face full of confusion. In truth, Mushi and Xiaohua were about the same age, but Mushi loved playing the role of the big sister in their group of female friends, so everyone just called her Sister Mushi. Take a look at that S-tier item, it's called the Phoenix Queen hairpin. The second-ranked Li Qingru is the Phoenix Sovereign Lord. There's definitely some connection between her and this item. And someone like Li Qingru, who almost never speaks in the chat channels, actually wants to buy this thing. You tell me, doesn't that mean it's super important to her? Mushi smirked mischievously as she glanced at Xiaohua. Of course it's important. Otherwise, why would she bid 300,000 black crystals right away? But Sister Mushi, it doesn't seem like this item would be of much use to you. Why do you want to buy it? Xiaohua continued to ask, still puzzled. Mushi sighed and shook her head, wearing a look of feigned despair. Since it's so important to her, she'll definitely want to buy it. By raising the price, I'll force her to spend more. That way, she'll bleed financially, and during the next wave of the dark tide, I might even surpass her. Xiaohua nodded, though she hesitated before adding, what if she doesn't buy it? Then you'll really have to spend 500,000 to buy something that's not all that useful to you. She'll probably buy it, right? Mushi almost lost her composure at Xiaohua's words. She silently prayed in her heart that Li Qingru would continue bidding. Lu Sen watched as his S-tier Phoenix Queen hairpin was about to sell for a price approaching that of an SS-tier item, and he couldn't stop smiling. He hoped someone else would bid again, but he also thought this price was already sky-high, no one would likely go any higher. Qin Shaoxian, seeing the price surpass 500,000, decided not to bid blindly. His earlier bid of 200,000 was just an attempt to build goodwill with Lu Senator. He wasn't about to spend 500,000 for a mere friend slot. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Sovereign Lord Li Qingru furrowed her brows. This item was far too crucial to her, she had to have it. But looking at the 500,000 black crystals bid, she felt the item was only worth around 300,000 at most. It wasn't worth paying any more than that. She hesitated, waiting to see if someone else would raise the bid. If they did, she would evaluate how much higher they went. If it was too much, she'd give up. The auction would automatically end if no one bid within the next 3 minutes. As the seconds ticked by, no one raised the bid. Mushi was on the verge of tears. 2 minutes had already passed, and no one else had bid. If no one bid in the next minute, she'd really have to spend 500,000 on this item. She regretted being so impulsive. If she had raised the price to 300,000 or 400,000, Li Qingru might have followed. But now that the words were out, there was no taking them back. The Phoenix Sovereign Lord sat atop her phoenix, checking her balance. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to raise her bid. This item might not mean much to others, but to her, it was exceptionally precious not only for its inherent attributes but also for its other uses. Phoenix Sovereign Lord Li Qingru, I bid 510,000 black crystals and an additional 10,000 soulflame stones. She raised her bid to 510,000 and added 10,000 soulflame stones. This was her absolute limit. If it went any higher, she would give up. Seeing this, Mushi was so overjoyed she nearly cried. It was like she had won the lottery. She sniffled, cleared her throat, and said to Xiaohua, "See, Xiaohua? I told you Li Qingru would buy it, huh?" With that, Mushi propped up her fair legs once more and began singing on her morning glory vine. Lu Sen's eyes lit up when he saw Li Qingru's bid. She actually had soulflame stones, something he currently needed. To think they'd just fall into his lap, along with 510,000 black crystals, this was a huge profit. In the end, the Phoenix Queen hairpin sold for 510,000 black crystals and 10,000 soulflame stones. The price left Lu Sen astonished. He hadn't expected the hairpin to fetch such an incredible sum. However, Lu Sen didn't forget about Li Qingru's earlier request to become friends. After he had taken first place, countless people had bombarded him with friend requests, to the point where he had to turn off notifications. Now, he combed through his friend requests and found Li Qingrou's, accepting it directly. Looking at the black crystals and soulflame stones he had just acquired, Lucen stashed them into his leather treasure chest. Then, he opened the trading interface. He still had plenty of treasures left to list. Lucen uploaded a Tier 4 ethereal bird troop altar to the trading zone, once again using the auction method. He had found that this method often fetched higher prices than normal. Since Lucen came with an inherent reputation, the moment he listed the Tier 4 ethereal bird troop altar, the chat zone exploded with activity. Whoa, check it out. Lucen just uploaded a Tier 4 troop altar. It can summon over 3,000 ethereal birds daily. What? Over 3,000 ethereal birds, and they're Tier 4 troops? My troops are only Tier 2. Lucen's treasures are insane. I'm so jealous I could die. This time, the starting bid is 10,000 black crystals. I'm the White Bird Lord, so this troop altar would be useful for me. I can bid for it. Ha, as long as you're a bird-themed lord, you can participate. With a starting bid of 10,000 black crystals, I can still afford it. You guys are already bidding as soon as it's up. Whoa, it's been less than a minute, and the price is already at 80,000. How are you all so rich? I haven't even had a chance to bid, and the price has already surpassed my entire net worth. I feel so left out. At this moment, Li Qingrou, seated on the back of the phoenix, was gazing at the Phoenix Empress jade hairpin in her hand. Feeling a sudden impulse, she opened the trading zone. What? It's actually a Tier 4 ethereal bird unit altar. Li Qingrou's eyes lit up as she glanced at the trading information. To her surprise, it was Lucen selling it again. This was perfect for her. As a Phoenix Sovereign Lord, she had the ability to summon any creature in the sky. The ethereal bird unit altar could summon 3,000 creatures daily. Normally, summoning a single Tier 4 unit from an altar would cost 10,000 black crystals, meaning this altar could save her nearly 30 million black crystals per day. Moreover, over time, unit altars would become mainstream, and purchasing units directly from the territory core would inevitably be phased out. Before Li Qingrou could even place a bid, the trading zone had already erupted into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of lords were fiercely bidding, with more participants joining relentlessly. She felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Originally, she intended to buy an S-tier Phoenix Empress jade hairpin for 300,000 black crystals and still have some savings left to bid for the ethereal bird unit altar. But now, her funds were almost depleted, leaving her unable to compete with others. In the blink of an eye, the price of the altar soared to 300,000, and it continued to climb. Unlike the Phoenix Empress jade hairpin, which could only be used by one individual, the ethereal bird unit altar could summon 3,000 units daily. The longer it was used, the more units it would summon over time, and it required no additional resources. This made it immensely appealing to lords, and the competition grew increasingly fierce. The Angel King, Mo Lin, suddenly placed a bid. I offer 350,000, plus 3,000 Thunder Spirit Stones. Let's not fight over this, give me some face. When the price reached 300,000, Mo Lin appeared and immediately raised the stakes. He had hoped this would deter the others, but the trading zone's feed continued to flood with bids like a whirlwind. 350,000 and 3,000 measly Thunder Spirit Stones? You must be dreaming, someone scoffed. I'll directly bid 400,000. The Firebird Lord raised the stakes to 400,000 without hesitation. A large number of participants had no choice but to withdraw, not because they thought the altar wasn't worth the price, but simply because they couldn't afford to compete with the high rollers. Watching the scene unfold, Lucen's eyes gleamed with excitement. He couldn't help but wonder where these people got so much money. After all, he had only managed to secure first place in the rankings, earning him a tenfold reward in basic resources. Yet here were lords whose rankings he couldn't even guess, throwing around 400,000 black crystals like it was nothing. It was truly enviable. In the icy expanse of the frozen wasteland, the Ice King Bei Mushing sat at the head of his lord's mansion, his gaze turning cold as he observed the commotion. I didn't expect Lucen, the first-place lord, to have so many treasures. When a few more waves of dark tides pass, I'll descend directly onto his territory and seize all his valuables. During the second wave of the dark tide, Bei Musheng had also reaped considerable rewards, spending most of his fortune to purchase an S-tier spatial jump card from an SS-tier merchant. This allowed him to set a destination for an instant teleportation of his territory. Once his units were fully assembled, he planned to teleport directly above Lucen's territory and launch an assault. No matter how strong Lucen was, he wouldn't be able to resist an all-out attack. Once the territory core was destroyed, Lucen would be reduced to a wanderer, and all his treasures would belong to Bei Musheng. Fight all you want, fight harder. In the end, everything will be mine. A trace of greed flashed in Bei Musheng's eyes. He had no intention of bidding for the ethereal bird unit altar now, as it would only give Lucen more resources and strengthen his position. Meanwhile, the price continued to soar. Above the clouds, a mysterious island hovered like a radiant gem set against the blue sky, far from the mainland. The island was surrounded by countless angels with glowing wings, their gazes both kind and stern as they stood guard. At the heart of the island stood a magnificent palace, constructed entirely of pure gold, exuding an alluring brilliance. Every brick and stone seemed to narrate tales of past glory. The palace walls were adorned with angelic carvings, depicting scenes of flight, joy, and song. In the center of the palace sat a man with golden hair and piercing blue eyes. His gaze was deep, and a faint smile lingered on his lips as he silently observed everything. He was the lord of the Sky City, the Angel Lord, Mo Lin. The Angel King, Mo Lin, placed another bid. I offer 500,000 black crystals, plus 3,000 Thunder Spirit Stones. These Thunder Spirit Stones aren't ordinary, they're rare materials essential for crafting Thunder Element buildings or equipment. Only someone like me, the Angel King, can acquire them. One Thunder Spirit Stone is worth 10 black crystals, making these 3,000 stones equivalent to 30,000 black crystals. At that moment, a message popped up in Lucen's friend list. It was from Li Qingru. May I use Soul Flame Stones to purchase it? She asked. Seeing this, Lucen nodded immediately. According to market rates, one Soul Flame Stone was equivalent to one black crystal. Li Qingru quickly responded, then I'll bid 200,000 black crystals, plus 400,000 Soul Flame Stones. She sent her bid to Lucen privately. Lucen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this newly added friend to possess so many Soul Flame Stones. Without hesitation, he agreed to the offer, and Li Qingru entered the bidding. When the price reached 600,000 black crystals, it exceeded Mo Lin's valuation of the ethereal bird unit altar. Shaking his head, he decided not to compete further with Li Qingru. His gaze shifted to the angel conversion pool before him, a device capable of converting any creature into an angelic unit. Initially, he intended to acquire the ethereal bird unit altar to bolster his Tier 4 forces, but Li Qingru's bid was simply too high. Li Qingru, I'll remember this. If I can recruit the Phoenix Sovereign Lord into my ranks and convert all her units into angels, my strength will skyrocket. Mo Lin coughed lightly, covering his mouth with his hand. When he pulled his hand away, it was stained with blood. His complexion paled, and streaks of white appeared in his golden hair, giving him the appearance of a frail, elderly man. I've sacrificed so much, success is my only option. Lucen, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Nearly 600,000 black crystals were now in his possession, bringing his total back above the million mark. But he wasn't done trading. He could still craft a large number of S-tier watchtowers, a necessity for all lords. During the dark tides, the encroaching darkness obscured the territory core's light, limiting the lord's visibility. A watchtower could expand their field of vision, making it an invaluable asset. Lucen got to work crafting an S-tier watchtower. With a flash of golden-purple light, a watchtower appeared before him. He examined its details. Amethyst Watchtower. Grade, S-tier. Function, expands vision to a 50,000-meter radius in dark regions. Required materials, 500 amethyst stones, 1,000 black crystals, 10,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of wood. Upgrading the Amethyst Watchtower to S-tier allowed a lord's vision to extend to 50,000 meters, and the best part was that the material requirements hadn't increased. Lucen was ecstatic. He listed it immediately, setting the starting price at 100,000. Given its S-tier status and the urgent demand for it, Lucen felt this price was fair. As soon as the Amethyst Watchtower was listed, the lords went into a frenzy. Familiar names like the Wood Sovereign Lord Mushi, the Dragon Sovereign Lord Qin Shaoxian, and even the Angel Lord Mo Lin, who had missed out on previous items, all joined the bidding war. Lucen had just placed 10 S-rank Amethyst Watchtowers on the market, instantly earning himself nearly 2 million black crystals. Now, he had a total of 3 million black crystals in his possession. However, a portion of these had been obtained through bartering other resources. For instance, Li Qingru had exchanged nearly 200,000 Soul Flame Stones, while the Angel Lord had traded around 10,000 Thunder Spirit Stones. When converted, these items were worth a significant amount, leaving Lucen highly satisfied. While trading items, Lucen also browsed the trading zone for anything he might need. However, upon inspection, he found that most of the items on offer were of too low a grade. Shaking his head, he realized that even the highest grade items currently available in the trading zone were of no value to him. To obtain higher-grade items or treasures, he'd have to rely on the merchant lady. Lucin examined the Thunder Spirit Stone in his hand. The stone was about the size of a volleyball, embedded with numerous silver and pale blue crystals on its surface, resembling twinkling stars. Its shape was like a large, flattened egg, with small protrusions at either end. Radiating patterns extended outward from its center, forming a unique design. When light struck the stone, the crystals emitted a stored energy, causing the Thunder Spirit Stone to glow softly with a deep, star-like indigo light. Running his fingers across its surface, Lucin could feel its texture. Far from smooth, it was riddled with fine cracks and ridges, giving it a uniquely tactile quality. Lucin inspected the stone's details. Thunder Spirit Stone. Function: can be used to craft items or buildings with related attributes, enhancing the attack power of items and the defensive capabilities of buildings. Detection skill notification: the Thunder Spirit Stone contains a pure energy of lightning. If harnessed and absorbed, this energy has a 30% chance of granting mastery over lightning powers. Lucin's eyes lit up upon reading this. Ever since his detection skill had been upgraded to S rank, he hadn't fully explored all its hidden capabilities. Unexpectedly, using it on the Thunder Spirit Stone had revealed a special information that even his territory core couldn't access. He was thrilled by this discovery. Lightning powers? Lucin's eyes widened as he envisioned electricity crackling between his hands. Excitement filled his heart. However, he had no idea how to absorb the pure lightning energy within the stone, so he decided to use the detection skill again in hopes of finding a method. It was as if the skill could read his thoughts almost immediately. Instructions for absorbing the lightning energy appeared before him. By consuming black crystals and channeling their energy into the patterns on the surface of the Thunder Spirit Stone, the stone can be broken, releasing its lightning energy. A bit taken aback, Lucin retrieved a black crystal and placed it beside the Thunder Spirit Stone. Following the method provided by the detection skill, he began to slowly extract the black crystal's energy and channel it into the intricate patterns etched on the stone. After about 3 minutes, the energy within the black crystal was completely drained, causing it to shatter. The Thunder Spirit Stone began to emit a burst of pure energy. Suddenly, with a sharp cracking sound, the Thunder Spirit Stone fractured, and a powerful surge of lightning energy erupted from within, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky. The force of the lightning energy was so immense that the surrounding space seemed to distort, the air itself ripping apart with a deafening thunderclap. The lightning energy spread out in an instant, shocking anything it touched. The sheer potency of the energy was overwhelming, as though it could destroy everything in its path with ease. Once the lightning energy had been released, the fragments of the Thunder Spirit Stone lost their luster, their once vibrant indigo glow fading into dullness. The unleashed energy continued to radiate outward, sparking and crackling against anything it encountered. Lucin could feel the raw, violent power of the energy. He attempted to guide the lightning energy into his body. The moment it made contact, his black-scaled skin, resembling polished obsidian, felt as though it were being torn apart. Gritting his teeth, Lucin endured the searing pain with unyielding resolve. As the lightning energy coursed through his body, his muscles and bones seemed to swell with newfound strength. He could distinctly feel his power surging in an instant. Under the stimulation of the lightning energy, his cells underwent rapid transformation, his muscles becoming denser and his bones tougher. It was as though his body was being molded into a vessel for the lightning energy. The transformation wasn't immediate but rather profound and enduring. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Lucin's mind. Detected, Abyss Lord Lucin has absorbed lightning energy. Lightning affinity +1. Lightning affinity: the higher this value, the greater your resistance to lightning attacks. Upon reaching a certain threshold, you will gain mastery over lightning energy. Although the mechanical voice continued to ring in his ears, Lucin found it difficult to feel any sense of joy. At this very moment, he felt as though he were being consumed by flames. The persistent effects of the lightning energy sharpened his senses to an almost unbearable degree. His vision and hearing became extraordinarily acute. He could even hear the faint footsteps of shadowy creatures moving in the darkness. His clothes were tattered, his skin split open, and blood oozed from his body, while arcs of electricity crackled across the black scales covering him. Lightning affinity +1. Lightning affinity +1. The mechanical voice repeated incessantly in his mind. After what felt like an hour, Lucin had absorbed all the lightning energy within the Thunder Spirit Stone, gaining a total of 10 points of lightning affinity. Collapsing onto the ground, he couldn't tell whether he was exhilarated or regretful, unable to muster the strength to move. Only now did he realize how he had underestimated the power of lightning energy. Even at level 400, the absorption process was excruciatingly agonizing. If his level had been any lower, he might have been reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace of his body behind. Fortunately, the toxic green mist produced by the poison which served as a potent restorative for him. His wounds rapidly healed, his scales regrew, and a pair of small wings sprouted from his back, roughly the size of a palm. This development thrilled Lucen. Having wings would allow him to soar through the skies like Judy done. However, the current size of his wings was insufficient to support flight. It seems this lightning energy not only tempers the body but also unlocks hidden potential, Lucen remarked with delight. After resting for a moment, he resumed the process of absorbing the lightning energy from the Thunder Spirit stones. Soon, the entire abyssal territory resonated with Lucen's anguished, heart-wrenching screams. Thankfully, only his troops resided in the area. If outsiders had been present, they'd likely have been scared out of their wits by the sound. Time flew by, and the third wave of the dark tide arrived. Lucen glanced at the leaderboard. The top 4 rankings remained unchanged, but the positions around the 10th rank had shifted dramatically. His tally of dark creatures slain had reached 20 million. At this pace, he estimated that enduring 8 more waves of the dark tide would bring the event to an end. The faster Lucen killed, the higher the survival chances for lower-level lords. However, for powerful lords, his efficiency was a disaster. Lucen's rapid pace stole their opportunities to kill dark creatures, depriving them of valuable experience and items. But Lucen didn't care. In this dark world, one had to abide by the law of the jungle, every man for himself, or face annihilation. When the dark tide arrived, Lucen had just finished absorbing the lightning energy from 2 Thunder Spirit stones. While he intended to continue, the thought of the 3 crone bosses in the witch's dungeon made him restless. Using his raven's perspective to scout, he was startled to see that the crone bosses had advanced nearly a kilometer since his last check. At this rate, they'd reach his territory in another 7 or 8 waves. A chill ran down Lucen's spine. As Lucen's investigation skill leveled up, he examined the detailed information of the 3-headed witch boss, his gaze falling on the witch in the middle. This witch's hair surged like the midnight ocean, each strand crackling with electricity, the flickering sparks illuminating her gaunt, bark-like face. Her claws were sharp and powerful, glinting with a chilling light. Her hair churned like thunderclouds, resembling a massive storm anvil, emanating a terrifying glow of lightning as it swayed, her figure flickering in and out of the darkness. Storm Witch. Grade, Tier 7. Level, LV 800. HP, 888-880-000. Attack, 73, 966. Defense, 68, 923. Skills. Gale Arts. The Storm Witch unleashes a powerful gale capable of stirring blizzards, blowing away all buildings and creatures within range. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 5 minutes. Thunderstrike. With a wave of her hand, the Storm Witch summons lightning, dealing massive electrical damage to enemies. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 1 minute. Frostbite Arts. The Storm Witch releases an icy breath that freezes enemies, inflicting 60% frost damage and slowing their movements. Duration, 1 minute, cooldown, 19 minutes. Flight. The Storm Witch can fly through the air for rapid movement. Duration, 30 minutes, cooldown, 1 minute. Invisibility. The Storm Witch hides within darkness and snowstorms, making her nearly undetectable to creatures of the same level or lower. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Faction, Dark World. Background. With the Dark Invasion, a large group of witches entered the Storm Plains. Once kind and gentle, these witches were corrupted by the dark aura, eventually transforming into terrifying storm witches. Their bodies became enveloped in darkness, their hair and claws turning sharp, and their teeth as lethal as blades. Sparkling with electric sparks, the fusion of dark energy in their bodies, they unleashed violent storms and lightning on the storm plains without restraint, using these powers to destroy everything in their path. Their strength brought despair and fear to people. Soon, they became horrifying storm witches, reigning supreme over the plains. Lucen's eyes were filled with shock as he read the Storm Witch's information. Her HP exceeded 800 million, and her level was 800, twice the average level of his territory's troops. If this witch invaded his territory, his forces would undoubtedly be wiped out, even without the other 2 witches stepping in. At this rate, the witches will enter my territory in no more than 7 or 8 waves of the dark tide, which coincides with the final wave of me killing 1 billion dark creatures. Could this be the final boss? Lucen wondered aloud. It seems clearing the dark tide isn't just about defeating dark creatures. If the final boss isn't dealt with, it definitely won't count as a victory. He shook his head and turned his gaze to the dark creatures invading the territory. At this moment, the Abyss army was slaughtering with full force, countless dark creatures falling like lambs to the slaughter under his troops' relentless attacks. Standing on the Amethyst City walls, Lucen looked to the north, where the ancient demons had reproduced to terrifying numbers. Their growth was incredibly rapid, feeding on dark creatures as soon as they appeared. Originally, Lucen thought this wave of the dark tide would end quickly, but to his surprise, the two witches beside the storm which advanced nearly 2,000 meters independently as the wave neared its end, nearly startling him. Lucen examined the two witches' information. Flame Witch. Grade, Tier 6. Level, LV 600. HP, 188-880-000. Attack, 53-966. Defense, 38-923. Skills. Flame Arts. The Flame Witch can unleash powerful flames, incinerating everything around her. Scorching Domain. The Flame Witch creates a domain of intense heat within a certain range, drastically increasing temperatures and causing significant damage. Creatures near the domain have a 90% chance of suffering burn effects. Duration, 30 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour. Flame Formation. The Flame Witch can set up a flame formation on the ground or buildings. Creatures touching the formation suffer 30% continuous burn damage, with a 10% slowing effect. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 10 minutes. Lava Rain. The Flame Witch summons molten lava to rain down from above, causing massive damage to land and creatures. Duration, 4 minutes, cooldown, 10 minutes. Flight. The Flame Witch can fly through the air, moving quickly and attacking from above. Faction, Dark World. Background. During the Dark Invasion, a group of witches entered a volcanic region. Corrupted by the black lava at the volcano's crater, the witches gradually transformed into flame witches. Their bodies became engulfed in flames, their hands scorching hot, and they gained the ability to control fire and heat. They could unleash powerful flames and create scorching domains over a certain range. Their appearances were gradually replaced by darkness and the surrounding magma, causing grotesque physical mutations and granting immense power, though at the cost of a hideous form. Lucen observed the Flame Witch, her entire body ablaze. At level 600 and with over 100 million HP, she was undoubtedly a small boss-level threat. Beside the Flame Witch stood the Winter Witch. Her skin was a sickly grayish-white, marked by signs of age and frostbite. Her cheeks were frostbitten, covered in thick layers of ice. Her hands were long and rough, as if eroded by snowstorms. Her hair was long, coarse, and white, resembling icy crystals that glimmered among her strands. Her eyes were deep and cold, like two black frozen crystals devoid of warmth. She wore a tattered white cloak, seemingly torn by the wind and snow and ravaged by time. In the center of the cloak was a black bone and jewel-adorned staff, flowing with chilling energy. Atop the cloak was a bird skull ornament, eerie and imposing, instilling fear in those who saw it. Lucen examined the Winter Witch's information. Winter Witch. Grade, Tier 6. Level, LV 600. HP, 199-990-000. Attack, 52-966. Defense, 48-923. Skills. Frost Breath. The Winter Witch exhales a massive amount of frost, dealing significant damage to all creatures touched by it with a 60% chance of freezing. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 5 minutes. Ice Wand. The Winter Witch performs a 1-hour ritual to create a wand made of black ice, as hard as steel. The wand can summon a barrage of ice spikes, reducing the movement speed of hit creatures by 90% while dealing heavy damage. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour. Ice Path. Wherever the Winter Witch steps, a layer of ice forms on the ground. Creatures coming into contact with the ice suffer a 10% movement speed reduction and have a 30% chance of sustaining continuous damage. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 1 second. Snow Day Vision. The Winter Hag possesses exceptionally sharp vision on snowy days, unaffected by the icy and snowy conditions. Affiliation, Dark World background. The Winter Hag was corrupted by a dark aura, transforming into a sadistic old crone. They often haunt frozen zoos and snow-covered forests, exuding arrogance. Using their powers, they command legions of dark creatures from the icy plains, creating chaos and plunging the world into an eternal frozen state. Fortunately, after advancing 2 kilometers, the two hags came to a halt. After Lucen eliminated the surrounding dark creatures, the hags made no further moves. Meanwhile, the other hag, similar to the flame hag, also refrained from advancing. Only then did Lucen breathe a slight sigh of relief. The third wave of the dark tide concluded, and all first-level lords across the dark world heard the announcement. This wave's dark creatures were of a higher level than the previous wave, but Lucen's troop levels had also improved significantly, allowing him to end the wave faster than before. Congratulations to Lucen for breaking the record of defeating the third wave of dark creatures. The following rewards have been granted. Reward 1, 100,000 black crystals. Reward 2, 100,000 First Tier Abyss Lord Exclusive Troop Cards, 10,000 Second Tier Abyss Lord Exclusive Troop Cards. Reward 3, a 3-level Lord Upgrade Card *1. Reward 4, Activation of the Divine Merchant Carla's Arrival. This time, the rewards were much less impressive compared to the previous time, showing a clear diminishing trend. Lucen didn't pay much attention to the first 3 rewards and simply stored them in his leather chest. What intrigued him more was what kind of goods the Divine Merchant Carla might bring. From a golden vortex, Carla descended gracefully, resembling a celestial fairy untouched by worldly dust. When Carla set her gaze upon Lucen, a peculiar glint flickered in her eyes. "Great Lord Lucen, I am Carla, the merchant here to serve you. These are the items available this time, there are only 3. Lucen glanced at the 3 items floating before him, his brows furrowing. He hadn't expected there to be even fewer items than last time. Why are the treasure chests we receive becoming fewer and fewer? Lucen asked, looking at Carla, who was dressed in pure white. In this dark world, the rewards for first-time achievements are always the highest. They decrease with subsequent achievements. However, Great Abyss Lord, I must remind you, between the 5th and 10th waves, special dark creatures will appear. If you can defeat them, the rewards will be exceptionally generous. Lucen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Merchant Carla to give him a heads up. It seemed certain that bosses would appear during the 5th and 10th waves of the Dark Tide. Most likely, they would be the 3 hag bosses he had just seen, with the 5th wave likely featuring the Flame Hag and Winter Hag. Lucen examined the 3 treasure chests this time. The first 2 contained non-abyss troop equipment. One was a B-grade purple mantis troop set, usable by units like Mantis Lords, Insect Lords, and Beast Lords. The other was a C-grade Nether Wolf Claw set, which could be equipped on the claws of Nether Wolves to enhance their attack power and critical hit effect. Each of these items was priced at around 20,000 black crystals. Lucen didn't hesitate and bought both, planning to sell them in the trade zone later for a profit. The last treasure chest emitted a golden glow. When Lucen saw the item's information inside, his eyes lit up. It finally wasn't junk. Floating in the air was a hero altar, radiating golden brilliance. Lucen stared at the altar, his mind full of questions. He turned to look at Hero Carla, only to find her face flushed red, avoiding his gaze. Lucen didn't know what to say, so he decided to check the troop altar's information first. 7th tier, infinitely upgradable hero Dark Angel, Carla's hero altar. Purchasing this altar allows you to summon the hero Dark Angel Carla. Dark Angel Carla's hero background. Carla hails from the planet Canera Heaven, a formidable warrior with a heroic spirit. In this bleak and terrifying world, she valiantly resisted the dark invasion, becoming a beacon of hope for many beings. During her battles against dark creatures, Carla displayed unparalleled strength, her sword light streaking across the night sky like a meteor, annihilating all dark creatures in her path. However, the power of darkness was overwhelming. Despite Carla's relentless efforts, her planet was eventually engulfed by darkness. Carla fled into the shadows, but her resolve remained unshaken. To combat the darkness, she discovered the Seed of Light, a mysterious force that granted her a half-light, half-dark nature. Though her body was tainted by dark energy, Carla never abandoned the pursuit of light. With her newfound strength, Carla became a half-light, half-dark angel, embodying both the power of light and the shadow of darkness. However, she couldn't integrate fully into the pure dark world, as her light attributes were repelled by darkness. Thus, she joined the neutral merchant guild, navigating between darkness and light, searching for her path. If someone contracts her dark angel form, her other half, a body of pure light, can enter the realm of light. This contract would allow Carla to balance her dual nature, granting her greater strength to face the unknown world. Note, this hero's grade can be upgraded infinitely. Each level up brings unexpected rewards. Purchase price, 3 million black crystals. After reading Carla's description, Lucen fell into deep thought. So, the Merchant Guild was a neutral faction, operating between light and darkness. Carla's body held both light and dark opposing energies. To free herself from her dark identity, she needed to join a Lord faction unaffiliated with either side in her Dark Angel form. This would prevent Carla from fully succumbing to darkness and allow her to shed her dark aura, enabling her to freely enter the light realm. But when Lucen saw the price, he was nearly floored. 3 million black crystals. He hadn't even had time to warm up the 3 million he had just earned before it all had to go. Lucen suspected that the Merchant Guild somehow always knew exactly how much he had, offering items that would drain his entire fortune every time. But the thought of this infinitely upgradable hero tugged at Lucen's heart. While he could endlessly upgrade his troop levels, he couldn't improve their grade, which meant that lower grade units would always have inferior stats compared to other creatures. If not for tactics like Juditan's enhancements to improve troop combat strength, his troops would definitely struggle in equal-level confrontations. If Carla's grade could be upgraded, it could bring many benefits, such as enhancing her hero attributes and significantly boosting troop improvements. Lu Sen's gaze burned as he looked at Carla. Carla's face turned crimson, her eyes darting away nervously, unable to meet his. Lu Sen remarked, "Wow, you're really selling yourself, aren't you?" Carla's expression darkened, her chest rising and falling with agitation as she explained, "I have always possessed both light and dark attributes. I originally belonged to the side of light, but the dark invasion tainted me, giving rise to the dark will within me. With the help of the Merchant Guild's leader, I managed to expel the darkness. All I need now is for a great lord to contract me, and I can regain my freedom, return to the light realm, and serve as a general to resist the darkness. You people from Blue Star, having traversed into the dark world, do not belong to either darkness or light, you are individuals of Blue Star. Therefore, allowing me, in my dark angel form, to join you would enable me to resist the darkness as well." Lu Sen shook his head, feeling like he was being used. However, it didn't seem to cause him any significant harm except for the price, which was hard for him to accept. When he first obtained Judi Dang, he didn't spend 3 million black crystals. Lu Sen said, "The price is too high, it's not worth it." He wasn't blinded by greed. According to Kara, she was also desperate to shed her dark identity. Kara was using him, but he also wanted to get some benefits out of her. Kara hadn't expected Lu Sen to be so shameless, but there was nothing she could do about it. She needed to get rid of her dark identity as soon as possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to enter the realm of light and would only be able to move between the two realms for a few hours. If she stayed too long, she would be rejected by both worlds, unable to remain in either the dark realm or the light realm, and would be forced to linger in the decaying, money-driven atmosphere of the merchant realm. She had lived for over 1,000 years and had finally encountered someone who could activate her. She had to seize the opportunity. Previously, when Blue Star humans crossed into the dark world, the best they could activate was an SSS-level merchant girl. Yet, she had been sealed in the merchant realm all this time. This was her one and only chance. If she missed it, she would be forever trapped in the merchant realm, surviving in the cracks between darkness and light. Kara bit her lip and, after some thought, said, "I'll tell you a secret in exchange." "What secret?" Lu Sen asked eagerly. Kara had lived much longer than he had and knew far more about the dark world. Any random secret from her would help him understand this world better. "But you have to promise to buy my dark form," Kara said. Lu Sen neither agreed nor refused, replying calmly, "That depends on whether the secret you tell is useful to me. If it is, I'll naturally buy it." Kara didn't argue with him. After thinking for a moment, she said, "The first layer of the dark world will undergo a complete purge in 2 months. Everyone who hasn't been infected by darkness, including humans from Blue Star and the summoned troops, will transform into dark creatures if they don't reach the second layer within that time." "What? 2 months?" Lu Sen exclaimed, utterly shocked. Kara seemed to have anticipated his reaction. She continued, "The Dark Realm will unify the entire world within 3 years. It will first purge the first layer, then the second, and then the third, closing in step by step until you're cornered. That's also why I'm in such a hurry to discard my Dark Angel identity. Only with purer light energy can one purge dark creatures." It took Lu Sen some time to recover from the shock. "Given my current progress and the exponential experience boost I have, I should be able to level up to Master Level Lord and enter the second layer within 2 months. But others don't have my talent. In the end, they'll only turn into dark creatures." As a human, Lu Sen looked at the radiant Kara and said, "There are tens of billions of people who crossed into the first layer of the dark world. Though many have died, there are still billions left. In 2 months, only a handful will make it to the second layer. Each one of them commands thousands, if not tens of thousands, of troops. If they all turn into dark creatures, that's trillions of new dark creatures. That's not something anyone wants to see, is it?" Lu Sen didn't directly ask how to save humanity. Instead, he tried to extract the answer from Kara in a roundabout way. Kara frowned. "So cold-blooded. Instead of asking how to save humanity, you're more concerned about what happens after they turn into dark creatures." Lu Sen said nothing, staring into Kara's eyes. A minute later, Kara came to her senses, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. "You almost tricked me, trying to learn how to save them and what to do after they turn into dark creatures, all in one go. Fine, I'll give you another secret. After all, with your current abilities, you won't become a dark creature. In 2 months, there will be a tidal surge of dark creatures on the first layer. At that time, the barriers between layers will be at their weakest. Human champions from the second layer will use secret methods to breach the barrier and pull those who wish to join their forces into the second layer. Those who don't want to join any faction and lack the strength to ascend to the second layer will be turned into dark creatures, along with their troops. Factions? Lucen asked, puzzled. Humans are social creatures. Wherever there are humans, there are factions. The strongest human lords from Blue Star are 10 God Kings, representing the pinnacle of human power. Each God King has their own faction. Beyond them, there are tens of thousands, or even more, king-level lords, each having established their own forces. When the time comes, they'll reach out to the lords of the first layer and invite them to join. Lucen was astonished. He hadn't expected there to be God King-level lords. The hierarchy of lords ranged from apprentice, novice, elite, master, king, to God King levels. God King-level lords were above level 100,000, commanding billions or more troops. Even the weakest of their troops could probably wipe out Lucen's entire territory. Seeing his shock, Kara's sense of superiority grew. She continued, among Blue Star's God King-level lords, only a few are qualified to enter the realm of light. The rest aren't even worthy of shining their shoes. If it weren't for the fact that the humans who joined the light realm still care about their weaker brethren, we'd have already opened the battlefield and started the Great War of Light and Darkness, the Third Great War. Only one side can survive in the end. Kara's eyes glimmered with battle intent. Lucen felt overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information. He wanted to ask more, but Kara cut him off, saying, I'm telling you all this to make you understand that, even if all humans and their troops turn into dark creatures, they're nothing more than ants in the eyes of the light realm's powerful beings. With a single thought, they could destroy the entire dark world, let alone the dark creatures below the elite level. Oh, and to prevent any darkened humans from growing into demon gods, the God Emperor will directly obliterate the first layer of the dark world in 2 months. Looking at Kara's cold gaze, Lucen silently complained in his heart, and you call me cold-blooded? In the eyes of you beings from the realm of light, who see all living things as ants, you're the truly cold-blooded ones. Lucen didn't say anything. These were things he couldn't stop. He shook his head, his gaze indifferent. I'm confident I can reach the second layer within 2 months. Though all this is shocking, it doesn't benefit me. You. Kara was nearly furious enough to spit blood. She had intended to use moral pressure to condemn Lucen for not caring about his fellow humans, but reflecting on her own words earlier, she realized she had no right to criticize him. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lucen. You're fine. Here's the last one. She then added, let me tell you how to upgrade the rank of my alternate form as the Dark Angel Kara. Her lips curled into a sly smile as she looked at Lucen mischievously. Lucen shook his head. That doesn't benefit me. Once I buy it, I'll naturally learn how to upgrade a hero's rank. Kara's face darkened like a scorched pot. Then what is it you want to ask? She finally admitted defeat, completely worn out by Lucen. She had thought any random secret would be enough to deal with him, but this man simply wouldn't take the bait. She knew that unless she revealed a secret that truly satisfied Lucen, he wouldn't agree to buy her dark form. After some thought, Lucen asked, how does one join your merchant realm? What kind of organization is it that allows you to travel freely between the light and dark realms? That's 2 questions. But since you've asked, I'll answer both, so you won't complain that it's useless to you, Kara said, realizing she had been marked as an easy target by Lucen. But she didn't care anymore. She just wanted to get this over with and have Lucen take her dark form away. In the vast commercial universe, there exists a planet called the Star of Commerce. Its color is neither black nor white, but somewhere in between. The origins and purpose of the commercial realm are shrouded in mystery, with a complex and enigmatic background. It is tasked with maintaining a balance between light and darkness while pursuing its own interests. It operates under a strict set of rules, with punishments for any violations. This unique setup attracts beings from both the realms of light and darkness to trade within its bounds. The true identity of the mastermind behind the commercial realm remains a closely guarded secret. They could be from the realm of light or the realm of darkness, but one thing is certain, they are both mysterious and powerful, holding the lifeblood of the realm in their hands and influencing the fate of the entire world. During the Great War between the gods and demons of light and darkness, the commercial realm leveraged its neutral position and connections to collect the souls of fallen warriors and precious artifacts from the battlefield, eventually establishing a formidable commercial empire. At that time, I was consumed by the darkness and had lost my sense of self. Fortunately, an apostle of the commercial realm found me and offered to help purge the dark energy from my body. Seeking to reclaim who I was, I joined the commercial realm. With the assistance of the Master of Commerce, I gradually gained control over my dark form and recovered some of my sanity. As for how one joins the commercial realm, it's not something anyone can do at will. Beyond requiring immense strength, one must also possess abundant resources. It's akin to taking out a loan. Most people who enter the realm immediately bear a massive debt, and only those with the means to repay it in advance are valued by the realm. It isn't open to just anyone. Moreover, even within the commercial realm, there is a strict hierarchy. For instance, I am currently at the highest rank of a divine merchant. This is because I was already strong and possessed many artifacts before joining. Through trading within the realm, I elevated my status. The higher one's rank, the shorter their term of service to the realm. As a divine merchant, I only need to serve for 1,000 years before I can leave freely. Lower-ranked merchants, however, might be bound for life. To outsiders, the commercial realm is a powerful organization that everyone wishes to seek refuge in, willing to fight tooth and nail to get in. But once inside, leaving is no easy feat unless one has extraordinary opportunities and strength. Even if they escape the realm's control, they won't find a place to belong in either the realm of light or the realm of darkness. The commercial realm is omnipresent. Your relatives, friends, or even superiors in the realms of light and darkness might secretly belong to it. As long as you're alive in either realm, you risk being targeted. Lucen listened and couldn't help but remark sarcastically, "Isn't this just a war profiteer? Exploiting not only outsiders but their own people too." He shook his head, finding such a force even more terrifying than the darkness itself. Perhaps the master of commerce was the true representative of darkness. But these were matters far beyond his reach. The more he knew, the more dangerous it might become. He decided to stay honest and continue his role as an ordinary lord. Lucen stopped questioning Kara, and seeing his silence, Kara said no more either. Purchase. Lucen finalized the purchase of the last item. Congratulations, Abyssal Lord Lucen, on spending 3 million black crystals to complete your purchase. At that moment, Kara floated in midair, with waves of light and darkness swirling around her. Her dark form separated from her main body, one dazzlingly golden, the other as black as the abyss, forming a stark contrast. Lucen's heart began to race as he watched the scene. Suddenly, Kara's dark form emitted a powerful surge of dark energy. Simultaneously, her main body began to transform, radiating a brilliant golden light, like a beacon piercing through the darkness. Her eyes shone with unwavering determination, making it impossible to look directly at her. Her body grew increasingly radiant, resembling a luminous glow in the shadows. In contrast, her dark form resembled a rolling, twisting black dragon, exuding a terrifying aura as its eyes flickered ominously. The overwhelming dark energy surged wildly toward Kara's main body, attempting to extinguish the light and turn her into a creature of darkness. Yet, before the dark energy could come within 10 meters of her, it was obliterated by her radiating light. Kara's main body slowly floated toward a black vortex, her gaze falling on Lucen below. Her eyes were profound, her expression enigmatic. "You're the strongest weakling I've ever encountered. Let's meet again on the battlefield of gods and demons. I hope we won't be enemies then." With these words, Kara entered the golden vortex in the sky, leaving behind only her dark form. After Kara's main body departed, Lucen finally had the chance to scrutinize her dark form. From afar, she appeared both mysterious and alluring, shrouded in a dense aura of darkness. Her eyes sparkled with cunning, as though drawing him in. Her entire being exuded an irresistible charm, almost as if pulling him closer. If her main body was composed and serene, her dark form was seductive and unrestrained. As the dark energy dissipated, Kara's dark form revealed her true appearance. Whether it was intentional or an automatic result of the dark energy fading, Lucen couldn't help but awkwardly notice her dark form was completely bare. The unexpected sight almost made him spew blood. "Cover yourself." Lucen, still clinging to his principles, quickly pulled out 3 units of leather to cover Kara's essential parts. Kara's dark form, however, seemed oblivious to Lucen's reaction. She knelt before him directly. "Kara greets her master. I am willing to give everything to serve you." Her voice was soft and seductive, pulling at his very will. Lucen quickly shook his head, nearly falling prey to her allure. "Call me Lord, not Master," he corrected, feeling slightly flustered by her dark form's behavior. Lucen then checked Kara's dark form stats. Dark Angel, Kara. Rank, 7th tier. Level, LV1. Skills. Shadow Manipulation. Kara can control shadows, transforming them into whips, shields, short swords, and other shapes. She can also teleport using shadows or open shadow pathways between locations. Shadow Domain. Kara can create a field of dark energy, weakening the strength and speed of enemies within it. Dark Touch. Kara's touch can drain an enemy's life force, leaving them immobilized for a period. Embrace of Shadows. Kara can summon shadow creatures such as shadow cats or shadow wolves to fight alongside her. Shadow form, Kara can transform into a dark energy entity capable of flight, passing through physical matter, and releasing more potent dark energy. Enchanting Allure, this skill allows Kara to charm all creatures within a 100-meter radius, turning them to her side. Hero attribute, Shadow Bond, increases attack speed of allies by 50%. Once per hour, when attacked, her body will temporarily transform into a shadow, rendering her immune to damage. This attribute grows stronger with level increases. For every 100 levels gained, attack speed increases tenfold, and the cooldown for shadow immunity decreases by 10 minutes. Faction, Abyss. As he examined the Dark Angel Kara's stats, Lu Sen's eyes lit up, particularly at her hero attribute. The ability to resist damage once per hour, with the cooldown decreasing as her level rose, meant that at level 600, the interval would drop to just 1 minute. It was essentially a divine blade effect every minute. Who wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, she wasn't just an individual unit, she was part of his army. Furthermore, the Dark Angel also comes with an attack speed bonus, increasing tenfold every 10 levels, up to level 100, or it could achieve a 10 to the power of 10 multiplier in attack speed. Such an enticing prospect. Lu Sen opened the trading area, intending to find some clothes for his Dark Angel, Carla. Just gazing at her alluring figure ignited an inexplicable wicked flame in his heart. Carla was his hero, though not an abyssal creature, she was bound to him, categorized as a hero of both darkness and angel types. Lu Sen searched for equipment related to angels and, to his surprise, actually found something. However, it was just F-grade angel armor, barely sufficient to cover Carla's body. He completely disregarded the set bonus attributes since the boost paled in comparison to the attributes gained from Carla's level progression. After Carla put on the armor, her charm seemed diminished, and Lu Sen's restless mood eased. Carla, recruit some subordinates from the Abyss army and let them benefit from your attribute bonuses. While the dark tide hasn't arrived, head out to explore the wild, mark dungeons and resources in the burial grounds. When the dark tide is over, we'll go and harvest them. Yes, master. Call me Lord. Yes, my lord, Carla corrected herself. Carla didn't choose skeleton warriors or skeleton archers as her subordinates, claiming they didn't meet her aesthetic standards. Reluctantly, she ended up recruiting a large group of banshees. The banshees were swift, capable of chanting spells to summon the undead, and with Carla's hero attribute bonuses, they would be extremely difficult for any enemies to catch. Watching Carla leave the territory with a horde of banshees, Lu Sen reopened the trading area to sell Lord level up cards, along with a large number of equipment and resources obtained from killing dark creatures. He had nearly 3 of these Lord level up cards in his possession, usable only at level 100, but as his level was nearing 500, the cards were useless to him. Naturally, he intended to sell them in the trading area. He didn't list all 3 cards at once but put them up for sale one by one. For other lords, these level up cards were essentially experience boosters, allowing them to level up rapidly and saving significant time. The starting price for the first Lord level up card was set at 10,000 black crystals. As soon as it was uploaded to the trading area, it caused an uproar, drawing the attention of everyone. What? A level up card for lords? It can increase your level by 3. If I used it at level 97, I'd jump straight to level 100 and save a lot of time. Yeah, the higher the lord level, the slower it is to progress. With this card, leveling up becomes a breeze. Ugh, the rewards for the dark tide are getting smaller and smaller. The later waves give less and less. Only the first wave had a decent reward. Otherwise, I'd be able to bid on this card too. Looks like this card is beyond my reach. I'm only level 32. With this card, I could get to level 35. If there were multiple cards, I might even hit level 50 in a day. I'm level 57. With this card, I could jump to level 60. I bid 13,000 black crystals. Such a lowball bid, only adding 3,000 black crystals? Do you think we're fools? I bid 20,000 black crystals. I bid 100,000 black crystals plus 1,000 thunder spirit stones. At that moment, the Angel King, Merlin, directly bid 100,000 black crystals, silencing the trading area instantly. With the price exceeding 100,000, most others were no longer qualified to bid on the Lord level up card. Sitting in the main seat, the Angel King Merlin smirked coldly as he watched the trading area quiet down. Originally, he was a nearly 20-year-old youth with golden hair and blue eyes. Now, however, he looked like a decrepit old man, his vitality seemingly drained by some mysterious force. His body was emaciated, his teeth loose, he felt like they might fall out if he opened his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot as they stared intently at the trading area information. A card that can instantly increase a lord's level by 3. It's a pity there's only one. If there were more, I could quickly reach level 100 and become an elite lord. That way, my lifespan would extend. Otherwise, in half a month, I might be sucked dry by that bloodthirsty angel and die. At that moment, a bloodthirsty angel materialized behind Merlin. Its eyes were crimson, with black scara, and its skin was pale as paper, devoid of any color. Its hair was as dark as the midnight sky, mysterious and profound. Unlike other angels, its wings were several meters wide when spread, lacking feathers and instead covered in a smooth, hard black membrane with prominent claw-like protrusions along the edges. Its entire body was shrouded in blood, exuding a terrifying aura, and the overwhelming stench of blood filled the air. Merlin shuddered and turned to look, his eyes filled with both fury and fear. "Humph, I brought you from the second layer of the dark world to this place not to harm the Merlin family but to assist me in becoming the ruler of the first layer of the dark world. If you kill me, you can forget about returning to the second layer." Merlin, the Angel King, glared at the bloodthirsty angel with bloodshot eyes, issuing a stern warning. The bloodthirsty angel seemed utterly indifferent to Merlin's threats, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on him. Keh. Of course, my great Angel King Lord. You saw how I showcased my prowess in the third wave of the Dark Tide, helping you climb to 5th place. What do you plan to give me as a reward? The more you offer, the more I might even help you kill Lucin, who's in 1st place. Hearing this, Merlin's eyes lit up. He had purchased many items from Lucin before and knew that Lucin possessed countless treasures. If he could seize Lucin's resources, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Perhaps Lucin even had several Lord level up cards, otherwise, his level wouldn't have risen so quickly. However, Merlin was also aware that having the bloodthirsty angel assist in killing Lucin would come at a steep price. If not for the fact that his vitality was nearly drained by the bloodthirsty angel, he might have considered another blood sacrifice to enlist its help. "What do you want? I'm nearly dead as it is, there's no more life essence for you. If it works, I could round up a few human lords for you to drain their blood," Merlin muttered in desperation. If he didn't quickly find some rare treasures to restore his body, he wouldn't last another half-month. Keh. The blood of human maidens is the most delicious. If you can find 18 maidens for me, I'll help you kill Lucineter, but let's be clear, the maidens must be level 30 or higher. Otherwise, their blood will be like watered-down milk, hardly appetizing or energizing enough for me, the bloodthirsty angel said, licking its blood-stained lips, a glint of bloodlust flashing in its eyes. Originally an ordinary soldier from the second layer of the Dark World, it had been summoned here by its young lord at the cost of immense blood energy, allowing it to cross to the first layer. Now, at level 999, it was just capable of withstanding the pressure of the first layer. Merlin didn't respond but sent his troops to search for female lords outside while the Dark Tide was temporarily halted. Meanwhile, he continued bidding on the Lord Level Up card. By this point, the price of the Lord Level Up card had climbed from 100,000 black crystals plus 1,000 Thunder Spirit stones to 150,000 black crystals and was still skyrocketing. "Would Sovereign Lord Mushi, Lucin Geijai, I'm offering 200,000 black crystals. Could I get a friend slot with it?" Mushi had just finished speaking when the Dragon Emperor Lord raised the bid to 250,000. Mushi was furious, but since it was fair competition, she couldn't say much. Then, the Phoenix Lord Li Qingru directly pushed the price up to 300,000. Unwilling to back down, Mushi joined the bidding war, and with everyone competing fiercely, the price eventually skyrocketed to 400,000. Mushi was feeling triumphant, convinced that the item was as good as hers. But as time ticked away and the auction neared its end, the Angel King Lord, Mo, made a last-minute bid of 350,000 dark crystals plus 10,000 Thunder Spirit stones, bringing the total value to 450,000. One Thunder Spirit stone was equivalent to 10 dark crystals. At this point, the other lords stopped bidding. After all, the Lord Level Up card could only raise a lord's level by 3 stages, and paying such a high price for it was no longer worth it. Moreover, with the increasing frequency of dark tides, the rewards were diminishing, making it impractical to waste resources on a single card. When Mo raised the price to 450,000, no further bids were made within the next 3 minutes, and the transaction automatically concluded. The Lord Level Up card was now in Mo's possession. The entire trading zone erupted into chatter. Who would have thought that Angel Mo was so wealthy? I used to think Thunder Spirit stones were useless, but one of them is worth 10 dark crystals. Lord Mo, please let us ride your coattails. I didn't expect him to be the dark horse of the Dark Tide. He shot straight to 5th place on the Dark World rankings. I'm so jealous. Sigh, I wonder what level Lord Mo is now. For someone like him, being able to level up by 3 stages in a short time is definitely worth it. Sitting on the throne in Sky City, the Angel King Mo Lin looked at the Lord Level Up card in his hand with a smug smile. You lords think you can compete with me for this card? Dream on. Ha, with this card, I can level up to 90 in one go. Let's hope this is the only one of its kind, or I wouldn't have spent so much on it. Mo Lin immediately used the Lord Level Up card. The card transformed into a beam of golden light and merged into his body. Ripples of energy spread outward. This was the hallmark of a lord leveling up. Mo Lin's once gray hair began to regain strands of black, and his dry, aged skin gradually became vibrant and full of life again. Just then, a frenzy of notifications popped up in the trading zone. Immersed in the joy of his level up, Mo Lin paused, slightly taken aback. He opened the trading zone, and as the familiar item reappeared in the listings, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Damn you, Lucin. How many of these Lord Level Up cards do you have? Couldn't you just list them all at once? I spent nearly 450,000 dark crystals on the first one. If I'd known you had so many, I wouldn't have paid such a high price to get it." The competition for the second Lord Level Up card wasn't as intense as the first. Mo Lin wanted to bid again, but after checking his now nearly empty wallet, he could only clench his teeth in frustration. Judging by the bidding, this card would probably go for around 300,000. He could have saved some resources for the second one. The second Lord Level Up card was ultimately purchased by Wood Emperor Lord Mushi for 350,000. Ha, that Angel King Lord Mo Lin still wanted to compete with me? How laughable. Who would have guessed that Lucin Geijai had a second card? He saved me a whole 100,000 dark crystals. After buying the card, Mushi tagged Angel King Mo Lin in the trading zone, making his face turn ashen with rage. Humph. First, I'll take care of that wretched Lu Senator then. You're next, Wood Emperor Lord Mushi. How dare you mock me? But Mushi's joy didn't last long. Lucin put up a third Lord Level Up card, instantly dashing her high spirits. Damn you, Lucin Geijai. Just how many of these cards do you have? Can't you just list them all together? That way, I wouldn't have to bid such a high price every time. Ugh. Sitting on her morning glory-shaped throne, Mushi slumped in despair. However, the price for the last Lord Level Up card dropped from 350,000 to 300,000. Mainly because no one knew whether Lucin had more cards in store, so the competition was less fierce this time. To the disappointment of some lords, Lucin only had 3 Lord Level Up cards in total. They were purchased by Angel King Mo Lin, Wood Emperor Lord Mushi, and Dragon Emperor Lord Qin Shaoxian respectively. Lucin then listed all the items he no longer needed in the trading zone. Since many lords were keeping an eye on him, the vast quantity of goods he uploaded was snatched up within half an hour. Counting his earnings, Lucin realized that just the Lord Level Up cards had brought him nearly 1 million dark crystals. In addition, the equipment he had acquired from dark creatures and some troop cards he didn't need added another 300,000 dark crystals to his coffers, giving Lucin a total of 1.3 million dark crystals in hand. Through his territory's core, Lucin checked the messages sent by Judy Deng and Carla. They had each discovered 3 iron mines, 4 dark crystal mines, and even stumbled upon a dungeon. Since they didn't know the dungeon's level, they had marked its location and left without entering. Who would have thought there'd be so many dungeons near my territory? I wonder what kind of creatures are inside this one. Carla said it's full of skeletons, so it's probably a skeleton dungeon. Lucin was a bit surprised. He couldn't help but wonder if Carla was blessed with a natural luck aura. She had only been out for a short time and had already discovered so many resources, including a dungeon. Judy Deng, despite being out longer, had only found 1 or 2 mines. In that case, I need to craft more automated mining robots. An S-grade automated mining robot would definitely be highly efficient, Lucin muttered to himself as he walked to his crafting station and began crafting an automated mining robot. With a strike of his hammer, in less than a second, an S-grade automated mining robot materialized. This time, its appearance had undergone a complete transformation compared to earlier models. Its entire body gleamed with golden light, surrounded by the image of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. A faint phantom of a black tortoise seemed to hover around it, making it look extremely sturdy with impressively high defense. The robot was equipped with a massive steel pipe cannon capable of firing shells to break apart rocks, making it easier to mine. Lucin wondered if this cannon could also be used to attack dark creatures. He checked the attributes of the automated mining robot. Automated mining robot. Grade, S. Function, capable of mining 3,000 units of minerals per minute. Equipped with a steel cannon, consumes black crystals to unleash massive energy to break minerals, increasing mining speed by 30%. It can also accumulate energy to attack dark creatures. Storage capacity, contains 50 cubic meters of storage space for holding minerals. Movement speed, consumes black crystals to increase movement speed by 90%. Positioning function, no matter where it moves, its location can be tracked via the territory core. Recording function, the automated mining robot can record footage, allowing the Lord to observe its movements. Indestructible, even the strongest elite-level creatures cannot penetrate its defenses. Lu Sen's eyes lit up as he read through the automated mining robot's specifications. He hadn't expected the robot to also be capable of attacking dark creatures, though each attack consumed a significant amount of black crystals. What intrigued him even more was the exact damage the robot's cannon could inflict on dark creatures. He summoned one of the automated mining robots and instructed it to attack a group of dark creatures while he observed from the sidelines. The steel cannon mounted on the robot's back consumed 10 black crystals, emitting an intense energy as the cannon's muzzle glowed yellow. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the cannon discharged its energy. A powerful shockwave surged forth, lifting clouds of dust from the ground. The cannonball struck the cluster of dark creatures, reducing them to ashes in an instant, leaving behind only a lingering dark aura. The mining robot stood firm atop the city wall, its cannon muzzle still glowing, ready for the next attack. Its destructive power was astonishing. Dark creatures disintegrated into nothingness the moment they were struck. Lu Sen was awestruck by the robot's capabilities. However, he soon realized that controlling the dark creatures consumed an untenable amount of black crystals, nearly 10 per attack. The cost was simply too high. Determined to overcome this limitation, he resolved to construct more automated mining robots. Fortunately, the required materials were the same as before, making production relatively straightforward. Lu Sen instructed Judy Den and Carla to mark the locations of mineral deposits. Under the protection of the Abyss Army, the robots were deployed to begin mining operations. Their efficiency was remarkable. Each robot could extract nearly 3,000 units of minerals per minute, clearing out a small deposit in under half an hour. Lu Sen did not stop at just producing mining robots. Once his workshop reached S level, he began crafting the Nightfall set to evaluate its potential attribute enhancements. Before long, a set of gear emanating a pitch-black glow and carrying the ominous aura of the Abyss was completed. The Nightfall set consisted of weapons, armor, helmets, and leg guards, each adorned with skull motifs and depictions of terrifying abyssal creatures. The sight of it alone was enough to instill fear. As its grade increased, its attributes were further amplified, and its appearance underwent significant changes. Lu Sen examined the Nightfall set's details. Nightfall set. Grade, S level. Functions. Increases attack power by 900%. Increases defense by 1,300%. Increases critical hit rate by 300%. Enhances critical hit effects by 100%. Note, this set is exclusive to skeleton warriors. Seeing these attributes, Lu Sen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The near tenfold increase in both attack and defense, combined with a 300% critical hit rate and 100% critical hit effect, was shocking. Critical hit effects were crucial for skeleton warriors, as they amplified critical damage, but triggering a critical hit was the key. With a 300% critical hit rate, most attacks would likely trigger a critical hit if luck was on his side. Without hesitation, Lu Sen initiated mass production of the Nightfall set, setting the quantity to 10,000 units. Production would take half an hour, during which he began absorbing the lightning energy contained in Thunder Spirit stones. He had acquired nearly 10,000 of these stones from Morin, enough to sustain him for a while. After about 10 minutes, Judy Den and Carla returned to the territory, busy preparing for the fourth wave of the Dark Tide. As the fourth wave began, Carla immediately activated her Shadow Domain ability, creating a field of dark energy that weakened the enemy's strength and speed. The moment the dark creatures appeared, their attributes were significantly reduced. Carla followed up with her Embrace of Shadows skill, summoning shadow creatures like shadow cats and shadow wolves to charge at the dark creatures. As the dark creatures fell, the witches began chanting summoning spells to call forth the souls of the defeated creatures to join the battle. A large number of souls were summoned, launching a relentless assault that quickly decimated the dark creatures. Judy Den, noticing Carla's impressive performance, grew concerned about his own standing and hastily rallied his forces to join the fray. Armed with the newly crafted Nightfall sets, their increased attack power allowed them to easily cut down the dark creatures. The Dark Tide lasted nearly 20 minutes before it was finally subdued. The world marveled at Lu Sen's strength, astonished by how quickly he was able to annihilate such a large number of dark creatures. What? Li Qingru, seated atop her phoenix mount, looked on in shock. She hadn't expected Lu Sen to dispatch the dark creatures so swiftly, while her own efforts were taking longer and longer. Although the dark creatures' levels hadn't changed much, their attributes had significantly improved, HP reaching at least 10,000, with some even exceeding 100,000. Their attack and defense stats were formidable, leaving many lords struggling. Meanwhile, in the frozen wasteland, Bei Musheng was equally surprised by Lu Sen's efficiency in slaying enemies. However, he remained unfazed, his focus fixed on the summoning altar he was constructing. Bei Musheng was determined to complete the summoning altar, intent on calling forth subordinates of Bei Morong from the second layer of the Dark World to bolster his forces. As he gazed at the summoning altar at the center of his territory, his eyes flashed with determination. The summoning altar resembled a hero altar, capable of summoning creatures from the second layer of the Dark World. It was shaped like a circular disc approximately 1.5 meters in diameter and 30 centimeters high, engraved with intricate, mysterious runes that glowed when activated. The material resembled jet black stone, yet felt like supple metal to the touch. At the center of the altar was a recessed slot for placing summoning stones, specially prepared by Bei Morong using a unique method to transfer them from the second layer. Bei Musheng took a deep breath, holding a summoning rune in his hand as he approached the altar. Placing the rune into the slot, the altar immediately emitted an aura of mystery and terror. The rune began to glow, spreading energy outward as the surrounding environment distorted and shifted. A golden beam of light shot up from the altar, piercing through the darkness and clouds above. The lords within the territory watched, both eager and apprehensive. Bei Musheng then pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the altar to provide a location for the creatures from the second layer of the Dark World. The altar trembled and cracked open, releasing a swarm of dark red, oil-slick bats. Their sharp wings and ghostly forms exuded immense power. Due to the restrictions imposed by the laws of the world, the level of these bat troops was capped at around 600. Nonetheless, their attack power was formidable, and they possessed the ability to conceal themselves and fly rapidly in the dark. One bat transformed into a humanoid figure and spoke to Bei Musheng. "Great Lord Bei Musheng, we have summoned a total of 1,000 blood bats this time, all at level 600. This figure was the leader of the 1,000 blood bats, the Blood Bat King, at level 750. As the Blood Bat King finished speaking, the gathered lords were all stunned. Level 750? No way, Lord Bei Musheng actually summoned a level 750 hero. That's incredible. The lords in our territory are generally only around level 30 or 40, but this hero is actually level 750. Our domain will become the ruler of the first layer of the Dark World. That's right. Lu Sen's top rank level isn't that high either. If we defeat him, we can enhance our strength and levels and rise quickly. What Lu Sen, the so-called number 1, or the second-ranked Phoenix Lord Li Qingru, all of them will bow to the Ice King, Bei Musheng. Cheers erupted throughout the territory. However, the newly joined lords had not been happy for long when the voice of the Blood Bat King echoed, "Bei Musheng, we expended a massive amount of experience points to transport ourselves to the first layer of the Dark World this time. As you promised before, where's the human feast you prepared for us?" At that moment, Bei Musheng's hair had turned gray, his skin sagged, and his muscles had withered. He had aged 3 to 4 decades in an instant. His eyes were hollow, his hands frail and powerless, and his clothes hung loosely on his body. He had rapidly aged as a result of constantly expending his vital blood to summon the bloodthirsty bats, permanently reducing his lifespan by 30 years. Upon hearing the Blood Bat King's words, a flash of murderous intent appeared in Bei Musheng's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He looked toward the crowd of humans gathered below. All of them had recently joined the territory. The humans beneath also heard the conversation and began murmuring amongst themselves. "I didn't expect these Blood Bat Kings to crave a human feast. Luckily, I prepared wine and dishes for them to try. Right. I just killed a dark creature and got a recipe for rice wine. It'll be perfect to entertain these level 600 plus bats. No, look. Those blood bats are coming toward us. They're not treating us as the feast, are they? Oh no. They're going to eat us. Run. Damn you, Bei Musheng. You're sacrificing us to these bloodthirsty bats." The territory was soon engulfed in agonized screams and curses, but it quickly fell silent once more. The Blood Bat King licked its blood-stained lips, speaking with satisfaction. "It's been so long since I tasted human flesh. This was worth expending so many levels." Bei Musheng stood before the scattered remains of the sacrificed lords without a trace of sorrow or fear on his face. Instead, he laughed maniacally. These ants actually thought I'd protect them. They contributed nothing, so why not let them serve as dinner and give their lives some value? The gray-haired, aged Bei Musheng revealed a cruel and inhumane smile as he looked toward Chen Shang and a few others in the distance who still had value to him, sparing them from being sacrificed to the bloodbats. Those watching from afar were filled with terror at the sight. Among the spared lords were members of the Beimu family and others useful to Beimu Shang, none of whom had been offered as sacrifices. Chen Shang, standing amidst the crowd, was horrified and deeply regretted joining the ranks of such a heartless lord. He wanted to leave the territory, but the core of the domain had already been controlled by Beimu Shang. No matter where he went, he would be monitored, completely reduced to a puppet. At that moment, a deafening rumble came from the sky. Everyone looked up to see what seemed like an explosion in the first layer of the dark world, the sound shaking the heavens. All the lords turned their gazes skyward and witnessed a terrifying scene. Attention all, the fifth wave of the dark tide will be a selective tide. The fifth wave of the dark tide will contain numerous powerful dark creatures, including at least one boss-level dark creature. Defeating a dark creature boss will yield substantial rewards. If your strength is insufficient, you may choose to opt out of the fifth wave of the dark tide. This wave will then not appear in your territory, but you will also forfeit the rewards for defeating the dark creatures. You have 3 hours to decide. The mechanical voice, deafening and eerie, rang in the ears of every lord just as the fourth wave of the dark tide had ended, instilling fear in all who heard it. In the icy wastelands, Beimu Shang's eyes lit up with excitement. It seems summoning the bloodbats was the right choice. I didn't expect the fifth wave to be a selective dark tide. If I can kill those bosses, the rewards will definitely be even greater. Beimu Shang fantasized about being the first in his domain to slay a dark creature boss and seeing his name broadcast to the entire world, a thought that filled him with excitement. Meanwhile, in the Abyss territory, Lucen slowly awakened from absorbing the Thunder Spirit Stone. After absorbing one more crystal, he decided to stop and instead turned his attention to his troop formations. During the fourth wave of the dark tide, the Flame Hag and Winter Hag, two boss-level dark creatures, had advanced nearly 2,000 meters closer. It seemed likely that the fifth wave of the dark tide would involve these two dark creatures attacking his territory. Buzz! Just then, a screen appeared in the sky above every territory. Strange phenomena began to manifest above the lands, drawing the attention of all inhabitants. They looked up in alarm to see a projection of the boss that would soon assault their domain. Each territory's boss was unique. Some appeared majestic and imposing, others looked stunningly beautiful, while others were grotesque and horrifying. In the southern Nether Flame Plains, Phoenix Lord Li Qingru saw a 50-meter-tall dark flame giant ape. Its entire body was engulfed in dark flames, emanating a powerful aura. Its eyes gleamed with cruelty, and with a roar, it spewed terrifying dark flames from its mouth. Its massive hands, as large as mountains, slammed into the ground, causing violent tremors. In the icy wastelands, the sky above Beimu Shang revealed a 9-nether black ice sparrow exuding a freezing aura. Its entire body was snow white, its eyes cold as starlight, and it radiated an icy indifference. With a single breath of cold air, it froze everything in its surroundings into solid ice. Before what Emperor Lord Mu Shi stood a giant zombie king, its body decaying and reeking of putrefaction. Its eyes glinted with cunning, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, and its arms, like sharp blades, could tear any living creature to shreds. Lucen looked up at the sky above his territory, where the figures of the Flame Hag and Winter Hag appeared. The two creatures were like embodiments of fire and ice, their opposing elements colliding and intertwining in explosions that shook the heavens. After a while, the projections vanished, and the lands erupted with noise. All the lords flooded into the World Chat channel, eager to learn about the situations in other territories. Wow, what does the boss in your territory look like? Mine's a black wolf shrouded in dark mist, absolutely terrifying. I've got a 20-meter-tall lizard here. It's covered in dense dark energy, its shell is hard as a moving mountain, and it can breathe fire. The fireballs it spits are a meter in diameter and instantly incinerate anything. No idea what level it is, but it feels insanely strong. I got a skeleton king surrounded by dark mist. I can't defeat it. I'm opting out of this dark tide wave. Thank goodness this is a selective dark tide. I can just lie low. No rewards, but at least I'll keep my life. Sigh, if only we knew the levels of these bosses. The projections in the sky don't make it clear if they're within our ability to defeat. I'm going to go all out and build up my army. If I can kill the boss, I'll climb the rankings, get tons of rewards, and surpass the other lords. Let's hope we can survive the fifth wave of the dark tide. I wonder what kind of boss Lucen encountered. He's been number one in every wave so far, so his boss must be insanely strong. Lucen glanced at the chat channel and immediately felt a wave of exasperation. Two dark bosses had appeared in his territory, while most other lords only encountered a single one. This made him extremely frustrated. Currently, the highest level of units in his territory was just over level 590, still short of the 600 mark. Meanwhile, the two ghost witches each had over 100 million HP, making them incredibly difficult to kill. He had no choice but to quickly raise the levels of his units within the next 3 hours. Since I have 3 hours to plan, I might as well tackle the Ghost Witch dungeon first. I'll take down one of the Ghost Witch bosses to ease the pressure of the fifth wave of the Dark Tide, Lucen decided firmly. Without hesitation, he gathered most of his troops and headed toward the Ghost Witch dungeon hidden in the darkness. After absorbing the Thunderstone, his movement speed had significantly increased. To save even more time, he had Juditun carry him through the skies to reach the dungeon quickly. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Ghost Witch dungeon. As soon as he stepped inside, a mission panel appeared before him. Dungeon missions. Mission 1, go to the Ghost Mist Forest and activate the Purification Spring deep within to save the civilian Ghost Witch clan, completed. Mission 2, head to the Glacier Ocean and activate the Purification Spring at the seabed's depths to save the Sea Ghost Witch clan. Difficulty, E rank. Mission 3, proceed to the Flame Forest and activate the Purification Spring at the Fiery Magma Source to save the Flame Ghost Witch clan. Difficulty, E rank. Mission 4, travel to the Frozen Wasteland and activate the Purification Spring at the Heart of the Storm. Mission 5, venture into the Demon Abyss and activate. Mission 6, proceed to Lucen scan the mission list. Mission 2 didn't ring a bell, but he needed to find the locations of both the Winter Ghost Witch and the Flame Ghost Witch. Checking Mission 3, he found information about the Flame Ghost Witch's location, reminding him of it. Without hesitation, Lucen selected Mission 3 and entered the dungeon. The moment he stepped into the Flame Forest, a wave of intense heat surged toward him. The dwelling place of the Flame Ghost Witch was utterly bizarre, a pitch-black forest so dense that no light could pierce through. The trees were warped and twisted as if contorted by the fiery heat. Every branch and leaf had turned into flames of various shapes, some resembling fireballs, others like fiery birds, all emitting a spectrum of radiant lights that illuminated the surroundings. These flames seemed almost alive, as if whispering the history of the forest. Standing amidst it, Lucen felt the searing heat rolling in from all directions, the sweltering sensation as if it could scorch his very soul. He could sense the pulse of the surrounding flames, his heartbeat seemingly synchronized with the fiery rhythm of the forest. Carefully, he proceeded, placing each step in the sparsely flaming areas. Suddenly, anguished wails echoed from the depths of the flame forest. Moments later, a group of twisted creatures emerged. Their bodies were engulfed in scorching flames, their eyes glowing with fiery light, their skin charred brown like overcooked meat, and their hair resembling fiery red serpents glinting under the blaze. Although these creatures were not as massive as the Flame Ghost Witch, the flames surrounding them made it nearly impossible to approach. Lucen immediately used his detection skill to analyze their information. Flame Ghost Witch. Grade, Tier 3. Level, LV 220. HP, 5689. Attack power, 1326. Defense power, 968. Skills. Fireball, the Flame Ghost Witch hurls a fireball at the enemy, inflicting damage upon impact. Skill duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Flame Rain, summons a fiery rainstorm that deals widespread damage. Any creature caught in the flames suffers significant damage, with a 10% chance of triggering a burning status that lasts for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Flame Walk, grants immunity to fire damage, allowing free movement within flames. Faction, Dark World. After reviewing the Flame Ghost Witch's stats, Lucen nodded. These Ghost Witches had strong attack skills, but their long cooldown times meant that once they used a skill, it would take a while to recharge. He figured that other lords could easily defeat them as long as they dodged the initial skill. For Lucen, these level 220 Flame Ghost Witches should have been a piece of cake. However, once he actually engaged in combat with them, Lucen realized they were far more troublesome than he had expected. Some Ghost Witches could freely traverse the flames, while Lucen's Abyss army suffered consistent 1% burn damage just by being in the fiery forest, making it nearly impossible for them to approach these dark creatures. Fortunately, the Poison Witch's healing skills kept replenishing their health, allowing the army to barely advance through the flames. Lucen immediately ordered Juditun and Carla, along with other commanders, to charge deeper into the forest. With the experience from the Ghost Mist Forest, Lucen wasted no time and quickly headed toward the depths. He had to complete this dungeon before the fifth wave of the Dark Tide arrived, or he would have to forego the mission for that wave. To finish Mission 3 within a short time, Lucen had Juditun and Carla push forward at full speed. Within the Flame Forest, they occasionally encountered ordinary Ghost Witches or low-level dark creatures like Witch Crows. Minus 3,695. Minus 3,695. Minus 4,563. Minus 36,542. Against low-level dark creatures, Lu Sen's Abyss army could deal 4-digit damage. Even when facing creatures of the same level, they could inflict over 1,000 damage, often killing them in one hit. Higher-level flame ghost witches could also be swiftly eliminated. Surrounded by his Abyss army, Lu Sen advanced rapidly toward the forest steppes. Unlike the Ghost Mist Forest, the Flame Forest was ablaze with flames that dispelled the darkness, making visibility far better. However, the bright flames also blocked the path. Thankfully, the Abyss army cleared the way by toppling flaming trees and extinguishing the flames, creating a path for Lu Senator. At this moment, a wave of flame ghost witches, emanating ghostly energy, began bombarding Lu Sen with fireballs. Luckily, the skeleton warriors shielded him, preventing the fireballs from landing directly on him. Lu Sen glanced disdainfully at the incoming fireballs. Having absorbed the power of lightning, his body's resistance had increased 1 or 2-fold. Even if a fireball hit him, it would barely scratch him, posing no real threat. In less than 30 minutes, Lu Sen spotted an open area deep within the flame forest. At the center of the clearing stood a massive pillar of fire. As the Abyss army approached the fire pillar, flames engulfed their bodies, and various types of fire began to manifest: red flames, blue magma, and purple hellfire. The intense heat caused varying degrees of damage to the troops. Many low-level units were burned to death as soon as they came into contact with the flames. Seeing this, Lu Sen's eyes turned cold, and he ordered his Abyss army to retreat. Just then, a group of flame ghost witches suddenly emerged from the fire pillar, charging toward the Abyss army. The troops immediately launched their counterattack. Compared to the unexpected flames, these ghost witches were relatively easier to deal with. Within 10 minutes, the large wave of ghost witches emerging from the fire pillar had been completely wiped out. Immediately, a fiery ghostly figure engulfed in flames appeared above the pillar of fire, a flame witch, one of the two bosses. She began chanting incantations, and the various forms of fire atop the pillar surged toward Lu Sen's Abyss army. Standing at the center of the army, Lu Sen faced the menacing flame witch without a trace of fear. He decisively commanded Judy Tun and Kara to charge forward. Behind him, the Abyss army, comprising skeletal archers, skeletal warriors, poison witches, and ghostly figures, launched an all-out attack on the flame witch. -6,390. -369. -2,569. Dense waves of damage numbers appeared above the flame witch's head as the attack struck her. The low-tier Abyss troops could only inflict 3-digit damage, while heroes like Kara and Judy Tun managed to deal 4-digit blows. This enraged the flame witch, who let out a furious roar, summoning a rain of fire that engulfed the surroundings. The fiery rain struck the Abyss army, instantly killing units above level 500. For the first time, Lu Sen felt a sense of urgency. He hadn't anticipated the flame witch's attack power to be so formidable. The army had already lost a third of its forces upon initial contact. Before Lu Sen could react, the fiery pillar erupted once more, spewing multicolored flames toward the Abyss army, incinerating another large portion of its troops. Lu Sen quickly examined the pillar's information. Flame pillar. Description: a divine-infused pillar forged with the full power of the Flame Witch. It unleashes an area-wide flame attack every 10 minutes, causing continuous fire damage to any creature it strikes. The pillar will dissipate upon the death of the Flame Witch. Fortunately, Lu Sen had the ability to inspect details with his detection skill, and he immediately realized that the pillar was essentially a treasure belonging to the Flame Witch. He was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected dark creatures to possess such artifacts. But then again, it made sense. As these dark creatures gained awareness and intelligence with their level-ups, owning treasures seemed natural. After learning that the pillar unleashed its area-wide attack every 10 minutes, Lu Sen calculated the timing of the next activation. During the intervals between the pillar's attacks, the Abyss army launched relentless assaults on the flame witch hovering above the fiery structure. As the 10-minute mark approached, the army would retreat swiftly, only to close in again once the pillar's attack ended. This cycle repeated for nearly an hour. Finally, the flame witch fell in a fury-filled howl, meeting her demise. Lu Sen looked at the two heroes in his territory, astonished. The flame witch's damage output had been staggering. Judy Tun, known for his invincible defense, had lost nearly half his health. Kara was in an even worse state. As a fragile hero relying on mobility to evade attacks, she had taken considerable damage, leaving her with less than 1/5 of her health. If the flame witch had attacked one more time, Kara might not have survived. Detection: Abyss Lord Lu Sen has slain the Flame Witch. In the 5th wave of the Dark Tide, only one Winter Witch will appear. Hearing this notification, Lu Sen breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to the central flame pillar. With the Flame Witch's death, the pillar's vibrant multicolored flames gradually dimmed until they disintegrated into ashes. Darkness from the surroundings surged toward the pillar, plunging the area into pitch blackness. Yet Lucen felt no fear, his eyes were fixed on the base of the pillar. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Respected Abyss Lord Lucen, you have slain the Flame Witch. Please destroy the seal beneath the flame pillar to unlock the purification spring beneath it. Allow the holy water to cleanse the dark creatures of the flame forest." Lucen focused on the pillar, which now displayed a long health bar above it. Drawing from his previous experience, he immediately commanded the Abyss army to attack the pillar. As its health bar dwindled, it took nearly half an hour to finally destroy the pillar. The flame pillar shattered into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. Instantly, a flood of holy water surged forth like an ocean, rushing into the flame forest. Simultaneously, several heroes under Juditan's command, including Judy himself, underwent transformation as the holy water's purifying power cleansed their dark essence. Their qualities improved significantly, with their tiers leaping from the 3rd to the 5th and 6th ranks. Lucen had almost forgotten about these heroes. Unexpectedly, their bloodlines had been awakened, significantly enhancing their capabilities. However, to Lucen, their improvements didn't hold much strategic importance, so he left them under Juditan's command instead of assigning them to key roles. The spring water was crystal clear and dazzling, cascading like a mighty torrent with a thunderous roar. Its purifying power was unparalleled, extinguishing flames wherever it reached and erasing the darkness that tainted the forest. The torrential holy water descended like a massive curtain, dousing the residual flame witches in the forest. The fire on their bodies was extinguished, and their eyes regained clarity. The previously half-meter-tall flame witches suddenly transformed into elegant maidens standing around 1.8 meters tall. Lucen couldn't help but swallow as he observed their new appearance. Their entire bodies radiated flames, their tall and slender figures exuding both charm and allure. Their fiery passion made them impossible to ignore. With delicate faces, bright and expressive eyes, and slightly upturned red lips, they emitted an irresistible allure. Their fiery red hair, resembling blazing flames, cascaded down their shoulders, embodying a lively and untamed spirit. Their graceful forms, with smooth curves and long, shapely legs, were mesmerizing. The flames enveloping their bodies added an air of mystery and seduction, while their fiery essence exuded a scorching intensity, like ethereal fire sprites, agile and captivating in every movement. At that moment, the dark angel Kara, standing beside Lucen, noticed his gaze lingering on the transformed flame witches. A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. With a soft huff, she wrapped a pale arm around Lucen's neck, her enticing fragrance pulling his attention back. "Great lord, those flame witches are nothing more than mindless troops. How could they compare to Kara's allure?" "Allure?" Lucen looked at Kara, swallowing again. As he leaned closer to her, he caught a whiff of her intoxicating scent. Noticing that Lucen didn't resist her advances, Kara grew bolder, wrapping her long, pale legs around him like a snake. "Let's talk about this after the 5th wave of the dark tide," Lucen replied, his mind remaining clear and unclouded by desire. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice echoed again in his mind. "The Winter Witch senses that her companion, the Flame Witch, has been slain. Respected Abyss Lord, please decide whether to continue pursuing the Winter Witch or leave this area." Lucen glanced at the time. The 5th wave of the dark tide was less than half an hour away. Shaking his head, he decided to remain. He still wanted to face the 5th wave, knowing that the Winter Witch could be dealt with afterward. Without hesitation, he chose to withdraw. After slaying the Flame Witch, his subordinates had gained significant power. He looked at the notification in his system. "Abyss Lord Lucen, you have slain the Flame Witch boss and gained 1,300 experience points. Multiplier triggered. Congratulations, Abyss Lord Lucen, you have gained 130 billion experience points. Judy Tun, LV 590 LV 630. Lucen gazed at the Abyss army, now reaching a level of over 600, and nodded in satisfaction. This trip to the Flame Forest had not been in vain. Originally, he had planned to slay another Sea Hag or Winter Hag, but time was running short, so he had no choice but to leave. As he departed, the rewards for clearing the dungeon echoed in his mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for completing Task 3. Reward 1, Tier 4 Unit Flame Hag is now available for summoning in the unit pool. Reward 2, you have obtained the Lord Skill Stone Flame Coverage. After activation, the skill summons a 1 km radius flame formation. Countless fireballs will fall randomly within the formation, dealing continuous damage to any creatures struck. Reward 3, 100,000 Flame Hag Unit Cards. Reward 4, A-grade construction item, Flame Pillar X1. Reward 5, 100,000 Amethysts. Reward 6, 1200 G-grade treasure chests, 700 F-grade treasure chests, 600 E-grade treasure chests, 500 D-grade treasure chests. Reward 7, 200,000 black crystals. Lucen immediately stored these treasures into his leather treasure chest. There were less than 30 minutes left before the fifth wave of dark tide struck. He had to rush back to his territory to prepare for the invasion and prevent the dark creatures from wreaking havoc. His domain was defended only by units, with no heroes to lead them, hardly a match for the dark tide. In less than 10 minutes, Lucen and the Abyss army had returned to the territory and swiftly began battle preparations. Lucen kept a close eye on the time, every second passing with nerve-wracking tension. Taking advantage of a brief lull, he reviewed his gains. What intrigued him most was the Lord's Skill Stone. Previously, his detection skill allowed him to gather information about creatures, but this new skill stone seemed capable of addressing his lack of offensive abilities. Lord's Skill Stone, Flame Coverage. Grade A. Function, upon activation, summons a 1 km radius flame formation. Fireballs generated within the formation deal continuous damage to creatures they strike. Lucen knew that such a Lord skill was incredibly rare and practically unattainable. Obtaining 2 skill stones from the Hag Dungeon was a surprising stroke of luck. Then again, the Hag Dungeon was designed as a hidden instance for abyssal creatures, offering generous rewards. Each run guaranteed a skill stone. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. What kinds of skill stones might he acquire from other dungeons? Taking a deep breath, Lucen activated the Flame Skill Stone. Instantly, it felt as if his entire body was absorbing the power of flames. His pores opened wide, his body trembled as if enduring immense pain. Then, with a sudden gasp, he exhaled a burst of flame. The fire roiled in the air, radiating intense heat. The overwhelming energy pushed him back, his skin turning red as his eyes glimmered with fiery light. Clenching his teeth to endure the pain, he released a fireball into the sky. After successfully using the skill, the fiery energy within him began to subside gradually. Yet in under a minute, Lucen felt as though he had endured a trial by fire. He extended his hand, and a fireball flickering with blue flames materialized in his palm. The blue flame coiled around it, it was infused with the power of lightning. Seeing this, Lucen's eyes lit up with joy. At that moment, a mechanical voice, audible only to him, echoed in his mind. Congratulations to Lucen for successfully attempting fusion for the first time. The combination of lightning power and flame power has created a new skill, Flame Lightning Cage. Lucen was startled. He had only intended to test the effects of his new flame coverage skill. Unexpectedly, the lightning power also surfaced, merging with the flames to create the Flame Lightning Cage. A wave of delight surged through him. He quickly checked the details of the Flame Lightning Cage. Flame Lightning Cage. Grade S. Function, upon activation, a cage formed by intertwining flames and lightning appears. All creatures within the designated high-level area will be subjected to fire burns and lightning strikes. Duration, 60 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Skill description: the Flame Lightning Cage is a powerful skill exclusive to Abyss Lord Lucenor. It perfectly combines the forces of flame and lightning to create a highly destructive cage to trap enemies. When activated, it summons an intense flame force, which is shaped into a massive flaming wall through gestures and incantations. The wall rapidly rises within the designated area, forming a massive burning cage that completely encloses the enemies. As the flames rage, the skill further channels the power of lightning. With a simple flick of a finger, moisture in the air is instantly evaporated and condensed into a powerful electrical current. This current intertwines with the flames, creating a unique cage of fire and lightning. Creatures trapped inside will endure the searing heat of the flames and the devastating strikes of lightning. The combination of fiery heat and shocking electricity inflicts both physical damage and psychological oppression, making this skill a nightmare for enemies. However, this skill has a considerable cooldown time, so use it wisely. Note, this skill is exclusive to Abyss Lord Lucen and cannot be used by others. Reading the skill description, Lucen's eyes gleamed with excitement. He hadn't expected the skill to be exclusive to him, essentially a patented ability. This realization filled him with joy. However, noticing the 24-hour cooldown time, he couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. Lacking many special offensive techniques, he had finally gained one, only to find it usable just once a day. Lucen then turned his attention to the other rewards, particularly the territory construction item, Flame Pillar. This was the Flame Hag's ultimate weapon, though its exact function eluded him. He proceeded to review its details. Flame Pillar. Grade A. Function: when placed in your territory, it releases an area-wide flame attack every 10 minutes. Any creature's hit will take continuous damage. The pillar can be placed outside the territory to avoid injuring allied units while still decimating dark creatures. After reading the flame pillar's information, Lucen frowned. He had hoped it would function like the poison witch's healing flames, capable of restoring health. Unfortunately, the flame pillar launched indiscriminate attacks. However, having witnessed its devastating power before, where a single flame pillar had annihilated over 1,000 abyssal units, he knew its fiery capabilities were immense. Surveying the area around his territory, Lucen noticed the ancient demons to the north had expanded their reach to nearly 10,000 meters. Without the territory core's ability to track their movements, they would have been impossible to spot with the naked eye. In the end, Lucen decided to place the flame pillar in the southeastern corner of his territory. He felt a twinge of frustration. If only he had more flame pillars, he could surround the entire territory with them for protection. But with only one, he could only place it where dark creatures were most concentrated. After setting up the flame pillar, Lucen immediately used the Flame Hag unit cards. As he activated them, flame hags exuding fiery auras began to appear. A single flame hag would catch his attention, but with 100,000 appearing simultaneously, Lucen was nearly overwhelmed by a sense of trypophobia. He no longer wanted to observe what the flame hags looked like. Seeing his reaction, Kara, standing beside him, chuckled, "O great Abyss Lord, Kara is but one person, willing to dedicate everything to Lord Lu Senior." Just as Kara was about to move closer to Lucen, an emotionless mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all the lords. "Attention all lords, the fifth wave of the Dark Tide is about to descend. This is an optional Dark Tide. Do you wish to participate?" Lucen immediately became serious, checking the details of the notification and contemplating how best to handle the impending Dark Tide. If you choose to participate, the Dark Tide will arrive in 5 minutes. If you opt out, your territory will enter a sealed state. No other dark creatures will be able to invade your territory, but you will also be unable to leave until the Dark Tide ends. Only after it concludes will you be allowed to explore. Then came another message, directly addressed to him. "Honored Abyss Lord Lucen, do you wish to participate in the fifth wave of the Dark Tide? Be advised, your first place ranking in the previous 4 waves has drawn the attention of the Dark World. The Dark Boss appearing this time will be exceptionally powerful. Do you wish to proceed?" Without hesitation, Lucen agreed. The moment he made his choice, the surrounding territories were instantly engulfed in endless darkness. A cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind again. Detecting that Abyss Lord Lucen has already preemptively defeated the Flame Hag. This wave will feature only Winter Hags. Prepare your defenses, as they may launch attacks from all directions. Lucen nodded, relieved that he had already dealt with the Flame Hag earlier, otherwise, he would have had to expend more effort fending off 2 types of hags simultaneously. At that moment, the darkness swallowed the sky, and the wails of countless dark creatures echoed around him. This time, the main forces of the Dark Army were legions of skeletons and an overwhelming number of hags, pouring forth as if they had emerged from a hag-exclusive dungeon. Crows, ordinary hags, flame hags, they all appeared around his territory, constantly attacking every dark creature in sight. With Lucen's level increasing, the ranks of his troops had also risen rapidly, their power amplified by his hero attributes. Facing the dense swarm of dark creatures, his forces showed no fear. Lucen immediately commanded his territorial troops to prepare for battle and swiftly counterattack the dark creatures. The Toxic Witch moved like a specter in the mist, relentlessly hurling potion bottles. Skeleton archers continuously unleashed flaming projectiles. Lucen, having purchased a large batch of soulfire stones from Lichingru, equipped over 100 skeleton archers with fire-enhanced gear. The flaming arrows they fired exploded amidst the dark creatures, obliterating large swaths of enemies in an instant. Meanwhile, the hags began chanting spells to summon souls. As dark creatures fell, their souls emerged, engaging in chaotic battles. However, the hags within Lucen's Abyss army, empowered by Kara's hero attributes, summoned souls far stronger than those of ordinary dark hags. These souls easily annihilated the ones summoned by the dark creatures and ordinary hags. Some of the remaining souls were absorbed by Tian Yuan, whose soul power grew increasingly potent. Within a range of 1,000 meters, one could feel the pull of souls being dragged into the abyss, as if about to plummet into an endless chasm. Lucen turned his gaze to the northern section of his territory, where the dark creatures had vanished entirely, all absorbed as sustenance by the ancient demon. Unable to let the northern forces remain idle, Lucen redirected some of his warriors from the northern walls to reinforce the other 3 fronts. In his mind, the system notifications of the Abyss army slaying dark creatures kept ringing ceaselessly. In just 30 minutes, Lucen's level had surged from 630 to 660. However, he had still not completed the promotion task required to advance from a novice lord to an elite lord, leaving him slightly disappointed. If he could advance, he would gain his third SSS tier talent. The Dark Tide still had 5 more waves to go. Once it ended, Lucen would finally complete the promotion task and automatically ascend to the rank of elite lord. He was eagerly anticipating his third SSS tier talent. Just then, a winter hag, encased entirely in ice and snow, appeared in the eastern part of his territory. The surrounding ordinary hags seemed to be affected as well, their bodies also covered in frost and snow. Their defensive capabilities greatly increased, but their movement speed was significantly reduced. Seeing this, Lucen immediately ordered the skeleton archers equipped with fire-enhanced gear to attack. Fire countered ice. Although the winter hag's high defense and boss-level health, which exceeded 1 billion, posed a challenge, the elemental advantage caused its health bar to visibly drop. Next, Lucen commanded his newly acquired flame hags to launch fire-based attacks on the winter hag. While the flame hags were low level, they benefited from the exponential experience multiplier, reaching nearly level 200 in under half an hour. Though their individual damage was limited due to level suppression, their sheer numbers, 100,000 flame hags attacking at once, compensated for it. The combined damage was magnitudes greater, and with the elemental advantage, they inflicted 10 million points of damage per minute on the winter hag. In less than 10 minutes, the winter hag was completely annihilated. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for successfully defeating all dark bosses in the 5th wave of the Dark Tide. This mechanical announcement echoed across the entire first layer of the Dark World, leaving both lords battling Dark Tide creatures and those who had opted out of the 5th wave in utter disbelief. The system followed up with another notification. Detecting that Abyss Lord Lucen has defeated the Dark Boss of the 5th wave of the Dark Tide. Lords who opted out of the 5th wave may now freely enter and exit their territories and hunt nearby minor dark creatures. Lords who chose to participate in the 5th wave must defeat the Dark Boss in front of them to conclude this wave, otherwise, it will not end. On the southern Netherfire plains, Lichingru was engaged in a grueling battle against a ferocious dark flame giant ape. She had only managed to chip away less than 1/10 of the boss's health when she heard the announcement that Lucen had successfully defeated the Dark Boss and cleared the 5th wave. Shocked, she was momentarily distracted. Seizing this opportunity, the dark flame giant ape unleashed a powerful pressure and slammed down towards her. To block the fatal blow, Lichingru quickly activated the newly crafted 9 Nether Phoenix set. Instantly, a phantom phoenix materialized, shielding her from the attack. This 9 Nether Phoenix set was forged using the Phoenix Queen's hairpin, which Lichingru had purchased from Lucen, along with other Phoenix Queen treasures. Wearing the set not only allowed her to withstand fatal damage for 24 hours but also granted her the ability to fly freely in the sky and boosted her attack power nearly 1,000-fold. Now, Lichingru, like a blazing phoenix, soared through the air, dodging the dark flame giant ape's attacks and drawing its attention, giving her troops and heroes the opportunity to whittle down the boss's health bit by bit. Meanwhile, in the extreme cold lands, Bei Musheng watched as a swarm of ferocious bloodbats clashed with the 9 nether ice sparrows. The ice sparrows radiated a brilliant white light, emanating a bone-chilling frost. Their eyes, resembling icy stars, gleamed with the aura of a frost king. It opened its mouth, releasing a chilling breath that instantly froze everything around it. The bloodthirsty Bat King hurriedly unleashed a sky-covering bloody aura to counter the cold, followed by a dark aura that enveloped the 9 nether black ice sparrow. The corrosive power of darkness and blood worked relentlessly, causing the 9 nether black ice sparrow's health bar to plummet rapidly. Bei Musheng watched, his eyes brimming with mad delight. At first, when he saw the level of the 9 nether black ice sparrow boss, he had been terrified, cold sweat pouring down his back. However, with the arrival of the bloodthirsty Bat King, the boss's level had surged to nearly 650, with over 1 billion health points, plunging him into despair. His own troops could only deal a single point of damage due to the oppressive level difference, almost making him vomit blood. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty Bat King was powerful enough to single-handedly fend off the boss's assault. Bei Musheng muttered to himself, with the bloodthirsty Bat King's help, there's no doubt I'll be the first to slay a dark creature boss. But as Bei Musheng was lost in his glorious daydream, news of Lucen successfully defeating a dark creature boss reached his ears, dousing him with a metaphorical bucket of cold water and nearly causing him to faint. Enraged, he roared, "Impossible! My bloodthirsty Bat King is already level 750. And I still haven't killed this dark boss. How could Lucen do it so quickly? He must have cheated." Chen Shang, standing nearby, reminded him, Lucen's level is lower, so the dark boss he encountered must also have a lower level. His troops are strong, so it's not surprising he defeated the boss. But don't forget, Lord, if the bloodthirsty Bat King appeared in Lu Sen's territory, there's no way he could kill the boss. Instead, the bloodthirsty Bat King would destroy him. Chen Shang's face twisted with malice, resentment brewing in his heart. He blamed Lu Sen for forcing him under Bei Mushing's command. Otherwise, he could have ruled supreme on the Bone Burial Grounds and wouldn't have to serve anyone. Now, he eagerly awaited the day when Bei Musheng would lead the bloodthirsty Bat army to raze Lu Sen's territory to the ground. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Bei Musheng nodded thoughtfully, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes as he glanced at the bloodthirsty Bat King. It must be because the dark boss Lu Sen encountered had a lower level. Otherwise, there's no way he could have handled it so quickly. If it were the bloodthirsty Bat King, the result would have been entirely different. He sneered, his mind brewing plans. Damn Lu Sen, you've claimed the rewards, but once the boss in your territory is dealt with, everything will be mine. Enjoy your final moments while you can. Elsewhere, Mushi was miserably complaining to Xiaohua, this giant zombie with its rotting body is absolutely disgusting. The stench is making me nauseous, and those maggots crawling all over it. Ugh, I nearly threw up everything I ate today. Xiaohua had already vomited up her dinner from the previous night. Fortunately, a new Thistle Lord named Li Tani had recently joined Mushi's territory. He could summon thorn dryads to unleash thorny vines, restricting the giant zombie king's movement and drastically reducing its speed. Mushi, controlling her plant-based troops, continuously attacked the zombie king, slowly chipping away at its massive health bar. At that moment, they heard the news of Lu Sen clearing his fifth wave, leaving them utterly stunned. Mushi exclaimed in shock, "No way! Lu Sen actually defeated such a powerful dark boss." Xiaohua and Li Tani shared her disbelief. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. The dark bosses had billions of health points, with terrifyingly high attack and defense stats. One punch could obliterate a troop. If it weren't for the thorn dryads holding the zombie king at bay, their territory's core might have already been destroyed. How on earth did Lu Sen manage to defeat a dark boss so quickly? Feeling frustrated, Mushi sighed, brother Lu Sen is just too strong. If I'd known, I should have summoned the Mu family forces from the second layer of the dark world to help me take down this territory boss. As she spoke, she took out a glowing green liquid that radiated a vibrant light. This was the essence of life, a mysterious and precious substance she had created through special means. The essence of life was imbued with immense vitality and regenerative properties, resembling a clear emerald with an enticing green glow. Inside, the liquid rippled faintly, as though life itself pulsed within it. It could nourish cells, promote healing, and even reverse the flow of life, rejuvenating vitality. It could heal all kinds of internal and external injuries and restore a person to peak condition as long as they were still breathing. Most importantly, it could extend one's lifespan, making it the ultimate goal for those pursuing longevity and immortality. However, only plant-based lords could produce it. Li Tani's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared at the essence of life. He had joined Mushi's territory partly because of her youth and beauty but mostly because of this life-extending treasure. In his mind, he was already scheming ways to control Mushi and Xiaohua, turning them into his slaves to ensure a continuous supply of the essence of life. However, now wasn't the right time. For one, he hadn't yet completed the artifact he needed. For another, they were busy resisting the fifth wave of the dark tide, which required a significant investment of time and effort. Only after the dark tide subsided could he begin to take control of Xiaohua and Mushi. Unaware of Li Tani's intentions, Mushi was wrestling with whether to sacrifice her lifespan to summon the Mu family forces from the second layer of the dark world to help eliminate the dark creatures. In the end, she shook her head. Summoning those elite troops would cost her lifespan, and though the essence of life could restore it, the process would require time and energy. She was at a critical stage, and losing lifespan might hinder her level progression. It wasn't worth the trade-off. Instead, she resolved to eliminate the dark creatures herself. Once her strength increased, she would personally venture into the second layer of the dark world and rely on her family's resources to rapidly enhance her power. Through her elders' transmitted messages, Mushi had confirmed that none of the top 10 noble families bore the surname Lu. Therefore, Lu Sen wasn't part of any major family faction. When the time came, with her family's backing, she would quickly surpass Lu Sen, leaving him in the dust. When I become the strongest lord, I'll make Lu Sen my vassal lord, Mushi said, a smile spreading across her face. Meanwhile, in the bone burial grounds within the abyssal territory, Lu Sen examined the fruits of his labor. Having been the first to clear the fifth wave of the dark tide and slay the winter ghost matron, Lu Sen had earned the most rewards. Congratulations to Abyssal Lord Lu Sen for clearing the fifth wave of the dark tide. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1, all troop levels increased by 10. Reward 2, basic resources increased tenfold. Reward 3, Unique SS Grade Crafting Table. Reward 4, All Territory Buildings upgraded by 1 grade. Reward 5, Promotion Task Completion Card X1. Reward 6, Second Instance Challenge Card X1. Reward 7, Activation of SSS Grade Merchant Maiden. Reward 8, Tier 6 Winter Ghost Matron Hero Altar. Reward 9, Tier 6 Flame Ghost Matron Hero Altar. Reward 10, Regular Ghost Matron Troop Cards X100,000. Reward 11, Raven Troop Cards X100,000. A long list of rewards flashed before Lu Sen's eyes, filling him with uncontainable joy. These rewards were exponentially more generous than any he had received before. As the first reward activated, a golden light enveloped Lu Sen's territory. Reward 1, all standard levels increased by 10. Reward activation commencing. The golden light engulfed all troops, heroes, and Lu Sen himself, raising their levels by 10 in an instant. Lu Sen had reached level 700, and the levels of Judy, Deng Kara, and others were also increasing rapidly. Lu Sen felt a warm current surging through his body, followed by a voice announcing, Reward 2, basic resources increased tenfold. As soon as the voice fell, the basic resources in Lu Sen's hands multiplied tenfold. Stone, wood, iron ore, and other resources instantly reached tens of millions, some even surpassing billions, and he now had 30 million black crystals. Lu Sen felt as though he were dreaming. At that moment, Reward 3 arrived. Reward 3, the unique SS level crafting platform will now be granted. Along with the sound of machinery, a massive SS level crafting platform, radiating golden light, appeared before Lu Sen. The crafting platform was incomparably huge, as if it were built by the heavens, imbued with a mysterious power. Its surface was engraved with intricate patterns, depicting the totems of myriad races, dragons, phoenixes, Chilans, so lifelike they seemed to come alive. The runes on the platform emitted a faint glow. The material of the platform resembled a flowing galaxy, composed of countless fragments of stars, and touching it felt like sensing the rhythm of both starlight and life. The surrounding air grew warm, and faint calls from myriad races could be heard. When the crafting platform was in use, the sky would brighten, the clouds would glow, and the voices of the myriad races would become even clearer. Lu Sen was astonished. This SS-level crafting platform was far superior to the S-level one. It was practically a colossal structure. He inspected the crafting platform's details. Heavenly Craftsmanship, Crafting Platform. Grade, SS level. Function, this crafting platform, created by the Celestial Clan, contains blueprints for over 10,000 items. The quality of the crafted items depends on the grade of the materials used. The lowest grade item produced is SS level. Note, this crafting platform is the only SS-level crafting platform in the entire world, created by the Celestial Clan. After reading, Lu Sen was overjoyed. This was the only SS-level crafting platform in existence, and the items it produced were at least SS level. With higher quality materials, the items could even exceed SS level, reaching SSS level. He stored his old S-level crafting platform in a leather treasure chest, planning to sell it for black crystals once the other lords became wealthy. From now on, he would rely on this SS-level crafting platform for production. Before Lu Sen could fully process this, golden light flashed in the skies above the Abyss territory, covering all the buildings. Reward 4, all buildings within the territory will be upgraded by 1 grade. After the announcement, the buildings in the territory began to tremble. A mysterious black light emanated from the Lord's mansion, and the buildings seemed to grow larger. Whistling winds surged around them, accompanied by low, mournful wails. The Amethyst City walls rose to a height of 200 meters, glowing with a dim, eerie light that illuminated the darkness. The abyssal moat, after its enhancement, became shrouded in dense, ghostly energy. The soul-infused waters churned, forming humanoid monsters to guard the abyss. The fire pillars grew to 100 meters tall, capable of releasing flames of various colors within a minute, incinerating dark creatures. The upgrades brought significant changes to the buildings. The Lord's Mansion now had attributes. Lord's Mansion. Grade, G level. Function, this building serves as the resting place for the Lord. It possesses powerful defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding the strongest attack from an elite-level creature. Lu Sen nodded in satisfaction. Although the Lord's Mansion was merely a G-level ordinary building, it was still far superior to those of other lords. He also noticed remarkable changes in other buildings. The Amethyst City walls were upgraded from S-level to SS level, gaining numerous new attributes. Amethyst City walls, S-level SS level. New functionality, repels darkness within a 100,000 meter radius, enhancing visibility. Height increased to 200 meters. The Abyss was also upgraded from S-level to SS level. It could now not only draw in souls but also engage in combat. Abyss, S-level SS level. New functionality, the Abyss resonates with the souls within it, and through the fusion of abyssal water and souls, a new type of combat unit called Soul Warriors is born. These can be used for battle and to protect the Abyss from destruction. Other buildings were upgraded as well, such as the Skeleton Warrior Altar and the Ancient Demon Altar. The number of units they could summon was now 10 times greater than before, leaving Lucen elated. After the building upgrades, Lucen heard the announcement of Reward 5, the issuance of a rank advancement task completion card. This was the first time he had obtained such a card. He examined its details. Rank advancement task completion card. Function: using this card allows the user to directly complete one rank advancement task, saving time and reducing the difficulty of the task. Lucen's eyes lit up. This card could help him complete his rank advancement tasks. He checked the tasks required to advance from novice level to elite level lord. Task 1, kill 100,000 dark creatures. Completed. Task 2, clear 5 dungeons. Completed. Task 3, collect 5 black crystal mines. Completed. Task 4, reach 5,000 units in your territory's forces. Completed. Task 5, possess assets of 10,000 black crystals. Completed. Task 6, survive 1 dark tide. Not completed. Lucen realized that he had completed 5 out of the 6 tasks, leaving only the last one, surviving a dark tide. After some thought, he decided to use the rank advancement task completion card. The card could only complete one task, not all tasks. Since he was only one task away from advancement, and eager to obtain his third SSS level talent, he used the card without hesitation. As soon as the card was activated, Lucen felt a surge of heat within his body. His entire being levitated midair, as though he had gained immense power. At that moment, the news of Lucen successfully advancing to elite level lord status spread throughout the dark world. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for becoming the first elite level lord. This mechanical voice echoed in the ears of all the lords, informing everyone that Lucen had become the first elite-level lord. Instantly, the world chat zone erupted. Wow, I can't believe Big Boss Lucen has already reached elite-level lord status. I'm so jealous, I'm not even level 60 yet. What? You guys are already over level 50? I'm only level 40. If it weren't for Big Boss Lucen killing dark creatures so quickly, I might not have even survived. I didn't dare enter the 5th wave of the dark tide. Now that we know Big Boss Lucen's level, it's probably around 100. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to advance to elite level. You can't break through level 100 without completing the rank advancement tasks. So Lucen's level is likely just around 100. I still have hope of surpassing him. I'm already level 80. Stop dreaming. It took Big Boss Lucen this long to complete his advancement. The elite level tasks must be incredibly difficult. In the southern Netherflame Plains, Li Qingrou's eyes were filled with contemplation. She had already reached level 99, just one step away from becoming an elite-level lord. She felt a surge of excitement. Having just killed a dark boss and gained a large amount of experience, she had quickly leveled up to 99, bringing her closer to completing her rank advancement tasks. Hearing the news of Lucen's advancement, she felt both astonished and delighted. Lucen, I didn't know your exact level before. But now, it seems you're just at level 100. I thought advancing to elite level wouldn't trigger a world announcement. It seems your progress has slowed down. This time, I'll definitely surpass you. Not only Li Qingrou, but many lords also showed joy upon hearing the news. In the extreme Frostlands, Bei Muson's eyes burned with fervor when he learned that Lucen had reached level 100 and become an elite tier lord. After he defeated a level 700 dark creature boss, his level surged from over 80 to 100. A leap-level kill that granted him massive experience and even a promotion quest. However, upon seeing the quest, his face showed confusion. Normally, one must complete a dark tide to successfully advance. How did Lucen advance before the tide even ended? According to the rules of the Dark World, breaking past level 100 required an advancement. This meant Lucen was likely around level 100, not far ahead of himself. A sly grin appeared in Bei Muson's heart. At this moment, Chen Sheng approached and asked eagerly, Lord, the spatial jump is complete. Shall we initiate the teleport now? Chen Sheng's voice trembled with excitement. He had long been waiting to seize Lucen's territory, and the opportunity had finally arrived. Bei Muson replied, not yet. Lucen is only around level 100, so his subordinates can't be much stronger. We should wait until the 6th wave of the dark tide has just ended, catching him off guard. If we go now, right after the 5th wave, he'll already be prepared, and it won't be the right time. Chen Shang nodded in agreement, realizing that attacking now would put them at a disadvantage. To destroy Lu Xun, they needed to strike like thunder, giving him no time to react. After all, Lu Xun always ranked first, and there was a chance he possessed teleportation artifacts. If they teleported over and Lu Xun used such an artifact to escape, all their efforts would be wasted. In the Land of Bones, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lu Xun's mind. Detection complete, Lord Lu Xun has advanced to Elite Tier Lord. Rewards granted, 10,000 units of Tier 1 Abyss Lord exclusive units, 1,000 G-grade treasure chests, and a discount reducing the summoning cost of Lord Core units to 80% of the original price. Congratulations to Lord Lu Xun for becoming the first Elite Tier Lord. Additional rewards granted, 100,000 Tier 1 Abyss Lord exclusive units, 50,000 Tier 2 Abyss Lord exclusive units, and 1 Lord exclusive Abyss set. Lu Xun was ecstatic as he reviewed his rewards. Becoming the first Elite Tier Lord, coupled with receiving the exclusive Abyss equipment set, filled him with excitement. Yet, he didn't rush to open the rewards, as another voice sounded in his mind, informing him that he could unlock his third SSS tier talent. Lu Xun was filled with anticipation, wondering what this talent could be. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lu Xun for advancing to Elite Tier Lord. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lu Xun for upgrading his territory to a Tier 3 territory. With its original area surpassing 10,000 square meters, the current territory area is now 100,000 square meters. Congratulations to Lord Lu Xun, who can now summon Tier 3 units. Details can be found in the Lord Core. Detection complete, Lord Lu Xun's level has reached Elite Tier Lord, unlocking the SSS tier talent Divine Weapon Template. Divine Weapon Template, units can transcend tiers and transform into God-class superior units. Upon seeing his third SSS tier talent, Lu Xun was overjoyed. With the Divine Weapon Template, his unit's attack power and quality would see a tremendous boost. Curiosity filled him as he wondered what his units would look like after the transformation. With a single thought, he entered his Lord Core to view the Divine Weapon Template's details. Inside the Lord Core, a virtual screen visible only to Lu Xun appeared before him. Detection complete, Abyss Lord possesses the talent Divine Weapon Template. This talent allows every single unit under the Lord's command to have its own Divine Weapon series. Would you like to enter the exclusive Divine Weapon Template interface? Lu Xun selected yes. The interface before him changed dramatically. In the unit summoning section, his summoned units and heroes were displayed: Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Archer, Poison Healer, Witch, Necro Crow, Night Howl Hound, Ancient Demon, Fire Wraith, Winter Wraith, Judy, Dunkera. Without hesitation, Lu Xun clicked on the Skeleton Warrior interface to inspect its Divine Weapon Template. Skeleton Warrior, Divine Weapon Template. 1. Blade Warrior. 2. Dark Swordsman. 3. Wolf Fang Warrior. 4. Berserker Warrior. 5. Guardian Warrior. To his surprise, even the Tier 1 Skeleton Warrior had a Divine Weapon Template with 5 distinct paths to choose from. Lu Xun examined the information for the first option, Blade Warrior. Blade Warrior is a melee profession, excelling in strength and combat skills. Selecting the Blade Warrior Divine Weapon Template will transform all Skeleton Warriors into human-like forms. Characteristics include 1. Swordsmanship Mastery, proficient in various sword techniques, from basic slashes to advanced sword skills and sweeping strikes, capable of defeating enemies with agility. 2. Battle Maniac, thrives in combat, capable of awakening inner berserk power to temporarily boost attack and defense strength, enhancing combat effectiveness. 3. Hidden Weapon Specialist, in addition to swordsmanship, adept at using throwing stars, daggers, and poison needles, capable of swiftly launching deadly hidden weapons for ranged attacks. Grade, Tier 10. Lu Xun was stunned by the Blade Warrior's attributes. The template's quality reached Tier 10, whereas the current Skeleton Warrior was only Tier 1, with minimal attribute increases. Upon reaching Tier 10, its health, attack power, and defense would increase tenfold. He reviewed the other professions: Dark Swordsman, Wolf Fang Warrior, Berserker Warrior, and Guardian Warrior, and found their Divine Weapon Templates to be Tier 9. Comparatively, the Blade Warrior offered more significant overall attribute enhancements. Ultimately, Lu Xun chose the Blade Warrior path, upgrading the unit from Tier 1 to Tier 10. As soon as he made the selection, beams of golden light radiated from the Lord Core, merging into every Skeleton Warrior in his territory. Throughout the Abyss territory, the hollow eye sockets of the Skeleton Warriors glowed with eerie green light. Golden light gathered above their heads, gradually transforming them from skeletal forms into human-like figures. The golden light danced along their bones, adorning them with golden armor. Each now wielded a radiant sword, its blade shimmering with golden brilliance. These former skeleton warriors were no longer undead creatures but noble swordsmen exuding righteousness. Their bodies grew 3 times larger, with powerful, muscular physiques. Just as Lucen was reveling in the transformation, an unexpected event occurred. Detection complete. A unit with a non-abyssal aura has appeared in the Abyss territory. Initiating transformation. Transformation complete. Blade Warrior Abyss Swordsman. The Abyss Swordsman's appearance underwent a dramatic change. Their bodies were shrouded in a mysterious, powerful aura, exuding an eerie and terrifying presence. Their forms became semi-transparent, as if burning with soul flames, giving them an ethereal, otherworldly quality. Their eyes gleamed with profound sharpness, and their muscular figures exuded overwhelming strength. Clad in black battle armor, they were engulfed in soul flames, blazing hot and blinding, yet emitting a chilling, sinister glow. The aura seemed to carry the malice of the Abyss itself, enhancing their power and defense. These Abyss swordsmen appeared as if they had emerged straight from the fiery depths of the Abyss, exuding a fearsome, demonic aura that struck awe into the soul. Lucen examined the Abyss swordsman's attributes. Abyss swordsman. Grade, Tier 10. Level, LV 780. Health, 780,000. Attack power, 79,635. Defense, 75,000. Skills. 1. Abyssal Blade, summons an abyssal blade to descend from the heavens, dealing massive area damage to enemies. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 20 minutes. 2. Soul Burn, activates their soul flames, boosting attack power and vitality while inflicting continuous fire damage on enemies. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 25 minutes. Abyssal Shield, summons an abyssal shield, increasing the user's defense and vitality while granting immunity to all negative effects. Lasts for 5 seconds with a skill cooldown of 10 minutes. Instant Slash, executes a rapid slash on the enemy, instantly knocking them down and dealing massive damage. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Abyssal Fury, unleashes the fury of the Abyss, dealing significant area damage to surrounding enemies and inducing fear in them. Lasts for 5 minutes, with a skill cooldown of 5 minutes. Background: in the Abyss lives a unique group of warriors known as the Abyssal Swordsmen. These swordmasters are born in the Abyss and begin training in swordsmanship from an early age. They possess exceptional sword skills and immense strength. Before darkness descended, they lived in the shadows, guarding the peace and tranquility of the Abyss. However, when darkness arrived, numerous dark creatures began to emerge in the Abyss, threatening its stability and harmony. The Abyssal Swordsmen stepped forward to fight against these dark creatures, wielding their swords to slay the invaders, showcasing unparalleled strength and swordsmanship. Role: in battle, the Abyssal Swordsmen are unparalleled, cutting through countless dark creatures with unyielding determination. They successfully repelled the dark invasion, becoming the most formidable shield of the Abyss. When Lucen saw the attributes of the Abyssal Swordsman, his jaw dropped in shock. He had not expected that upon reaching Tier 10 and level 700+, an Abyssal Swordsman would have over 700,000 HP, with attack and defense both exceeding 70,000. And this was just the beginning. As their level increased further, their attributes would grow significantly. Lucen looked on with satisfaction at the Abyssal Swordsman, whose entire body was engulfed in soul flames. Without stopping, he proceeded to inspect the divine weapon templates for the Skeleton Archer. The Skeleton Archer had 4 divine weapon template options. 1. Ice Archer, Queen of Frost. 2. Flame Archer, Blazing Flame King. 3. Heavy Gunner, Bombarder of the Three Realms. 4. Hunter, Divine King of the Hunt. Looking at the names, Lucen felt they were rather ordinary and speculated that the Skeleton Archer's enhancement might not be as significant as he imagined. He first checked the information on the Queen of Frost. The Queen of Frost could conjure bows and arrows through magic, swiftly shooting to harm enemies. She also possessed special abilities like Frostshot, which added a slowing effect to normal attacks, and Froststorm, which summoned a storm of frost in a designated area, inflicting area damage and slowing enemies. Outside of combat, her weapon would disappear automatically, and her presence exuded a powerful icy aura, slowing nearby creatures by 10%. Her rank was Tier 10. After reading, Lucen moved on to the Blazing Flame King. This template could summon vast amounts of fire by nature, infusing flames into arrows for extra damage. It also had a Rain of Fire skill, which could unleash a fiery rain across the sky with a single shot. Choosing this template would increase all units' resistance to fire-based attacks by 300%, with further resistance boosts as levels increased. Lucen mused that these 2 templates resembled elemental mages, one specializing in ice and the other in fire. When equipped with a flame set, the Skeleton Archer could shoot flame arrows, somewhat resembling the second option, the Flame Archer. He then inspected the 3rd template, Bombarder of the Three Realms. The Bombarder of the Three Realms primarily relied on firing cannons for attacks, capable of launching explosive shells, homing missiles, and rocket projectiles imbued with various elemental powers. It could freeze enemies or cause area damage using ice, fire, and other elemental attacks. It also possessed a unique skill called Bombardment of the Three Realms, which instantly unleashed countless projectiles, dealing massive damage. Lu Xun was taken aback by this template. It combined features of the first two while introducing a distinct edge. However, the Bombarder of the Three Realms lacked mobility, significantly slower compared to the other options. Despite this drawback, Lu Xun ultimately selected Bombarder of the Three Realms as the Skeleton Archer's divine weapon template after careful consideration. The moment he made his selection, the Skeleton Archer began to transform. Its skeletal frame grew muscular, shifting from a skeletal form to a humanoid appearance, with its height surging to nearly 10 meters, resembling a giant humanoid tank. The bow and arrows it held dissolved, with the bow reshaping itself before vanishing entirely. In its place appeared a massive cannon mounted on its shoulder, akin to an RPG launcher, signaling a complete overhaul of its combat style. Its face also underwent changes. Its eye sockets glowed with light, granting it vision, while its skeletal teeth transformed into human-like lips and teeth. The Bombarder of the Three Realms radiated immense energy and brilliance, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lu Xun's mind. Anomalous unit detected in the abyssal territory. Commencing transformation. Transformation complete. Heavy Gunner, Bombarder of the Three Realms Abyssal Calamity King. The Abyssal Calamity King was now surrounded by dark energy, resembling a sovereign of the abyss. Its cold, penetrating gaze seemed to see through everything. With a mere wave of its hand, countless projectiles would rain down from the sky, resembling a doomsday calamity, evoking both reverence and fear. Lu Xun quickly checked the information on the Abyssal Calamity King. Abyssal Calamity King. Rank, Tier 10. Level, LV 750. HP, 890,000. Attack power, 109,635. Defense power, 65,000. Skills. Darkness descends. The Abyssal Calamity King summons a wave of dark energy, dealing area damage to enemies and plunging them into darkness, causing disorientation. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 10 minutes. Rain of Bombs, calls forth a barrage of projectiles from the sky, bombarding a designated area with heavy damage. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 5 minutes. Dark Absorption, absorbs the dark energy of enemies, restoring its own health while boosting its defense. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Gate of Darkness, opens a gateway to darkness, summoning a horde of dark creatures to assist in battle. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Destructive Light, releases a powerful beam of destructive energy, inflicting tremendous damage on enemies and temporarily rendering them unable to fight. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Wings of Darkness, unfolds its dark wings, enhancing movement speed and granting flight capability for rapid battlefield traversal. Sword of Destruction, summons a massive sword of annihilation, dealing colossal damage to enemies and amplifying the damage they take. Devourer of Darkness, the Abyssal Calamity King consumes an enemy, absorbing their energy and reducing their HP to 0. Cooldown, 1 minute. Background, the Abyssal Calamity King is the most powerful member of the Abyssal Calamity clan. It wields the ability to summon catastrophes throughout the abyss. Under its command, legions of calamity creatures form an overwhelming disaster army, sweeping across the abyss. When darkness descended, the Abyssal Calamity King witnessed the invading creatures threatening the abyss and summoned its calamity army to battle them. Equipped with immense strength, it wields a massive sword of destruction, capable of inflicting devastating damage, and can release a destructive light, instantly annihilating clusters of enemies. Furthermore, the Abyssal Scourge King could absorb the souls of enemies to restore his own vitality and enhance his attack power. After reading this, Lu Xun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Once the Abyssal Scourge King leveled up in rank, its level, health, attack power, and defense would see a significant boost. Though its speed was noticeably slower than before, the other attributes had grown substantially. Compared to the newly upgraded Abyssal Swordsman, its defense was slightly lower, but its attack power was far superior. Lu Xun initially intended to upgrade other troop types, but he discovered that the divine weapon templates could only be assigned to 2 troop types every 24 hours. The other troops would need to wait until the cooldown expired. He also received an additional secondary dungeon challenge card, which he stored alongside an unused one in his leather chest. Afterward, he eagerly awaited the arrival of the SSS ranked merchant woman promised as his reward. As if sensing Lu Xun's anticipation, a vortex glowing faintly red appeared in the sky. Unlike the radiant vortex that accompanied the appearance of the divine merchant Carla, this one was much dimmer. Within a minute, a veiled merchant woman emerged. Compared to Carla, this merchant was far less impressive, and Lucen wasted no time on pleasantries, immediately inspecting the 3 treasures she brought. At first glance, Lucen felt somewhat disappointed as none of the items suited him. The first was a 4th-tier flame dragon troop altar, usable only by dragon type or other specific troops. Without hesitation, Lucen purchased it, intending to list it on the trade market. The second item was an F-grade Lord's set. Lucen thought to himself, an SSS-ranked merchant, and this is the best she can offer? Still, Lord's gear was rarer than troop gear, so he decided to buy it, confident that someone would take interest in it on the trade market. The third product was a Lord level up card, capable of raising any Lord below level 100 by 3 levels. Since it was of no use to him, he bought it to resell as well. After this series of transactions, he anticipated earning a decent amount of black crystals. Once the merchant had left, Lucen noticed 2 hero altars among his rewards, each of the 6th tier, only 1 rank below Judy Tun. This discovery left him pleasantly surprised. Without delay, he summoned the Winter Wraith Matron and the Flame Wraith Matron. Their arrival brought stark contrasts to the territory, as one side plunged into a freezing chill while the other surged with intense heat. Fortunately, Lucen's significantly enhanced level had improved his resistance to extreme temperatures, so he was unaffected. He instructed the 2 heroes to enhance the attributes of his troops. The Flame Wraith Matron increased fire attack power at the cost of reduced defense, granting the troops' attacks a fiery effect. Similarly, the Winter Wraith Matron provided comparable benefits but with frost attributes. Lucen was quite satisfied with the enhancements these 2 heroes bestowed upon his forces. Curious, Lucen wondered, I wonder what divine weapon templates heroes like Judy Tun and Carla could have. Browsing the divine weapon template options, he found those for both Judy Tun and Carla. Though he refrained from selecting any for now, he was eager to see the possibilities for his heroes. Next, Lucen turned his attention to the exclusive Lord's gear he had received for advancing to the Elite Lord rank, a set called the Abyssal Lord's Exclusive Gear, the Abyss 9 Nether Set. Grade, SS. Function, when equipped, this set absorbs the dark energy from the surroundings and converts it into abyssal energy, continuously tempering the wearer's body. It increases attack power by 300% and defense by 200%. Background: the Abyss 9 Nether Set was the exclusive gear of the mightiest divine king in the ancient Biopark era, known as the Abyssal Lord Set. The gear is intricately engraved with lifelike depictions of various abyssal creatures, symbolizing the Abyssal Lord's dominion over them. Crafted from the hardest minerals found in the abyss and refined through countless processes, this set boasts unparalleled durability and the ability to unleash immense abyssal power. Legends speak of a curse placed upon the set by the Divine King. Anyone who dares to wear it would be cursed. As one of the most mysterious and dangerous items in the Abyss 9 Nether Set is regarded as a treasure of the Abyss. Many abyssal creatures covet it as a testament to their strength and status, though few dare to approach it due to the curse. Seeing the curse associated with the gear, Lucen began to hesitate. If the set couldn't be removed once equipped, that would be unacceptable. He had no interest in being trapped inside armor like a chihuahua confined to its kennel. While he no longer needed food or drink, there were still things he wanted to do, and he didn't want to spend eternity clad in armor. At this moment, the beautiful dark angel Carla seemed to read Lucen's thoughts. She approached him, draping her legs over his lap as he pulled her into the Lord's Hall. Her alluring cries echoed throughout the territory. However, the 6th wave of the dark tide was fast approaching, forcing Lucen to set aside his current activities. After their intense encounter, Carla emerged from the Lord's Hall, supporting herself against the wall. Fortunately, after the poison witch's healing, her strength returned, and the soreness in her body eased significantly. Blushing, she glanced at Lucen with a pitiful expression. She understood that the arrival of the dark tide was a critical moment, and personal matters couldn't interfere. With continued healing from the poison witch, Carla eventually regained her full state and rushed out to face the dark creatures. The abyssal swordsman Lucen, now at peak battle power, stood atop the amethyst walls, his sharp gaze fixed on the combat below. Countless abyssal swordsmen, clad in black robes and armed with gleaming swords, faced the onslaught of dark creatures with unyielding determination. The dark creatures roared and charged, their claws and fangs aiming to devour the abyssal swordsmen. But the swordsmen showed no fear. Channeling their energy into their long swords, they swung with precision and ferocity, slashing through the air and cutting down the dark creatures in a single strike. The lifeless bodies of their enemies collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, a group of wraith matrons began chanting incantations, summoning the souls of the fallen. Standing tall atop the city walls, Lucin, now the Abyssal Scourge King, unleashed colossal destructive swords from the sky. These deadly blades tore through the ranks of the dark creatures, reducing them to shreds. He then let out a thunderous roar, causing the very earth to tremble. In his hands, Lucin conjured a massive RPG-like cannon, its barrel glowing ominously. As the energy gathered, the atmosphere grew heavy, and time itself seemed to freeze. At his command, a barrage of black projectiles rained down from the sky, striking the horde of dark creatures below. The bombs detonated upon impact, their powerful explosions obliterating the creatures into fragments. The battlefield echoed with their agonized screams, but the Abyssal Scourge King showed no mercy, continuing his relentless bombardment. Amid the rain of explosions, dark creatures fell one after another, their blood and flesh scattering across the battlefield. Afterward, the Abyssal Scourge Kings stood atop the walls, holding massive keys in their hands. They inserted the keys into the locks of pitch-black doors, which slowly opened to release a dense surge of darkness and abyssal energy. The dark gates, like black holes, devoured everything in their vicinity. The Abyssal Calamity Kings gripped their keys tightly, wary of being dragged into the abyss themselves. Once the gate fully opened, a torrent of powerful dark energy erupted forth. They raised their keys high, roaring at the gate of darkness. The energy turned into a massive flood, pulling everything around it into chaos, while the anguished screams of dark creatures echoed incessantly. At the same time, grotesque dark creatures surged out from the gate of darkness, but under the control of the Abyssal Calamity Kings, these creatures began to clash violently with the mindless dark creatures outside the city. Lucin watched as countless dark creatures were slaughtered, his heart filled with astonishment. These troops were unbelievably powerful, capable of killing thousands upon thousands in such a short time. And as their levels increased, their efficiency in killing would only grow. Coupled with the soul attacks of Tianyuan and the Ghost Hag, these dark creatures were as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. In just half an hour, Lucin had killed over 10 million dark creatures, successfully ending the sixth wave of the Dark Tide. The entire first layer of the Dark World was in an uproar. In the frigid lands of the north, within Baimu Shang's territory, a level 750 Blood Bat King sprayed a vast mist of blood, soaring toward tens of thousands of dark creatures. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 dark creatures perished, yet even this was less than half their total number. Baimu Shang had been quite pleased with himself, but upon hearing that Lucin had killed 10 million dark creatures in such a short time, his mood soured instantly. Even with his level 750 blood bats, he couldn't finish off 1,000 creatures as quickly as Lucin, who had managed it with a speed twice his own. Damn it! What kind of method are you even using to kill 10 million dark creatures so quickly? Baimu Shang was both furious and baffled. He had hoped to reap more resources from the sixth wave of the Dark Tide to strengthen his troops and improve his odds against Lucin, but Lucin had beaten him to it. After Lucin finished off the dark creatures, Baimu Shang planned to ambush him while he was gathering resources. He activated the live broadcast system on the World Chat channel, preparing to teleport his territory to hover above Lucen's. His aim was twofold: first, to plunder Lucen's territorial resources, and second, to recruit more lords as subordinates to expand his influence, an explicit task assigned by the Baimu family's decision-makers. A thunderous boom echoed across the heavens and earth. A golden light enveloped Baimu Shang's territory, instantly stirring excitement in the World Chat channel. Baimu Shang had launched his livestream, the system costing him 10 black crystals per minute, a trivial expense for him. The bold title of the broadcast read, Ice King vs Abyss Lord Livestream. Wait, that Abyss Lord looks familiar. Isn't that Lucin, the one who just cleared the sixth wave of the Dark Tide? It is Lucin. Looks like the Ice King is challenging him. Who's crazy enough to challenge Lucin, the undisputed first place in all 6 waves? Baimu Shang ranked 3rd in the 5th wave, but the rankings for the 6th wave won't be finalized until the 7th wave ends. Where does he get the guts to do this? Grab your popcorn, didn't think we'd have drama right after the 6th wave ended. Place your bets. Who do you think will win? Obviously Lucin. Who else could it be? Someone actually has the audacity to challenge him? Lucin's been unbeatable. I'll always support Lucin. He's definitely going to win. Don't you know? People from the second layer of the Dark World can use special secret techniques to descend to the first layer, but the cost is huge. My family's small and only counts as a minor power in the second layer, but we still get some intel. What? People from the second layer can come to the first? Doesn't that make them practically invincible? Most lords and troops in the first layer haven't even surpassed the master level, around level 1000. If someone from the second layer shows up, we'd have no way to stop them. My family says that descending to the first layer requires rare treasures and consumes a first layer lord's lifespan. Plus, elite-level creatures and above are restricted from entering the first layer. Even if they do, their power will be suppressed. That's why most who come are elite level at best, with the strongest being around level 900. Even so, that's still tough to handle. A level 900 elite fighter could break the system. Bai Mushang must have gotten help from his family, otherwise, he wouldn't dare provoke Lu Senior. Maybe Lu Sen also has family backing him. How else could he level up so fast from the start? True, Lu Sen must have some kind of family support. Comparing ourselves to him is just asking for trouble. I don't even know what rank my family elder holds in the second layer. I haven't heard of a Lu family among the top 10 great families. Wonder which one Lu Sen's connected to. I thought Lu Sen would win for sure, but now I'm not so sure. If Bai Mushang can summon his family's forces, it's hard to predict who'll come out on top. As the world chat channel buzzed with heated discussions, over in the southern nether fire plains, Li Qingru sat atop her phoenix mount, her delicate brows furrowed as she read the messages. Her expression was grave. She had learned about the second layer of the dark world from her elder sister, Li Qinglian. There was no mention of a Lu family among the 10 great families, nor among the ranks of the king-level lord powers. Li Qingru wanted to recruit Lu Sen to her side. After all, without any backing in the dark world, Lu Sen was highly vulnerable to being wiped out. No matter how talented he was, without time to grow, he would simply be eliminated. On the other hand, the Baimu family was the third ranked among the 10 great families, boasting immense power. It was highly likely they had used secret techniques to send troops to the first layer. While Lu Sen might be the strongest among first-layer lords and could easily kill same-level dark creatures, he would stand no chance against troops 5 or 6 times his level. At only level 100, Lu Sen wouldn't be able to withstand attacks from level 500 or level 600 troops or heroes. Even the strongest troop would be rendered useless in the face of such a level disparity. I wonder if Lu Sen needs help. If I assist him now, he'll owe me a favor. Then I can pull him into my territory and strengthen my forces, Li Qingru mused to herself. She sent Lu Sen a message, offering to use her Phoenix's secret technique to teleport him and his key troops to her territory to help him escape. Though this would require a significant amount of resources, she saw it as an investment in Lu Sen's immense potential. Meanwhile, at the shores of the Eastern Sea, within the Dragon's Nest, Dragon Emperor Lord Qin Shaoxian was sulking over Lu Sen's rapid clearance of the 6th wave of the Dark Tide. But upon seeing Bai Mushang challenge Lu Sen, his eyes lit up with glee. Since you refuse to join me as a subordinate, I won't feel bad if someone else takes you down, Qin Shaoxian sneered. He had previously sent a friend request to Lu Sen, hoping to recruit him into his territory. But after being ignored, he felt nothing but resentment. Ranked as part of the number 1 family in the dark world, Qin Shaoxian couldn't stomach being disregarded. Now, seeing Lu Sen under attack, he couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of satisfaction. In the City of Angels, perched on a throne, the Angel King Maline's eyes gleamed sharply as he caught wind of the news. He had initially intended to kill more dark creatures to solidify his plans, but Lu Sen's rapid clearance had disrupted everything. He had long wanted to send troops to challenge Lu Sen, but he lacked Lu Sen's location coordinates. If he had them, he would undoubtedly dispatch his blood angels to take Lu Sen's life. Unexpectedly, the surprise came so suddenly. Someone was about to declare war against Lu Sen and even knew his coordinates. This provided Mo Lin a rare chance to learn more about Lu Senator. He quickly clicked to watch the live broadcast. The broadcast began with endless darkness, then shifted to the land of burial. This former battlefield was now filled with ancient desolation and a chilling atmosphere. The densely packed skeletons were enough to send shivers down anyone's spine, silently narrating tales of the passage of time. Thick darkness enveloped the surroundings, but within it stood a city wall illuminated by radiant purple light, towering 100 meters high. It shone like a purple star in the night, standing in stark contrast to the darkness. Outside the wall, a moat glimmered with blue waves, resembling a string of pearls emitting a mesmerizing glow. This light seemed to unleash the fear buried deep within the souls of countless undead. These spectral figures, though translucent, resolutely raised their weapons and charged at the dark creatures. At the northeastern corner of the wall, a massive pillar of flame stood tall, like a torch piercing through the darkness. The fire roared fiercely, each flicker seemingly declaring the determination of the defenders. Numerous dark creatures were scorched by the flames, wailing in pain. At the center of the territory stood a lord's mansion emanating an eerie black light. It was grim and terrifying, with coldness so intense it seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Its ancient and solemn structure exuded an aura of mysterious menace. The other lords watching the live feed couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in their hearts at the sight of Lu Sen's territory. Look at that wall. The purple light is dazzling, illuminating the surrounding darkness. I can't tell if it's just the broadcast effect or if it really dispels darkness for miles around, but I can see a view spanning 10,000 meters here. It's far superior to my territory. Yeah, that purple glow seems to dispel the darkness entirely. And there's even a grand moat outside the wall, capable of creating units to fight against dark creatures. Wait, look at those units. They don't have physical forms, they can pass through the bodies of dark creatures and even make them fight among themselves. Look quickly, the flame pillar in the northeast corner, one lord suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. The towering flame pillar burned brightly, illuminating the surroundings. Each surge of fire annihilated large numbers of dark creatures, and even those far away were affected, screaming in agony. Is this really Lu Sen's territory? Another lord asked in astonishment. His own territory consisted of nothing but broken walls and a dilapidated lord's mansion, incomparable to Lu Sen's domain. All they could do was gaze at it enviously, fantasizing about having such a powerful territory for themselves. Lu Sen's units are too formidable, one of the lords exclaimed in awe. On the city wall, several abyssal lords emanated an intimidating aura. They had the ability to open portals to darkness, from which countless creatures of varying shapes and sizes emerged. Some of these creatures were not even dark entities, yet they were all immensely powerful, capable of countering large numbers of dark creatures. This display left everyone in awe of Lu Sen's overwhelming strength. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to the sky above the territory. There, a vortex resembling a teleportation array appeared, filled with endless darkness, as if it were an entrance to another world. As the vortex formed, an intense chill swept over the area, sending a shudder through all who witnessed it. Moments later, numerous units began pouring out of the vortex. Among them, the most eye-catching were the bloodthirsty bats. These bats flitted across the territory, their bodies radiating an eerie glow, exuding an aura of evil and terror reminiscent of vampires. Following them, frost dragons adorned with icy glimmers emerged from the vortex. Their massive wings, made of ice, beat against the air, stirring violent winds. With sharp claws extended and deafening roars, they announced their arrival. Riding on the backs of the frost dragons were Bei Musheng and several other lords. They circled over the land of burial with solemn expressions, their presence akin to overlords descending from the heavens, ready for battle. You have been transported to the skies above the abyssal territory. Would you like to initiate a lord's battle? Once the lord's battle begins, it will only end when one side is completely annihilated. Within the lord's battle, time flows differently than in the outside world. 1 day inside is equivalent to 1 minute outside. Great Ice King Bei Musheng, would you like to initiate the lord's battle? Note, this lord's battle is an aggressive invasion and does not require the opposing lord's consent to commence. Initiate. Bei Musheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, the chance to bask in global attention had arrived. This was his opportunity to elevate his status and make sure that both Lu Sen and all the lords of the first layer of the Dark World remembered the name Bei Musheng. The Lord's battle has been initiated successfully. Combatants, Ice King versus Abyssal Lord. Lu Sen had just cleared the Dark Tide and was reviewing the spoils from the sixth wave, eagerly anticipating valuable items, when a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Other lords have been detected above your territory. They have initiated a unilateral invasion battle. Please prepare for the Lord's battle. Within the Lord's battle, one side's core being destroyed or the opposing lord being killed will automatically end the battle. Great Abyssal Lord Lu Sen, please prepare for combat. Lu Sen looked up in astonishment at the sky. The bizarre and grotesque units floating there left him stunned. How can there be a level 750 bloodthirsty Bat King hero? Lu Sen exclaimed, momentarily forgetting to check the chat feed, which would have explained the situation. Although he himself had a billionfold experience boost and was close to reaching level 800, he hadn't expected his opponent to possess a level 750 hero. It seemed almost illogical. However, he still had 3 SSS level talents on his side. Boom! The Lord's battle commenced instantly. The bloodthirsty Bat King darted like lightning toward the abyssal territory in the land of burial, its blood-soaked aura sending chills down spines. The moment it appeared, the skies over the territory were shrouded in crimson, as if haunted by a ghastly specter threatening all living beings. As it entered the territory's range, its blood aura transformed into a swarm of blood-red bats of various sizes. These bats exuded a dense stench of blood, resembling infernal wraiths, and swarmed toward the units within the territory with a relentless ferocity. Explosions erupted across the battlefield in an instant. The blood-colored bats, like bloodthirsty beasts, launched frenzied attacks on the abyssal units. Some unprepared wailing spirits were easily torn apart, their cries of agony echoing. High in the sky, Bei Musheng observed the scene and sneered, "Ha, Lucen, weren't you supposed to be formidable? My bloodthirsty Bat King is level 750. No matter how strong your units are, they'll all perish before it." The lords standing behind Bei Musheng also sneered as they watched Lucen's forces being slaughtered. Among them, Chen Shang, who had been harboring a grudge ever since Lucen took the first clear rewards from his dungeon, smiled even more smugly as he witnessed the carnage. The appearance of the bloodthirsty Bat King threw Lucen's wailing spirits into disarray, causing chaos among his ranks. Meanwhile, the global chat channel erupted with exclamations. Bei Musheng's hero is terrifying. Just looking at those thousands of bloodthirsty bats is enough to scare me. I didn't expect him to have such a powerful subordinate. Does anyone know the level of this hero? Are you kidding? We can only detect unit levels through our own territory cores. Since they're not in our territories, how would we know? But judging by its size, it's definitely over level 100. We'd stand no chance against it. The abyssal units, having just finished dealing with the dark tide and still cleaning up the battlefield, were caught off guard by the sudden onset of the Lord's battle. Toxic mists filled the air, drifting toward Bei Musheng's forces above. The moment the bloodthirsty bats came into contact with the poisonous clouds, numerous damage notifications began appearing above their heads. 5638. Minus 5,289. Minus 6,890. Minus 7,890. These bloodthirsty bats were summoned by the bloodthirsty Bat King using its skill. Each had roughly 1,000 health points but died instantly upon contacting the poisonous mist. This scene shocked everyone, but none were more surprised than the bloodthirsty Bat King itself, which had launched the first attack. It wasn't shocked by the death of its minions but by the sheer amount of damage inflicted, an astonishing 5,000 plus points. Normally, when a lower level entity kills a higher level one, the damage inflicted is only around 100 or 700 at most, never exceeding that range. However, this damage exceeded 5 to 6 times the health of the smaller bats. Impossible. Even though these smaller bloodthirsty bats are relatively lower in level compared to others of the same rank, they can still crush creatures around level 500. How could they be killed by such a trivial poisonous mist? The bloodthirsty Bat King refused to believe it. Hovering in the sky with its wings spread wide, exuding an air of dominance, it let out a long, piercing roar. The sound waves caused the air to tremble. A red light flashed in its eyes, slicing through the night like lightning, as it unleashed a heavy and violent blood aura. The aura swirled in the sky, transforming into countless tiny, blood-colored bats that blotted out the heavens. These small bats, reaching level 600, were not large in size but exuded an oppressive force that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Their cold, red eyes glimmered, as if searching for their next prey. The bloodthirsty Bat King's menacing aura filled the air, as though it sought to dominate the entire world. Faced with this overwhelming swarm of bloodthirsty bats, the lords present on the scene and those watching the livestream were utterly stunned. Holy crap, the bloodthirsty Bat King just summoned tens of thousands of small bloodthirsty bats. Who knows what level they are? If I were there, I'd be scared to death for sure. It's over. Lucen is done for this time. That bloodthirsty Bat King can summon so many of these bats. Look at Lucen. He's still standing there frozen. Sure, he's handsome, but he must be scared stiff by this spectacle. What a pity. What's the point of being handsome? I'm on the battlefield right now. That bloodthirsty Bat King is level 750, and those small bloodthirsty bats are level 600. They're formed from its essence blood. If you touch or attack them, you'll be corroded into blood water by their blood aura. Damn, even these small bloodthirsty bats could destroy my entire territory. With so many of them, Lucen is definitely going to die this time. I don't believe these small bloodthirsty bats can last forever. There must be some kind of limitation. I believe in Lucen. He'll definitely survive until the skill's duration ends. Mushi, seeing the negative comments about Lucen in the livestream chat, grew furious. Although she didn't know Lucen personally, she had purchased many valuable items from him. If Lucen died, she wouldn't know where to shop anymore. Plus, she despised Bei Musheng. Summoning heroes from the second layer of the Dark World was one thing, but occupying someone else's territory was just outright bullying. It was a blatant case of the strong oppressing the weak. Mushi had also considered summoning family troops or heroes from the second layer of the Dark World herself. She had initially planned to do so, but such a move would permanently reduce her lifespan. Although lifespan could be restored with life essence, the process took far too long and wasn't her first choice. Watching Bei Musheng summon heroes yet neglect his own territory to seize resources from others filled her with rage. At the same time, she felt a growing sense of crisis. Initially ranked 4th, Her position had slipped as others summoned forces from the second layer of the Dark World. Now, she had dropped to 6th place, and the decline made her increasingly anxious. Clutching a vial of life essence in her hand, she gritted her teeth and ordered her companion, Xiaohua, to construct a summoning altar to summon her family's strongest troops. Lu Sen, when I summon my family's hero from the second layer of the Dark World, I'll definitely come to help you. By then, you'd better join my family's faction and assist me in growing stronger. Then again, Lu Sen might already be dead by the time I'm done summoning. Mu Shi muttered to herself, feeling a pang of regret. Just then, a wail from the livestream chat drew the attention of all the lords watching, including Mu Shi. On the screen, thick green poisonous mist billowed out from Lu Sen's territory, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. It carried a corrosive, foul stench that was nauseating. This was the work of the poison witch. The moment the green mist made contact with the small bloodthirsty bats, a horrifying reaction occurred. The bats let out sharp, agonized screeches as their bodies rapidly corroded in the toxic fog, rotting away until they dissolved into blood aura and vanished. In an instant, the once mighty bat army had lost over half its forces. Seeing its essence blood-formed bats being wiped out by the poisonous mist, the bloodthirsty Bat King let out a furious roar. Watching its minions struggle and dissipate in the mist pained it deeply. Those bats were forged from its own essence blood, and the loss caused its level to drop from 750 to 746, a full 4-level decline. It had assumed it could easily annihilate these ants, but before it could even act, its forces were completely wiped out by the poisonous mist. Consumed by hatred, it fixed its gaze on the poison which, spreading its massive wings wide and unleashing an ear-splitting sonic wave filled with killing intent, determined to end her life in one strike. At that moment, the Abyssal Scourge King, standing atop the walls of Purple Water City, let out a thunderous roar. Its voice, like a raging storm, collided with the bloodthirsty Bat King's sonic wave, triggering a massive energy storm that caused darkness to descend upon the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. The Abyssal Scourge King activated its destructive sword skill. With a sweep of its hands, countless swords radiating the glow of death appeared in the sky, brimming with destructive power, and rained down upon the bloodthirsty Bat King. The air was filled with the flashing lights of the swords, the suffocating aura of death spreading all around, as though the world itself was plunged into an apocalypse. At the same time, Bei Musheng felt an intense sense of unease. The bloodthirsty Bat King's aura was weakening, and the frost dragon under his command began to grow restless. He realized that if the bloodthirsty Bat King were to be killed, they would all perish. He hadn't expected Lu Sen to possess such powerful troops. The abyssal creatures atop the city walls, resembling demons from the depths of hell, were strong enough to wound a level 750 hero like the bloodthirsty Bat King. It was common knowledge that under normal circumstances, 10 troops of the same level couldn't defeat a single hero. A hero's skills and health allowed them to outlast 100 troops of the same level. Yet now, the abyssal creatures from Lu Sen's territory seemed capable of holding their own against the bloodthirsty Bat King and even had the upper hand. Bei Musheng stopped spectating and quickly commanded the Frost Dragon and other troops to charge into the battlefield. The Frost Dragon descended like a storm of ice and snow, unleashing waves of cold as it roared and attacked Lu Sen's abyssal army with its claws and icy breath, plunging the battlefield into chaos. The confrontation between the bloodthirsty Bat King and the Abyssal Scourge King, initially expected to be a one-sided massacre, ended with the bloodthirsty Bat King sustaining massive wounds. It bled profusely, its level dropping rapidly, and it looked like a candle flickering in the wind. Before it could roar again, its body was pierced by countless destructive swords from the sky, killing it instantly. Its body dissipated into blood aura, vanishing completely. Although the events seemed to unfold over a long time, in reality, less than a minute had passed since Bei Musheng initiated the territory battle. At first, the sudden assault had only managed to kill the already weakened poison witch in Lu Sen's territory. However, once Lu Sen's abyssal army reacted, the troops Bei Musheng brought along couldn't even injure them. Bei Musheng's eyes turned cold as he shifted his focus to attacking the abyssal territory's Lord Core. However, the Lord Core was located within the Lord's mansion and couldn't be destroyed instantly. With a resolute heart, he commanded tens of thousands of frost dragons to charge recklessly at Lu. Senator Lu Sen stared at the oncoming frost dragons, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Beside him, Judy and Kara wanted to help, but Lu Sen stopped them with a wave of his hand. He had a flame and thunder cage skill that he hadn't used yet, and he wanted to test its power. A ball of flame, crackling with lightning, appeared in his palm, leaping with energy as if holding tremendous power. A chilling aura emanated from Lu Sen's entire body, making him resemble a demon lord emerging from the abyss, shrouded in a black mist. His obsidian-like skin and scale armor trembled, and his wings flapped behind him as he soared into the sky. After absorbing lightning energy from the spirit era, his wings had become more solid, allowing him to fly for short periods. The global chat channel erupted into chaos as they witnessed Lucen holding a fireball and taking to the skies. They had thought he would be killed by the Blood Bat King, but in the blink of an eye, the Blood Bat King had been slain by Lucen's troops. Holy crap! Lucen's troops are insane. Those demon-like creatures on the city walls summoned destruction swords and killed the Blood Bat King in an instant. No way! That was a level 750 unit. Any lords here? Can someone explain how Lucen's troops managed to kill it so quickly? Could it be that Lucen's troops are also level 700? Impossible. My strongest unit is only level 50. The more troops you have, the more shared experience they need, and the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. But Lucen has at least 100,000 troops under his command. How is he leveling them so fast? And many of his troops haven't even moved, they're just watching the show. Damn, I was so focused on the battle that I didn't realize how many troops Lucen has. And this is just what's inside his territory, who knows how many more he has outside. Lucen is insane. Are these troops summoned from the second layer of the Dark World? I've been saying Lucen is incredible. You don't become number one for nothing. Mushi had been in despair, thinking Lucen was doomed, but she hadn't expected his troops to be so powerful, killing a level 750 Blood Bat King in such a short time. She felt frustrated, unable to figure out where these troops had come from. Could Lucen have also summoned troops from the second layer of the Dark World? Mushi wondered to herself. This won't do. If everyone's summoning troops from the second layer of the Dark World, I need to hurry up and summon more myself to strengthen my territory. Otherwise, I won't be able to maintain my rank. In the dragon nest by the eastern sea of the first layer of the Dark World, Qin Shaoxian watched Lucen's troops instantly kill the Blood Bat King and remained silent for a long time. They had thought Lucen was just lucky to have a good talent and had even considered recruiting him. But seeing this, they could only sigh in silence. At the same time, Qin Shaoxian was puzzled about which faction Lucen belonged to. He used a secret technique to send a message to the Qin family forces in the second layer of the Dark World, asking about a family member named Lucen. The Angel King, Merlin, looked at the bloodthirsty angel behind him, his eyes full of shock and doubt. Is there a Lu family faction in the second layer of the Dark World? How did they cultivate Lucen into such a powerful lord? Are his troops also from the second layer? Why hasn't Lucen had his lifespan drained, and why does he look so healthy? The bloodthirsty angel remained silent for a long time before hesitantly replying. Judging from the combat aura, Lucen's troops seem to be from the first layer of the Dark World. Each world has a unique aura. For instance, the Blood Bat King carries the distinct energy of the second layer, which makes it stand out in the first layer. However, Lucen's troops don't have that aura. What? Lucen's troops are all from the first layer? Then how could they easily kill a level 750 Blood Bat King? What level are his troops, really? Merlin found it hard to believe. He had assumed Lucen's troops were only around level 100 and had thought they were summoned from the second layer to kill the Blood Bat King. But seeing the bloodthirsty angel's serious expression, he realized it might be true. Lucen had somehow raised the level of his troops to 700 or even higher in such a short time. Do you have a way to kill Lucen? Merlin asked the bloodthirsty angel. In his eyes, Beimu Shang was already a dead man, unable to escape Lucen's grasp unless Lucen turned out to be a saint. At this moment, he was most concerned about Lucen's troops. But seeing the nearly 100,000 demon-like troops on the city walls, Merlin was filled with terror. He knew that his single level 999 bloodthirsty angel wouldn't be enough to kill Lucen. Ants can overwhelm an elephant, he thought, and Lucen's troops might number in the hundreds of thousands or even a million. Even if the bloodthirsty angel sacrificed itself to kill Lucen, Merlin's goal of ascending to the first layer of the Dark World would remain unfulfilled. He could only hope the bloodthirsty angel had a plan. Of course, it's possible. While his troops are high level, Lucen himself is still fragile. Lords who have just entered the first layer haven't developed their own strength yet. With my help, you can quickly unlock your potential and challenge Lucen to a Lord's life and death duel, a battle only Lords can participate in. Within the Abyss territory, Lucen flapped his wings, each beat radiating immense power. Lightning flickered across his wings, charging them with energy. His aura grew stronger, as if he could shake the heavens and earth. Clutching the lightning-infused fireball, he poured all his strength into it and charged toward the tens of thousands of frost dragons. The frost dragons cast a massive shadow across the sky, roaring as their icy breath surged toward Lucen. Despite being vastly outnumbered, Lucen showed no fear, his eyes were filled only with killing intent. The fireball in his hand seemed as wild as lightning, enveloped in blazing flames and crackling thunder, as it shot toward the frost dragons. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and the entire world was consumed by the fierce clash of fire, lightning, and frost. The frost dragons loomed closer, their cold eyes glinting ominously. But as they felt the chilling killing intent radiating from Lucen, their breaths trembled. Fire and lightning intertwined, rapidly forming a massive energy cage, like a beast from the abyss exuding terrifying power. The cage instantly engulfed the tens of thousands of frost dragons. Lucen muttered incantations under his breath, his hands forming intricate gestures in the air. The frost dragons struggled desperately, ramming against the cage. The moment the flame and thunder cage touched the first frost dragon, a burst of energy erupted like a vast ocean. Endless flames and thunder surged, shaking the entire world. The frost dragons roared in agony within the fiery and electric onslaught, their bodies consumed by the relentless cage. One after another, the remaining frost dragons were scorched by flames and struck by lightning, their wails echoing through the air. They thrashed within the cage, trying to break free, but the cage was like the chains of fate, mercilessly compressing their space. The walls of the cage closed in, pressing against the dragons, as if to devour them completely. The frost dragons writhed in torment within the cage, their bodies distorted by the relentless pressure, as if enduring a cruel punishment. These once proud creatures, rulers of the icy wastelands and lords of the skies, could now only await their inevitable demise within the flame and thunder cage. When compressed to the extreme, a massive explosion that shook the heavens and earth erupted. A powerful shockwave swept across the battlefield, sending sand and stones flying, and the sky and ground seemed to change color in an instant. In that moment, over 10,000 frost dragons were completely annihilated. Witnessing this scene, everyone on the battlefield, as well as those in the first layer of the dark world, was left speechless with shock. Ah! Beimu Shang let out a shrill, anguished scream, as if he had gone mad. He couldn't believe that the over 10,000 Tier 7 frost dragons he had painstakingly gathered, at great cost, relying on his talent, his family, and the aid of subordinate lords, had been slaughtered so quickly by Lucen alone. It shattered his perception of reality. He had thought that with the level 750 Bloodbat King and over 1,000 Bloodbats at level 600 or higher, he could level Lucen's territory in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, his main forces had been completely wiped out. Although the lower-level troops of his subordinate lords and those who had yet to enter the battle remained alive, the most terrifying thing had already happened. Lucen's abyssal army, as ferocious as wolves and tigers, could kill swaths of enemies with a single attack. It didn't take long before the battlefield was left with only Beimu Shang and the lords who had joined his territory. Great Abyssal Lord Lucen, we have subdued these lords. Shall we execute them all? At this moment, Judy Deng led the Abyssal Swordmasters and encircled the lords. Beimu Shang and the rest of the lords snapped back to reality, realizing they had been utterly defeated. They had no soldiers left, only Beimu Shang's floating territory in the air. Covered in snow and ice, it resembled a fragment of a frozen wasteland. As the territory shifted, the visible field of view moved skyward. If they could kill the last remaining resistance, seemingly a garbled or nonsensical term in the original text, the two territories could be merged. Don't kill me. We're all humans. We can help you in many ways. Yes, it was all Beimu Shang who forced us. We only wanted to defend ourselves against the dark creatures. He insisted on attacking you. I don't want to die. It was all Beimu Shang's idea. The Bloodbat King was summoned by him, it has nothing to do with us. The lords who had joined Beimu Shang's territory knelt before Lucen, praying for mercy and begging for their lives. But Lucen shook his head and signaled for all those who had invaded his territory to be executed. Among the crowd, Chen Shang was utterly despairing. He had originally hoped that Beimu Shang would eliminate Lucen for him, but he had never expected Lucen's troops to be so overwhelmingly powerful. In a flash, all of his territory's forces were wiped out, and he himself was captured. I can't die. Chen Shang, abandoning all dignity, crawled out from the crowd and knelt before Lu Senior Great Abyssal Lord Lucen. I have an S-tier talent, territory teleportation. I can teleport to any location. If you spare my life, I will repay your kindness. It was all the damned Beimu Shang who forced us to do this. Everyone present shifted the blame onto Beimu Shang, as he was the mastermind. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Beimu family. Our family ranks among the top 10 in the entire dark world, and this battle is being live-streamed. If you kill me, everyone will know, and the Beimu family will definitely come to avenge me. Beimu Shang, realizing Lucen intended to kill him, was both furious and terrified. He tried to use his family's background to intimidate Lu Senator. At the same time, he cast a glance at the groveling lords behind him, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If I make it out of this alive, I'll kill every single one of these traitorous cowards. In the southern abyssal fire plains, Li Qingru watched the livestream of Lucen defeating Bei Mushang, staring in disbelief. When Lucen prepared to execute the remaining lords, a hint of unease flashed across her eyes. She wanted to remind Lucen of the Beimu family's powerful background, but since she wasn't one of his people, she hesitated to speak, fearing she'd offend him. She couldn't tell if Lucen's troops were native to the first layer of the Dark World or summoned from the second layer, but their ability to kill Bei Mushang's Blood Bat King in such a short time clearly suggested extraordinary strength and background. While Li Qingru was lost in thought, a notification popped up in the livestream. The lord who initiated this livestream has been killed. The livestream will now automatically end. The screen dimmed, and a shiver ran through Li Qingru's heart. She hadn't expected Lucen to act so decisively, directly killing all the opposing lords. The lords who had submitted to Bei Mushang likely had little status. They probably had no significant family influence in the second layer of the Dark World, or their power was weak. Only the Beimu family was truly formidable. Killing Bei Mushang would undoubtedly incur the family's wrath. If Lucen ascended to the second layer of the Dark World, and the Beimu family discovered his territory's coordinates, they would surely send powerful warriors to destroy him unless Lucen aligned himself with a powerful faction. The top 10 families were vast and influential, intertwined with numerous smaller forces. They wouldn't easily declare war, but they would resort to underhanded tactics from the shadows. With Bei Mushang dead, the World Chat channel erupted into chaos. Whoa! Lucen is incredible. He wiped out Bei Mushang and all his troops so quickly. I told you Lucen was strong. Didn't you just say Bei Mushang was sure to win? Why the sudden change of tune? I think Lucen must be the strongest in the first layer of the Dark World. No doubt about it. Lucen is amazing. I wonder what level his troops are. I feel like even one of them could destroy my entire territory. Is he accepting followers? Lucen is unstoppable. He's definitely taking first place in this Dark Tide event. Lucen ignored the chatter in the World Chat channel. After dealing with the lords before him, he heard the notification of the battle's conclusion. Looking at the beheaded lords on the ground, he remained unshaken. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But these people came to invade my territory. They wanted me dead. If my troops hadn't been strong enough, I would have been the one killed, and my territory core destroyed. In the sky, Bei Mushang's territory dimmed and lost its luster. The once glorious lord's mansion vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty sky and scattered dust. The icy aura lingered, sending chills through the air. Suddenly, the core of the territory emitted a dazzling glow. A surge of powerful energy shot out, merging with Lucen's territory core. Bei Mushang's territory collapsed into nothingness, leaving behind only a desolate wasteland infused with a lingering coldness. Lucen instructed his subordinates to clean up the corpses and began reviewing the spoils of battle. Detected, Abyssal Lord Lucen has emerged victorious within the territory. Gained 50% of the opponent's resources and a randomly selected Lord Talent. Rewards are as follows: Black Crystals, Ice Crystals. Lord Talent, Territory Teleportation. Lucen's eyes lit up as he reviewed the rewards. The first few were basic resources, but the last two captivated him. Ice crystals were essential for crafting ice attribute equipment and constructing frost attribute buildings. The Lord Talent, Territory Teleportation, was the S-tier ability that had belonged to Chen Shang. Lucen remembered Chen Shang clearly. That man had begged for his life at first, but later attempted to assassinate him. Luckily, Lucen had noticed in time, and Carla had acted swiftly, crushing Chen Shang's skull with one strike. This was why Lucen had decided to kill everyone without hesitation. Lucen curiously checked the information on territory teleportation. To his surprise, this talent allowed him to teleport his entire territory, provided he knew the coordinates of another territory. Once he had the coordinates, he could teleport at will. Lucen's eyes lit up at the realization that he could move his territory to any location in the future. Currently, he was at the center of the burial ground, surrounded by flat plains. Without his exceptional talent, he might not have even survived the first wave of the Dark Tide. After advancing to the second layer of the Dark World, if he encountered a powerful enemy, he could swiftly relocate his territory to evade attacks. Lucen silently felt fortunate for killing Chen Shang quickly, otherwise, if that guy had killed him instead, he might have used this skill to escape to another location. Chen Shang could only blame himself for underestimating the strength of Kara and Juden. His attempt to kill Lucen had ended with his own demise. After organizing his spoils, Lucen instructed Juden to clean up the battlefield. He wasn't in the mood to spend a passionate night with Kara because there were only 2 hours left until the 7th wave of the Dark Tide. The Storm Banshee advanced several kilometers after each wave of the Dark Tide, and now it was less than a kilometer away from where Lucen stood. Lucen had initially considered attacking the Storm Banshee, but no matter how he struck, it remained unscathed. Furthermore, the Storm Banshee seemed to be under some kind of restriction. It neither grew angry nor retaliated against Lucen's troops, simply remaining silent and motionless. Given the previous examples of the Flame Banshee and Winter Banshee, Lucen understood that it wasn't yet the time for the Storm Banshee to attack. Once the dark tide reached a certain number of waves, it would inevitably assault his territory. Lucen remembered that after becoming an elite-level lord, his territory had gained a new type of troop. Although it was only a third-tier unit, he was curious to see what this new abyssal troop looked like. He headed toward the core of his territory. After killing Bei Mushang, the core of that enemy's territory had merged with his own, slightly strengthening it. Lucen looked toward the troop summoning panel within the territory core, and his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. This joy even surpassed the moment he had first acquired 5th-tier troops. On the summoning panel, a new 3rd-tier unit appeared, a dark dragon. Without any hesitation, Lucen spent 800 black crystals to summon one. As the summoning process began, a black vortex appeared above the core of the territory, and a pitch-black dark dragon emerged into the sky. Its wings spread nearly 10 meters wide, with each scale glinting with a cold, menacing light. Its tail burned with black flames that seemed to radiate a deep, abyssal power, dark and foreboding. The dragon's eyes were as black as ink, devoid of human emotion, filled only with a fierce and violent glare that made all living creatures tremble under its gaze. Its cruel and savage stare was unbearable to behold. It raised its head and let out a thunderous roar that reverberated like rolling thunder, deafening and overwhelming. The sound waves seemed capable of annihilating all life, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it, as if the creature was announcing its existence and power to the world. Lucen examined the dark dragon's attributes. Dark Dragon. Grade, 3rd tier. Level, LV1. HP, 300. Attack, 206. Defense, 197. Skills. Dark Breath. The dark dragon exhales black flames, dealing massive fire damage to enemies and applying a slowing effect. Cooldown, 1 minute. Dark Vision. The dark dragon's gaze can petrify enemies, significantly reducing their movement and attack speed. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Dragon Claw Strike. The dark dragon attacks enemies with its sharp claws, dealing significant physical damage. Dark Shield. Upon being attacked, the dark dragon instantly generates a dark shield that significantly reduces incoming damage and inflicts continuous damage on enemies during its duration. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Dark Suppression. The dark dragon releases dark energy within a certain range, causing massive area damage to enemies and inflicting a stun effect. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Death Breath. When the dark dragon's HP falls below a certain threshold, it releases Death Breath, dealing massive damage to enemies while restoring some of its own HP. Background. Dark dragons hail from the abyss and are shrouded in mystery. Among their kind, their king once served as the Abyss King's mount, holding a prestigious status. During the Abyss King's reign, dark dragons were the last line of defense for the abyss, using their immense power and courage to fend off external invasions. However, with the advent of the Dark World, the Abyss King's power waned, and the dark dragons lost their master. In this era of chaos, the dark dragons became the main force in battling dark creatures. Though they no longer had the Abyss King's protection, they became the guardians of the abyss. Dark dragons possess immense dark energy, capable of easily defeating dark creatures in battle. Their wings can stir up black storms, and their breath can unleash black flames, delivering devastating damage to enemies. Despite losing their master, the dark dragons remain steadfast in their mission to protect the abyss, constantly fighting against dark creatures. Their existence shines like a beacon of hope in the dark era, bringing light and a future to the abyssal beings. After reading the information, Lucen's eyes gleamed with excitement. He felt that these dark dragons were perfect as mounts. Although he had recently grown small wings on his back that allowed brief flight, they could only keep him airborne for a minute or two. Now, the dark dragon could serve as his steed. However, Lucen wasn't planning to spend large quantities of black crystals summoning more dark dragons from the territory core. Firstly, as a third-tier unit, their attributes didn't improve as significantly as ancient demons or flame banshees. Secondly, summoning a single third-tier dark dragon cost nearly 800 black crystals. Even with 1,000,000 crystals, he couldn't afford to summon an entire army of dark dragons. For now, he decided to use the dark dragon as his mount and summon more in bulk once he built a troop altar. In the dark world, Lucen sat on the dark dragon's back, soaring freely through the sky. They passed through layers of dark clouds and braved fierce storms. Lucen gripped the dragon's scales tightly, feeling the gale and vibrations against his back, his heart filled with exhilaration. He could clearly hear the steady rhythm of the dragon's breathing, see the power in its flapping wings, and witness the black flames burning on its tail. The entire world was shrouded in darkness, yet the dark dragon flew through it effortlessly. As they flew, Lucen also felt the violent and overwhelming power of the dark energy surrounding them, which made his heart race uneasily. The dark dragon moved at incredible speed, quickly crossing half of the burial ground. Lucen saw the land engulfed in darkness and noticed a fiery plain and a dense forest at the edges of the burial ground. He couldn't help but wonder how the bone land connected to these areas. Nearly an hour later, Lucen returned to his territory and discovered an SSS tier merchant woman had appeared there. Floating before her were treasure chests emitting dazzling lights, his rewards for the sixth wave of the dark tide. However, without the merchant Kara, most of these treasures weren't particularly useful to him. Nonetheless, Lucen planned to buy all of them and resell them in the trading zone for a profit. Judy Den, the seventh wave of the dark tide is approaching. Once it's over, we'll head to the witch dungeon and clear out the remaining dungeon missions, Lucen ordered Judy Den. He still had 2 secondary dungeon challenge cards left unused. His plan was to complete all the missions in the witch dungeon first, then use the challenge cards to push all his troop levels to 1000 within the next 2 months. After ascending to the second layer of the dark world, he would have the power to confront powerful dark creatures or lords. With his limited level up lord's talent, even without advancing to master lord, he could break his troop level past 1000 and reach a higher tier. In the first layer of the dark world, within the dragon dynasty along the shores of the eastern sea, the dragon emperor Lord Qin Shaoxian gazed at Lucen, who had effortlessly slain Bai Mushang, with a fiery glint in his eyes. Using a secret method, he transmitted the news to the elders of the Qin family in the second layer of the dark world. Upon learning of this, the elders immediately ordered Qin Shaoxian to use any means necessary to recruit Lucen into the Qin family faction. At this moment, Qin Shaoxian's table was filled with an array of dazzling items, treasures sent from the second layer by the Qin family to entice Lu Senator. Seeing these treasures, Qin Shaoxian couldn't help but feel envious of Lu Senator. He never expected the Qin family to offer resources that were 10 times more valuable than what they had ever given him, all in an effort to recruit an outsider. As the Dragon Emperor Lord, even I never received this much from the Qin family. Yet, to win over Lucen, they've gone so far as to be this extravagant, Qin Shaoxian lamented, shaking his head. A trace of jealousy crept into his heart as he thought about Lucen's talent. He couldn't help but wonder just how high Lucen's troop levels were to allow him to kill Bai Mushang with such ease. According to information from the Qin family, the Bloodbat King was considered a low-level hero in the second layer of the Dark World, and a level 1000 hero was already impressive. Despite being transported to the first layer and affected by the rules, the Bloodbat King should still have been around level 700. Yet, Lucen's countless demon-like troops had managed to annihilate this level 700 hero in the blink of an eye, leaving Qin Shaoxian utterly shocked. Qin Shaoxian had purchased a Lord level-up card from Lucen and had been tirelessly hunting dark creatures during the dark tides. He also utilized the intervals between 2 waves of the tides to lead large numbers of dragon troops to clear surrounding dungeons and regions, gaining experience. His level was now close to 100, but he still fell short of becoming an elite lord. To advance from novice lord to elite lord, one must complete a series of promotion tasks, one of which included surviving a wave of the dark tide. This frustrated him, as he wasn't sure if Lucen's advancement tasks were the same. Lucen had only recently experienced the dark tide and hadn't even gone through one complete wave. How had he already advanced to elite lord? Later, Qin Shaoxian learned that someone in the Qin family had acquired a rare promotion task completion card, which allowed a person to quickly complete their tasks and level up during the dark tide. However, the more Qin Shaoxian learned, the more his doubts grew. After reaching level 100, his troops had been capped at level 100 due to his lord grade, and they couldn't progress further unless he advanced to elite lord. This led him to suspect that Lucen might be supported by a powerful faction that had transported a large number of troops from the second layer of the Dark World to help him hunt dark creatures. After all, Lucen had only just advanced to elite lord. No matter how fast he progressed, he shouldn't have been able to kill a level 700 Bloodbat King. The gap between level 700 and level 100 was massive. A level 700 creature could kill a level 100 creature with a mere thought, and even an army of 10,000 or 100,000 level 100 creatures would struggle to take down a single level 700 creature, let alone a hero whose attributes were hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than ordinary troops. A faint smile appeared on Qin Shaoxian's lips. He believed that if Lucen joined the Qin family's faction, his own standing within the family would rise. With Lucen's help, his strength would also increase significantly. In the Dark World, individual power was limited. Only by recruiting a large number of lords and leveraging their talents could one establish a firm foothold. In the City of Angels, the Angel King Mo Lin silently watched the live broadcast for a long time. He hadn't expected Lu Sen to be so powerful. Initially, he thought Lu Sen's strength lay solely in his troops, but now he realized Lu Sen had already acquired Lord skills at the elite stage. In the Dark World, Lord skills couldn't simply be obtained by leveling up, they required Lord skill stones. Mo Lin's territory was located within the black clouds of the sky, and despite owning multiple sky dungeons, he hadn't found a single Lord skill stone. Only with the help of the bloodthirsty angel at his side had he managed to obtain an angel heart skill stone from the second layer of the Dark World. After using it, he could fuse with angel troops to gain their skills, but the fusion duration was short, and the skill's power was less than 1/10 of the angel's. This left him both envious and baffled as to where Lu Sen had acquired such a powerful skill stone. Lord Mo Lin, I've prepared a personalized Lord cultivation fluid for you. By merging with it, you can strengthen your angelic bloodline, enhance your skill power, and temporarily increase your Lord level and strength, the bloodthirsty angel said with a sinister grin, licking the blood off his lips as he looked at Mo Lin seated at the head of the hall. Mo Lin turned his gaze to the blood pool at the center of the grand hall, from which thick blood energy was rising. This pool, crafted specifically for him, contained the essence blood of tens of thousands of angel troops slain by the bloodthirsty angel. Mo Lin stepped into the pool and immediately felt as though he were submerged in boiling water. His body was being tempered relentlessly, the pain almost unbearable. But he understood that this was a trial he had to endure to become a king of the Dark World and tread the path of a god king. Gritting his teeth, he persevered as time ticked by. In the abyssal territory, Lu Sen gazed upon the seventh wave of the dark tide that was about to descend. Seated on the back of a black dragon, he surveyed his domain. Thanks to shared experience, the black dragon had risen to nearly level 200, its form growing even more colossal. Standing on the black dragon's back alongside Lu Sen were Kara, Judy Den, the Flame Witch, and the Winter Witch, all silently awaiting Lu Sen's orders. The seventh wave of the dark tide surged forward like a raging flood, engulfing the world in an instant. The sky turned as black as ink, devoid of any light. A chilling wind howled through the air, carrying with it the biting cold of death. Dark energy surged from all directions like a tangible tidal wave, pressing down on the world with suffocating force. Yet, in this abyssal darkness, the amethyst city walls radiated a purplish glow, standing tall and proud like a brilliant galaxy descending from the heavens. The walls formed an unyielding barrier, resisting the onslaught of darkness. Each piece of amethyst shimmered with a mysterious light, as if proclaiming its extraordinary nature, its power capable of dispelling the darkness for miles around. In the shadows, countless dark creatures roared and howled, their cries bone-chilling, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Their forms were grotesque and varied, some hulking, others twisted, each exuding an aura of wickedness and savagery, poised on the brink of unleashing catastrophe. Atop the amethyst walls, Lu Sen stood calmly, his gaze serene. Having eliminated the Flame Witch and the Winter Witch, the number of witches among the dark creatures had drastically decreased. Gradually, skeletons began to appear on the battlefield. These skeletal warriors, wielding rusted weapons, had hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie, cold light. In the darkness, they formed a new army, preparing to face Lu Sen's abyssal forces in a final, decisive battle. The entire battlefield was shrouded in sinister winds, darkness, roars, and death. Lu Sen's gaze was cold and piercing as he took a deep breath and commanded the abyssal army to charge into the overwhelming horde of dark creatures. The abyssal sword fighters, led by mighty heroes like Judy Den, the king of the Powerhog clan, advanced with organization and discipline, launching a fierce assault on the enemy. The battle grew increasingly intense as the dark creatures surged like tidal waves toward the abyssal territory, attempting to breach its defenses. Hero Judy Den and the abyssal swordfighters, armed with divine weapon templates, stood their ground against the relentless onslaught of the dark creatures. Judy Den, clad in a powerful set of armor, wielded his long sword with formidable strength and precision. Each strike of his blade carried immense force and impeccable skill, the sword's glow cutting through the darkness like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Any dark creature that came into contact with his blade was instantly slain, dissipating into black mist. The abyssal swordfighters displayed extraordinary combat prowess as well. In direct confrontations, they fought like wild berserkers, clashing head-on with the dark creatures. When evading attacks, they moved like serpents slithering out of their dens, dodging swiftly while countering with precision. With every swing of their swords, another dark creature fell. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the dark creatures were unable to withstand the ferocity of the divine-armed abyssal swordfighters and were forced into retreat. After leading the abyssal swordfighters in driving back the dark creatures, the abyssal cataclysm king stood atop the amethyst city walls. His eyes glinted with a cold, ruthless light as he swung his hand forcefully toward the direction of the dark creatures. A surge of immense energy roared forward like a rampaging dragon. From the sky, countless energy shells rained down, and the frenzied dark creatures, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the attack, let out terrified screeches. The Abyssal Cataclysm King's strikes were as swift and deadly as lightning, the energy projectiles instantly consuming countless dark creatures in fiery destruction, reducing them to ashes. 69,802. 39,560. 56,360. The devastating attacks instantly drained the health bars of numerous dark creatures. The Abyssal Cataclysm King scanned the battlefield coldly, unleashing skill after skill, mercilessly harvesting the dark creatures like blades cutting down stalks of wheat. As Judiden and the Abyssal Cataclysm King repelled the dark creatures, Kara stood on another side of the battlefield, her gaze fixed on the chaotic scene, her eyes gleaming with a mysterious light, as though waiting for the right moment. Behind her, a group of witch-like figures began to chant an enigmatic incantation in low, smooth yet commanding voices. The very air around them grew heavy, as if an invisible force was gathering. The witches, clad in long robes, formed a circle, swaying their bodies rhythmically with eerie smiles on their faces and dark glints in their eyes. As the chant deepened, they seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, an unseen power surged outward like a wave toward the dark creatures. Under the influence of this power, the souls of the recently slain dark creatures were awakened, separating from their bodies and becoming puppets controlled by the witches behind Kara. These resurrected souls moved like lifeless marionettes, obeying the witches' commands. Though their movements were stiffer than when alive, their lack of physical form rendered them impervious to the attacks of ordinary dark creatures. Exploiting this advantage, they slaughtered vast numbers of dark creatures, and the battlefield grew increasingly saturated with soul energy. The abyss began to absorb this concentrated soul energy, gathering it to form a powerful army of soul soldiers. These spectral warriors resembled emissaries of death, their eyes glowing with a chilling light, and each wielded what appeared to be intangible chains. Some of the remaining living dark creatures found themselves ensnared by these spectral chains, unable to resist as the soul soldiers controlled their every move. The spectral army, numerous and formidable, formed an impenetrable defensive line around the abyss. Before long, under the combined assault of the abyssal army, the number of dark creatures dwindled rapidly. Each time a dark creature was slain, its soul was drawn into the abyss, serving as fuel for the spectral army. Lucen stood atop the city walls, observing the battle as though watching a drama unfold, entirely unfazed. Although a few of the abyssal troops sustained minor injuries during the fight, it did little to affect Lucen's mood. He had originally thought that this seventh wave of the dark tide would be as easily dealt with as the sixth wave. However, just as the dark creatures were about to be completely annihilated, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The moment the last of the dark creatures fell, the burial grounds began to tremble violently, as though an earthquake was tearing through the land. The ground cracked open, revealing a massive fissure far larger than the one that had appeared when the giant skeleton king had arisen. It was as if the earth itself could no longer bear the force of the eruption. The fissures crisscrossed the burial grounds, forming a vast network, and bones, dark creatures, and even some abyssal troops were swept into the gaping maw of the abyss. At that moment, a deafening and bone-chilling roar erupted from the depths of the fissure. The sound seemed to originate from the very bottom of the abyss, instilling an overwhelming sense of terror and helplessness in all who heard it. Neither humans nor abyssal creatures could resist the oppressive force of this terrifying roar. Judiden and Kara attempted to approach the fissure, but they found their powers utterly ineffective against the consuming force of the abyss, which grew stronger and expanded its reach with alarming speed. Lucen was deeply shocked, unable to discern what kind of monstrosity lay within the fissure. Standing atop the amethyst city walls, he could feel the immense and terrifying energy emanating from within, a dark power unlike anything he had ever encountered. Fortunately, the fissure's upheaval lasted only a minute. After a minute, the dreadful aura gradually dissipated, and the burial grounds and surrounding territories fell silent once more. The bottomless fissure, however, remained, a silent testament to the horror that had just occurred. As Lucen contemplated approaching the fissure to investigate, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detection complete. The host has slain a significant number of dark creatures from the skeleton clan, triggering the wrathful roar of the undead king. Due to rule constraints, it can only unleash its rage through the fissure for now. Its hatred has marked your aura. In 7 days, the undead king will break through the constraints and descend upon the burial grounds, exacting vengeance fueled by countless grievances. Would you like to accept the special quest, Wrath of the Undead King? This is a mandatory quest. If you choose not to accept, you may leave this place within the next 7 days. Even when the undead king descends, it will not be able to kill you immediately. However, it has memorized your aura, and no matter where you flee, even to the ends of the earth, you will not escape its pursuit. If you accept the mission and slay the undead king, you will receive a reward from the heavenly Tao. Great Abyss Lord Lucen, do you accept this special mission? Hearing this voice, Lucen was left speechless. He hadn't expected to suddenly trigger a special mission, and one that involved facing the boss-level undead king, who had never shown his face before. Judging from the commotion caused by the undead king when he first emerged from the rift, this boss was undoubtedly terrifying to the extreme. Although the level of the undead king wasn't mentioned, Lucen attempted to use his lord skill, detection, to gather information about him. However, due to the unfathomable depth of the rift and the undead king being too far away and out of sight, no information could be obtained. From the sheer oppressive aura, Lucen estimated that the undead king's level far exceeded that of any unit within his territory, possibly even reaching the level of a grandmaster. However, the dark tide had concluded amidst the violent disturbances. Lucen remained in first place, having consecutively ranked first in the dark tide event and slain 70 million dark creatures. Yet, he found no joy in his achievements. It felt as though a dark cloud hung over his head, leaving him deeply stifled. He wasn't even in the mood to check his rewards. As the slaughter of dark creatures continued, the rewards from the dark tide grew increasingly scarce. Only by defeating the bosses within the dark tide could he obtain significant rewards, but even the formal rewards of these events were inherently limited. Lucen glanced at the dazzling array of rewards, uninterested, and casually stored them in a leather treasure chest. An SSS-level merchant appeared, with 3 treasure chests glowing in different lights floating in front of her. After inspecting them, Lucen shook his head. The items inside were of little use to him and could only be resold for a profit. He purchased all of them in one go and immediately listed them in the trading zone. Lucen didn't linger. Before the dark tide ended, he needed to quickly increase his strength. Leading his subordinates, he advanced rapidly toward the witch's lair instance, intending to see if he could launch an attack before the storm witch entered his territory. After enduring 7 waves of the dark tide, the storm witch had advanced several kilometers closer. By Lucen's estimation, within 1 or 2 more waves of the dark tide, the storm witch would become the boss of the dark tide event. Seated atop his draconic mount, Lucen quickly arrived at the witch's lair instance. As soon as he entered, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once again. Detected that the challenger is the Abyss Lord. Activating Hidden Instance Mission. Great Abyss Lord, your citizens, the Witch Clan, have been invaded by darkness and have lost their sanity. To save your people, please activate the Purification Holy Springs scattered across the instance to cleanse the filth from their bodies. Instance Mission 1, proceed to the Ghost Mist Forest, activate the Purification Spring deep within the forest, and rescue the Ordinary Witch Clan. Difficulty, F grade. Completed. Instance Mission 2, proceed to the Glacier Ocean, activate the Purification Spring deep beneath the ocean, and rescue the Sea Witch Clan. Difficulty, E grade. Instance Mission 3, proceed to the Flame Forest, activate the Purification Spring at the Flame Magma Source, and rescue the Fire Witch Clan. Difficulty, E grade. Completed. Instance Mission 4, proceed to the Extreme Cold Lands, activate the Purification Spring at the Eye of the Storm. Instance Mission 5, proceed to the Abyssal Rift, activate. Instance Mission 6, proceed to the Blood Valley. Instance Mission 7, proceed to the Night Cabin. Instance Mission 8, proceed to the Convergence of the 7 Lands, activate the 3 Springs, and rescue the chief of the Witch Clan trapped within the instance. Lucen had already completed Instance Mission 1 and Instance Mission 3. However, the Winter Witch's Task Instance Mission 4, which required activating the Purification Spring in the Extreme Cold Lands, remained incomplete. Previously, he had only slain the boss within. All he needed to do now was locate the position of the Purification Spring, activate it, and allow the Purification Spring water to cleanse the dark creatures in the Extreme Cold Lands. This would complete Mission 4. Comparatively, it seems simple enough. Lucen pondered for a moment before swiftly making his decision. Lucen did not directly choose Task 4 but instead selected Task 2 and Task 4 simultaneously. Task 4 was relatively simpler, as it did not involve a boss. He instructed Juditan to lead a large group of Abyss swordsmen into this land of extreme cold. While Juditan opened all the springs, Lucen took Kara into Task 2, heading to the Glacial Ocean to unlock the Holy Spring of Purification hidden in the ocean depths and to rescue the Sea Hag clan. This task was categorized as only E-level difficulty. In comparison, it was much simpler than Task 3 or Task 4, so Lucen decided to take Kara with him to complete this task. The Glacial Ocean was a cold and mysterious domain. The world before them seemed to be frozen over, with massive glaciers crisscrossing the landscape like gigantic beasts of nature, cold and enigmatic. On the ice, a group of blue-skinned creatures wandered about. They had the forms of human women, but their faces were pale, their eyes empty. Their long, wet hair resembled seaweed, shimmering in the frigid wind. These creatures were known as sea hags. Their blue bodies made them resemble mermaids dressed in azure, but their appearance was a stark contrast to the pure and innocent beauty of mermaids. The sea hags' grotesque features were horrifying to behold. Their smiles were eerie and terrifying, as if they concealed endless malice. In this glacial ocean, sea hags were everywhere. They moved along the glaciers, their figures swaying as they let out bursts of strange, piercing laughter. That laughter was chilling, causing one's heart to tremble with fear. At this moment, under the shroud of darkness, the glacial ocean echoed with various peculiar sounds, like soft chanting or whispered curses. Lucen noticed a sea hag not far from him and used his detection skill to examine its information. Sea hag. Grade, Tier 3. Level, LV 156. Health, 11, 630. Attack, 1, 539. Defense, 1, 328. Skills. Frost Wave. The sea hag releases a wave of frost, dealing massive ice element damage to enemies and freezing them in place. Phantom Shadows. The sea hag creates illusions around enemies, confusing their vision and causing them to miss their attacks. Malevolent Binding. The sea hag casts a curse that continuously damages enemies and reduces their movement speed. Ghostly Strike. The sea hag uses a ghostly claw to attack, penetrating defenses and dealing high damage. Background. Sea hags are mysterious creatures of the glacial ocean. Their entire bodies are blue, and they have the forms of human women, but their faces are pale and their eyes hollow. Their long, wet hair sways like seaweed in the cold wind. Sea hags roam the glaciers and oceans, their eerie and terrifying smiles striking fear into all who see them. Their attacks are imbued with ice elements, and they excel at using illusions and curses to assault their enemies. Lord's recommendation: when facing sea hags, prepare thoroughly. It is advisable to use ice element weapons to counteract their frost wave skill. Be cautious of the phantom shadows and malevolent binding skills to avoid being caught off guard. When the sea hag uses ghostly strike, defend promptly to minimize damage. Additionally, maintain your movement speed and health to prevent being easily defeated by sea hags. After reviewing the sea hag's information, Lucen wasn't particularly surprised by its attributes. However, when he read the final Lord's recommendation, his eyes lit up. Since his Lord rank had reached the elite level and he had absorbed significant amounts of lightning energy, his physical abilities had greatly improved. This seemed to have enhanced his detection skill as well. To his delight, it now included a new feature: suggestions for battling the sea hags. Although this wasn't particularly useful to Lucen, he began to anticipate how further improvements to his physique and attributes might enhance his detection skill in the future. Kara led a large number of ghost hags as they ventured deeper into the glacial ocean. She commanded hundreds of ordinary ghost hags to charge toward the sea hags. These ordinary ghost hags had skin resembling that of corpses, pale and rigid. Their movements were stiff yet unnervingly coordinated. Their eyes glimmered with a fanatical light, and they wielded weapons resembling fish spears. They were like phantoms of the sea, able to traverse the waters with ease. Their deep, hollow eyes seemed to reflect the vastness of the ocean. As the icy wind swept across, it carried away sand from the shore and large chunks of ice. Although their movement speed slowed, the sheer number of ordinary ghost hags was overwhelming. They surged toward the sea hags like an unstoppable tide. The sea hags, though agile in this environment, struggled under the relentless assault of the ordinary ghost hags. At first, they attempted to find a defensible position on the shore, but the ferocity of the ghost hags' attack left them no room to maneuver. The ghost hags closed in step by step, forcing the sea hags into a corner. Without hesitation, Kara dove into the ocean's depths in search of the source of the purification holy spring. Deep beneath the sea lay a hidden and overlooked location, the spring source of the purification holy spring. Above the spring source stood a demonic statue, appearing out of nowhere. It loomed there, as though emerging from an ancient curse. This statue was made of dark red stone, its body covered in thorny seaweed. Its grotesque face seemed to mock all who approached. In its right hand, it held a sharp trident, positioned precisely to block the center of the spring source. The trident glimmered coldly in the water, contrasting starkly with the spring's once clear waters. The demonic statue seemed to mock anyone attempting to approach the spring source. Its presence was an insurmountable barrier, keeping all hope at bay. The surrounding air was thick with oppression and fear, and even the spring's water seemed tainted by the statue's influence, now tinged with streaks of blood red. Before the demonic statue stood a massive and menacing sea hag. Its body was enormous, radiating an aura of immense power. The sea hag's skin was a deep oceanic blue, adorned with decorative moss. Its eyes, like the abyss, were filled with cunning and malice. Its sharp, hook-like hands could easily tear through solid rock. The sea hag's gaze locked onto Kara's position, a sly glint flashing in its eyes. Using its natural advantage in the ocean, the sea hag instantly closed the distance to Kara and launched a fierce attack with its trident. Kara, relying on her own enhanced abilities and upgraded rank, continuously evaded the sea hag's attacks while seeking an opportunity to strike back. During the battle, Kara's sharp instincts allowed her to effortlessly dodge the sea hag's assaults. Gradually, the sea hag in the ocean was suppressed. In the intense battle, Kara and the sea hag clashed repeatedly. Their attacks and defenses were fierce, but fortunately, Kara, through constant observation and probing, identified the sea hag's weakness. In less than a minute, the sea hag fell at Kara's hands. If it had been on land, Kara could have taken down the sea hag in a mere second. However, in the ocean, the sea hag held the advantage, making it much harder to kill her. Nonetheless, it only took Kara a minute to succeed. Without hesitation, Kara led a large group of hags to destroy the devil statue before them. As the statue was destroyed, the purification holy spring improved significantly, spreading to the surrounding areas. Lucen looked at the time and realized that barely half an hour had passed, and yet one dungeon mission was already completed. Meanwhile, Jude Deng had also unlocked the purification holy spring where the winter hag resided, completing his task as well. At that moment, a notification sounded in Lucen's mind, signaling the completion of the mission. Congratulations to Abyssal Lord Lucen for destroying the devil statue in the Glacier Ocean and unlocking the purification holy spring. Task 2 has been completed. You have earned the following rewards. Reward 1, the summoning unit now includes Tier 3 sea hags. Additionally, 100,000 surviving sea hags from the Glacier Ocean are willing to follow you and become citizens of the Abyss once more. Reward 2, you have obtained the Lord's Skill Stone Abyssal Summon. Reward 3, your territory now includes a special building, the Abyssal Ancient Demon Statue. Reward 4, Amethyst *100,000. Reward 5, D-Grade Treasure Chest *12,000. Reward 6, Black Crystal *100,000. Lucen looked at the dazzling array of rewards. Among them, the Lord's Skill Stone and the special building delighted him the most. He inspected the details of the Skill Stone. Lord's Skill Stone Abyssal Summon. Grade, Sea Level. Function, Abyssal Summon is a mysterious skill of the Abyss. By activating the abyssal powers within, the user can communicate with beings of the Abyss. Upon activation, the skill summons a formidable abyssal force, allowing the user to summon numerous abyssal creatures to fight for them. Lucen's eyes lit up at the sight of the skill's description. This was essentially a teleportation skill, but one that consumed very little energy and lasted a long time. Excited, Lucen immediately used the skill. As a streak of light merged into his body, Lucen felt a surge of memory about the skill surface in his mind, as if it had always been there. After mastering the skill, Lucen turned his attention to the special building he had obtained, the Abyssal Ancient Demon Statue. The building's appearance was steeped in antiquity and mystery, forged from abyssal dark iron that emitted black tendrils of demonic energy. Its surface was dull, and its peak bore a massive statue resembling a leader of ancient demons. Abyssal Ancient Demon Statue. Grade, A level. Function, when placed within a territory, it enhances the combat strength and speed of ancient demons within the territory. Additionally, it grants the blessing of ancient abyssal demons, providing a powerful boost to reproductive capabilities. Upon hearing this information, a vein throbbed on Lucen's temple. Why did everything related to ancient demons always seem to involve reproduction? Nevertheless, Lucen was well aware of the combat prowess of ancient demons, so he refrained from saying much. Currently, within his abyssal territory, the ancient demons in the northern region had already expanded to nearly 10,000 meters. As the territory continued to grow, the demand for ancient demons also increased significantly, as they were needed to cover more ground. With this building, their strength could be greatly enhanced. It would provide them with stronger reproductive capabilities and bolster the power of Lucen's territory. Without hesitation, he stored the building in his leather chest. Lucen did not stop there. Another notification sounded in his mind, informing him that half of the 8 dungeon missions had been completed. He glanced at the remaining tasks. Dungeon Mission 5, proceed to the Abyssal Gorge and unlock the Purification Holy Spring deep within. Mission difficulty, D level. Lucen examined the remaining tasks. With each additional mission, the difficulty seemed to escalate. After some thought, he ultimately chose Mission 5, proceed to the Abyssal Gorge and unlock the Purification Holy Spring deep within. Note, the boss of this dungeon is the Blood Hag. The area contains numerous common hags, blood hags, and the newly emerged night hags. Night hags? Blood hags? Looks like there are new types of hags appearing, Lucen muttered. He wasn't sure whether to feel excited or amused. The fire hags and winter hags he had acquired were already beginning to show their prowess in battle. Unexpectedly, this time, two new types of hags, night hags and blood hags, had appeared. Without hesitation, Lucen chose to enter the dungeon. As soon as he stepped into the Abyssal Gorge, a chilling wind swept toward him. It felt like a mysterious place hidden within the heart of the mountains, a silent beast lying in wait in the endless mountain range for its prey to approach. Here, darkness was tangible, enveloping every inch of space as if it could be touched. This darkness was thick and oppressive, carrying an ancient and solemn majesty that inspired both awe and fear. Around the Abyssal Gorge, the air was filled with cold and damp winds. These winds tirelessly swept through every corner. Their mournful howls resembled the cries of wandering spirits, chilling to the bone. The winds seemed to carry an icy dread from the depths of the abyss, penetrating through clothing to seep into one's very soul, inducing a profound shiver from within. Deep within the Abyssal Gorge, it felt as if countless souls were wandering. These spirits took various forms, some humanoid, others twisted into monstrous shapes by the darkness. Silently, they drifted in the shadows. Each one exuded confusion and fear, their presence imbuing the gorge with an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The surrounding rocks of the Abyssal Gorge were all jet black, as if corroded by endless darkness. They displayed a sickly black hue, their shapes strange and irregular, as though sculpted into abstract art by wild winds. Each rock seemed to carry a heavy sense of history and an air of mystery. If the obstacles in Ghost Fog Forest and Flame Forest were black mist or flames, then in the Abyssal Gorge, it was a dense black miasma, as thick as ink, rendering visibility impossible. Even Lucen, with his shared vision through the crows, could not see beyond 10 meters, making the environment exceptionally hostile. At that moment, the Abyssal Scourge King let out an enraged roar. Immediately after, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Lucen's mind. Detected that the Abyssal Scourge King is familiar with the dungeon environment. The overall dungeon difficulty has been reduced to E-level. Hearing the mechanical voice, Lucen was initially surprised. He hadn't anticipated that the Abyssal Scourge King would be so familiar with the abyssal environment. However, as he focused on the first two words, he began to realize the similarity between them. The Abyssal Scourge King clearly had some sort of connection to the abyssal environment, which significantly reduced the overall difficulty of the dungeon task. Lucen let out a sigh of relief. This would save him a great deal of time. There wasn't much time left before the 8th wave of the Dark Tide, and he needed to clear this dungeon before its arrival. As he entered the abyss, a mysterious and terrifying creature appeared. It seemed like the embodiment of darkness itself. When it didn't reveal itself, it remained shrouded in shadow, blending seamlessly into the night. But the moment it emerged from the mist, the surrounding environment seemed to shift. A chilling wind swept through the air, biting to the bone. Its entire body was a deep black. This blackness resembled a starless night sky, dark, profound, and oppressive. Its skin was smooth yet resilient, akin to the hardened bark of an ancient 1,000-year-old tree, impervious to ordinary attacks. Its nearly 10-meter-long black hair cascaded behind it like a demonic waterfall under the cover of night, evoking an indescribable sense of awe. Its eyes resembled two cold, hard black gemstones, devoid of human emotion or warmth, only cruelty and indifference. Its gaze felt like two sharp blades capable of piercing into the deepest recesses of the soul. Lifeless, its eyes carried only the coldness of death. Lucen examined the information of the dark creature before him. Night Hag. Rank, Tier 4. Level, LV 300. HP, 29,536. Attack Power, 1,230. Defense, 2,560. Skills. Nightfall. The Night Hag can release its hair, plunging the surroundings into darkness, extinguishing all light. In this darkened world, the Night Hag's power is greatly enhanced, while enemies become entangled in its hair, unable to move. Spectral Possession. The Night Hag can merge its soul with a nearby creature, taking control of its actions. In this state, the Night Hag can perceive its surroundings through the target's perspective and use the target's body for attacks, catching others off guard. Dark Absorption. The Night Hag can draw power from the darkness to restore its health. In dark environments, this effect is amplified, allowing it to rapidly regenerate its life force and maintain prolonged combat capabilities. Touch of Death. The Night Hag can unleash potent dark energy to inflict massive damage on enemies. This skill can extend its 10-meter-long hair in an instant, annihilating weaker creatures and severely injuring even powerful ones. Teleportation. The night hag can instantly move through the darkness to any nearby location. Walls or the ground cannot hinder its movement. Note, the night hag's duration of abilities depends on the surrounding darkness. The darker the environment, the longer its abilities last, and the shorter their cooldown. In areas with light, cooldowns increase, and durations are reduced. Background: the night hag is a mysterious and terrifying being that often appears in the dead of night, sending chills down the spine. Once ordinary hags, they were the vengeful spirits of unfortunate women who suffered tragic fates in life. After falling into the abyss, their spirits transformed into terrifying hags. Eventually, through the cleansing of dark energy, they evolved into the night hags they are today. Lord's recommendation: to defeat the night hag, battle it in areas devoid of darkness. This will weaken its combat effectiveness, speed, defense, and other attributes. After reading the description of the night hag, Lucen immediately formulated a plan. In darkness, these hags became significantly stronger, making them exceedingly difficult to defeat. However, he had the flame hags on his side. Their flames naturally drove away the darkness, countering the night hags within the abyss. As the flame hags unleashed their fire, the flames roared skyward, with blazing crimson firelight resembling the flames of hell, illuminating the surroundings. The heat they emitted instantly dispelled the surrounding cold and darkness, filling the abyss with light and scorching heat. The fire churned in the air like ferocious beasts, intent on burning the darkness to ash. In the blinding radiance, the figures of the night hags gradually became visible. One by one, the night hags appeared, their forms exposed by the light, shrieking in agony like vampires struck by sunlight. Under the relentless advance of the flames, they were forced out of the abyssal shadows. The night hags roared in fury, their bodies emanating unnerving black mists. Their 10-meter-long hair moved on its own, without a breeze, lashing out at the flame hags engulfed in fire. At that moment, however, the Abyssal Scourge King let out a piercing roar and charged at the night hags. Faced with the Abyssal Scourge King, whose level far exceeded their own, the night hags couldn't even land a single attack on the flame hags before being slaughtered by the Scourge King. Squelch! Squelch! Throughout the abyss, the sounds of night hags being slain echoed. The battle ended swiftly. In approximately 10 minutes, more than half of the night hags were eliminated, leaving only their lifeless corpses scattered across the ground. After death, the bodies of the night hags began to shrivel, resembling charred wood. Yet their blood floated upward, drifting toward the depths of the abyss. Witnessing this, Lucen was slightly taken aback. He had no idea what lay within the abyss to cause such phenomena. According to the dungeon task, there were supposed to be two types of hags in this place: the night hags they had just encountered and the blood hags, which had yet to appear. Clearly, the blood hags were related to blood, as evidenced by the blood of the slain night hags floating toward the depths. Without hesitation, Lucen quickly led his abyssal army deeper into the abyss. After about a minute, they arrived at a shadowy area shrouded in darkness. There, a massive lake, 100 meters in diameter, came into view. This lake was composed entirely of blood, emanating a chilling aura that felt like the fusion of ice and fire. The surrounding air held a strange and terrifying coldness, sending shivers down one's spine. This was the birthplace of the blood hags, a lake brimming with blood. Around the lake, a large number of blood witches had gathered. They wandered along the lakeside, as if guarding the lake. The bodies of the recently deceased night witches shriveled and withered, while their blood continuously flew toward the blood lake. The blood witches were entirely shrouded in a mist of blood, as if they had no physical form, appearing as though they were entirely composed of blood. Bubbles of blood constantly emerged and popped around their figures. They resembled a living pool of blood, surrounded by a thick aura of blood energy. As one approached, the stench of blood grew increasingly unbearable. The blood witch's hair, like strands of fresh blood, floated in the wind, resembling flames burning wildly. Their eyes were deep and blood-red, gleaming with a sinister light. Their lips were a vivid crimson, as if they had just consumed fresh blood. Their bodies were composed of flowing blood, sometimes congealing into the shape of a woman, other times dispersing into a mist of blood. Their movements were unnaturally agile, as though the blood itself was alive, capable of freely changing forms. When the blood witches opened their mouths, their interiors were filled with blood, seemingly ready to spill out at any moment. Their voices were raspy, yet carried the distinct sound of blood flowing, as if each word was spoken through the movement of blood itself. Lucen observed the information about these blood witches. Blood witch. Rank, Tier 4. Level, LV 400. Health, 49,536. Attack power, 6,230. Defense power, 4,560. Skills. Blood Mist Shroud. The blood witch can release a mist of blood, enveloping the surroundings in a red haze. Within this mist, their movements become more agile and flexible, while the mist also disrupts the enemy's vision, making it difficult for them to discern their surroundings. Blood manipulation: the blood witch can manipulate blood, condensing the surrounding blood into various shapes such as blood spheres, blood swords, or blood shields. They can use this ability to deal massive damage to enemies or create protective barriers to shield themselves from attacks. Blood frenzy: the blood witch can enter a frenzied state, greatly increasing their attack power and speed. In this state, they can annihilate enemies through ferocious attacks while also gaining greater resistance to damage. Curse of blood: the blood witch can cast a curse that significantly reduces the enemy's attack power and skill effectiveness. Under the influence of this curse, the enemy's attacks may become feeble, and their abilities may fail to function as intended. In extreme cases, the enemy may lose their combat ability altogether due to excessive blood loss. Blood clone: the blood witch can disperse their blood to create multiple clones of themselves, allowing them to appear in various positions simultaneously. These clones possess a portion of the blood witch's power and can simultaneously attack enemies, making them difficult to defend against. Note: blood witches, similar to night witches, rely heavily on their environment. The witches enhance the duration of their skills and reduce cooldown times based on the concentration and area of blood in their surroundings. The more blood present, the longer their skills last and the shorter their cooldowns. Background: blood witches are among the most common types of ordinary witches in the abyss. They are formed from the souls of women who suffered tragic fates while alive, often due to great injustices and misfortunes. Their transformation into such malevolent entities stems from their accumulated resentment and hatred, further corrupted by the dark aura of the abyss. Blood witches feed on blood to satisfy their desires. They dwell in blood-filled environments and prefer ominous, eerie locations. A strong, unbearable stench of blood always emanates from them. Recommendation: to defeat a blood witch, engage them in locations devoid of blood. This reduces the duration of their skills and diminishes their combat power and speed. Additionally, destroying the lake of blood that sustains them will deprive them of a continuous supply of energy. This forces them to exhaust their power rapidly without replenishment. Upon reading the information, a gleam of resolve flashed in Lu Sen's eyes. He immediately commanded the Abyssal Calamity King to use its skill to destroy the massive blood lake deep within the abyss. At that moment, the blood lake seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. Countless blood witches surrounding the area received the signal. Their blood-red eyes turned toward Lu Sen's direction, and they let out piercing shrieks before charging toward the Abyssal Calamity King, which was attacking the blood lake. Despite the significant level disparity between them and their opponent, the blood witches had completely lost all sense of reason, rushing toward Lu Sen's location with reckless abandon. Seeing the swarm of blood witches advancing, Lu Sen immediately commanded the Abyssal Swordmasters to confront the mindless witches. The Abyssal Swordmasters, their bodies engulfed in flame, stepped forward. Their fire differed from that of the flame witches. It was cold and piercingly frigid. At Lu Sen's command, they unsheathed their gleaming swords and faced off against the blood witches. The Abyssal Swordmasters' swordsmanship was exquisite. Their figures flitted like ghosts, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Each time a blood witch attacked, the swordmasters easily dodged as if they had foreseen the move. Meanwhile, their counterattacks were swift and deadly, like lightning cleaving through the dark void. The blood witches roared, unleashing endless waves of blood energy in an attempt to engulf the battlefield and trap the Abyssal Swordmasters. However, the Swordmasters' swordsmanship flowed like the wind, at times fierce like a storm, at other times gentle as a breeze. They moved seamlessly between attack and defense, leaving no openings for the blood witches to exploit. Although the blood witches' attacks were widespread, they proved ineffective against the ghost-like swordmasters. Some attacks landed with no force, mere shadows of their intended power. Taking advantage of the moments when the blood witches activated their skills, the Abyssal Swordmasters struck with precision, piercing through the witches' bodies. The blood witches let out agonized screams as their forms were shattered by the immense force, blood splattering everywhere, filling the darkness with an overwhelming stench of iron. Lu Sen observed the Abyssal Swordmasters effortlessly cutting down the blood witches, yet he felt no joy. After all, it would be absurd if the Swordmasters couldn't handle these low-level enemies. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. The blood witches, whose bodies had been pierced and destroyed, suddenly dissolved into blood mist and dispersed. At that moment, a strange phenomenon unfolded. Streams of blood energy surged out from the blood lake, twisting and writhing like blood-red dragons, flowing toward the dispersed blood mist of the destroyed blood witches. 900. LV7001088800 000939 66389 230. Ephemeral change: the blood ghost matron boss can teleport within the blood mist, appearing at any position within the area. Blood prison. The blood ghost matron can trap creatures in a blood prison for a period of time. While trapped, creatures are unable to move or attack, and during this time, the blood ghost matron continuously inflicts massive damage on them. Boiling blood sea. The blood ghost matron thrashes within the sea of blood, dealing continuous damage to nearby creatures and reducing their movement speed. Background. The blood ghost matron boss is composed of the blood of countless blood ghost matrons. Its existence sustains the energy of the weaker blood ghost matrons nearby, continuously absorbing the surrounding blood energy to level up. Normally, it resides within a blood lake, which is essentially an extension of its body. The lake churns with crimson blood, emanating a thick, nauseating stench of blood. When the blood ghost matron boss is enraged, it transforms into a powerful form, revealing its true strength. Its figure becomes as massive as a giant, shrouded in dense blood mist that radiates an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Its eyes glint with cunning and cruelty, as if capable of piercing into the hearts of any flesh and blood creature. The skills of the blood ghost matron boss showcase its dark powers. It can summon thick blood mist to inflict continuous, heavy damage on creatures nearby. It can also attack with its blood claws, striking down any creature that dares approach. Additionally, it can trap creatures in cages of blood it creates, tormenting them to death. Warning: during battles with the blood ghost matron boss, one must carefully counter every skill it uses. Its attacks are steeped in a bloody aura. To defeat it, the blood energy surrounding it must first be dissipated, and its core blood essence must be targeted to deal significant damage. Lucen felt a shiver run down his spine as he faced the blood ghost matron boss. He had initially assumed this would be a simple dungeon run, defeat all the minor monsters, and victory would be his. But unexpectedly, he encountered this powerful blood ghost matron boss, with a staggering level of 700, comparable to the storm ghost matron he had faced before. What made his scalp tingle even more was the fact that the blood ghost matron would only take substantial damage when its blood essence was attacked. Hitting its body would only inflict minor, temporary disruptions without reducing its health bar. It would merely halt its attacks briefly, offering no real advantage. Lucen's eyes focused on the blood essence glowing with a blood-red aura at the center of the blood ghost matron's forehead. It was unmistakably its core, the source of its life force and power. At this moment, the Abyssal Scourge Kings showed no signs of retreating. On the contrary, they chanted their incantations with growing fervor, attempting to suppress this immense power. However, their efforts were largely ineffective. At a critical moment, the blood ghost matron let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Its body erupted with a surge of powerful energy that scattered everything around it in an instant. At the same time, it swung its arm forcefully, releasing a crimson wave of energy that radiated outward from its center. Wherever the energy wave passed, everything was annihilated. The stone walls of the abyssal chasm crumbled under the impact, with massive boulders crashing down from above, leaving the entire chasm riddled with holes. Even though the Abyssal Scourge Kings were immensely powerful, they found themselves struggling in the face of this overwhelming force, forced to retreat repeatedly. The blood ghost matron boss stood tall above the blood lake, its blood essence on its forehead emitting a heavy, nauseating scent of blood. Lucen knew that this blood essence was the key to its life, controlling all its power. Lucen immediately commanded the Abyssal Scourge Kings and his Abyssal army to focus their attacks on the blood essence. The Abyssal forces launched a frenzied assault on the blood essence. The Abyssal swordsmen, upon receiving Lucen's orders, also charged recklessly toward the blood essence. But just then, something unexpected occurred. The ancient demons, following Lucen's command, suddenly turned into pools of viscous sludge and began hurling masses of mud-like projectiles. When the mud projectiles landed on the blood ghost matron boss, they clung to its body and refused to fall off, beginning to absorb its energy at a rapid pace. Witnessing this, Lucen was overjoyed. These ancient demons adhered to the blood ghost matron boss like stubborn leeches, refusing to let go. Simultaneously, many smaller ancient demons grew rapidly into larger ones as they absorbed the energy, dealing significant damage while also slowing the blood ghost matron's movements. This allowed the abyssal forces to target the blood essence more effectively. Minus 2,365. Minus 6,935. Minus 1. Minus 4,596. Minus 1. The abyssal army relentlessly attacked the blood essence of the blood ghost matron. Under their assault, the boss let out an ear-piercing scream. Its body began to tremble violently, and the blood essence on its forehead erupted with a powerful energy wave, scattering everything around it once again. At the same time, with a swing of its arm, a crimson energy wave, composed entirely of blood, radiated outward from its center. Wherever the wave went, everything was destroyed instantly. The Abyssal Scourge Kings and the Abyssal Army were forced back under the impact of this energy wave. Weaker creatures, like the Abyssal Ravens, were completely annihilated upon contact with the blood wave. Their own blood was absorbed by the Blood Ghost Matron. Against such an overwhelming attack, the Abyssal Ravens, with their low defense and health, were devoured by the blood mist of the Blood Ghost Matron boss, their blood energy instantly becoming nourishment for the boss. Even the Poison Witch, despite deploying vast amounts of green toxins, was unable to counteract the terrifying power of the Blood Ghost Matron. The Abyssal Ravens couldn't recover their health in time and were devoured one by one. Seeing this, Lucen immediately ordered the Abyssal Ravens and other fragile units to retreat. He positioned the more durable Abyssal Swordsmen and Abyssal Scourge Kings to hold the front line against the Blood Ghost Matron's advance. Meanwhile, Lucen commanded his elite heroes to attack the Blood Ghost Matron boss from different angles, aiming to interrupt its skills while keeping a close eye on its health bar. With a level of 700 and a staggering 10 billion health points, defeating this boss was no easy task. To make matters worse, only attacks targeting its core blood essence would deal significant damage, while strikes elsewhere would barely scratch it, dealing only negligible damage. After a prolonged and grueling battle, Lucen finally managed to deplete the Blood Ghost Matron's health bar, but not without great cost. He had lost nearly 100 Abyssal Swordsmen in the process. His body gradually faded into the blood mist, leaving only the blood crystal at his brow floating on the lake's surface. The battle had finally come to an end. Lucen let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he commanded an army of over 1 million Abyssal troops. Although a large number of his Raven forces had been devoured by the Blood Witch, his timely response prevented a massive loss of his army. This also disrupted the Blood Witch's ability to absorb blood energy, significantly weakening her combat strength. As a result, the damage to his forces was minimized. The battle was finally over, and the entire abyss fell into silence. Without the power boost from the Blood Witch boss, the remaining Blood Witches were swiftly eliminated by Lucen's Abyssal army. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for slaying the Blood Witch boss. Please proceed to the center of the Blood Lake to destroy the Blood Witch statue and activate the purifying holy spring to restore the original forms of the dark creatures in the abyss. Hearing the familiar mechanical voice, Lucen's eyes lit up. He immediately commanded his Abyssal army to dive into the Blood Lake formed from the Blood Witch boss's corpse. Within its depths, they discovered a statue of the Blood Witch emanating dark energy. Without hesitation, Lucen ordered his Abyssal army to attack the statue. After more than 10 minutes, the Blood Witch statue shattered. A powerful energy surged from beneath the statue, spreading in all directions. This energy, like a refreshing spring, carried an intense purifying force that swept through the abyss. Under the influence of this force, the Blood Lake gradually became clear, resembling a purified spring. The once scarlet waters turned transparent, and miraculously, aquatic plants began to grow along the lake's edges. Standing by the lake, Lucen could clearly see the aquatic plants swaying underwater, even the textures on the stones at the lakebed. As the lake was purified, the surrounding ground also became clean. The previously cracked and desolate land near the Blood Lake moistened and softened. Those Blood Witches and Night Witches who had not been slain by Lucen began to revert to their original forms under the purifying force. Their bodies became lighter, no longer burdened as before. The dark aura that once enveloped them dissipated, replaced by a new aura native to the abyss. The black rocks scattered throughout the abyss were also cleansed by the purifying energy, returning to their original pale and pristine state. These rocks, corroded and polluted over countless years, now regained their former appearance. The abyss grew brighter, and even the darkest corners were illuminated. The oppressive dark aura that had filled the air was dispersed by the purifying energy. What had once been a grim and menacing environment now brimmed with vitality. The spring water flowed through the abyss, carrying a refreshing fragrance and cleansing every inch of the land. Under the influence of the purifying energy, the abyss was restored to its original form, as if it had been reborn into a new world. Lucen stood at the center of the abyss, feeling the immense power coursing through the area. He realized that this purifying energy could dispel the dark aura from any creature. He was overjoyed, as completing the dungeon had earned him a multitude of rewards. A familiar mechanical voice echoed once again in his mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for destroying the Blood Witch statue and activating the purifying holy spring. Mission 5 has been completed. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1, the summoning pool now includes Tier 4 Night Witches. Additionally, 100,000 surviving Night Witches in the Abyss are willing to follow you and once again become citizens of the Abyss. Reward 2, the summoning pool now includes Tier 4 Blood Witches. Additionally, 50,000 surviving blood witches in the abyss are willing to follow you and once again become citizens of the abyss. Reward 3, acquired Lord Skill Stone Abyss Fusion. Reward 4, acquired Blood Witch Hero Altar. Reward 5, 100,000 Amethyst Crystals. Reward 6, 20,000 D-rank treasure chests, 10,000 C-rank treasure chests. Reward 7, 100,000 black crystals. As Lucen reviewed the extensive list of rewards, what intrigued him most was the Blood Witch Hero Altar and the Lord Skill Stone Abyss Fusion. However, upon examining the quality of the Blood Witches, a hint of disappointment flickered in Lucen's eyes. They were not as powerful as he had imagined, being only tier 6 in rank. Given that Lucen possessed the 3rd SS rank Divine Weapon template, he had little interest in heroes of such low rank. Instead, his attention quickly shifted to the Lord Skill Stone Abyss Fusion. Lord Skill Stone Abyss Fusion. Grade, C rank. Function, Abyss Fusion is a mysterious skill of the Abyss that allows the Lord to merge with the power of their heroes and troops, granting them greater strength to combat enemies. As the skill's rank increases, the number of merged troops also rises. Currently, it allows for merging with one Abyss hero and the combined strength of 100 troops. Upon seeing the skill's description, Lucen's eyes lit up. With the Abyss summoning ability, he could already summon abyssal creatures to assist him in battle. Now, he could merge their strength with his own, making himself even more formidable. A faint smile appeared on Lucen's lips as he chose to use the skill stone. As the skill activated, he felt a surge of powerful energy flowing into his mind, accompanied by the emergence of knowledge about Abyss Fusion in his consciousness. Although Lucen was eager to test out the skill, he decided against it for now, knowing that the ability had a 24-hour cooldown. Instead, he planned to reserve it for a critical moment, when its power could make the difference between life and death. After completing the dungeon mission, Lucen left the dungeon and rode his dragon back to his territory. The 8th wave of the Dark Tide was imminent, leaving him no time to explore another dungeon. In the City of Angels, the Angel King, Mo Lin, stood amidst a void. Around him swirled the blood of countless angels, dancing like crimson flames as it tempered his body and soul. At that moment, the skin on his back began to change. Streams of blood-red light coursed beneath his skin, gradually forming massive, blood-red wings. The wings appeared as though dyed with the purest blood, each feather intricately crafted like a masterpiece, brimming with mysterious power. Simultaneously, Mo Lin's brow began to emit a red glow. It was as if a blood-red star had embedded itself in his forehead. This star seemed to possess an eerie power, completely altering his aura. The once pure and noble presence vanished without a trace, replaced by an oppressive and violent majesty. His eyes turned entirely blood-red, as if countless vengeful souls were roaring within them. Morin wiped the angelic blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze flickered with a cruel light, as though he was no longer the once pure Angel King but had transformed into a bloodthirsty, savage, and murderous ruler of angels. The entire city of angels trembled under his violent aura, as if he was the very center of the world. All life existed because of him and could vanish because of him. Morin's presence burned like the flames of the abyss, consuming everything around him. The entire city was dyed blood-red under this unrelenting inferno. From the shadows near him, a bloodthirsty angel slowly emerged. He gazed at the Angel King Morin, who had undergone a profound transformation. "So, how does it feel? After being tempered by my methods, do you sense the overwhelming power within you? Enough to battle dark creatures far beyond your level?" the bloodthirsty angel asked with a sly grin. Morin's raspy voice responded, "Humph, I have indeed discovered immense power within me. I feel as though I could crush a dark creature with just a flick of my hand. Ha, the 8th wave of my dark tide is about to arrive. Perfect timing for you to test your newfound strength against those dark creatures," the bloodthirsty angel said with a sinister smile, urging Morin into battle. Morin nodded. At this moment, he, too, wanted to see the extent of his growth after hours of tempering, which had cost the lives of nearly 10,000 angels. Absorbing their blood, he was eager to find out how far he had come. This was the perfect opportunity to test himself against the dark creatures. As the 8th wave of the Dark Tide arrived, the Angel King Morin faced off against a dark creature, the Sky Eagle. The violent energy between the two was palpable, and it seemed as though the entire world trembled in the wake of their impending clash. The dark creatures surrounding the City of Angels were primarily airborne creatures, with the Sky Eagle being the most formidable among them. Morin's crimson figure stood out vividly in the darkness, his blood-red eyes radiating a malevolent glow like those of a demon. Unfolding his blood-red wings, their feathers sharp as blades, he seemed capable of slicing through the very fabric of the dark. The Sky Eagle spread its wings wide like a cloud of darkness. Its cunning and cruel eyes burned with an intense desire to tear apart the prey before it and absorb its blood. The battle ignited in an instant. The Sky Eagle launched a ferocious attack, its talons slashing through the darkness like lightning, aiming directly for Morin's head. In the past, Morin would have needed thousands of angels to hold the Sky Eagle at bay, gradually wearing it down to secure a kill. Yet now, on this battlefield, he stood alone against the Sky Eagle. As the creature lunged at him, Morin's gaze remained calm. With a slight shift in his posture, he skillfully evaded the Sky Eagle's attack. In the same motion, he unfurled his blood-red wings and counterattacked. The clash of their wings in the dark sent shockwaves rippling through the space around them. Dust and darkness scattered as though the very realm quaked from their confrontation. Each collision was charged with raw power and peril, as if the fate of the world hung in the balance. Morin's hand began to glow with radiant energy. A surge of immense power erupted from his palm, blazing like fire. Upon closer inspection, the energy burning in his hand seemed like the very essence of the Angel King's blood, now weaponized. He flung this fiery force toward the Sky Eagle, striking it and eliciting a pain screech. Hearing its agonized cries, Morin was both surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected such a casual strike to harm the creature significantly. Previously, even inflicting a minor wound on the Sky Eagle would have been a monumental achievement. Now, to deal such damage with ease demonstrated the terrifying leap in his strength. However, the Sky Eagle's resilience was formidable. It retaliated with a savage assault, its wings whipping through the air like iron chains. Morin darted through the darkness, evading with precision while unleashing relentless waves of energy in an effort to obliterate the creature. The tension and danger in the air reached a fever pitch. Each attack could determine the outcome of their battle. Yet in Morin's eyes burned an unquenchable bloodlust. Finally, after a climactic collision, he struck the Sky Eagle down. From his hands, a powerful energy burst forth, radiant and blinding, piercing the darkness and engulfing the Sky Eagle's body. The creature disintegrated into a haze of black mist under the force of Morin's attack. As the battle concluded, Morin hovered silently in the darkness, his blood-red wings moving gently. Around him, swarms of dark creatures surged forward in madness, driven by his display of power. Witnessing this, Morin's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin. With disdain, he unleashed a wave of overwhelming bloodlust, charging at the dark creatures around him. In mere moments, countless dark beings fell to his might. This battle solidified Morin's formidable confidence in his newfound strength. From above the City of Angels, the bloodthirsty angel observed the scene, a strange smile creeping across his face. Looking at Morin standing in the void, he spoke. When the dark tide ends, it will be time for you to face Lucenator to prevent interference. I will transport us directly to the skies above Lucen's territory. I'll engage his forces, distracting them while you attack his territory's core. At the same time, you will challenge him to a Lord's duel, a one-on-one battle exclusive to Lords. Together, we will catch him off guard. No matter how strong he is, he won't have time to summon reinforcements. Both the bloodthirsty angel and Morin believed that Lucen had a powerful force backing him. For Lucen's troops to have risen to such terrifying heights in such a short time, it couldn't have been solely due to his innate abilities. He was likely receiving aid from other factions. To ensure their plan's success, they decided to launch a combined assault on Lucen. Lucen had just returned to his territory when the dark tide struck as expected. A surge of dark energy spread in all directions. Yet, Lucen calmly observed the storm hag boss standing ominously in the darkness. For now, it hadn't begun its assault on his territory and instead remained motionless. Lucen showed no signs of panic. After his battle with the Blood Hag, he had gained enough strength to take on the Storm Hag. Moreover, defeating the Blood Hag had significantly boosted the overall level of his abyssal army. This time, it was very quick. In just half an hour, it was over with ease. The eighth wave of the dark tide quickly disappeared. At this moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. This voice was not the reward for clearing the eighth wave of the dark tide but came from a Lord's challenge issued by someone named the Angel King Morin. He was slightly taken aback, but before he could react, his body was already teleported into a strange space. Before his eyes was what seemed like an enormous arena. On the other side of the ring stood a figure with blood-red wings sprouting from its back and a pair of crimson eyes staring intently at Lucen. Ha, unexpected, isn't it? The great abyssal lord, Lucen. You will now fight me, the Angel King Morin. Submit to me and become my subordinate lord. Hand over all your treasures, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will kill you outright. That Beimusheng attacking your territory lacked powerful units, but what I have initiated now is a lord battle, not a territory battle. Only lords can participate. Even though you have skill stones, in front of me, a lord who has undergone evolution, you are nothing but an ant. You're not the only one with skills, I have them too. Morin hovered in midair, a victorious smile flickering in his eyes as he looked down at Lucen with disdain. Evolution? Lucen was slightly surprised. He only knew that lords could advance and enhance themselves with energy. He had no idea that lords could actually undergo evolution. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Gazing at the bloodthirsty aura radiating from this lord, Lucen suddenly remembered something. He was familiar with the Angel King Morin because the Thunder Spirit Stone in his possession had been exchanged from Morin. Lucen felt a bit vexed. As far as he could recall, he hadn't wronged this lord in any way. So why was the other party attacking him now? It left him puzzled. P.S. To be revised later. Really, kindness is taken for weakness. Does everyone think I'm easy to bully just because I don't show my strength? Lucen was thoroughly enraged. Through the mechanical voice, he realized that the opponent had also activated the live streaming system, allowing the entire chat channel to witness this battle. Although Lucen was not particularly introverted, he disliked being watched by a crowd during a fight. He had many secrets that could be revealed in battle, secrets that other lords might exploit. If that were to happen, some foolhardy individuals might think they had uncovered all his secrets and could defeat him, leading to endless trouble. Although winning such fights would bring rewards, it would also leave him constantly on guard. I can't believe it. Just after Lucen wiped out Bei Musheng in the last Dark Tide wave, another lord named Morin is challenging him in a lord battle. Can anyone explain how a lord battle is initiated? Lord battles are exclusive to lords, but you need a lord battle card to issue a challenge. Only lords can fight, and if a lord dies, they truly die. Without a lord battle card, you can only initiate territory battles, where units, heroes, and lords all clash. The risks in those battles are enormous, as seen with Bei Musheng, who underestimated Lucen's units and ended up annihilated. But now, someone is actually initiating a lord battle. So what? I believe Lucen can defeat the opponent. After all, Lucen has lord skills. Those lord skill stones aren't something just anyone can get. Not necessarily. That lord battle card isn't something from the first layer of the Dark World, it's from the second layer. It seems Morin has received help from powerful forces in the second layer of the Dark World. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that card. Even with help from the second layer, so what? Lucen has lord skills. I refuse to believe that so-called Angel King Morin also has a lord skill stone. Didn't you hear Morin mention lord evolution? According to information from my family's forces, lords can indeed evolve, but that can only happen after reaching the second layer of the Dark World. I can't believe Morin has already evolved while still in the first layer. Can someone explain what lord evolution is? Isn't advancing in rank already considered evolution? Lord evolution is akin to a leap in life itself. Think of it like upgrading equipment in games back on Blue Planet. By obtaining higher tier gear, you can enhance its attributes. But lords are inherently fragile. Usually, only after reaching the master level can a lord undergo evolution. If the body can endure it, it can be continuously refined and strengthened. However, after a certain number of enhancements, the body may no longer withstand the pain of refinement and shatter. Each refinement significantly boosts a lord's power, though. But I can't believe someone would dare attempt lord evolution at the novice level. While evolution can temporarily increase strength, the body may not withstand the sudden surge of power, leading to physical collapse and death. This kind of damage is irreversible, even with heavenly treasures. Damn, is Angel King Morin so desperate to risk his life by evolving at the novice level? Lucen stared at the Angel King Morin before him, wanting to understand exactly what lord evolution was. In the Dark World, he had no vast network of forces, so he knew little about many things. He could only learn from those who attacked him. He hoped to extract some useful information before killing Morin. Humph. Lord evolution is no secret among all lords in the second layer of the Dark World. If you join my Angel City territory, I will share with you the secrets of the second layer of the Dark World. At the same time, I will ensure my subordinate, the level 999 Bloodthirsty Angel, doesn't attack your territory core. Otherwise, even if I can't kill you, I can make you a lord without a territory. You would then have to join someone else's domain, and even your lord talents might be stripped away. I appreciate talent. So if you join my territory and become my deputy lord, I will provide you with endless resources and the support of my family's forces to help you level up quickly. Lucen shook his head, casually digging into his ear with his finger. His face was full of disdain as he said, because you might have brought me something useful. But it seems you're of no use to me. In that case, just die. On the arena, the duel between Lu Xun and Mo Lin was akin to the collision of blazing sunlight and the pitch-black night, stirring up an endless storm. Lu Xun's gaze was as cold as ice. Facing Mo Lin, who was exuding a violent and bloodthirsty aura, Lu Xun stood firm, his entire body surrounded by crackling lightning and blazing flames. He seemed to embody both wrath and war itself. His fists glowed with immense power. Having absorbed a significant amount of thunderstone, he now carried a devastating force within him. If unleashed, it would surely bring about catastrophic destruction. However, upon seeing Lu Xun's actions, Mo Lin appeared indifferent. A sneer of disdain curled at the corner of his lips, as if he had already seen through all of Lu Xun's strategies. Elite-level Lord skills have cooldown times of over 24 hours. I don't believe you can use that skill again, Mo Lin said mockingly, his tone laced with arrogance, as if he had already secured his victory. Lu Xun paid no attention to his taunts. Instead, he fused his inner rage with his power, condensing them into an overwhelming force. His fists clenched tightly. Beneath his obsidian-like skin, his muscles were as hard as iron and stone. Although he had not yet achieved Lord Evolution like Mo Lin, through relentless battles and absorbing Thunderstone, he had developed combat techniques unique to himself. Mo Lin, bloodthirsty and savage, stared at Lu Xun. Instead of activating his own skills, he stimulated his entire body, sending his blood coursing violently through his veins. Every cell in his body bristled with explosive power. The moment their eyes locked, time seemed to freeze. In the next instant, their fists collided mid-air with an earth-shattering boom. Smoke and dust enveloped the arena, obscuring their figures. When the dust cleared, Lu Xun was seen retreating dozens of steps, while Mo Lin merely took a single step back. His blood-red figure bore only a faint trace of damage. Damn, I didn't expect Mo Lin to be this strong. Lu Xun, the boss, got knocked back dozens of steps while Mo Lin only retreated one step, steady as a mountain, and without any real injuries. Looks like Lu Xun's in trouble this time. Who would have thought that Lord Evolution could grant such terrifying power? Ugh, too bad I don't know how to evolve as a lord. Otherwise, I'd love to try it and boost my strength. Who knows, maybe I could become as powerful as Mo Lin, able to kill hordes of dark creatures without even relying on troops. What are you even talking about? Don't you know that if an elite level or lower lord forcibly undergoes evolution, it causes irreversible damage to their body? Best case, it shortens their lifespan. Worst case, they die outright. And you, not even knowing how evolution works, would just be throwing your life away. Looks like Lu Xun is really doomed this time. Damn it, if only he could rely on his own strength, he'd definitely be the #1 in the dark world. But there are always those who use their family's influence to keep boosting themselves, leaving real lone wolves like him to face death. Exactly. Last time, Lu Xun at least had a lord skill to use. In a duel between lords, the outcome wouldn't have been certain. But now, that skill is on cooldown. To use it again, he'd have to wait for the cooldown to end. Obviously, his opponent knows this and is attacking Lu Xun while he's defenseless. Ugh, can't there be a fair fight between warriors for once? Why attack Lu Xun when he's weak? It's obvious they just want to kill him. Well, maybe not. Didn't you hear the other guy say he wanted to recruit Lu Xun as his subordinate? Still, Lu Xun should just agree. Becoming someone's subordinate is better than losing your life, right? You only get one life. Once you're dead, there's no coming back. I wouldn't be so sure. Last time, you all said the same thing about Lu Xun, but in the end, he slapped everyone in the face with his victory. How about we just start a betting pool? I'll bet 1,000 black crystals that Lu Xun will die. I'll bet 1,200 black crystals on Lu Xun losing. I'll bet 1,000 black crystals on Lu Xun's defeat. I'll bet 100,000 black crystals that Lu Xun will injure Mo Lin. I'll bet 200,000 black crystals that Lu Xun will kill Mo Lin. As everyone assumed Lu Xun was doomed, they began placing their bets in the chat channel, creating an impromptu gambling frenzy. Most people believed Lu Xun would die this time. However, out of nowhere, two individuals each wagered 100,000 and 200,000 black crystals, betting that Lu Xun would win. The crowd quickly checked their usernames. One was Phoenix Lord Li Qingru, and the other was with Sovereign Lord Mushi. Both female lords firmly believed Lu Xun would emerge victorious. Who'd have thought Li Qingru and Mushi still believe Lu Xun can win? Looks like I'll earn some black crystals this time. Even if the majority of bets are on Lu Xun losing, I'll still make a little profit. Everyone thought Lu Xun was bound to fail. That victory was impossible for him. Among them, there were always those envious of Lu Xun's talent, secretly hoping for his death. In the blazing southern underworld fire plains, Li Qingru sat atop her phoenix mount, watching the live broadcast. She shook her head, her gaze fixed on Lu Xun. Last time, Lucen had armies of powerful troops, which had surprised her. In the end, he had killed Bei Musheng. But this time, even though Lucen had acquired powerful artifacts, they couldn't be used in a lord duel. He could only rely on his skills and combat techniques. Outwardly, she seemed to believe Lucen would lose, but deep down, she had a feeling Lucen would not fall so easily. So, when the betting pool opened in the chat, she didn't hesitate to bet on Lucen's victory. Would Sovereign Lord Mushi shared the same sentiment? At that moment, she was using secret techniques to summon a massive army of troops. Her face was pale, as though she had sacrificed a great deal of her lifespan. Yet, as she absorbed life energy, her complexion gradually recovered. One by one, her summoned troops appeared before her. Last time, Bei Musheng exposed Lucen's territory coordinates. Too bad this is a lord duel. Even if I send troops, I can't help Senator, it's such a pity. But I trust Lucen, he will definitely win. Mushi clenched her delicate pink fists, her expression resolute. Li Tianyi, watching Mushi summon her troops, displayed a barely perceptible expression. A faint smirk curved his lips as thoughts churned in his mind, though he kept them to himself. The scene shifted. As Lucen retreated several dozen steps during this round of battle, it was clear that he had fallen into a disadvantage. Yet, there was not the faintest trace of fear in his eyes. On the contrary, a more resolute light flickered within them. His lips moved slightly, and in a voice only he could hear, he murmured, "So this is all he's got?" At this moment, Mo Lin's blood-red eyes betrayed a hint of arrogance and disdain, but deep within, a sliver of fear emerged. He hadn't expected Lucen's initial punch to actually wound him, forcing him to take a step back. He couldn't believe Lucen had managed to injure him purely through the strength of his physical body, though the damage wasn't visible to the lords watching the livestream. Time to end this quickly. Mo Lin had a bad feeling. If he didn't unleash his full power, there was a chance Lucen might turn the tables. Determined to crush Lucen while he still had the upper hand, Mo Lin erupted with a surge of immense energy. Focusing his mind and gathering his strength, every muscle in his body tensed as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, right before his eyes, Lucen suddenly began to exude an unfathomable aura, mysterious and perilous, like an abyss. Before Mo Lin could react, strange vortices appeared around Lucen. From the swirling void emerged the abyssal catastrophe kings, their massive forms seeming to hail from the darkest depths of the abyss, radiating an overwhelming abyssal power. At the same time, abyssal swordsmen wreathed in flames materialized beside Senator. Their gazes were as profound as the ocean, their swords pointed skyward, as if ready to unleash a decisive strike at any moment. Next came the ghostly crones, who appeared one by one around Senator. Their pale, eerie faces twisted into chilling smiles directed at Mo Lin, adding an oppressive and sinister atmosphere to the battlefield. Mo Lin involuntarily took a step back, his heart roiling with shock. He now realized that Lucen was no longer a foe who could be easily defeated, but rather an adversary wielding formidable power and enigmatic abilities. At this moment, Mo Lin regretted his earlier arrogance and underestimation, but it was too late to turn back. He could only steel himself for an unprecedentedly fierce battle with Lucen. As Mo Lin and Lucen initiated their lord-level clash, the camera shifted to the skies above the abyssal territory, where a shadow streaked past at lightning speed. It was the bloodthirsty angel. A pungent scent of blood lingered around him, as though it was an innate part of his being. His cold and stern expression matched the eerie gusts of wind swirling around him, a symphony of shadows that concealed his presence. Every step of his plan was meticulously calculated. Scanning the vast abyssal army below, their soldiers appeared as countless as ants. Yet, in his eyes, they were merely prey to be slaughtered with ease. Convinced that this operation would proceed smoothly, the bloodthirsty angel prepared to infiltrate the Lord's fortress while the Lord himself was absent. He was certain he could enter unimpeded, destroy the core, and escape unscathed. However, reality proved otherwise. Before he could even land, a wave of killing intent locked onto him. He reflexively turned to look, only to see two powerful heroes appear behind him. One was the dark angel Kara, her entire being emanating a seductive and dangerous allure. Her gaze, sharp and predatory like a leopard's, was fixed unwaveringly on him. The other was Judy Den, clad head to toe in radiant, golden armor. Hovering in midair, his eyes were cold and unwavering, like an unshakable mountain. His presence shattered the bloodthirsty angel's plans in an instant. A sinking feeling rose in the angel's heart, but there was no turning back now. In this critical moment, the bloodthirsty angel made a swift decision. He unfurled his wings in one powerful movement, attempting to force his way through the defensive line formed by the two heroes. He believed that if he could seize just one opportunity, he might still break through and complete his mission. Yet, while the idea was ambitious, reality was merciless. Judy Den made the first move, roaring with a voice akin to the fury of the abyss, shaking the entire battlefield. His skill, Abyssal Roar, not only inflicted significant damage but also induced fear in all enemies within its range, rendering them incapable of attacking or casting spells. Judy Den intended to use this ability to pin down the bloodthirsty angel. However, he underestimated his opponent. The bloodthirsty angel had already reached level 999. Though Abyssal Roar caused a brief moment of paralysis, it lasted only an instant. The bloodthirsty angel, feeling insulted by Judy Den's attempt, was filled with rage. Initially, he had planned to evade their attacks and head straight into the abyssal territory to destroy the Lord's core. But the unexpected intervention of Judy Den and Kara derailed his plan. Now, the battle was fully underway. The two sides clashed directly in the open field of the territory. Judy Den, adorned in his gleaming golden armor, immediately activated a skill, Invincible Shield. This ability rendered him immune to both magical and physical damage for a short time, while also boosting his attack power by 30% and movement speed by 20%. The effect lasted 30 seconds, designed to counter even higher-level opponents like the bloodthirsty angel. While the skill's duration would be significantly reduced against a foe of the bloodthirsty angel's caliber, its effectiveness was undeniable. With the shield active, the bloodthirsty angel's attacks landed harmlessly on Judy Den. Yet Judy Den didn't stop there. He unleashed another ability, Bloodthirsty Butcher, plunging himself into a berserk state. This granted him a 90% boost in attack power and a 50% increase in movement speed. He followed it with Tenacity, which raised his magic resistance by 60% and armor by 20%, while reducing the enemy's movement speed by 10% with each hit. Clad in his radiant armor, Judy Den's every strike carried immense power, as though he intended to utterly crush the bloodthirsty angel. But the bloodthirsty angel moved like a phantom, swift and elusive, his every movement a dance of shadows. Meanwhile, Kara didn't remain idle. She activated her own abilities, attempting to trap the level 999 bloodthirsty angel. On the battlefield, the abyssal army surged forward in a frenzy. Soldiers unleashed powerful skills and barrages of attacks, providing overwhelming support to Judy Den and Kara. The tide of battle quickly turned. Wounds began to accumulate on the bloodthirsty angel's body, blood seeping from his injuries as he struggled to maintain his composure. For the first time, a sense of unease crept into his heart. He realized that if this fight continued, he would undoubtedly perish on this battlefield. What had begun as a mission to eliminate Judy Den had now devolved into a desperate attempt to flee, abandoning his plan to destroy the territory's core. The scene shifted once more. As Lucen suddenly summoned a massive army of abyssal creatures, the global chat channels erupted with exclamations of shock. How is this possible? Isn't it true that during a Lord's battle, only the Lords themselves can fight? How did Big Boss Lucen summon his own troop units? Could it be that Lucen has some kind of cheat code? No way. Does Lucen really have a cheat code? He actually summoned an army of troops. Could it be that the Lord Challenge card used by Mo Lin is a counterfeit? How could such a thing happen? That's impossible. The Lord Challenge card is a unique item in the Dark World, and there's no way cheating could occur. If it really did, then this would be the first case in the history of the Dark World. I just shared this news with my family faction in the second floor Dark World. They confirmed that they'd never seen a case where troop units appeared during a Lord Challenge. Then what's going on? How did Big Boss Lucen suddenly summon so many troops? Wait, look closely. The number of troops Lucen summoned is limited. He didn't summon all his units at once. It seems Lucen must possess some kind of treasure that allows him to summon troops. That's impossible. In a Lord's battle, Lords are unable to use treasures. They can only rely on their own skills or combat techniques to fight. That's why Lord Challenge cards are considered so rare. As major family factions continue to explore the Dark World, they've deliberately been training their younger generations in combat techniques. This is to prevent themselves from being countered by Lord Challenge cards. Even if they possess a large number of treasures, they wouldn't be able to use them in this space, so developing personal strength is crucial. Since treasures can't be used, this must be one of Lucen's personal skills. He's using a skill to summon his troops to fight for him. However, the number of troops he can summon is limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned only this few. In the last battle, Lucen's troops weren't just this small number. Sigh, looks like Lucen is going to win again this time. Can I cancel my initial bet? I must have been blind to bet on Big Boss losing. My poor 1,000 black crystals. Regret it to death. Once you place a bet in the chat channel, you can't cancel it. Looks like my 1,200 black crystals are gone. Arg, this is truly heartbreaking. Ah, easy win for me. Luckily, I bet 200,000 black crystals on Lu Senator. I've made a killing this time. Lord Mushi of the Wood Sovereign Territory smirked as he saw Lucen summon a massive army of abyssal troops. He had placed a 200,000 black crystal bet on Lucen's victory, and it seemed like this win was inevitable. Although his complexion was sallow, and his vitality had yet to fully recover, he couldn't help but hum a tune in celebration. After all, nearly 1,000,000 lords had bet against Lucen, though there was a small handful who supported him. But those were the minority. With his 200,000 black crystal bet on Lucen's victory, the winnings would be massive. He stood to gain nearly 4 million black crystals. At this moment, the entire battlefield buzzed with tension. Indeed, Lucen had summoned such a massive abyssal army, and their levels were all close to 900. What's more, the quality of these troops was all tier 10, a pinnacle level of power. Against Mo Lin, the king of angels who had forcibly evolved himself, these troops were undoubtedly overwhelming. You think you're the only one with skills? I have my own as well, Mo Lin sneered coldly. The Angel King Mo Lin had not anticipated that Lucen would possess more than one skill. Now, Mo Lin stood in the void above the arena. His figure danced between the shadows and the light. With his eyes closed, his heart was filled with determination. He possessed a unique skill, Heart of the Angel. This skill had been brought to him by the bloodthirsty angels from the second-floor Dark World, and it was brimming with ferocious energy. As he activated the skill, Mo Lin's crimson wings grew darker, as if soaked in fresh blood. The sound of the wings slicing through the air seemed to carry the mournful cries of countless angels. This eerie sound echoed across the desolate arena like a sorrowful symphony. A faint red glow appeared on Mo Lin's face, an effect of the Heart of the Angel skill. His body began to blur, as if it were merging with the blood-red surroundings. The once bright arena dimmed rapidly until only a faint flicker of light remained in the darkness. At this moment, Mo Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and within them surged an overwhelming energy. The crimson wings behind him solidified further, shining like blazing flames that illuminated the entire space. Mo Lin spread his wings wide, and his voice reverberated through the darkness like a thunderous bell, brimming with boundless power. I, Mo Lin, the Angel King, shall merge with countless angels. Lucen, even if you can summon your troops, what of it? Before me, you're nothing more than an ant. As his voice fell, the darkness receded, replaced by a blood-red glow that engulfed the entire arena. The crimson wings behind Mo Lin began to radiate intense heat, scorching everything around him. After merging with the angels, Mo Lin radiated a killing intense, so intense it felt like a storm was about to erupt. His crimson wings spread wide, and every feather exuded a chilling aura, sharp enough to slice through the air. His body grew taller and more muscular, with every muscle brimming with raw power and explosive force. Before him stood the abyssal swordmasters summoned by Lu Senator clad in black armor, their bodies burned with flames. Without the slightest fear, they locked their fiery gazes on Mo Lin and charged at him with their swords raised high. Yet Mo Lin remained unmoved by their attacks. Standing firm, his piercing gaze locked onto the abyssal swordmasters. With a casual wave of his hands, a surge of immense energy erupted from his body. The blood-soaked killing aura grew even more intense. Mo Lin's body began to strain under the overwhelming energy, with cracks and wounds appearing across his skin as if releasing the boundless power within. His wings flapped vigorously, unleashing a powerful storm that forced the abyssal swordmasters back several steps. Witnessing this scene, the chat channel in the world exploded into chaos. What kind of skill did the Angel King Mo Lin use? How can his aura become so much stronger? Did you see the endless angelic phantoms behind him? They look utterly tormented. This must be a fusion skill. Mo Lin must have fused with his angelic troops, using them as fuel to boost his strength. But there's a downside. This rapid surge in power has pushed his body beyond its limits, causing cracks and wounds to appear all over him. Damn, this is terrifying. Using his own troops as fuel to enhance his power, doesn't that mean all his troops will die every time he uses this skill? Exactly. I've heard about this skill from some information passed down from the second layer of the Dark World. This skill is extremely sinister. Since his troops are absolutely loyal to him, he can force them to sacrifice their energy for his own benefit. But, the repercussions of this skill are massive. It's best not to use it unless it's absolutely necessary. It seems that the Angel King, Mo Lin, is determined to kill Lu Sr. Lucen should be able to hold his ground. After all, Wang summoned the Bloodbat King, a beast at level 750. Even with all of Angel King Mo Lin's power in Shizhou, he shouldn't be able to reach that level, right? That's not necessarily true. This skill is incredibly evil and can absorb countless angels as nourishment to fuel his strength. Though it boosts power in the short term, the aftereffects worsen over time. However, the power increase is undeniably significant. Angel King Molan seems desperate to end this battle quickly. To do so, he has no choice but to rapidly enhance his strength to kill Lu Xun. But if Lu Xun can avoid his attacks for a short while, Molan's body won't be able to withstand the overwhelming energy, and he'll end up exploding to his death. Lu Xun watched as Angel King Molan's aura intensified with each passing moment. He realized that the skill Molan was using bore a resemblance to his own Abyss Fusion skill. Lu Xun immediately commanded his Abyss army to attack. A lord battle, much like a territory battle, cannot end until one side dies. It was already a fight to the death, and Lu Xun had no intention of showing mercy. Roar! At that moment, Angel King Molan let out a shrill cry, his aura skyrocketing. Even from a distance, Lu Xun could feel an oppressive force. It was evident that Molan's speed in absorbing angels had pushed his power to a terrifying height. Kill! Before Lu Xun's Abyss army could charge toward Molan, the Angel King hurtled directly in Lu Xun's direction. The Abyss soldiers in his path were thrown aside by his overwhelming aura. Lu Xun was taken aback, his Abyss army had already reached nearly level 800. Yet, before this forcibly enhanced Molan, they were utterly defenseless. Lord Evolution had brought Molan an immense boost in strength. But there was no time for Lu Xun to dwell on it. Molan was already upon him, and if Lu Xun wanted to survive, he would have to go all out. Standing on the battlefield, Lu Xun was surrounded by boundless darkness. His body seemed to merge with the abyss itself. His skin shimmered with a black, obsidian-like glow, gleaming in the shadowy void. Behind him, his massive wings spread wide, extending tens of meters. Broad and imposing, they exuded a formidable abyssal aura. His eyes shone with a black light, as if capable of piercing through everything. They radiated authority and power, befitting a true king. A tremendous force surged from within him, and the surrounding abyss army dissolved into streaks of light, drawn irresistibly into his body. With every moment, his aura grew stronger, his power more overwhelming. His body was a miraculous fusion of human and abyssal creatures, glowing with a strange brilliance as if shrouded in the depths of an eternal night. His fiery gaze burned with intensity, a reflection of the abyss's madness and chaos within him. Molan, on the other hand, radiated a bloody aura. His body seemed to be drenched in dark red blood, his skin rough and battle-scarred, as though it had been baptized by violence on the battlefield. His eyes gleamed with cruel delight, savoring the war. Inside him, there was a volcano on the brink of eruption. Their clash was awe-inspiring. Each collision felt like a confrontation between two entirely different worlds, unleashing an explosion of raw power. Lu Xun's figure began to shift and transform. The first fusion was with the Abyssal Swordmaster. As he merged, Lu Xun's entire being emanated a frigid aura, and a long sword materialized in his grasp. This transformation signified that Lu Xun had inherited the swordsmanship and icy energy of the Abyssal Swordmaster, enhancing his weaponry and combat skills. Next, Lu Xun fused with the Abyssal Calamity King. A rolling mist enveloped him, transforming his form into that of a supreme ruler. Ripples of power radiated from his body, and destructive swords appeared behind him. This fusion granted him the Calamity King's majesty and destructive force, further amplifying his strength. Following that, Lu Xun merged with the Toxic Witch. His black robes gained a faint green glow, likely a result of the witch's poisonous abilities, altering his attire with new effects and powers. Finally, Lu Xun fused with the Spectral Hag. His form began to turn translucent, ghostly in appearance. His hands grew sharp claws, deadly and menacing. This fusion granted Lu Xun the Hag's stealth and claw abilities, transforming both his form and combat style. No way! I didn't expect Lu Xun to have three primary skills, one that creates a cage of lightning and fire, another that summons his own troops, and now a third that allows him to fuse with his troops. Lu Xun is just too powerful. If only I had so many lord skills. I'd be happy with just one skill. Life wouldn't be so tough. It's no wonder Lu Xun became the strongest on the first layer of the Dark World. But between these two, it's hard to say who will emerge victorious. One is the reigning champion of the first layer, while the other has gained the backing of the second layer and even undergone forced lord evolution. Both are incredibly powerful. I feel like Molan has the upper hand. After all, only those who reach master rank can evolve as lords. He's already evolved and has a skill to fuse with angels. Angel troops should be stronger than Lu Xun's forces, right? Not necessarily. You've clearly never seen Lu Xun's troops. They're terrifying. Just one of his units could wipe out my entire territory. As the discussion raged in the chat, the two clashed once again. Lu Xun transformed into a streak of ghostly blue light, while Molan became a blood-red beam. The two collided with a deafening roar. Ripples spread outward in every direction. The entire arena, unable to withstand the intense collision between the two combatants, began to show cracks and fractures. The fierce battle showed no signs of stopping. In a short span of time, they had already clashed over 100 times, a testament to their incredible speed. For the first time, Lucen felt the overwhelming strength of Mo Lin, realizing that this opponent was truly formidable and equal match for him in every sense. With 3 powerful skills and a level nearing 900, Lucen was no weakling. Yet, Mo Lin, who had only undergone a single evolution as a lord, could fight him on even ground. This alone was proof of Mo Lin's extraordinary might. On the other side, Mo Lin was equally stunned by Lucen's sudden surge in power. As their relentless battle dragged on, Mo Lin's energy consumption became alarming. He could feel his body beginning to break down under the strain of the terrifying energy, his physical form on the verge of collapse. If he couldn't defeat Lucen within a short time, his own body might self-destruct due to the overwhelming force. Boom! Boom! The battle raged on, with deafening sounds akin to thunderclaps. Lucen transformed into a streak of electricity, his body surrounded by a phantom of lightning, a result of absorbing a vast amount of thunder spirit stones, granting him a faint affinity with lightning. Though the electricity only coated his surface and couldn't yet be used as a direct attack, it was a sign of his growing power. Under the immense power of the Abyssal Scourge King, Lucen's physique underwent a shocking transformation. His body doubled in size, covered in scales as tough as steel, towering like a massive iron fortress amidst the howling winds of the battlefield. Each movement he made seemed to carry the force to obliterate everything, causing even the air around him to tremble under the weight of his presence. His scales emitted a sinister rasping sound in the gusts, reminiscent of cold, mocking laughter that echoed ominously on this death-laden battlefield. Deep within his eyes, the electricity granted by the thunder spirit stones crackled, a raging power coursing through him, ready to erupt at any moment. Mo Lin, however, was no ordinary opponent. His powers infused with angelic energy, his presence exuded a holy aura. His physique grew stronger as well, and his wings unfurled, resembling a divine angel descending to the mortal realm, radiating an intimidating majesty. Yet, this battle was not about flashy skills or elaborate techniques. It was a brutal clash of flesh and force, a raw contest of strength. Lucen, now encased in a faint layer of lightning, glowed brilliantly, resembling a god of thunder descending upon the battlefield. Each of his charges carried the destructive power of electricity, causing the air to tremble with each impact. While Mo Lin's angelic power was formidable, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage under the overwhelming might of Lucen's thunderous assaults. Lucen, like a berserk beast, unleashed relentless, ferocious attacks against Mo Lin. Each collision seemed as though he intended to drive Mo Lin into the ground and utterly destroy him. This battlefield reeked of primal and wild intensity. Amid the blood and ferocity, the fight between Lucen and Mo Lin reached its climax. Their strength, willpower, and determination collided, shattering all limits as they fought solely for victory. "Humph. If I die, you won't have it easy either," Mo Lin sneered coldly. "Don't forget, while I fight you in this Lord's duel, my level 999 Bloodbat is attacking your territory. I doubt your low-level troops can even detect the bloodthirsty angel lurking there." A faint smirk of satisfaction appeared on Mo Lin's face as he entertained the thought of dragging Lucen down with him. However, regret flickered briefly in his eyes. If only he hadn't attacked Lucen, perhaps he could have lived peacefully. Through his territory core, Lucen was naturally aware of the situation in his domain. He remained calm, fixing his gaze on Mo Lin before him, already treating him like a dead man. With a swift command, he ordered his abyssal troops to strike a fatal blow. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice resounded in Lucen's mind, invigorating his spirit. "Congratulations, Abyssal Lord Lucenator, your troops have slain an invading hero, gaining 36,862 experience points. Multiplier effect triggered. Congratulations, Abyssal Lord Lucen, you have gained 36.862 billion experience points." As the mechanical voice faded, golden light surged around Lucen, his form growing even more imposing. His body brimmed with seemingly infinite power. He stared at the grotesque angel king Mo Lin before him, his expression devoid of emotion. Schlick. Lucen had no intention of wasting any more time. He aimed to end this quickly. Having received confirmation from his territory core and troops' telepathic messages, he knew the invading bloodthirsty angel in his domain had been completely annihilated by his abyssal army. A sudden burst of golden light radiated from Lucen, so dazzling that Mo Lin couldn't open his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Lucen, exuding a terrifying abyssal aura, appeared right before him. A dreadful premonition surged in Mo Lin's mind, but before he could react, everything went dark. He felt his strength drain away as if his very life force was being sucked out. Then, the sound of a deafening explosion rang in his ears. It was the sound of his own body detonating. He never expected Lu Sen's power to skyrocket so suddenly, catching him completely off guard. The speed of the battle left no room for defense. The sudden and decisive end sent shockwaves through the world's chat channels. What just happened? Weren't they evenly matched? How did Lu Sen suddenly overpower and kill him? Damn! I just went to the bathroom, and Lu Sen already won? He's unstoppable. Wait, you were gone for just a second? Lu Sen's instant kill was so fast I didn't even notice. The livestream abruptly ended, marking Mo Lin's death. Shock and disbelief rippled through the spectators. Questions filled their minds. How had Lu Sen's strength surged so dramatically? Betting pools on the duel were closed, and those who had wagered on Lu Sen's victory reaped 100 times their resources. Regret filled the hearts of those who hadn't placed larger bets on Lu Sen, while the majority lamented betting on the now-deceased Angel King Mo Lin. No one cared about the fallen Angel King anymore. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lu Sen's mind. You have officially obtained all of Angel King Mo Lin's resources and his lord's talent. Golden light radiated from the rewards before him, causing Lu Sen's eyes to gleam with excitement. He hadn't expected Angel King Mo Lin to possess such a treasure trove. Even the so-called King of Eternal Frost Lu Sen had defeated earlier had only yielded an S-rank lord's talent at most. The remainder of the resources paled in comparison, failing to draw Lu Sen's attention. And before him stood the King of Angels, Morin, whose resources offered to him this time were hundreds of times greater than before. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed within Lu Sen's mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lu Sen for slaying the King of Angels, Morin. Due to the opponent's use of Lord Evolution, you have acquired 100% of the rewards. Rewards are as follows. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lu Sen for obtaining the Angelic City. Angelic City. Grade, S-Class. Function Overview. The Angelic City is a mysterious and powerful entity, possessing a territory that can move and the ability to fly. Not only is this city a place of habitation, but it is also a formidable weapon, capable of securing an advantage in wars. The movement ability of the Angelic City is achieved through a mysterious force, allowing the city to vanish in an instant and reappear elsewhere within moments. This swift relocation makes it unpredictable. In addition to its mobility, the Angelic City can also take flight. A radiant halo above the city grants it the ability to soar through the skies. This power of flight not only enables the Angelic City to evade enemy attacks but also allows it to strike at the rear lines of its opponents. The Angelic City also has a unique function. It can carry a vast number of troops. These forces include various types of angels, mythical beasts, and other mysterious entities. These troops are not only numerous but also extraordinarily powerful, capable of overwhelming enemies several times their size with ease. Lu Sen had not expected the first reward to be so opulent, a structure known as the Angelic City. Not only could it traverse the land, but it could also soar through the skies. Its expansive interior would allow him to station his troops, and when the time came to engage in territorial wars, he could command this Angelic City to battle against his foes. Lu Sen turned his gaze toward the Angelic City he had just claimed. As soon as it appeared, the skies radiated an aura of serenity and peace. The Angelic City was a mysterious and breathtaking metropolis, its appearance nothing short of magnificent. The city was constructed with elegance, exuding an air of mystique. The city walls were forged from an enigmatic material, emanating a faint glow. Towering and fortified, the walls were robust enough to withstand any assault. A grand gateway adorned the walls, engraved with angelic figures, leaving observers in awe of the city's beauty and mysticism. The city's interior boasted a diverse range of architectural styles, featuring both ancient and modern designs. At its heart stood a massive temple, enshrining a mysterious deity within. Surrounding the temple were numerous plazas, gardens, fountains, and sculptures that formed a picturesque landscape. At the city's outskirts lay ancient structures and mysterious relics, enticing explorers from afar. Above the Angelic City hovered a luminous halo, casting a gentle light that imbued the entire city with an air of mystery. Beneath its radiance, the city's architecture and scenery appeared even more resplendent. However, just as Lu Sen marveled at his newly acquired Angelic City, a cold mechanical voice resounded in his mind once again. Detected, host has acquired the Lord's Hall, Angelic City. Commencing fusion with the Abyss Territories Lord's Hall. The Angelic City, which had been radiating an aura of peace and harmony, underwent a dramatic transformation. In the silence of the night, the Angelic City emanated a gentle glow, its intricate sculptures resembling stars that had descended upon the mortal realm. Yet, a creeping abyssal aura, like the mist of the dark night, began to infiltrate the city. The towering Lord's Hall of the Abyss, a symbol of the netherworld, stood imposingly. Its grotesque statues of skeletal demons exuded terror and malice. At the point where these two opposing auras met, an extraordinary fusion began. The angelic walls of the angelic city, once soft and elegant in design, started to twist and contort as though corrupted by some dreadful force. The carvings of angels symbolizing peace and love were gradually overtaken by powerful elements of darkness, transforming into horrific and menacing figures. Simultaneously, the Abyss Lord's Hall began to expand. Its towering spires and vast courtyards seemed to stretch and grow under an unseen force, becoming even more grandiose. Each brick and stone was steeped in the essence of the abyss, shrouded in an omnipresent dark mist. Then, the entire abyss territory began to ascend, transforming into a colossal floating island. Emerging from the depths of the abyss, it rose into the night sky. The demons and undead that inhabited the territory were drawn upward by this power, becoming an integral part of this dark domain. At this moment, the angelic city and the abyss territory had been utterly transformed. The once graceful angelic sculptures were now warped by the abyssal aura, grotesque and fearsome. The Abyss Lord's Hall, no longer merely a symbol of the underworld, now radiated in overwhelming power. This power was both terrifying and enigmatic, as though it carried the authority of the abyss's deepest recesses. The entire territory was enveloped in an overwhelming presence, the will of the Abyss Lord, his power, his majesty. All beings, whether angels or demons, quaked in fear before this formidable existence. The Abyss Lord's Hall was no longer a mere representation of the abyss but had become a wonder of this world, a mysterious city forged from the fusion of light and darkness. Every stone brimmed with power, and every corner echoed with the will of the Abyss Lord. The angelic city and the abyss territory were no longer separate entities but had merged into a singular, unprecedented existence. This new entity embodied the softness of angels and the profundity of the abyss, radiating both beauty and terror. The abyssal aura continued to seep outward, infecting everything around it. Through the core of his territory, Lucen observed the ground below, shrouded in a hazy darkness, littered with countless bones. As the abyss territory emerged from the depths, the moat of the heavenly abyss, which had once quietly flowed along the city's edge, now cascaded from the floating island's periphery like a celestial river, resembling a massive, silver waterfall stretching across the heavens. The torrential waters churned midair, emitting a brilliant glow, as though countless souls were wailing and struggling within. The waters of the heavenly abyss, imbued with boundless soul energy, relentlessly scoured the ground of the bone burial land below. The corrupted dark creatures that came into contact with the heavenly abyss waters were instantly reduced to ash, as if burned by searing flames. Their bodies and souls alike were completely obliterated by this overwhelming power. However, this surge of power did not stop. The waters of the abyss gradually converged in the land of buried bones, forming a torrential river. This river, carrying an unparalleled force, surged forward, devouring all the dark creatures in its path one by one. The soul energy of these creatures was continually absorbed, making the soul power of the abyssal waters increasingly dense, as though it was poised to engulf the entire world. The river grew wider and deeper, like a ferocious beast rampaging across the land, exuding an aura of devouring everything in its way. Everything was destroyed by its immense power. This river, formed from soul energy, seemed to have the potential to expand into a vast ocean, as though it intended to drown the entire world in endless darkness. Meanwhile, the ancient demons who had not yet returned to their territories continued to expand outward. Countless powerful dark figures surged forward like a flood, endlessly consuming everything in their surroundings. Suddenly, a voice of reward echoed in Lucen's mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for obtaining Reward 2 Angel Conversion Pool. Detecting that Abyss Lord Lucen has obtained the Angel Conversion Pool, it has been contaminated by abyssal aura and automatically converted into the Abyss Conversion Pool. Abyss Conversion Pool. Grade, SS level. Function, can convert any creature into an abyssal creature. Reading the brief function description, Lucen's eyes lit up. He had not expected that the Angel King possessed an angel conversion pool that could convert any creature into an angel once they entered it. Now, he owned this angel conversion pool, which, after being tainted by the abyssal aura, had automatically transformed into an abyss conversion pool. No matter what kind of creature entered it, they would automatically be converted into an abyssal being. Unable to wait any longer, Lucen took out the abyss conversion pool. Immediately, a pool radiating abyssal energy appeared in his territory. The entire pool exuded an ominous black glow, seemingly brimming with a deep abyssal force that could attract and engulf any lifeform that came into contact with it. The pool's water emanated a dense abyssal aura, sending shivers down one's soul. Within this abyss conversion pool, it was as if countless souls were wailing a haunting cry of agony and despair left behind by those devoured by the abyssal power. The sound was so unsettling that one would not wish to linger near it for too long. Lucen retrieved a strong pig soldier card and directly tossed it into the abyssal waters. The card was instantly infected by the abyssal aura, emitting an intense dark energy. Its very nature seemed to transform, absorbing the energy of the abyss. Before his eyes, Lucen witnessed the card change. What emerged was a strong abyssal pig, entirely different from the original card's depiction. Its body radiated a powerful abyssal energy, as though it had become a completely new life form. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for obtaining a strong abyssal pig. Upon using the strong abyssal pig card, the scene before Lucen transformed. A ferocious strong abyssal pig appeared before him, its body covered in dark black bristles that exuded an air of majesty and dominance. Its entire form seemed to radiate endless strength, as though a single punch could kill a tiger. This strong abyssal pig was a stark contrast to the ordinary depiction of the creature. Its eyes gleamed with a savage light, embodying the essence of a killer born from the abyss. Lucen could feel the immense power emanating from it, a force with limitless potential. The appearance of the strong abyssal pig caused the surrounding environment to feel oppressively heavy. Even the air around seemed to respond to this power, becoming stifling and tense. Each breath the pig took stirred gusts of wind, as though even the air trembled in its presence. Lucen's heart swelled with excitement and anticipation. With this newfound strength, Lucen no longer needed to place Ice Beast cards in the trading zone. Instead, he could directly use the Abyss conversion pool to transform them into abyssal units, significantly bolstering his power. In the future, when encountering powerful creatures, he could directly throw them into the Abyss conversion pool, turning them into his own units. Lucen couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude toward the Angel King. If not for the Angel King's soul dissipating, surely he would have been infuriated to death. His painstakingly crafted treasure had been handed over to Lucen on a silver platter. Shortly after, the mechanical voice in Lucen's mind echoed once again. My third reward is the Angel King's Lord skill, Angel Fusion. This skill allows for the fusion of one's units into a single, more powerful entity. However, the original units will be entirely consumed during the process. Lucen found this skill to be malicious and decided not to use it. He refrained from placing it in the trading zone either, as it was a skill that harmed both oneself and others, rendering it unworthy of use. Next, Lucen moved on to examine his fourth reward. It was the Angel King's Lord Talent, SS level Angel King. This talent, true to its name, granted him the authority of the Angel King. By using this skill, all angels would unconditionally obey his commands. Furthermore, he could control angelic beings that were not part of his own forces, subjugating them to his will. At first glance, this skill seemed underwhelming. However, in the event of encountering a powerful angelic race, using this skill could instantly bring the entire angelic tribe into his territory without resistance. Its effect was particularly potent. Moreover, if he were to face another lord with angelic units in battle, activating the Angel King talent would cause all of the opponent's angelic units to defect unconditionally. At this thought, Lucen felt a chill run down his spine. He was fortunate that the Dark Angel Carla had not entered the Lord battle. Otherwise, if the opposing Lord had activated this talent, Carla would have been seized entirely, leaving him to face both a hero and a Lord simultaneously. The outcome of such a battle would have been highly uncertain. Continuing to review the remaining rewards, Lucen noted that the resources he obtained became increasingly ordinary as he progressed through the list. However, there was one crucial resource among them, the Thunder Spirit Stones. He had received a staggering 500,000 Thunder Spirit Stones, along with a Thunder Spirit Stone Mine. The sight of this reward made Lucen's eyes light up with excitement. After absorbing just a few hundred Thunder Spirit Stones, Lucen had already gained the ability to wield lightning in battle. The sheer volume of Thunder Spirit Stones now in his possession promised unimaginable power. With them, he could summon thunder at will and even evoke celestial lightning tribulations to unleash devastating lightning-based attacks on his enemies. Beyond this, the Thunder Spirit Stones also enhanced his physical capabilities, improving the hardness of his muscles, bones, and skin, while increasing his overall defense. This transformation would grant him a thunder body, an indomitable form imbued with the power of lightning. Time flew by quickly, and the ninth wave of the Dark Tide arrived in no time, leaving the Lords with no time to rest. Fortunately, with Lucen's level consistently rising, his speed in killing dark creatures had significantly increased. As long as Lucen could eliminate these creatures in a short period of time, the numerous low-level lords could barely survive the Dark Tide, providing them with a fragile yet sufficient chance at survival. The arrival of the Dark Tide plunged the heavens and earth into utter darkness. Lucen focused his energy and controlled the floating island to descend toward the position of his original territory. The floating island descended slowly in the blackened void. At that moment, countless dark creatures surged like a tidal wave, rushing overwhelmingly toward the direction of the territory. A foul stench emanated from their bodies, and their mouths emitted blood-curdling screeches, sending chills down one's spine. However, what Lucen hadn't anticipated was that the storm crone had yet to show any intent of attacking his territory. Yet at this moment, her entire being seemed shrouded in darkness, and her aura underwent a noticeable transformation. Standing upon the bone burial grounds, the storm crone was enveloped entirely by a dark aura, as if a demon emerging from the abyss. The air around her crackled with thunder and flashes of lightning as storms raged madly at her side. Bones shattered incessantly under the strikes of lightning, scattering across the ground. Even the sturdiest of bones seemed as fragile as paper in the face of this ferocious power. With each clap of thunder, the ghostly aura around the crone grew denser, accompanied by sharp, piercing wails that sent shivers through the heart. Her imposing presence was akin to that of a storm queen, making everything around her tremble in fear. Her eyes gleamed with a cold, piercing light, as though they could see through all illusions and expose the deepest fears within one's soul. With a wave of her hand, a tremendous surge of energy obliterated everything around her in an instant, showcasing her boundless might and terrifying power. In this tense and terrifying scene, Lucen felt an unprecedented level of pressure. As he examined the Storm Crone's stats, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Storm Crone. Grade, Tier 7. Level, LV 999. HP, 3088 800 000. Attack, 1039 660. Defense, 1089 230. Lucen had not expected the Storm Crone's level to have suddenly surged to 999, approaching the master rank. Her health had reached over 3 billion, and compared to the previous bloodthirsty angel, her health, attack power, and defense had all seen a significant boost. Facing such a terrifying entity, Lucen's heart grew resolute. He knew he had to give it his all, or he would be unable to withstand the Storm Crone's overwhelming might. At this critical moment, Lucen took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset to its peak state. He prepared his strength, ready to engage the crone in a life-and-death battle. However, less than half an hour later, the storm crone had yet to make her move. Ultimately, the ninth wave of the dark tide quickly came to an end. At this point, the rewards for killing creatures during the dark tide no longer held any appeal to Lucen. He began rapidly absorbing Thunder Spirit stones. Lucen stood firmly in place, his gaze unwavering, surrounded by countless Thunder Spirit stones. These stones emitted a faint blue glow, illuminating the area around him. Thunderbolts crackled through the air near him, making sharp pop sounds, as if cheering him on. Closing his eyes, Lucen concentrated entirely on sensing the power within the Thunder Spirit stones. The energy within his body began to boil, resonating with the thunderous force around him. His body started to emit a powerful electric charge, with lightning-like radiance bursting forth from him and merging with the surrounding thunder. As time passed, the power within Lucen grew ever stronger. His muscles swelled, veins bulging, giving him the appearance of a Thunder King. His hair floated in the air, glowing with dazzling electric light, echoing the surrounding energy. Suddenly, Lucen's eyes snapped open, and a blinding bolt of lightning shot out from them, piercing through a Thunder Spirit stone. The stone shattered instantly under the intense electrical force, leaving behind only faint blue particles shimmering in the air. Lucen's aura became even sharper as he closed his eyes again, fully focused on absorbing the surrounding Thunder Spirit stones. Within his body, the thunderous force surged like a raging tide, continuously strengthening his physique and power. In this moment of immense energy, Lucen felt as though he could destroy everything and recreate it all anew. As he continued absorbing, Lucen began to feel he was on the verge of mastering the power of thunder. From the darkness above, faint sounds of thunder could be heard rumbling in the sky. Opening his palm, a ball of lightning erupted from his hand, casting a brilliant streak of lightning. For once, a rare hint of satisfaction appeared in Lucen's eyes. Time passed swiftly. It was now less than 10 minutes until the 10th wave of the dark tide. When the 10th wave finally arrived, Lucen's eyes gleamed faintly. At this moment, he was only 10 million dark creatures away from reaching the milestone of 100 million kills. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all within the first layer of the dark world, resonating down to the second layer. Congratulations to the surviving lords who have made it to the 10th wave of the dark tide. Remaining lords, 1,939 963 000. First place, Abyss Lord Lucen, 90 million kills. Second place, Phoenix Lord Li Qingru, 69,360,000 kills. Third place, Dragon Lord Qin Shaoxian, 65,460,000 kills. 4th place, would Lord Mushi, 61,020,000 kills. Following this announcement, the overall leaderboard for the first 9 waves of the Dark Tide appeared. Countless lords could locate their positions on the leaderboard. Each person wore a different expression. However, standing at the very top of the leaderboard was Lucin, whose name drew the attention of everyone. Shock, envy, jealousy. Most assumed it was just another routine leaderboard update, as it had been at the start. Once the leaderboard disappeared, the 10th wave of the Dark Tide would begin. But unexpectedly, that familiar voice rang out again. In the 10th wave of the Dark Tide, all dark creatures will be strengthened. Beware, in this wave, the creatures will become frenzied, with their combat strength and levels increasing to unimaginable heights. Prepare yourselves. Hearing this announcement, the lords were in uproar. No one had anticipated that in the 10th wave, all the dark creatures would be strengthened. For those among the top 10 million lords, this was an opportunity. But for those ranked below, this was undoubtedly a hellish level of difficulty. Some cheered, confident they could reap the best rewards from the Dark Tide. Others despaired, hoping that Lucin, ranked first, could quickly eliminate the dark creatures during this wave. For some, it was a time of joy, for others, a time of sorrow. At this moment, the Abyss territory had already descended upon the land of burial. Lucin stood atop the Amethyst City walls, gazing down at the darkness in the distance. The darkness churned. Waves of powerful and terrifying energy swept across the entire land of burial. Soon, roars of dark creatures echoed through the air, accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of their trampling footsteps. The 10th wave of the Dark Tide had arrived. Lucin fixed his gaze on the storm banshee standing amidst the swarm of dark creatures. At the very moment the Dark Tide began, the storm banshee moved. Seeing this, Lucin surprisingly let out a breath of relief. It said you can guard against a thief for a day, but not for 1,000 days. Now that the storm banshee had made her move, it meant he could finally fight her. No longer would he need to be on constant guard against her. Roar! The aura of darkness enveloped her surroundings. This aura was like a dark fluid, swirling around her as if an invisible veil had wrapped her within. It flowed and surged constantly, as though proclaiming her arrival to the world. The winds around her, as if stirred by some unseen force, began to rage wildly. They seemed almost alive, whirling around the storm banshee and forming fierce tornadoes. The howling wind resonated like a requiem of the apocalypse, echoing through the savage storm. The storm banshee floated mid-air, as if she were the embodiment of darkness itself, silently watching everything below her. Her eyes gleamed with a cold light, a coldness so profound it struck fear into the hearts of anyone who looked upon her. Her face, wavering in the wind, appeared even more eerie and terrifying. Amid this darkness and chaos, the arrival of the storm banshee felt like an omen of impending chaos and destruction. All of this was brought by the Dark Tide. On this night, the power of darkness reigned supreme. Lucin stood rooted to the spot, his heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. He looked up at the sky, where pitch-black clouds rolled rapidly, as though pulled by some unknown force into a massive vortex. Lightning streaked through the clouds, appearing like furious golden serpents, sometimes flashing brilliantly, sometimes roaring downward toward the ground. The storm banshee's figure flickered in and out of sight beneath the lightning's glow. She hovered mid-air, her posture stiff yet her movements unnervingly agile. Her face was ghastly, aged and twisted, as if she were a slave to the wind, tormented endlessly by the passage of time. Her eyes resembled deep whirlpools filled with boundless darkness and fury, capable of devouring one's soul. As the storm banshee drew closer, Lucin felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him. The wind battered his body so fiercely he could barely remain standing. His hair and clothes whipped wildly in the tempest, threatening to be carried away by the merciless storm. Yet he stood his ground, struggling against the forces, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the figure ahead. The storm banshee raised her hands ever so slightly, and from her fingertips emerged a surge of black energy. Like dark tendrils, it extended toward Lucin's direction. The energy formed a massive black vortex in the air, as though it sought to swallow everything in its path. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, an intense battle was unfolding. Lucin showed no trace of fear. Confronting both the dark creature storm banshee and the abyssal mighty boar king, he stood his ground, unyielding. The abyssal mighty boar king was enormous, its body encased in a hard shell. Sharp tusks protruded from its thick lips, exuding an air of savage power. It let out a low growl and unleashed its abyssal roar. The deafening sound waves rippled outward like massive waves, targeting all enemies within range. Under the influence of the roar, the enemies felt an overwhelming sense of fear. They were unable to attack, unable to unleash their skills, and their speed dropped drastically. Meanwhile, the Dark Angel Kara also joined the fray. Her appearance was both elegant and mysterious, with wings like black holes in the night sky, absorbing all light. Effortlessly, she waved her wings, her figure flickering in and out of sight. Using her shadow manipulation skills, she swiftly conjured shadow weapons, whips, shields, and daggers. With these shadow weapons, she coordinated her attacks with precision, countering the Storm Banshee's strikes. Around Dark Angel Kara, the shadow domain took form, a zone created by dark energy. Within this domain, the enemy's strength and speed were significantly diminished. Simultaneously, any touch from Kara would drain the life force from her enemies, leaving them unable to act for a period of time. The Abyssal Mighty Boar King's swift defenses successfully blocked the Storm Banshee's attacks. But this was only temporary. The Storm Banshee's power was immense, and she launched another assault. Dark energy surged like a violent tide. At this moment, Lucin and the Abyssal Mighty Boar King also unleashed their full strength. The Abyssal Mighty Boar King entered its bloodthirsty butcher state, with its attack power and movement speed greatly enhanced. It charged toward the Storm Banshee like a berserk beast, using its sharp tusks and powerful physique to battle the dark creature. Lucin was no less formidable. He summoned his indomitable willpower, brandishing his blade and slashing toward the Storm Banshee. Blinding beams of light erupted from his sword, streaking across the battlefield like meteors in the night, illuminating the entire scene. In this fierce battle, the skills of both sides intertwined, creating a spectacle as stunning as it was overwhelming. Dark Angel Kara's shadow domain and Shadow's embrace unfurled across the night sky like a vast painting. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Mighty Boar King's abyssal roar reverberated like the bellow of a great beast, shaking the spirits of all living beings. Minus 69,860. Minus 78,960. Minus 69,454. A string of damage numbers appeared above the Storm Banshee's head. Seeing this, the remaining heroes under his command sprang into action. 7 Abyssal Boar Kings, Fire Banshees, all launched coordinated assaults on the Storm Banshee. However, their damage output, compared to Dark Angel Kara and others, was reduced by tenfold. Heroes such as Judy Den already had experience in slaying a level 999 bloodthirsty angel. This experience gave them confidence and precision in their battle strategy. Standing atop the Amethyst City walls, Lucin summoned a streak of lightning into his hand. Initially, he had 3 Lord skills. He had used one against Bei Mu Shang. 2 more were expended in the battle against Angel King Kara. Now, without any remaining Lord skills, it was impossible for him to engage the Storm Banshee in direct combat like his troops. Instead, he issued commands. He ordered his units to kill the dark creatures pouring forth from the dark tide. This time, it wasn't just the Storm Banshee as the boss. There were also numerous berserk dark creatures. As Lucin's units leveled up, these dark creatures had also reached levels around 950. The battle was raging fiercely. Nearly 40 minutes had passed. The howling winds that engulfed the area dissipated. The health bar of the Storm Banshee hit 0, and she died instantly. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucin for slaying the Storm Banshee. As the final dark creature fell, the atmosphere in the burial grounds shifted dramatically. The oppressive and sinister aura of darkness vanished in an instant. Although the darkness overhead had not entirely receded, it was no longer as thick and suffocating as before. A faint veil of darkness remained in the night sky, like a sheer layer of silk draped over the earth. In the burial grounds, the once vast number of dark creatures had now dwindled sharply. Immediately, a voice echoed in Lucin's mind, announcing the 10th wave of the dark tide. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucin for successfully slaying 10 million dark creatures. You have now slain 100 million dark creatures. The minor dark tide has ended. News of Lucin's achievement, slaying 100 million dark creatures, spread throughout the first layer of the dark world. Everyone was utterly stunned. Ha ha, the 10th wave of the dark tide has finally ended. This time, I should be able to squeeze into the top 10,000 rankings. I wonder what rewards I'll get for surviving the dark tide. It's bound to be great. Big Boss Lucin is definitely in first place this time. I'm really curious what kind of rewards he'll receive. It has to start at S tier at least. The chat channels were filled with joy. At this moment, the skies above every territory lit up with radiant light, as if celebrating their survival and triumph over the dark tide. Lucin stood atop the walls of the Amethyst Citadel, as mechanical reward notifications rang continuously in his mind. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucin for clearing the 5th wave of the dark tide. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1, all unit levels increased by 30. Reward 2, base resources increased by tenfold. Reward 3, Lord Skill Stone, 3000 Thunderstrike. Reward 4, all territory buildings upgraded to SSS tier. Reward 5, advancement task completion cards times 5. Reward 6, secondary dungeon challenge cards times 6. Reward 7, unlock ultra divine merchant. Reward 8, tier 4 winter banshees times 300,000. Reward 9, tier 4 flame banshees times 300,000. Reward 10, general banshee unit cards times 100,000. Reward 11, Raven unit cards times 100,000. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards, Lucen was slightly taken aback. Then, golden light suddenly appeared over every unit and hero within the Abyss territory. It was the reward for the level increase of 30. By slaying a level 999 Storm Banshee, each unit had gained an average of 5 levels. This single reward alone was equivalent to slaying 6 level 999 Storm Banshees. At this moment, Lucen's own level had risen to 983, leaving him only 17 levels away from the fabled level 1000. As the second reward was distributed, Lucen glanced at his abundant rewards, noting that his base resources had now exceeded several billion. This brought him great joy. At that moment, a new Lord Skill Stone appeared in Lucen's hand. It was the 3000 Thunderstrike. The Skill Stone shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Lucen immediately used his detection ability to analyze its information. 3000 Thunderstrike. Grade, SS tier. Function, 3000 Thunderstrike is a lightning attribute attack skill. In order to unleash its power, the user must first master lightning elemental control. When activated, the user summons a massive number of lightning bolts, launching them at enemies with incredible speed. These bolts rain down like countless arrows, and even if the enemy evades the first wave, the second and third waves will follow relentlessly, leaving no chance for escape. During activation, the user's speed and strength will be greatly enhanced, allowing them to move across the battlefield like a whirlwind, making it nearly impossible for enemies to land a hit. Furthermore, this skill carries a paralyzing effect, rendering enemies immobile for a certain period of time. If the user fully masters 3000 Thunderstrike, they can unleash several waves of attacks in an instant, leaving enemies no time to react. Seeing the SS tier skill, Lucen's eyes lit up. This skill had a range of 3000 waves of attacks, and the duration of the skill was remarkably long. However, PS, to be edited later. The cooldown time for this skill was 10 full days, 240 hours. In contrast, his first 3 skills all had a cooldown of just 24 hours. He hadn't expected that the 3000 Thunderstrike would come with such a hefty cooldown of 240 hours. Lucen stood still, tightly gripping the 3000 Thunderstrike skill stone. He took a deep breath, focusing all his attention on the dimly glowing stone. As he connected his consciousness to the stone, he could feel the immense power sealed within. Suddenly, the skill stone shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. A brilliant stream of light burst forth, like a golden dragon twisting and roaring through the air, before instantly merging into Lucen's forehead. His body trembled slightly, as if struck by lightning. The surrounding air grew heavy, charged with an intense electrical energy. Dark clouds gathered in an instant, lightning streaking through them as thunder roared continuously, creating the sensation of being submerged in an ocean of lightning. Bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, striking Lucen's body repeatedly. Strangely, instead of harming him, the lightning seemed to make him stronger. With each strike of lightning, the radiance on Lucen's body grew brighter, as though the lightning was nourishing him. His physique began to transform, his muscles now like steel, exuding an unparalleled sense of power. Lightning coursed across his skin, making him appear like a god of thunder. As time passed, Lucen's body grew ever more formidable. His strength, speed, and reflexes all improved significantly. His eyes glowed with lightning, as if they could pierce through any illusion. Finally, when the last bolt of lightning faded, Lucen stood there, his body emanating a majestic aura of lightning. His body was now more perfect than ever before, as though he had undergone a rebirth. At the same time, he had mastered the skill. His control over lightning had reached a new level of precision and power. Meanwhile, golden light began to illuminate every building in the Abyss territory. This marked the issuance of Reward 4, the upgrade of all territory buildings to SSS tier. As the buildings were upgraded, the entire territory underwent a dramatic transformation. It was as if the land had experienced a great upheaval. Every structure expanded automatically, and the overall space increased significantly. The towering city walls of the territory seemed to come alive, radiating an endless purple light. This brilliant and mysterious radiance drove away the darkness across a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The light of the amethyst citadel shone upon the heavens, illuminating the night sky like a second sun. Its ascending brilliance pierced through the clouds, as though it sought to break open the firmament, bathing the entire world in an eternal and boundless light. Amethyst City Wall. Grade, SSS. Functions. 1. Extends the territory's vision range by 1 million miles beyond its borders. 2. Possesses formidable defense, even 100 full-powered attacks from master-level dark creatures at a single spot will only cause minor damage. 3. Has self-repair and memory capabilities. As long as the wall isn't catastrophically damaged, it will repair itself. 4. Troops stationed on the wall gain a 10,000% increase in attack power. 5. Attack range is increased by 10,000%. 6. Defense power is increased by 10,000%. Staring at the extensive attributes of the Amethyst City Wall, Lucen was ecstatic. He hadn't expected such a bountiful reward. After upgrading the Amethyst City Wall to SSS grade, the vision range of the entire territory expanded to a radius of 1 million miles, almost encompassing the entire land of Burial. Then, a series of rumbling sounds echoed across the landscape. The fire pillars of the land of Burial underwent a shocking transformation as well. After being upgraded to SSS grade, the flames unleashed by the fire pillars erupted like volcanic explosions, covering a radius of 100,000 miles every second. The scorching flames instantly turned the land of Burial into a sea of fire, annihilating countless dark creatures in this overwhelming inferno. The flames consumed the bodies of the dark creatures, and their agonizing screams rose and fell, shaking the heavens and earth. Within this fiery ocean, the troop altars also underwent a tremendous transformation. After being upgraded to SSS grade, each altar could summon up to 1 million troops. These troops surged forth instantly, flooding the entire territory, becoming an unparalleled force to safeguard the land. The entire territory transformed into a grand, divine city, radiant with light, engulfed in flames, and teeming with troops. These changes elevated the power of the territory to an unprecedented peak, and Lucen himself grew even mightier as a result. The devastating power of the SSS-grade fire pillars left Lucen marveling in awe. Fortunately, the fire pillars were located in the southeastern corner, sparing the ancient demons in the north from their wrath. The fire pillars were indifferent to factions. Any living being that entered their range would suffer severe damage. Following this, all troop altars within Lucen's territory underwent rapid changes. Every single altar was upgraded to SSS grade. The number of troops produced daily within Lucen's territory now exceeded 1 billion. Lucen couldn't decide whether to be delighted or troubled. With the increase in numbers, the experience points he earned from slaying dark creatures had to be divided among the troops. When there's 1 monk, he gets a full bowl of water. When there are 3 monks, they can only share a bowl. As a result, the leveling speed of each individual troop slowed down significantly. At that moment, the Lord's Mansion, which had already merged with the City of Angels, underwent a transformation as well. Upon being upgraded to SSS grade, it exuded an endless abyssal aura. The Lord's Mansion, now fully integrated with the City of Angels, stood high in the sky. Its once magnificent architecture and elegant carvings were infused with the essence of the abyss, becoming mysterious and awe-inspiring. Every structure emanated a unique, abyssal blue flame-like glow, resembling a fusion of a demon's lair and a royal palace. The abyssal creatures carved into the architecture seemed lifelike, as though they could break free at any moment to devour all life into the endless abyss. The floating island where the Lord's Mansion was situated burned with abyssal flames, embodying the very essence of the abyss as it expanded outward. The flames illuminated the surrounding clouds, as if declaring to the world that this land now belonged to the abyss. Within this dark and ethereal blue aura, every corner of the Lord's Mansion was imbued with power and majesty. Using his detection skill to inspect the Lord's Mansion, Lucen discovered that its functions had changed. Congratulations, Abyss Lord Lucen, your territory's building Lord's Mansion has been upgraded to SSS grade. The skills of the Lord's Mansion have changed. Function 1, the Lord's Mansion possesses immense defensive power. When attacked, it will form a powerful defensive array to protect the building from harm. Function 2, the Lord's Mansion has teleportation capabilities, allowing it to teleport anywhere within the territory. Function 3, Resurrection Spring, abyssal troops that die can be resurrected within the Lord's Mansion. Note, each troop can only be resurrected once per day. Seeing the additional functions of the Lord's Mansion, Lucen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the Lord's Mansion to become so powerful after reaching SSS grade. The most impressive function was the Resurrection Spring. His troops could now be resurrected in the spring after death without any cost, effectively giving every troop a daily resurrection card. Lucen's eyes gleamed with excitement. With his already vast number of troops, the resurrection spring would effectively double his forces daily, and he no longer needed to fear casualties. As the fourth reward was announced, the fifth and sixth rewards were also revealed in succession. Lucen now possessed nearly 8 secondary dungeon challenge cards. But what caught his attention the most was the activation of a super divine merchant. The last time, Kara had been a divine merchant. He hadn't expected this time to feature a super divine merchant. Seeing this, Lucen's eyes glinted with a hint of golden light. I wonder what kind of rewards I'll obtain from this merchant this time. As the signals of the reward spread across the territory, golden whirlpools began to appear in the sky. These whirlpools, like celestial maidens descending to the mortal realm, radiated brilliant light, dispelling the surrounding darkness and bathing the world in radiance. At the center of the territory, one golden whirlpool spun faster and faster until, suddenly, a holy angel with golden hair and clad in radiant golden armor appeared in the sky. She descended slowly, lotuses blooming beneath her feet, exuding an aura of divine grace that felt almost godlike. Her appearance left everyone present in awe, and they knelt before her instinctively. In her hands, she held a mysterious box radiating countless beams of golden light. The box was encrusted with precious gemstones, dazzling with brilliance. It seemed to hold the most precious treasure in the world, captivating all eyes. As the angel approached, her sacred visage became clear. Her eyes were pure and bright, as if they could see through the depths of one's soul. She smiled gently at Lucen, filling him with an indescribable warmth and happiness. In this moment of radiant glory, the angel slowly opened the box. An incomparably powerful energy surged forth from within, instantly spreading across the entire territory. Everyone was enveloped by this energy, feeling their hearts stirred by its immense strength. In this extraordinary and wondrous moment, Lucen felt himself surrounded by an invisible force, his heart swelling with faith and hope. Boom! At that moment, Lucen's mind roared, and bolts of lightning surged out from within him, jolting him awake. He was left with lingering fear, unable to believe that the instant this super merchant girl appeared, he had lost all sense of himself. Fortunately, the lightning within his body surged, allowing him a brief moment of clarity. As he looked once again at the merchant girl, a peculiar expression emerged on his face. To his astonishment, the person before him turned out to be Kara. It was none other than Kara, the hero in her light form. Initially, she had been a divine tier merchant girl, and later, he had purchased her dark angel form, which had allowed her to leave the merchant world behind. Who could have imagined that after activating a super divine tier merchant girl, he would once again encounter Kara? Didn't you already enter the light realm? Why are you still here? Lucen, though slightly displeased with Kara for confusing him, still asked the question lingering in his heart. I am not the true body, merely one of her avatars, the super divine tier merchant girl Kara's avatar said softly. My duty is to safeguard an artifact of the light realm and serve as the final reward, conducting a transaction with the first place lord. Once my mission is complete, I will return to my true body to battle dark creatures. Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for achieving first place in the Dark Tides. This is the final treasure of the light realm, she said. As the box was opened, beams of golden light shot out, transforming into radiant streaks that descended upon the territory. These beams, like nourishing rain, revitalized the land and every being within it, filling everything with vitality and life. Lucen gazed at the endless golden light radiating before him, his eyes flickering with surprise. He had not expected the final reward to be the hero's altar. Great Abyss Lord Lucen, this is the true body of the Light Realm's ruler's daughter, the Radiant Saintess Corona. She hopes to form a bond with you, enabling her to rapidly ascend in level. At that time, you may fight side by side to slay the Dark King. After finishing her explanation, Kara's avatar fell silent, patiently awaiting Lucen's decision. Lucen was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this time, the reward would be the ruler's daughter of the Light Realm. He couldn't help but wonder if the Light Realm was so desperate they would even trade their own daughter like a commodity. However, after thinking it over, he realized that people of the Light Realm were not like humans. They had no lords, and their talents could be applied to their heroes and soldiers, enabling them to level up rapidly. Considering that he had managed to claim first place in the Dark Tides and could quickly level up his units close to level 1000, it was likely that the ruler of the Light Realm had recognized the potential of his lord's talent. This was probably why they were willing to have their daughter become his hero. The Light Realm ruler's daughter must be of exceptional quality, Lucen thought to himself as he checked Corona's price. But upon seeing it, he was stunned. The Light Realm ruler's daughter couldn't be purchased with ordinary black crystals. Instead, there was a condition. He had to agree to help the merchant girl Corona reach level 1000 within 1 day for her to willingly become a unit under his territory. Seeing this, Lucen found it rather peculiar. Is this even humanly possible? He muttered to himself. Right now, the levels of his units had only just surpassed 900, and that was due to evenly distributed experience. If he concentrated all the experience on one individual, it might be possible to reach level 1000. Although Lucen possessed the Lord's talent, even if he worked tirelessly to level up, it was impossible to help her reach level 1000. Moreover, his ability to infinitely upgrade meant he wasn't restricted by the Lord's grade. This allowed him to allocate all the excess experience from units that had already maxed out to those that hadn't yet reached the cap. Each of his units constantly shared the experience pool. To think that his own Lord's talent would end up becoming an obstacle for him. As if sensing Lucen's thoughts, Karis' avatar spoke in an unhurried tone, "The Light Realm ruler's daughter possesses extraordinary hero attributes. Perhaps after you obtain her, you'll be able to view her details. Then you'll understand why this condition was set." Lucen was slightly startled, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded and agreed to the conditions set by the Light Realm ruler's daughter, Corona. Immediately, a sacred radiance enveloped the scene before him, causing the entire world to tremble as though in reverence. The surrounding darkness instantly dissipated, and the earth began to quake. In the skies above, Corona's figure appeared. Corona was a mysterious woman, clad in a flowing green robe, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and her eyes shining like the stars in oceans. Her beauty and enigmatic aura drew the attention of many passers-by. She closed her eyes gently, lifting her face toward the heavens, as if silently chanting an ancient incantation. The once clear blue sky began to darken, as though night was about to fall. Then, golden radiance poured forth from the clouds, akin to the light of a sunrise. At the heart of the radiance, a golden vortex began to form, growing larger and deeper. Corona slowly raised her hands, pointing delicately toward the vortex in the sky. Instantly, golden light shot from her fingertips, resembling a golden dragon, surging toward the vortex above. As her chant grew louder, the golden dragon exploded midair. A magnificent golden dragon emerged. Bathed in golden light, Corona's body began to emit a soft white glow, as if she were a saint immersed in divine light. Her form slowly ascended, drifting toward the golden vortex in the sky. Her robe billowed in the wind, her hair dancing with it, making her look like a goddess descending from the heavens. Corona gently floated into the golden vortex, her form becoming smaller and fainter until she completely vanished into the golden radiance. Yet her divine light continued to bathe the entire territory, imbuing it with a sense of mystery and solemnity. At this moment, Lucen was filled with a mix of doubt and anticipation. He had no idea what Corona's skills and hero attributes were. Just as Lucen was lost in thought, Corona's voice echoed in his mind, "You've made the right decision, Lord Lucenator. This is a mutually beneficial relationship for both of us." At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resounded in Lucen's mind. "Congratulations to Abyss Lord Lucen for establishing a conditional subordinate relationship with Corona. Once you complete the conditional task, Corona will automatically become your hero with 100% loyalty. Radiant Warrior Corona. Rank? Tier, hero rank will be determined based on her level progression. Level, LV1. Health, 100. Attack, 100. Defense, 100. Note, Corona's health, attack, and defense will increase as her rank advances. Skill, Holy Judgment. Corona channels a powerful force of light, transforming it into a formidable beam that inflicts immense damage on enemies. During this process, her body emits a dazzling aura of sacred light, which not only visually disorients her enemies but also inflicts severe damage to their souls. Angel of Light descends, Corona transforms into pure light, summoning a massive hammer of light from the heavens to strike her foes, dealing significant damage and knocking them back. This skill not only inflicts remarkable damage but also provides Corona with a degree of crowd control. Light's Baptism. Corona releases a burst of radiant energy, healing allied units within range and temporarily increasing their maximum health. This skill offers effective healing and protection for allies, lasting for 8 seconds. Angel Wings. Corona unfurls her angelic wings, enhancing her movement speed and evasion rate, allowing her to swiftly traverse the battlefield. This ability boosts Corona's mobility and survivability, lasting for 8 seconds. Hero Attributes. Unity of all things. By serving under Corona, her subordinates can transfer their energy to her, which she absorbs to enhance herself. Additionally, she can assimilate the experience they gain to elevate her own level. Battle-hardened troops. Subordinates under Corona's command gain extraordinary combat prowess, with a 100% boost to attack power, speed, and health. This enhancement scales with level, magnified tenfold every 10 levels, with a maximum potential increase of up to 1 billion%. Lu Sen's eyes lit up as he read through Corona's abilities. He hadn't expected Corona, who currently lacked a hero-grade status, to have such potential. By helping her fulfill certain conditions, the shorter the time to complete the task, the greater the rewards would be. This, in turn, could elevate Corona's grade. What particularly drew Lu Sen's attention were the two hero attributes Corona possessed. The first, unity of all things, caught Lu Sen's eye immediately. He had been troubled by the difficulty of managing and distributing experience due to the growing number of his troops. With this attribute, the experience gained could be allocated through Corona's hero ability, allowing for rapid level-ups. And then there was the second hero attribute, battle-hardened troops. Although it currently only provided a 100% boost to attributes, Lu Sen realized that as Corona's level increased, the attribute enhancement would also scale up, eventually reaching a staggering maximum of 1,000,000,000%. This was beyond anything Lu Sen had anticipated. How many subordinates can you command? Lu Sen asked, curious to know Corona's current capacity for recruiting abyssal warriors under her command. These subordinates could serve as experience fodder to aid in his rapid growth. Corona's gaze shimmered with a golden light as she looked at the young human before her. At my current level, which is level 1, I can command up to 100 subordinates. Upon reaching level 10, I can command 1,000. At level 20, I can command 2,000. As my level increases, the number of subordinates I can command will grow significantly. Once I reach level 100, for every additional 100 levels, I will be able to command an additional 100,000 troops. Lu Sen nodded in understanding. Corona's potential was clearly far greater than that of any hero he currently commanded. As her level increased, her capacity for recruitment would expand, which in turn would accelerate her growth. Lu Sen estimated that, with proper planning, he could help Corona reach level 1000 within a single day. A series of booming sounds erupted, signaling the arrival of additional rewards. Waves of new troops emerged from his lordship's corps, quickly filling the entire territory with abyssal forces. Yet, rather than feeling elated, Lu Sen found himself overwhelmed. The sudden influx of over 1,000,000 new troops left him troubled. The experience gained from defeating a single dark creature would now need to be divided among so many, making efficient leveling nearly impossible. Moreover, Corona's hero attributes only applied to her and her subordinates, rendering them useless to Lu Sen himself. This meant he would have to share experience with the rest of the abyssal army, further complicating his plans for self-improvement. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lu Sen's mind. The Abyssal Lord Lu Sen has claimed first place in the Dark Tide rankings. In response, the undead king beneath the burial grounds lets out a furious roar. His form undergoes a dramatic transformation as he attempts to prematurely break free from his tomb to hunt you down and avenge his skeletal kin. Lu Sen was taken aback. A virtual interface, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes, displaying his special mission, Wrath of the Undead King. Seeing this, Lu Sen couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Claiming first place had unexpectedly triggered the wrath of an unknown undead king, who had now cut the original 7-day waiting period for his emergence down to just 3 days. A chill ran down Lu Sen's spine as he realized the urgency of his situation. He needed to rapidly strengthen himself within the next 3 days to stand a chance against this mysterious foe. His gaze shifted to Corona, who radiated a serene yet powerful holy light. He realized that for now, his best course of action was to focus on leveling her up. Once Corona's loyalty reached 100%, he could have her enter the Abyssal Conversion Pool, where she would be forcibly transformed into an Abyssal hero. The Abyssal Conversion Pool not only altered one's aura and bloodline but also elevated their grade. Lu Sen wondered just how far this exploit could push Corona's potential. As the dark tide subsided, the number of dark creatures in the territory dwindled. Relying on them for rapid leveling was no longer feasible. However, Lu Sen had another plan. He still had an unfinished Witch's Lair dungeon. If he could clear it, and then exploit the dungeon's reset function for repeated challenges, he might be able to elevate Corona to level 1000. With determination, Lu Sen mounted his dark dragon and led his abyssal army toward the Witch's Lair dungeon. Just as they entered the dungeon, the familiar mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind. Dungeon Quest 1, head to Ghostmist Forest, open the Purification Sacred Spring in the depths of the forest, and save the ordinary Ghost Hag tribe. Quest difficulty, F rank, completed. Dungeon Quest 2, head to Glacier Ocean, open the Purification Sacred Spring at the ocean's deep seabed, and save the Sea Ghost Hag tribe. Quest difficulty, E rank. Dungeon Quest 3, head to Flame Forest, open the Purification Sacred Spring at the Fiery Magma Vent, and save the Fire Ghost Hag tribe. Quest difficulty, E rank, completed. Dungeon Quest 4, head to the land of extreme cold, open the purification sacred spring at the eye of the storm, and purify the dark creatures of the frozen land, restoring them to their original state. Completed. Dungeon Quest 5, head to Abyssal Rift, open the purification sacred spring at its depths, and purify the dark creatures of the Abyssal Rift, restoring them to their original state. Completed. Dungeon Quest 6, head to Blood Valley, open the purification sacred spring there, and purify the dark creatures of the Blood Valley, restoring them to their original state. Quest difficulty, B rank. Dungeon Quest 7, head to the Dark Night Cottage, open the purification sacred spring within the cottage, and cleanse the dark creatures inside, restoring them to their original state. Quest difficulty, B rank. Dungeon Quest 8, head to the Convergence of 7 Lands, open the 3 sacred spring eyes, and rescue the chieftain of the Ghost Hag tribe trapped within the dungeon. Quest difficulty, A rank. The young man glanced at his task list. He had already completed 5 quests, leaving only 3 unfinished: Blood Valley, the Dark Night Cottage, and the Convergence of 7 Lands. Without hesitation, Lucen chose the 6th quest. Head to Blood Valley, open the purification sacred spring, and purify the dark creatures of the Blood Valley, restoring them to their original state. The scene of Blood Valley was truly breathtaking. Before the Abyssal army stretched a vast crimson plain, scarred by the remnants of ancient battles, resembling a withered, blood-red canvas. The air was thick with the stench of blood, overwhelming the senses, as though countless anguished souls were silently screaming. The Abyssal army marched in eerie silence, their footsteps heralding death itself, weighing heavily upon the hearts of every living being in this place. Their figures cast long shadows across the blood-soaked plains, resembling messengers of hell. Their eyes bore no light, filled only with cold indifference and cruelty. The wind in Blood Valley carried an oppressive, blood-soaked air, suffocating all who dared to breathe it. Within the wind, faint echoes of battle cries, mournful wails, and the chilling whispers of death could be heard. Each gust stirred up clouds of ash, remnants of past wars, scattered over this crimson land. The sight of Blood Valley was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The Abyssal army resembled demons from the depths of hell, and the crimson plain before them seemed like an enormous slaughterhouse, bearing the scars of fierce battles long past. The suffocating smell of blood in the air was almost tangible, as though death itself lingered here. Lucen stared at the land before him, his face expressionless. His shadow fell heavily upon the crimson plain, a harbinger of death in its own right. As the Abyssal army advanced, the low thrum of war drums echoed through the wind, a summons from the depths of hell, guiding them forward. Their footsteps resonated like the march of death, striking fear into the hearts of all who dwelled here. Their eyes, cold as stone, betrayed no emotion, no mercy. In the depths of Blood Valley, echoes of ancient battles still lingered, the cries, the wails, and the cold, haunting whispers of death resonating like the weeping of souls, breaking hearts with every sound. Each gust of wind carried with it more ash, remnants of war long past, scattering them across this blood-drenched land. Lucen stepped deeper into Blood Valley, where the sights grew even more harrowing. One by one, grotesque blood ghost hags emerged from the earth, their bodies radiating an intense aura of blood, as if they were the very embodiment of gore. Their hideous appearances were matched only by their ferocity, their eyes gleaming with cruel intent. Behind them lay pools formed from coagulated blood, their scarlet surfaces sending chills down the spine. These blood ghost hags were the rulers of this land, the most formidable beings within Blood Valley. Their massive forms towered over ordinary ghost hags, and their strength was unparalleled. Their hands, broad and coarse like sharpened blades, could effortlessly tear enemies apart. Their entire beings exuded a potent, nauseating scent of blood, a sinister allure that made one's skin crawl. And behind these blood ghost hags, an even more terrifying presence began to take shape. It was a massive figure born of coagulated blood, with merciless eyes and a grotesque visage. This was the boss of the blood ghost hags, a creature formed from the combined power of countless blood ghost hags, wielding an unimaginable, fearsome strength. The boss's body was composed entirely of crimson blood, resembling a gruesome statue of flesh and gore. In its hands, it held a colossal sword forged of blood, the blade emanating a cruel and menacing glow. Its mere presence caused the blood-soaked air of the valley to churn, as though a sea of blood was boiling in its fury. Faced with such a formidable foe, Lucen's expression remained unyielding, unshaken by even the slightest hint of fear. He turned to the Abyssal army beside him and commanded them to engage in battle without hesitation. Having gained prior experience from slaying blood ghost hags in the Abyssal Rift, Lucen now moved with remarkable ease and confidence. Deep within Blood Valley, the Abyssal swordsman unleashed relentless slaughter upon the blood ghost hags. Each move he executed brimmed with overwhelming power, leaving the blood ghost hags unable to defend themselves. First, the Abyssal Swordsman summoned the Abyssal Blade. The massive sword descended from the heavens, striking terror into the hearts of the Blood Ghost hags. The blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek, cleaving through the Blood Ghost hags, reducing them to countless fragments in an instant. The blade's devastating power not only inflicted massive area damage but also sent sprays of blood flying, painting the entire valley in a deeper shade of red. Next, the Abyssal Swordsman activated the Soul Burn skill. His body became engulfed in roaring flames, each flicker radiating waves of immense energy. His attack power and vitality received a dramatic boost, dealing sustained fiery damage to the Blood Ghost hags. The flames spread across the Blood Ghost hags' bodies, consuming them entirely and reducing them to ashes. Following this, the Abyssal Swordsman summoned the Abyssal Shield. A dark barrier materialized before him. This shield not only fortified his defenses but also granted him immense vitality, rendering him immune to all negative effects. Protected by the Abyssal Shield, the swordsman stood like an unyielding fortress, impervious to the Blood Ghost hag's attacks. Then, the Abyssal Swordsman used Instant Slash. His figure vanished into the shadows, leaving only a faint afterimage in his wake. When he reappeared, a massive sword had materialized in his hands. With a swift and powerful slash, he struck down a Blood Ghost hag, delivering a devastating blow and inflicting massive damage. The Blood Vampire Matron was defeated in an instant, making the Abyssal Swordmaster's attacks all the more terrifying. In the end, the Abyssal Swordmaster unleashed his skill, Wrath of the Abyss. He raised his head to the sky and roared, as an immense surge of energy exploded from within him, spreading outward. This energy, like a torrent of darkness, devoured everything in its path. Under the crushing force of this energy, the Blood Vampire Matron howled in agony, gripped by fear. The Wrath of the Abyss not only inflicted massive area damage on surrounding enemies but also plunged them into a state of fear, leaving them uncontrollably fleeing in all directions. The Abyssal Swordmaster showcased his unmatched power in the Blood Valley, every strike of his sword imbued with the essence of darkness. Squelch! The Abyssal Swordmaster's blade pierced the Blood Vampire Matron's forehead. With a heartrending scream, her body exploded, dissolving into a mist of blood that merged into the air. Lucen knew that the Blood Vampire Matron wasn't truly dead. As long as the blood lake behind her remained, endless streams of blood energy would continue to replenish her. Corona, recruit your own subordinates so they can help you gain experience, Lucen said, addressing Corona, who radiated a holy light behind him. Corona was stunned as she gazed at the Abyssal army, which was as fierce and savage as wolves and tigers. She hadn't expected that the troop types under Lucen, the Abyssal Lord before her, would be so formidable. The invasion of the Dark Realm had brought the entire realm of darkness to the brink of collapse. Once proud, she now had no choice but to seek out the strongest human lord from among the last wave of human leaders to help her level up. On the recommendation of the Angel of Light, Kara, she had ultimately chosen Lucen. At first, she had been skeptical. After all, as the daughter of the ruler of the Light Realm, she had witnessed incredibly powerful troops of light. But even the strongest troops she had known paled in comparison to the Abyssal Swordmaster standing before her. It could be said that, at the same level, Lucen's troops were far superior to those of the Light Realm. After hearing Lucen's words, Corona nodded, her eyes immediately drawn to the Abyssal Swordmaster, who was battling fiercely at the forefront. At that moment, swords of destruction appeared in the sky. Deep within the Blood Valley, the Scourge King of the Demon Abyss hovered in mid-air. Surrounding him were hundreds, if not thousands, of Blood Vampire Matrons, their forms glowing ominously red in the darkness, harbingers of death. The Scourge King of the Demon Abyss slowly raised the sword in his hand, crimson energy swirling around him, coalescing into long swords radiating a terrifying aura. With a downward swing of the Scourge King's sword, those crimson blades descended from the heavens like divine retribution, piercing into the Blood Vampire Matrons below. Each strike caused the body of a matron to explode on the spot, sending blood and fragments scattering everywhere. Amid the storm of swords, the Blood Vampire Matrons' roars of anguish echoed, but their attacks were utterly insignificant against the overwhelming might of the Scourge King of the Demon Abyss. As the Blood Vampire Matrons' bodies burst apart, terrifying dark creatures emerged from the gates of darkness. These creatures bore sharp claws and razor-like fangs, their eyes brimming with a cruel light. Obeying the call of the Scourge King, they unleashed their savagery, tearing apart everything in their path. Blood Vampire Matrons were shredded into pieces, their blood consumed voraciously. The battle in the Blood Valley grew increasingly intense. The number of dark creatures surged, while the Blood Vampire Matrons dwindled. In what seemed like a one-sided conflict, the Scourge King of the Demon Abyss and his dark army held an absolute advantage. They systematically defeated the Blood Vampire Matrons, and this dark land was quickly being overtaken by the forces of darkness. At the far end of the Blood Valley, a massive surge of energy was gathering a final skill from the Blood Vampire matrons. They pooled all their energy into a massive, glowing red sphere, preparing for one last strike against the Scourge King. However, the Scourge King of the Demon Abyss did not give them the chance. The gates of darkness opened once more, unleashing an even greater tide of dark creatures. These creatures roared ferociously as they surrounded the remaining Blood Vampire matrons. Their attacks were even more devastating. With each strike, the body of a matron would collapse instantly. Under the relentless assault of the dark creatures, the number of matrons dwindled until they were completely eradicated. The Blood Valley was filled with the anguished cries of the Blood Vampire matrons and the furious roars of the dark creatures. Corona was taken aback. She hadn't expected the Scourge King of the Demon Abyss to be so formidable as well. When I level up, I'll recruit these Scourge Kings of the Demon Abyss as my subordinates, Corona murmured, her eyes blinking with determination. She hadn't anticipated that, aside from the powerful Abyssal Swordmasters, there would also be the terrifying Scourge King among Lucen's troops. Fortunately, Judy Tun, Kara, and other heroes had prioritized their assault on the Blood Lake within the valley. After whittling down the energy of the Blood Lake, they ultimately defeated the mini-boss matron within it. Using Corona's hero attribute, All Things is One, Corona unleashed a golden radiance, her level soaring rapidly. Corona, LV1 LV32. Corona, LV32 LV50. Corona, LV50 LV59. Her level skyrocketed so quickly that Corona was caught off guard. In a blink, her level had reached the elite tier. This was primarily due to the high level of the Blood Vampire matrons, which provided an abundance of experience points. Additionally, her All Things as One ability allowed her to redirect all experience that would have been distributed to her subordinates directly to herself. Corona stared in disbelief at Lucen, who stood atop a dragon's head, exuding an otherworldly, commanding aura as the Abyssal Lord. Corona never expected to gain so much experience so quickly. She hadn't even made a move, yet, in just moments, her level had surpassed 100. With her newfound level, she could now command more troops under her banner. In the novice tier, every 10 levels allowed her to recruit an additional 100 troops. Now, as an elite, every 100 levels enabled her to recruit 1,000 more troops. Corona's gaze fell upon Lucen's Abyssal army. Beyond the Abyssal Swordmasters and the Scourge Kings of the Demon Abyss, what surprised her most was the poison witch floating in the skies, ceaselessly tossing potion bottles. At the heart of the Blood Valley, the poison witch danced like an ancient sorceress, hurling green bottles from her hands. The bottles shattered mid-air, releasing a nauseating green mist that permeated the air. The Blood Vampire matrons trapped within the mist seemed to be drowning in a toxic sea. The matrons struggled within the poisonous haze, their bodies undergoing horrifying transformations. Their skin broke out in rotting spots, as if corroded. Over time, the spots spread, pustules ruptured, and foul green pus oozed from their wounds. The Blood Vampire matrons' health drained rapidly, their despairing screams echoing throughout the Blood Valley. However, for the Abyssal Swordsman and the Abyssal Scourge King, this toxic mist had an entirely different effect. They walked through the poisonous haze as if taking a leisurely stroll through a forest, completely unaffected. On the contrary, whenever they came into contact with the green mist, their health was instantly restored. Their skin glowed with an eerie radiance, a testament to their immense vitality. The Abyssal Swordsman swung his long sword, its tip wreathed in tendrils of green mist. With every slash of his blade, a stream of green vapor trailed behind, like a hymn of life. His eyes gleamed with sharp intensity, as though he possessed a natural resistance to the poison. Seeing the power of the poison-wielding witch, Corona's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she recruited a portion of them as her subordinates. Corona, LV-103 LV-132. Corona, LV-132 LV-150. Corona, LV-150 LV-159. As her forces grew, Corona's level skyrocketed as if riding a rocket. In the blink of an eye, she reached level 159. At this moment, the massive army under Corona's command radiated a brilliance derived from her heroic attributes. For every 10 levels she gained, her subordinates' power increased tenfold. Upon reaching level 100, their strength had increased by 10,000%. Their combat power was now comparable to that of dark creatures who had just entered the master tier. Each one of them was like a miniature boss. Against the vampire witches, they cut through their foes like slicing through melons and vegetables. Seeing how formidable her subordinates had become, Corona, now brimming with confidence as her level rose, appeared eager for battle. She turned her gaze toward Lucen. It was as though she only awaited his command before charging into battle against the vampire witches. After all, she was a holy warrior of light, skilled in combat within the realm of light. Sensing her readiness, Lucen nodded toward Corona. Bathed in the radiant holy light, Corona seemed like a blazing sun, illuminating the darkened world. She wielded a long sword that shimmered with golden light, its blade coursing with dazzling divine energy. Around her, circles of holy light rippled outward like angelic wings, inspiring an unparalleled sense of reassurance and awe. At that moment, a swarm of vampire witches lunged at her, snarling and clawing, their eyes glinting with vicious malice. Yet Corona remained unshaken, her gaze filled with unwavering faith and determination. She began chanting a sacred incantation, raising her sword high above her head, its tip pointing skyward. As the chant echoed, the holy light around her grew ever more intense, as though it sought to illuminate the entire world. Then, a powerful beam of light shot from the sword's tip, roaring like a cannonball as it surged toward the vampire witches. The beam struck the vampire witches, instantly reducing them to wisps of green smoke. The smoke lingered in the air, as if whispering tales of their demise. Under the divine radiance of the light beam, the vampire witches seemed so small and helpless. At that moment, Corona chanted another incantation, her body radiating an even more blinding brilliance. In an instant, she transformed into a massive angel of light, summoning a colossal hammer of light from the heavens. The hammer, like a divine artifact descended from the skies, slammed into the ground with tremendous force. Under the might of the hammer of light, the vampire witches were once again thrown back, their very souls grievously wounded. Simultaneously, Corona unleashed another wave of holy energy, healing the surrounding allied units. Under its effect, their wounds began to close, and their health rapidly regenerated. Corona's baptism of light brought them hope for survival. In this clash between light and darkness, Corona herself became the embodiment of light, the pillar of the team. Her divine judgment struck fear into the hearts of enemies, while her angelic descent provided immense protection for her allies. The baptism of light healed her comrades' wounds, and her angelic wings turned her into an unstoppable force on the battlefield, free to advance or retreat as needed. In this battle, Corona's courage and wisdom secured victory. Corona, LV-203 LV-232. Corona, LV-232 LV-250. Corona, LV-250 LV-280. Through the slaughter of the lower-leveled vampire witches, Corona's level surged to nearly 300. At this moment, the number of blood pools diminished. In less than half an hour, the vampire witches in the blood ravine were nearly wiped out. Seeing this, Lucen nodded. Now, his troops were all over level 900, making it effortless to eliminate the vampire witches, who were several hundred levels below them. After another 10 minutes, Lucen completed Quest 6 of the dungeon. He immediately shifted his focus to the remaining 2 quests. Dungeon Quest 7, proceed to the night cabin. Activate the purification spring within the cabin to cleanse the dark creatures lurking in the black cabin, restoring them to their original state. Quest difficulty, B level. Dungeon Quest 8, head to the junction of 7 lands. Open the 3-way springs to rescue the clan leader of the witch tribe trapped within the dungeon. Quest difficulty, A level. Without hesitation, Lucen chose Quest 7. With a swift movement, the entire abyssal army entered the night cabin. Under the cloak of darkness, an unsettling and sinister scene slowly emerged. It was a mysterious territory composed of countless small cabins exuding black mist, evoking the feeling of stepping into an ancient village steeped in malevolence. The cabins appeared dilapidated, as though weathered by countless years. Their wooden walls leaned precariously, as if a single gust of wind could topple them. Against the backdrop of night, they seemed even more decrepit, with the darkness swallowing what little light there was. Black mist streamed from the cabins, like tendrils of evil, wrapping the entire ghost village in its sinister embrace. Within the ghost village, the occasional caw of spectral crows and the wails of witch spirits echoed. The crows' cries reverberated in the night, eerie and bone-chilling, while the witches' wails seemed like desperate laments from the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. As one approached the cabins, the temperature noticeably plummeted, as though the black mist had seeped into the very air, freezing everything around it. The interiors of the cabins pulsed with a palpable malevolence, triggering an instinctive sense of fear and unease. Within this night cabin dungeon, everything was shrouded in the unknown. Every step forward felt like fumbling in darkness, uncertain of what horrors awaited. The spectral crows and witches became the most prominent symbols of this territory, their presence reinforcing the eerie certainty that this dungeon was a domain steeped in terror and despair. Lucen stepped into the vicinity of the night cabins, and in an instant, it felt as though he had entered an entirely new world. This domain, shrouded in darkness, was filled with mystery and the unknown. Within each pitch-black cabin, faint shadows flickered, as if some profound secret was hidden within. He took a deep breath and ventured into the nearest cabin. Inside, he was met with a ghastly sight: twisted, malevolent figures of Yao Guipa, demon head ghosts. Their faces were contorted with wickedness, glowing faintly like demons emerging from the abyss. They leapt about in the corners of the cabin, emitting blood-curdling screams, as though celebrating this realm beyond the reach of humankind. The bodies of the Yao Guipa shifted between light and shadow, as though composed of flowing darkness. With every flicker, they revealed new, horrifying visages. Their long hair, as black as the night itself, danced in the air, accompanied by eerie sounds like the scraping of winter branches against ice, cold and piercing. Lucen activated his detection spell to assess the information on these sinister night demon hags. Yao Guipa. Rank, Tier 4. Level, LV 600. HP, 99,536. Attack power, 6,230. Defense, 5,560. Abilities. Night Stalker. The Yao Guipa can move silently through the night, flitting like a shadow. This skill allows them to traverse undetected, enabling swift approaches to enemies or escapes from perilous situations. Shadow's Touch. Their bodies can merge seamlessly with darkness, vanishing upon contact with others. This ability enables them to evade attacks during battle and launch surprise strikes when least expected. Phantom Eyes. The Yao Guipa's glowing eyes can pierce through all disguises and deceptions in the dark. This skill allows them to unveil hidden traps and ambushes, avoiding enemy ploys. Eerie Dance. Their bodies move like leaves caught in the wind, capable of performing strange yet agile maneuvers. This ability enhances their combat prowess, enabling them to execute fluid attacks and evasion tactics. Dark Summon. The Yao Guipa can call upon the power of darkness to summon shadowy creatures to aid them. This skill allows them to bring forth allies such as dark wolves, shadow hawks, and other dark entities, bolstering their combat strength. Whispers of Shadows. The Yao Guipa can communicate with shadows, uncovering the secrets they hold. This skill reveals critical information, such as enemy weaknesses or hidden treasures, aiding in strategic planning. Embrace of Darkness. They can release an aura of darkness, plunging their surroundings into pitch-black obscurity. This ability creates a large area of darkness, depriving enemies of vision and granting the Yao Guipa a tactical advantage. Spectral Breath. The Yao Guipa exhales a chilling breath that freezes everything around them instantly. This skill immobilizes enemies, providing powerful crowd control. Shadow Form. They can transform their bodies into a shadowy state, becoming more formidable. This ability increases health and defense while granting enhanced combat capabilities. Dark Arcana. Possessing the arcane power of darkness, the Yao Guipa can cast various shadowy spells. These include abilities such as Dark Spear and Shadow Shield, augmenting their combat strategies and versatility. These abilities make the Yao Guipa a mysterious and formidable opponent, capable of moving freely in the night and wielding a diverse arsenal of offensive and defensive techniques. In the game, they present a challenging enemy, requiring players to adapt and strategize to overcome them. Background story. Deep within the abyss lies a mysterious being known as the Yao Guipa. Her origins remain shrouded in mystery. Some legends suggest she is a descendant of the ancient demon ghost clan, while others claim she is a manifestation of dark forces. Regardless of her origins, the Yao Guipa is a figure of immense threat, her powers inspiring both fear and awe. The Yao Guipa resides in the depths of the abyss, where the darkness is eternal and profound, like her shadow. Her eyes gleam with an eerie light that can see through all disguises and deceptions. Her body is unnaturally agile, with slender yet powerful limbs that allow her to move freely through the shadows. One of her unique abilities is her power to summon demonic beasts. She can communicate with the peculiar creatures of the abyss, compelling them to serve her. Her summoned beasts include dark wolves, shadow hawks, and even more terrifying entities. Through this power, she has become a significant force within the abyss. However, the Yao Guipa's fate has not been without strife. One day, she discovered a potent dark force within the abyss, an energy that was both alluring and perilous. Drawn to it, she chose to absorb this power into herself. Yet, this dark energy gradually consumed her body and soul, robbing her of her most precious ability, the power to summon beasts. Corrupted by the darkness, the Yao Guipa underwent a harrowing transformation. Her eyes lost their glow, and her limbs grew coarse and clumsy. Her heart darkened, filled with malice and hostility toward all around her. She became a true dark Yao Guipa, bringing chaos and destruction to the abyss. Despite losing her powers, she did not surrender. She fought and struggled in the darkness, seeking to reclaim what she had lost. Battling the creatures of the abyss, she learned new skills and tactics, adapting to her newfound existence. In time, she discovered a new source of power within the darkness. Through relentless effort, the Yao Guipa eventually regained a portion of her abilities. She once again established communication with the creatures of the abyss, though her influence was not as strong as before. She also mastered new dark magic, making her an even more formidable opponent in battle. Though she has recovered some of her strength, the Yao Guipa continues to face immense challenges. She must constantly resist the encroaching darkness to avoid being consumed once more. At the same time, she faces threats from other abyssal creatures, powerful beasts and demons that are ever ready to challenge her. The story of the Night Demoness continues, her fate shrouded in uncertainty. Some have prophesied that the Night Demoness will rise from the abyss to become a pivotal existence. Others predict that she will once again succumb to darkness, forever losing her consciousness. Regardless, the Night Demoness remains an enthralling character, whose tale will forever captivate the attention of people. Looking at the attributes of the Night Demoness, they are not particularly impressive. In fact, they seem rather underwhelming. However, her abilities are exceedingly complex, making her extremely difficult to defeat. Lucen hesitated not for a moment, swiftly commanding his heroes to engage in battle with the Night Demonesses. Corona transformed into a golden streak of light, piercing through the night sky and entering the small hut where she engaged the Night Demonesses in fierce combat. Corona was a divine angel, wielding powerful forces of light, while the Night Demonesses represented the essence of darkness. In this battle, the clash of Corona's and the Night Demonesses' skills was intense, the collision of light and darkness dazzling to behold. Corona took the initiative to attack first. She concentrated her immense power of light, transforming it into a massive beam that she directed toward the Night Demoness. This beam radiated an intense holy light, not only visually disorienting the Night Demoness but also inflicting significant damage to her very soul. The Night Demoness swiftly evaded the beam's trajectory, then unleashed her skill, Embrace of Darkness, releasing dark energy that plunged everything around into an abyss of blackness. This ability created a vast area of darkness, robbing enemies within its range of their vision and granting the Night Demoness a strategic advantage in combat. However, Corona remained undeterred by the darkness. She spread her angelic wings, enhancing her movement speed and evasion rate, swiftly maneuvering across the battlefield. Corona also utilized her healing skill, Baptism of Light, providing her allies with effective recovery and protection. The Night Demoness retaliated with Night Stealth and Shadow's Touch, attempting to close in on Corona for a direct strike. Yet, Corona's angelic wings and skill, Descent of the Angel of Light, allowed her to evade attacks rapidly while countering with force, driving the Night Demoness back. The battle raged on for quite some time, with a large number of Night Demonesses falling under the overwhelming power of Corona's light. Finally, Corona employed her ultimate skill, Divine Judgment, to vanquish the remaining Night Demonesses, successfully completing her mission. Juditon stood at the heart of the battlefield, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Before him, the Night Demonesses surged like a tide of darkness, their grotesque faces twisted with cunning and ferocity. Juditon drew a deep breath, quietly awaiting the perfect moment. Suddenly, he unleashed Abyssal Roar, a thundering bellow that shook the heavens and earth. Under the force of Juditon's roar, the Night Demonesses were thrown into disarray. Without missing a beat, he swung his massive sword with tremendous strength, toppling them to the ground. This strike inflicted massive physical damage, while the fear effect immobilized the Night Demonesses, preventing them from attacking or casting spells. Their speed was drastically reduced as well. Then, Juditon activated his skill, Bloodthirsty Butcher. A crimson glow enveloped his body, a symbol of his berserk state. Like a frenzied beast, he charged at the Night Demonesses, his massive sword slicing through them like a scythe, cutting them down one by one. With his speed dramatically increased, he moved like a whirlwind across the battlefield, unstoppable to any foe. Yet the battle was far from over. Juditon then activated his invincible resilience skill. For a brief period, he became utterly impervious to damage, be it physical or magical. Simultaneously, his attack power surged by 30%, and his movement speed increased by 20%, allowing him to dominate the battle with ease. He navigated the battlefield effortlessly, swinging his greatsword relentlessly and slaying the Night Demonesses. Under the effects of invincible resilience, Juditon became an unyielding shield standing before the onslaught of the Night Demonesses. He wielded his greatsword with unstoppable might, repelling the Night Demonesses one after another. Each strike carried immense force, making it impossible for the Night Demonesses to close in. However, the most dangerous moment had yet to come. In the final stage of the battle, Juditon activated the skill Unyielding Resolve. A faint glow enveloped him, signifying increased magic resistance and armor. Under Juditon's tenacity, the attacks of the Night Demonesses weakened, losing their potency. In mere moments, Lucen's abyssal army successfully breached the Dark Hut dungeon mission. Corona, LV 369 LV 432. Corona, LV 432 LV 450. Corona, LV-450 LV-459. A single dungeon mission elevated Corona's level to nearly 500. Seeing this, Corona radiated brilliance. After completing 2 dungeon missions, taking less than 2 hours in total, Lucen wasted no time and quickly entered the final dungeon mission. Dungeon Mission 8, proceed to the convergence of the 7 lands, open the 3 wellsprings, and rescue the chieftain of the Night Demonis clan trapped within the dungeon. Mission difficulty, A rank. Reading this, a trace of curiosity flickered in Lucen's eyes as he wondered what awaited him there. Without hesitation, Lucen selected to enter. Upon entering the dungeon, his form materialized at its center. Lucen arrived at the convergence of the 7 lands. This mysterious place seemed like a geographical miracle, where 7 vastly distinct environments intertwined in a wondrous and complex ecosystem. First to greet the eye was the Ghost Mist Forest, its borders seemingly touching the sky. Dense mist churned within, with towering trees and winding vines faintly visible. Beyond the Ghost Mist Forest lay the Glacier Ocean, where icebergs merged with seawater, creating a frigid yet majestic beauty. The Flame Forest stood further beyond the Glacier Ocean, with blazing flames leaping within, illuminating the entire sky. Opposite the Flame Forest was the Frozen Wasteland, a snow-covered expanse so cold it could instantly freeze any life form. At the core of the convergence lay the Abyss of Darkness, emanating a formidable force of darkness that inspired dread. The Blood Valley, like a mirrored counterpart to the Abyss of Darkness, was filled with crimson depths, yet fundamentally different in its essence. This place teemed with a multitude of dark creatures. Ordinary night demonesses wandered deep within the Ghost Mist Forest, manipulating the forest's movements with their eerie powers. Witch crows soared above the Glacier Ocean, their piercing cries reverberating incessantly. Night demonesses haunted the Frozen Wasteland, embodying the essence of frigidity and feeding on icy breath. Flame demonesses thrived within the Flame Forest, merging with the flames to form a unique symbiotic existence. The atmosphere of this place was chaotic and complex, filled with the chill of ghostly mist, the piercing cold of glaciers, the scorching heat of flames, the merciless frost of the frigid tundra, the darkness of the abyss, and the sickly sweetness of the Valley of Blood. This unique amalgamation of sensations struck a deep chord of awe and fear in anyone who set foot here. And yet, Lucen stood resolutely in this realm of contradictions and conflict. He took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering as he stepped forward. At the convergence of the 7 great regions, Lucen inhaled deeply once more before issuing a command to the abyssal swordsman by his side. At that moment, the swordsmen radiated an aura of sheer power, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for battle. Upon receiving the command, the abyssal swordsman surged forward like arrows loosed from drawn bows, hurtling toward the 7 regions with an unstoppable momentum. At the same time, an innumerable swarm of crows surged forth from all directions. Their cries pierced the heavens, and their sharp beaks and talons gleamed coldly in the darkness. As the abyssal swordsmen stormed into the convergence of the 7 regions, their entire beings emanated a potent abyssal aura, as if they themselves were a dark tempest. This abyssal aura instantly provoked a frenzied assault from the countless crows. Drawn by the dark energy, the crows surged forward like a black tide, rushing toward the abyssal swordsman with terrifying speed. The crows flapped their wings and let out deafening cries. They attempted to tear through the defenses of the abyssal swordsman with their razor-sharp beaks and claws. Each attack carried overwhelming dark energy, striving to force the swordsman back. Yet, the abyssal swordsmen showed no fear. Wielding their abyssal swords, they swung the blades with precision, dark ripples of energy emanating from the edges with every strike.